A textbook of cultural economics. Ruth Towse. What determines the price of a pop concert or an opera? Why does Hollywood dominate the film industry? Does illegal downloading damage the record industry? Does free entry to museums bring in more visitors? In a textbook of cultural economics, one of the world's leading cultural economists shows how we can use the theories and methods of economics to answer these and a host of other questions concerning the arts, performing arts, visual arts and literature, heritage, museums and built heritage, and creative industries, the music, publishing and film industries, and broadcasting. Using international examples and covering the most up-to-date research, the book does not assume a prior knowledge of economics. It is ideally suited for students taking a course on the economics of the arts as part of an arts administration, business, management, or economics degree. Ruth Towse is Professor of Economics of Creative Industries at the Center for Intellectual Property Policy and Management, CIPM, at Bournemouth University and Professor Emerita at Erasmus University Rotterdam. Professor Towse is one of the world's leading cultural economists and has taught in universities in the United Kingdom, the Netherlands, Italy, and Thailand. She was joint editor of the Journal of Cultural Economics from 1993 to 2002 and president of the Association for Cultural Economics International from 2006 to 2008. She was president of the Society for Economic Research on Copyright Issues from 2004 to 2006 and in 2008 was appointed to the Copyright Expert Panel of the Strategic Advisory Board for Intellectual Property Policy in the United Kingdom. Preface. This book is written as an introduction to cultural economics. It assumes no knowledge of economics, even of supply and demand, and each economic concept is explained as it is introduced in the text. The book represents my kind of cultural economics, and my motive for writing this book is to expand cultural economics beyond its earlier scope to include the creative industries and the issues of copyright law that relate to them. The creative economy/creative industries approach is not just a fad in cultural policy, though it is certainly also that, and it encompasses many economic features that are important for the study of cultural economics. Nowadays, the term creative industries, which is widely used in government and international organizations, includes all cultural economics traditional subjects of the arts and heritage along with the cultural industries. As the book shows, copyright in the creative industries is an aspect of that too. The other motive for writing the book is to make it as international as possible in terms of illustrations and experience. I have worked for 10 years in the Netherlands at Erasmus University Rotterdam and have also taught from time to time at the University of Catania in Italy, and doing so has made me aware of just how differently students with different backgrounds think about cultural economics and policy. This is not surprising, because every country has a different history and set of institutions. Meeting this aim of international coverage is inevitably biased by my own experience and limitations, however. Even though there are now very good information sources about many countries in English available online, information in English on some things is still not easy to get or interpret. As it happens, the Netherlands is one of the countries that excels in both the collection and analysis of considerable amounts of data on the cultural sector, and it translates a great deal of it into English. The United Kingdom now also produces good data and research on the cultural sector and the creative industries, and naturally I tend to know more about the United Kingdom. Data are not always easy to read even for UK citizens such as myself. However, is it for England and Wales? Is Northern Ireland included? Data relating to the United Kingdom as a whole should cover England, Wales, Scotland, and Northern Ireland, and monetary GERs are in pounds sterling. I am conscious, therefore, that my efforts to illustrate various points are biased towards the United Kingdom and the Netherlands. International comparisons are made more difficult by the presence of different currencies whose values fluctuate over the years. Where necessary, I have indicated the rough equivalent in euros or US dollars, but caution should be exercised in reading these GERs. Having said that, Information on the cultural sector in the 27 countries of the European Union and Canada is now accessible in euros via the concerted efforts of the Council of Europe and the European Institute for Comparative Cultural Research, ERIC Arts. I have used a lot of data from this source, and I would recommend every reader to look at individual country data, which are also listed by topic. The reference is Council of Europe/ERIC Arts, Compendium of Cultural Policies and Trends in Europe, 10th edition 2009, see www.culturalpolicies.net. For the United States, the National Endowment for the Arts, NEA, publishes research reports on federal government statistics that are available online, and the governments of Australia, Canada, and New Zealand also provide considerable information and data online on their cultural activities. International organizations, especially UNESCO, the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization, and WIPO, the World Intellectual Property IP Organization, the United Nations Agency for IP, also provide good information on the creative industries and on copyright. My own career in cultural economics began in the 1980s with comparative data analysis on the NANs of the arts for the Council of Europe. I have retained my interest, and skepticism, of data since then and believe that an understanding of the sources, mode of collection and analysis of data constitute one of the most important aspects of studying economics, hence the considerable amount of data in the book and discussions, as in Chapter 12 on details of how research is carried out. I do not think it has ever been so easy to do research as it is today, with Wikipedia and online sources of all kinds, many of which are excellent, though you do need to exercise judgment as to the validity of websites. I also believe, however, that data do not speak for themselves, and without theoretical hypotheses, or at least a theoretical framework for analyzing them, just having the data does not mean anything. Therefore, this book outlines and explains the basic economic theories that have been used and continue to be used in cultural economics, with which the reader needs to become familiar in order to read the professional literature in this field, whether in the Journal of Cultural Economics, which is the international academic journal specializing in cultural economics, or other publications, including those of governments and international organizations. Many students and others are scared by economics and feel that it is inaccessible because of the techniques and mathematics needed. In fact, it is only a bit of elementary geometry and algebra. If it required much more, I would not be able to be an economist either. Throughout the book, whenever anything technical is explained, and there is not that much of it, illustrations from the cultural sector are used to lighten the burden and to make the material relevant. If you persist, you should have learned quite a bit of economics by the time you have read the book. The further reading that I suggest is at the same level as this textbook. There is much more besides, but you can discover that for yourself. Apart from reading articles and book reviews in the Journal of Cultural Economics, there is the massive, 2006, Handbook of the Economics of Art and Culture, edited by Victor Ginsberg and David Throsby, which is intended as a definitive collection of essays representing the state of professional-level cultural economics, written by experts whose names crop up all the time in cultural economics. I recommend reading some chapters of this volume, and others can be used to access literature even if you find them hard to read. I have edited a Handbook of Cultural Economics, THIRD-WORLDISM, 2003a, which has 61 short chapters, most 6 to 10 pages long, that are intended to introduce readers to a range of topics in cultural economics. Reference is made throughout this book to the chapters in this handbook according to the topic. How the book is organized. The book is organized in VE parts and consists of 20 chapters. Part I deals with general issues, the data and theories used in cultural economics and the economic organization of the creative industries, and consists of 7 chapters. Chapter 1 is an introductory chapter that sketches out many of the topics that are analyzed in the rest of this book and provides a brief history of cultural economics. An appendix summarizes the main types of economic theories used throughout the book and is intended as a reference source. Chapter 2 presents an economic pro-le of the cultural sector, while Chapter 3 sketches the organization of markets for cultural products. Chapter 4 describes the economic organization of the creative industries. Chapter 5 deals with the theory of production, costs, and supply of cultural goods and services, and Chapter 6 analyses audiences, participation, and the demand for cultural goods and services. This is followed by Chapter 7 on the theory of welfare economics and public finance and how they are applied in cultural economics. Together, these chapters provide the background of the historical and institutional aspects of the present-day economic organization of the creative industries and the theory of production and consumption that cultural economics uses in analyzing markets in the creative economy. Part 2 covers the traditional arts and heritage. Chapter 8 is a long chapter on the economics of the performing arts, a topic on which there has been a lot of work in cultural economics. Chapter 9 is on the economics of museums and built heritage, while Chapter 10 provides an evaluation of cultural policy from the point of view of cultural economics. This chapter forms the conclusion to what can be thought of as the scope of traditional cultural economics, and Chapters 1 to 10 could form the basis of a one-semester course in cultural economics. Part 3 mixes work in cultural economics on artists' labor markets with that on the economics of copyright. Chapter 11 applies labor economics, including human capital theory, to markets for artists' services, and Chapter 12 summarizes empirical work by cultural economists on artists' labor markets. Chapter 13 introduces the reader to the economics of copyright and the impact that digitalization is having on artists and the markets they supply, including those in the creative industries. Putting together these chapters is where the author's own research interests are centered, and the role of copyright has not previously been included in this way in texts on cultural economics. Part 3 could be used in conjunction with Parts I and II as an extended course in cultural economics. Alternatively, Part 3 could be used in conjunction with Part 4. Part 4 is a detailed treatment of the economics of creative industries. Chapter 14 starts the subject off by discussing the definition and notion of the creative industries and policies relating to them. It is followed by the work in cultural economics on the individual industries, Chapter 15 on the economics of the music industry, Chapter 16 on the economics of the film industry, Chapter 17 on the economics of broadcasting, Chapter 18 on the economics of the book publishing industry and reading, and Chapter 19 is on the economics of festivals, creative cities, and cultural tourism. Part 4 of the book, combined with Chapter 11, could be used as a one-semester course on the economics of cultural industries. Finally, Part V, which consists of a single chapter, Chapter 20, reviews the whole book, offering some conclusions about the strengths and weaknesses of cultural economics and suggesting areas in which further work might be done. Throughout the book, theory and empirical research in cultural economics are interwoven and evidence is provided from a range of international sources. On the topics covered, some topics and information of special interest are put into boxes separate from the main text. Some contain short biographical sketches of important figures in cultural economics, while others are particular pieces of information or data. At the end of each chapter there is recommended further reading, in addition to the references from the work cited in the chapter. This is reading that I know from experience students and stimulating. A set of questions and exercises for students that are drawn from my own teaching is also provided. The examination and essay questions have been used before and work well as assessment and as discussion topics. A note on terms and references. During the 3 years I have been writing this book, there has been a switch in terminology, towards the ideas of the creative economy and creative goods and services in place of what were, and still are in some quarters, called the cultural economy and cultural products. The term creative industries was already well established, however, though criticized by many social scientists. There is no need to worry too much about all this because any list of industries demonstrates what is being discussed, and these definitions are dealt with in the text. In any case, I have chosen to write about a subset of these industries: the performing arts, heritage, the music, film, broadcasting and publishing industries, with the addition of a chapter on festivals, creative cities, and cultural tourism that covers a variety of industries because these are the ones for which there is a literature by cultural economists. What it does mean is that you may and different terms apply to the same idea. In other words, I have not necessarily been consistent, and nor have other writers. One more term that is often bothersome, billion in this book means 1,000 million, 10 to the power 9. Another change that has taken place over the last few years is that national governments and international organizations publish a great deal of information online, sometimes without there being a paper version. Moreover, permission to use the information may be specifically given on the website, provided that the correct referencing is used. That is what I have done throughout this book. It is important always to check that up on websites, however, which also change from time to time. I checked the availability of online sites for data and other information before this book went to the publisher, but it may well happen that some items have subsequently changed. XXIII Preface. My thanks. No one can write a textbook without becoming aware of how great a debt is owed to others, both those whose work we know and those whom we know in person. I have led a charmed life as far as my academic career is concerned. I was introduced to economics at my excellent girls' school, Nottingham High School for Girls, where Mrs. Edwards taught A-level economics and managed to make us feel like grown ups. At the University of Reading, my beloved tutor Dr. Eric Button opened up the world of academia to me. My MSc, Econ, course at the London School of Economics frightened me to death. It was so hard, but at the same time it gave me the intellectual basis that has lasted me a lifetime, and led to my RST appointment as a lecturer at the age of 23 at what is now Middlesex University. I also met my husband, Mark Blagg, in those heady days. It taught general economics, introductory micro and macro, location economics, economics of social policy, and began to research and publish in the economics of the arts, the forerunner to cultural economics, in the 1980s. I worked briefly with Alan Peacock, now an old friend, whose path-breaking work in the subject has been so influential for many others besides myself. My really lucky break, though, was to be invited by R. Joe Claimer to join the Vakgroep Kunst en Cultuurwetenschappen at Erasmus University Rotterdam, where I spent 9 years until my retirement in 2008, specializing in teaching and research on cultural economics and the economics of copyright, with generous colleagues who made me abundantly welcome and put up with my English ways. Together we started up the master's course in cultural economics and cultural entrepreneurship, which over the years attracted many Dutch and foreign students of the kind that makes teaching a pleasure. Anyone in cultural economics owes a huge debt to Wilhelm All, who, besides being the founder of our subject and one of the greatest all-round living economists, is also a warm and generous friend and colleague. When I edited his work on the cost disease, it was just amazing to see how much he had written and how creative it was. Other friends come revered colleagues are David Throsby and Bruno Frey. I have always said how lucky cultural economics is to have such excellent all-round economists working in the ELD, and they both typify that. There are many more on their way up the professional ladder, and that ensures the future success of our subject. I am glad to say one of them is my PhD student, Christian Handke, who kindly produced the GERS in this book and helped me with various technical problems. I could not have got started on this book without a year's sabbatical at the Netherlands Institute for Advanced Studies, NIAS, in Wassenaar, which provides a calm environment for writing and research. A sabbatical also imposes on one's colleagues, and I am grateful to them for their indulgence. In addition, of course, my greatest debt is to my husband Mark, to whom this book is dedicated and to whom I have been married for 40 years. Among all the other things, he has given me enormous encouragement throughout my career and has been my most constructive critic and advisor, including for this book. Part I. General Issues in Cultural Economics. Introduction. Chapters 1 to 7 introduce the subject matter of cultural economics. Chapter 1 is a general introduction to the topics covered in the book and the history of cultural economics. Chapter 2, on the economic pro-le of the cultural sector, is concerned with the definition and measurement of the creative economy. Chapter 3 investigates the working of the market economy in the cultural sector. Chapter 4 is on the economic organization of the creative industries. Chapter 5 deals with the production and supply of creative goods and services, and Chapter 6 similarly deals with the consumption, participation, and demand aspects. Chapter 7 looks at the way cultural economics analyses policy using welfare economics. These chapters therefore lay the foundation for analyzing and understanding the creative industries studied in subsequent chapters. 1. This chapter introduces cultural economics and explains how cultural economists set about analyzing the cultural sector, the arts, performing arts, visual arts and literature, heritage, museums and built heritage, and the creative industries, the music, publishing and film industries, broadcasting, and so on. It provides a guide to the terms used throughout the book and prepares the way for the concepts and subject matter of subsequent chapters. What is cultural economics about? 10 questions we ask and answer. What determines the price of a pop concert or an opera? Why is there a star system in the arts? Why are many artists poor? Why does Hollywood dominate the film industry? Can we predict the success of a film or record? Does illegal downloading damage the record industry? Does free entry to museums bring in more visitors? Why does the government support the arts? How much are we willing to pay to protect the cultural heritage? What are the reasons for public service broadcasting? These are 10 of the many questions that cultural economists have asked and tried to answer. This book asks and answers them through the lens of cultural economics. Cultural economics. Cultural economics studies these, and other, questions using economic analysis. As a discipline, economics uses theory, economic principles, to analyze problems, and it also uses empirical evidence, the use of statistical data, to try to answer them. Cultural economics uses this analysis and applies it to the cultural sector. It confronts theoretical hypotheses about the production and consumption of cultural goods and services with empirical research. 1. Cultural economics is a branch of economics, but it is also part of the wider investigation of the world of the arts and culture by other related disciplines, especially the sociology of culture and arts management. There is considerable overlap of subject matter with media economics as well, especially in the area of the broadcasting, audiovisual and publishing industries. Why cultural economics? Why cultural economics and not just economics? One reply is that there are many areas of applied economics, each with its own designation, such as the economics of education, the economics of health and environmental economics, each, by the way, having some affinity with cultural economics. Any applied area requires a knowledge of the specific features of the sector it studies. You cannot look at the economics of the electricity industry without some understanding of the technology of the generation and distribution of electrical power, and you cannot do cultural economics without some understanding of the performing and visual arts, museums and heritage, and the media industries such as film and broadcasting, as well as of creativity and the training of artists. It is not just a matter of being well informed about these things, however. It is also that economic ideas have to be adapted where necessary to take into account issues that are distinctive to the cultural sector. Just using ordinary economic theory of labor markets is not enough for understanding artists' economic behavior. For example, cultural economics adapts economic ideas to the specific features of the cultural sector. What economics is and does. Economics is a well-developed and, in many ways, powerful discipline, but it has its limitations and drawbacks. At its best, it studies the reaction of people and organizations to incentives, such as rewards or benefits, such as income or profit, but also satisfaction, and to disincentives, such as raising the price or being made to pay a charge. These reactions are coordinated through the institution of the marketplace, mostly using the medium of money, and result in the production and supply of goods and services that are sold to people who are willing to pay for them. Markets are both real and virtual. Online buying and selling, such as downloading a track on iTunes or buying a book online, is just as much a market as a car boot sale or a shop. Not all goods and services are sold for a price, though. A few are made available to people without payment, and their supply is provided by some organization that is financed not by the money from sales but from a source such as taxes or gifts. Entry to a national museum may not be charged for, nor is going to school, but these services are not free, because their production takes up resources that have other uses, and therefore the question of how much of them to produce and how much to spend in doing so is an economic one. Opportunity cost. This brings us to what is probably the most powerful single idea in economics: opportunity cost. Even if things do not have a price, resources are used up in producing them: people's time, labor, money and equipment, capital, and, for some things, space or land. While time and other resources are being spent producing one thing, they are not available for use in producing another. When you spend money from your budget on one thing, it cannot be used to purchase another. Opportunity cost means that people and organizations have to make choices, and that is why economics is sometimes described as the science of making choices, and also why it is called the dismal science. Social choice and welfare economics. It is not only individual consumers and producers who have to make choices, however. Governments have to make choices too: how much of people's incomes and properties to take in taxes, how much to spend on education or the arts or heritage or on health or defense. Public finance is the branch of economics that studies these matters, and cultural economics uses a lot of the ideas from it. Public choice theory studies how government officials and politicians behave, for example, what influences their decisions about how to distribute tax funds to the many arts and heritage organizations or enlisting heritage sites. Economists use the notion of social welfare as the basis for analyzing economic decisions for the whole of a society, such as a nation-state, and think in terms of overall social benefits and social costs as well as in terms of private benefits and costs to individuals. It is assumed that the aim of good government and of society in general is to improve social welfare. The 7. Utilitarian concept of the greatest happiness for the greatest number. Welfare economics is used to rationalize state intervention in the market mechanism, whether through laws or other regulation, financial subsidy, subvention, or the direct provision of goods and services. Chapter 7 goes into these topics in detail, and Chapter 10 uses these theories to evaluate cultural policy. Positive and normative economics. One of the strengths of economics as a discipline is that it makes a distinction between positive and normative analysis. Positive statements are ones that can be tested by evidence. The statement that downloading music without payment damages the music industry can be tested by seeing if there is a relationship over time between an estimate of the number of tracks downloaded illegally and the number of tracks sold or the number of record companies in existence. Notice that the statement has to be translated into a testable hypothesis. Normative statements cannot by their nature be tested because they revolve essentially around a matter of opinion. People ought not to download music without paying for it is a value judgment, and it is a question of whether or not you believe it or agree with it. Often, two things get confused. You might say, why shouldn't people download music without paying for it, and get the answer because it damages the music industry. If you can show by using empirical evidence that the second statement is not true, then you have invalidated the reason they give, but, while it may be the wrong explanation, you still have not proved that it is or is not morally wrong. Value judgments and economics. One thing economists try to be very careful about is making the distinction between positive and normative statements, but it can be difficult for even the most dedicated to do this all the time, and one of the strongest criticisms of economics is that it does not and cannot succeed in wiping out all value judgments. This view has been put forward in cultural economics, and we shall explore it later on. You may already have spotted a value judgment or two in the text above. One area in which most economists agree that it is not possible to get away from value judgments is welfare economics. The utilitarian belief in happiness as the gauge of welfare is a value judgment. So, say the critics, is the idea that people respond rationally to incentives, and others say that, especially in the arena of the arts and culture, people do not act just as individuals but are strongly influenced by what others in their society do, that tastes are not given, but are learned from these others they admire and want to 8. Copy or join in with. Another value judgment that is widely used in economics is that consumers best understand their own needs and wants and demand goods accordingly, the so-called doctrine of consumer sovereignty. These are some of the underlying beliefs of economists that are not always made transparent. Limitations of economics. There are limitations to the use of economics in general and specifically in relation to the arts and culture. An obvious example is artists' production. Few would say that artists are motivated to supply works of art just for the money. Nevertheless, economic analysis, even of the traditional kind, does throw light on artists' labor markets and highlight how artists differ from other workers in their supply decisions. Moreover, empirical research by cultural economists has been able to map out and analyze information about artists' earnings and hours of work. It would be a serious mistake, however, to think that economics can provide all the answers, and many cultural economists are content to offer their analysis without making such claims. Some critics dwell a lot on these problems in order to highlight alternative approaches that they favor. Criticism is important to keep a discipline vibrant and on its toes, but it is not always easy for beginners in the field to sift out the valid criticisms. In particular, some critics make much of the limitations of neoclassical economics in the arts, some features of which were criticized in the preceding paragraph, but it is important to understand that cultural economists in fact use a range of different approaches, not only the neoclassical one. In the appendix to this chapter, some of the approaches used by cultural economists are briefly summarized as a guide to the reader. Relation of cultural economics to other disciplines. Cultural economics does not have a monopoly of the study of economic phenomena in the cultural sector. Cultural sociologists study some of the same topics that cultural economists do. It can fairly be said that they have displayed far more interest in the cultural industries than economists have. Sociologists have also studied artists' labor markets and participation in the arts, for instance. Because of their different intellectual backgrounds, economists and sociologists may draw different implications from their research. For example, the study of artists' career development in sociology relates it to the 9. Role of professionalism, whereas the economist might relate it to the study of incentive structures. Arts management has emerged as a specialist subject over the last 10 years, studying the internal management of individual arts organizations and their environment. Some topics, such as performance indicators, see Chapter 10, bring cultural economics and arts management close together. Within arts management, marketing the arts relates to a joint interest in participation in the arts and in taste formation. The latter topic can also be studied by psychologists and by cultural anthropologists who observe cultural consumption and production. Economic geographers and urban analysts are interested in the location of cultural facilities and in the distribution of employment. The role of the arts in urban development and the role of cultural clusters come close to work on economic impact in cultural economics and in urban economics. On a global level, the cultural sector is viewed as a means of economic development in South countries, not only for its tourist potential but also because cultural industries are regarded as dynamic and important sources of economic growth. Chapter 19 of this book looks at the economic literature on these topics. A brief history of cultural economics. What we now call cultural economics started life as the economics of the arts, and in recognition of that some authors still use the term economics of the arts, or art, and culture. The RST systematic work that stimulated the birth of cultural economics was that by William Baumol and William Bowen on the performing arts. Baumol and Bowen's book, Performing Arts. The Economic Dilemma. The origin of present-day cultural economics is widely held to be the publication in 1966 of Baumol and Bowen's book Performing Arts, The Economic Dilemma. There had been some previous interest in economic aspects of the arts and museums before then by a few economists, particularly Lionel Robbins, see below, but this was not yet recognized as belonging to a coherent body of work. Baumol and Bowen presented a thoroughly researched, systematic empirical study of NANS, costs and prices in theater, orchestras, opera and ballet, and also of payments to and employment of performing artists in the United States, with some comparative material from the United 10 Kingdom, and they evolved the theory that has come to be called the cost disease in the arts, see chapters 5 and 8 in this book. The combination of novel empirical data, at the time, almost nothing was known about the arts economy, and a theoretical hypothesis that explained the observed increasing costs of producing the performing arts was what stimulated further research on these topics in the United States and in other countries. Box 1.1 introduces the research by Baumol and Bowen. It is analyzed in detail in Chapter 8 of this book. The case for subsidy to the arts. Baumol and Bowen's book aroused tremendous interest among arts administrators and policy makers because they saw in it just a cation for their own. Box 1.1 Professors William Baumol and William Bowen. William Baumol, 1922, Professor of Economics at New York University, NYU, and affiliated with Princeton University, is one of the most prolific and creative economists, and his work in many branches of economics is widely recognized. These include welfare economics and the theory of regulation, environmental economics, contestable markets, and entrepreneurship, as well as his work on the cost disease, which he applies not only to the arts but also to other labor-intensive sectors of the economy. He is also an artist and woodcarver. He is still active as a teacher and researcher in economics and is director of the Center for Entrepreneurship at NYU. He is joint author with Alan Blinder of one of the main introductory textbooks in economic principles. In cultural economics, besides applying the cost disease analysis to the performing arts, the mass media and libraries, he also pioneered the use of econometrics, the statistical analysis of economic hypotheses, to the rate of return on works of art. In addition, he has published several important articles on the economic history of the arts, on Athenian and Elizabethan theatre, and on musical composition in Mozart's Vienna. Professor William Bowen was a younger colleague of Baumol's at Princeton in the 1960s when they agreed to collaborate on the research project. Bowen subsequently became president of Princeton University and published in the Economics of Education. He did not publish anything further on cultural economics. The research project that resulted in the book Performing Arts, The Economic Dilemma, was initiated by the 20th Century Fund. It lasted over 3 years and involved obtaining and analyzing data from several hundred organizations and 150,000 questionnaires to audiences at over 100 performances in several U.S. cities and in London. Baumol's role was the overall design of the research and to set the project's objectives, while Bowen organized the collection and analysis of the data. Baumol wrote most of the book and developed the cost disease theory. Source: Baumol, 1997. 11. Experience of rising costs, due not to internal bad management in arts organizations but instead to external and unstoppable economic forces. What we now call the cost disease was also called Baumol's law, endowing the theory with a scientific quality of inevitability. Rising costs of supplying the arts would mean prices having to be increased, thus reducing demand and leading to a shortfall of revenues from sales of tickets. This was called the earnings gap, and it would have to be made up by state subsidy or private patronage if the arts were to survive at contemporary levels of quantity and quality in terms of the output of the performing arts. If not, there would be an artistic deficit due to the need to economize on production standards. For their part, however, Baumol and Bowen had not advocated government subsidy as a necessity, because, as professional economists, they were concerned with positive results rather than normative policies. Instead, they used the arguments of welfare economics, that the benefits of the arts are enjoyed by the whole of society, not only the individuals who attend them. As we see later, welfare economics now provides the standard economic argument for government subsidy, Chapter 7. In so doing, Baumol and Bowen were appealing to objective economic theory rather than to subjective advocacy of the arts. Unfortunately, though, many of those who took up the cudgels did not make that distinction, particularly those working in the arts, and, indeed, Baumol and other cultural economists occasionally stepped over the positive/normative divide. Moreover, that can be very difficult to maintain in relation to welfare economics, as will be explained later. History of economic thought on the economics of the arts and heritage. To get an idea of the novelty of Baumol and Bowen's contribution, it is interesting to look at how economists had treated the arts and heritage previously. In fact, even the earliest economists had referred obliquely to the arts, typically questioning whether they obeyed ordinary economic laws or were exceptional types of goods and services. Historians of economic thought as well as cultural economists have also searched their writings for their views on the role of the state in relation to the NANs of the arts. Adam Smith. Smith, 1723-90, author of The Wealth of Nations, published in 1776, is held to be the founder of modern economics. He wrote at a time in which the private market for the performing arts and creative arts was flourishing, and he saw no reason for intervention by the state. In fact, he deplored the 12. licensing of theaters and censorship. He lived at the time of the founding of two cultural institutions, the British Museum, in 1753, nanced by a private lottery to house a private collection from the estate of Sir Hans Sloane that the English Parliament had unwillingly purchased, and the Royal Academy, in 1768, nanced by a loan from the King, which had to be repaid. The Royal Academy remains a private organization to this day, and it was only long after Smith's death that the British Museum came to be owned by the state. These events did not elicit his comment, however, although he was involved in a private initiative to found an art academy in his native Scotland. 2. He did remark on what we now call the superstar system in the performing arts, commenting on the exorbitant rewards of opera singers and dancers at a time when some opera singers, especially the castrati, were treated like modern pop stars and, similarly, became very rich. He treated those rewards in the same way as he did the wages of other labor, however, see box 11.1. Though he perceived the case for some state intervention in education because of what we would now call its public goods qualities, he did not extend this reasoning to the arts, even though he thought them essential to civilized life. Indeed, he seems to have opposed the idea of state involvement in the arts. William Stanley Jevons. The RST recognition of the public goods aspects of the arts seems to have been by the 19th century British economist Jevons, 1835-82, who saw the need for open-air musical concerts alongside a number of other public works and for the public provision of public libraries. He advocated state NANs of the performing arts and libraries as a kind of social investment, on the grounds that it would amply be repaid over the years by the reduction of the number of the poor receiving the dole and by a reduction in crime. John Maynard Keynes. Keynes, 1883-1946, is widely acknowledged as the leading macroeconomist of the 20th century and as having had enormous influence on economic policy in Britain in the interwar period and during the Second World War. Keynesian economics is recognized worldwide and is frequently evoked as a solution to recessions. Keynes was also a major guru on the art scene and became the RST chairman of the Arts Council of Great Britain when it was founded in 1945, a position he held for only a short time until his death the next year. Although he did not write explicitly on the economics of the arts. 13. He left a record of his views on the role of the state and the role of markets in the arts in speeches and writings, from which it can be seen that he saw the role of subsidy to the arts as boosting market supply and demand as a temporary measure. Keynes believed that, if it was successful in its mission of raising the quality of the arts and making them accessible throughout the country, the Arts Council could cease to exist and the market alone would sufficiently support the arts. He therefore saw deficiency of demand on the market as being the main problem, and he believed that greater prosperity would solve it. John Kenneth Galbraith. Galbraith, 1908-2006, is probably best known for his book The Aefian Society, published in 1958, with its message of private Aefians and public squalor. It was immensely popular and sold well beyond the con-ness of the economics profession. He spent most of his academic career at Harvard University, retiring in 1975. He appears to have run what was probably the RST seminar on the arts and economics there in the 1960s, though it was not particularly well received, however. In a paper for the Arts Council of Great Britain, he put forward the view that economics had nothing to say about the arts. He regarded the arts as exceptional, that is, not like other economic goods, because they are produced by artisan methods rather than being mass-produced by the big business he abhorred and inveighed against in his many writings. Lionel, Lord, Robbins. Like Keynes, Robbins, 1898 to 1984, was an important figure in the world of British arts, having been the chairman of the boards of the National Gallery and the Courtauld Institute of Art, a director of the Royal Opera House, Covent Garden, and a member of the board of the Tate Gallery. He was professor of economics at the London School of Economics for 40 years, and in the early 1960s wrote 2 articles that may be said to be the RST deliberate application of economics to art and to museums. He advocated the public patronage of national art galleries, art museums, on the same grounds as those on which the state also supported high excellence in science and learning, and, in analyzing the political economy of museums, he took the line that, like education, the arts confer collective benefits on society. He also believed, however, that public support for these things was more a question of the values of a civilized society and state than of economics. It was left to his 14 younger colleagues Alan Peacock and William Baumol, who, incidentally, did his PhD with Robbins on welfare economics, to analyze these points more formally using the apparatus of welfare economics. Are the arts exceptional? It can be seen from the brief, and partial, sketches of what economists had to say about the arts prior to the publication of the Baumol and Bowen book in 1966 that there was no consensus as to whether the arts are amenable to economic analysis. Clearly, Baumol and Bowen and the later tribe of cultural economists did not think so. It is fair to say, however, that it is a question that lurks in the mind of some cultural economists to this day. Development of cultural economics from the 1970s. Tibor Saitovsky, 1910 to 2002, another welfare economist who studied and taught at the London School of Economics, moving later to the United States as professor of economics, where he taught at Berkeley, Stanford, and Yale, published his book The Joyless Economy, an inquiry into human satisfaction and consumer dissatisfaction in 1976. Like Galbraith, he was critical of consumerism and the lifestyle of most Americans. Saitovsky was Hungarian by birth and retained many of his cultured East European attitudes, and he argued that consumer behavior could be explained not only by the satisfaction of existing wants but by the craving for novelty. He was far ahead of his time in believing that economics could learn much from behavioral psychology, a novel concept in the 1970s but accepted by many economists now, and his emphasis on the search for novelty chimes well with the current interest in the creative industries. It was also in the 1970s that John Michael Montius carried out pioneering research on the art market, see Box 3.3. Alan Peacock, see Box 6.1, initiated the RST economic analysis of museums and of built heritage. He also investigated the nance of broadcasting on behalf of the British government, producing a report on the nancing of the British Broadcasting Corporation, BBC, known as the Peacock Report, in 1986. Remarkably, broadcasting, or, rather, the BBC, had already been subjected to economic analysis in 1950, by Ronald Coase, see Box 5.4. In Australia, David Throsby and Glenn Withers researched the performing arts in the late 1970s, developing some of the theoretical models that have been widely adopted in cultural economics. Throsby, see Box 11.2, has worked continuously in cultural economics over the last 30 or so years, making a major contribution in all aspects of cultural 15. Economics. Bruno Frey and the late Werner Pomerany contributed a European perspective on cultural economics in their 1989 book Muses and Markets. Frey has also made a major contribution to cultural economics, particularly in relation to the economics of museums. See, for example, Box 4.1. These are all individuals who keep cropping up in this book, and their work has had a fundamental influence on the development of present-day cultural economics. All this early work was published in a variety of publications but, with the founding of the Journal of Cultural Economics in 1977, cultural economics acquired a forum for the publication of articles on a range of topics now perceived as belonging to an identifiable, distinct field of study. It seems that the term cultural economics was chosen partly as a parallel to cultural sociology and partly because the term the arts was too narrow a concept to cover what had come to be the study of museums and heritage as well as the cultural industries, music, film, broadcasting, publishing, and so on, in addition to the performing arts. Augustin Girard, head of the Studies and Research Department of the French Ministry of Culture, drew attention to the cultural industries in the 1970s, and there were scattered articles by economists on one or another of the industries in the 1980s. It was not until the 1990s, however, that interest in the economics of this branch of cultural production really developed. Cultural economics and the creative industries. A new twist in the story of cultural economics was the development of research on what are now increasingly called the creative industries. This term came into use in the last years of the 20th century with the almost simultaneous publication in 2000 of the book Creative Industries, Contracts Between Art and Commerce by Richard Caves, a well-known U.S. economist specializing in the field of industrial organization, see chapters 5 and 13, and the seemingly unrelated broadening of interest in the previously designated cultural or media industries on the part of policymakers, particularly in the United Kingdom. In 1998 the UK Department for Culture, Media and Sport, DCMS, produced its RST Creative Industries Mapping document, which laid down a list of the industries included in this new way of conceptualizing the arts and heritage. They included 16. Advertising, architecture, art and antiques markets, computer and video games, crafts, design, designer fashion, film and video, music, performing arts, publishing, software, and television and radio. This list, which, notably, does not include museums or the built heritage, is very similar to the industries analyzed by Caves, give or take an item. What was significant in both these developments was that they bundled together the high and low arts and subjected them to the same treatment. The role of intellectual property. The underlying analytical approach to the concept of the creative industries is very different as between that of Caves and the DCMS. Caves' way of defining them was already present in the subtitle to his book and focused on the fact that creators of works of art must collaborate with what he called humdrum inputs, a commercial enterprise, in order to get their work produced, publicized, and marketed. By contrast, the DCMS and, later, other policy-making bodies used a somewhat different analytical basis for their concept of the creative industries. The creative industries are those that are based on individual creativity, skill, and talent. They also have the potential to create wealth and jobs through developing and exploiting intellectual property. 5. The difference is the emphasis on the role of intellectual property, IP, mainly copyright and related rights but also design rights, trademarks and patents. IP law thus becomes an important aspect of cultural policy. Chapters 13 and 14 go into copyright and its role in the creative industries in detail. Things moved one step further in the IP direction with the work on the creative industries by the World Intellectual Property Organization, WIPO, UNESCO, the United Nations UN Educational, Scientific, and Cultural. 17. Organization, and UNCTAD, the UN Conference on Trade and Development. The creative industries also feature in the work of the World Trade Organization, WTO, with its TRIPS, trade-related aspects of IP rights, agreement and policy. All these organizations are concerned with the size of the creative industries sector and with their role in economic growth and development, and are interested in cultural economics as a field of study and in what economics has to say about the role of IP, especially copyright law. In Chapter 2, the problem of defining and measuring the creative industries is analyzed. Market forces in the creative industries. One of the chief features of commercialist culture is the fact that it relies heavily upon market forces. This means that private entrepreneurs, who are in business to make towse, get to decide what creative work is produced, and consumers, perhaps without having a lot of knowledge or experience of what is good art, decide what succeeds on the market through their choice of what to buy or attend. Many people in the arts deplore this principle, arguing that we need expert judgment to decide what is worthwhile art and government subsidy to finance it, because consumers are not well informed enough or willing to pay enough to sustain it through the market. Economists, however, regard consumer sovereignty, the belief that consumers are the best judges of their wants, as the main determining factor in consumption. As economists, we have to be careful to distinguish positive and normative issues here. The market may be able in some circumstances to provide high-quality cultural goods. It is argued that, especially with the Internet, niche markets in affordable specialized cultural products are developing. Globalization and international trade also expand markets for producers and reduce prices to consumers. It is debatable whether they increase or decrease cultural diversity. Economists do not believe that we should make normative judgments about what people should or should not want to consume. If people want to pay for lap dancing but not for ballet, we may deplore their taste, but it would be interference in their right to make that choice as long as what they do is legal. Many of us would say the best policy is to offer good education and opportunities to experience the arts and hope that people come to enjoy them. Of course, if prices are too high to allow them to attend the arts, that is something that can be investigated, and it may be remedied by subsidies to cultural suppliers that enable them to reduce prices, but it should not be assumed that it is inevitably so. People pay high prices for 18. Pop concerts and football games when they want to. This is the principle of consumer sovereignty, and freedom of choice for consumers is an article of faith of economics. Markets are not inhabited solely by hard-nosed commercial suppliers, and not all production via the market is motivated by the desire for commercial gain. Private non-profit organizations, many of which are not directly subsidized, play an important role in the markets for the arts and culture. As we shall see later on, many countries have a mixed economy in which state-subsidized, private non-profit and commercially orientated organizations all coexist. Variety is the spice of life. These themes are taken up throughout this book, with chapters 3 and 4 developing the theme of the role of markets in cultural production. About the book. The aim of this book is to expand cultural economics beyond its earlier emphasis on the performing arts and heritage to include the economics of the creative industries and of the copyright issues that relate to them. The creative industries approach may be just a fad in cultural policy, but it also presents challenges to cultural economics that it has not fully met so far. Analysis of the contemporary creative economy requires some shifts away from more traditional thinking. First, it is no longer possible to draw the line in any meaningful way between what were once called the high arts and the popular arts. It used to be thought that that distinction could be made on the basis of whether or not the art form was subsidized by the state or not, but studies of international comparisons of state subsidies to the cultural sector in various countries have shown that this is no safe guide. Pop music gets subsidy in the Netherlands and opera gets none in Japan. It is now a world in which film directors learn their trade making advertisements for television, and opera singers make a living by singing jingles for advertisements. Second, there have also been developments in economic theory that influence the way cultural economists approach their work. In the 40 or so years of its existence, cultural economics has taken on board analytical changes in economics, such as the development of principal agent theory, information economics, transaction cost economics, and the theory of property rights analysis. See the appendix to this chapter for a brief description of these theories. which have transformed the way economists analyze economic relationships. Third, technological progress has profoundly enhanced the 19. Media industries and has also impacted on all the creative industries in one way or another, altering costs and prices and the way consumers access cultural products and how producers supply them. All these developments have had their impact on cultural economics. Further reading. Two excellent introductory essays are those by Bruno Frey in his 2000 book Arts and Economics, Economics of Art, A Personal Survey, Chapter 1, and Art, The Economic Point of View, Chapter 2. I recommend nearly every chapter in this book, as you will see in the further reading sections in the following chapters of this book. David Throse by S. 2001, book Economics and Culture also has an interesting introductory chapter, Chapter 1, in which he presents his point of view on the subject. You could also read the introduction in the towse, 2003a, Handbook of Cultural Economics. 20. Appendix, brief introductions to the economic theories used in cultural economics. Though cultural economics is defined as the application of economic theory to the cultural sector, the subject can be approached from different points of view, reacting different approaches within economics as a discipline. Sometimes, students worry about which theory is being used and how that matters. Moreover, some authors explicitly promote or reject one approach or school of thought over another, and this can be confusing to students and non-specialist readers. In this section, the various theoretical approaches that have been taken by cultural economists are identified and briefly explained. They are macroeconomics, neoclassical economics, focusing on microeconomic theory of price theory and welfare economics, public choice theory, and transaction cost economics and property rights theory. These thumbnail sketches are included here for reference purposes, and each approach is explained in more detail as it is used in the context of later chapters. Macroeconomics. Macroeconomics is the study of aggregate economic variables, such as the size and growth of national income, employment, and innovation, and it deals with economy-wide policies to achieve economic growth. Macroeconomics is involved in the measurement of the size of the cultural sector and the contribution to national income of the creative industries, see Chapter 2. Macroeconomics provides the theoretical basis for Baumol's cost disease, which is a result of differential growth in the economy. Neoclassical economics. Neoclassical economics is what most people learn when they study economics, and most elementary textbooks, without necessarily saying so, adopt the neoclassical position. 6. Neoclassical economics does not lend itself easily to a precise definition, but it includes the following points: the assumption that individual producers and consumers rationally calculate all alternatives when making their choices and they have sufficient information for doing so. Consumers seek to maximize satisfaction from the goods and services they buy, and producers are motivated by the desire to maximize profits. Producers and consumers are able to anticipate and allow for discount future income and expenditures when making a decision in the present. Resources can be switched between uses in response to changes in prices. Markets work in the sense that supply and demand respond to prices and to competition, and prices therefore act as signals as to what to produce. Many economists question one or more of these statements, and also the focus on the self-seeking individual, economic man, who ignores social behavior and concern with public life. Welfare economics uses the features of neoclassical economics to analyze social well-being rather than private satisfaction, applying microeconomic theory in the context of society as a whole. Microeconomics. Microeconomics is concerned with the economic behavior of the individual producer and consumer. It uses a neoclassical approach and has its focus on price theory, the study of demand decisions by consumers and of the supply decisions of RMS, costs of production, revenues, and pricing policy. Traditionally, neoclassical analysis has assumed that RMS maximize pro-TS. Microeconomic analysis is also applied to non-pro-T organizations, however, which may maximize other objectives, such as attendances or membership. Microeconomic theory is used in chapters 5, 6, 7, and 11 in this book. 22. Welfare economics. Welfare economics is probably the most widely used approach in cultural economics. Welfare economics analyzes the conditions for achieving maximum social efficiency from the use of resources in every market in the economy, adopting the approach of neoclassical economics. It considers the conditions for welfare improving policies and therefore forms the basis for government intervention in the market economy. It does so by analyzing market failure, a situation in which the market cannot be expected to be self-correcting and, therefore, intervention by regulation and or financial subsidy by the government is called for to achieve maximum welfare, for instance, the regulation of monopoly. Cost, benefit analysis and contingent valuation. Welfare economics provides the theoretical basis for the cost, benefit analysis, CBA, of long-term investments, such as building a theater or museum. Information about expected costs, revenues, and the wider benefits over the lifetime of the project is assessed, and this forms the basis of the decision whether to go ahead. CBA is a widely used and accepted method of government decision-making. CBA is also used in economic impact studies, which measure the costs and benefits of a cultural project to a city or region. CBA is being complemented and to some extent replaced in cultural economics by a recent and fast-growing literature on contingent valuation, CV, analysis, also RMLY, rooted in welfare economics, which uses surveys of people's subjective estimates of the value they place on public projects as a basis for decision-making. These methods of decision-taking attempt to provide positive empirical evidence of economic and cultural variables. Welfare economics is the subject of Chapter 7, and its justification of cultural policy of support for the arts and heritage features in Chapter 10. Market failure is discussed in Chapters 7, 10, 13, and 17, and economic impact studies are to be found in Chapters 10 and 19. Chapters 6 and 9 explain the use of contingent valuation theory. Public choice theory. Public choice theory adopts an economic approach to political decision-making. It concentrates on the incentives that influence the choice of policies. 23. Appendix, Economic theories in cultural economics. For example, why politicians support the arts and how they use the arts to gain political support for themselves, on the one hand, and, on the other, how cultural lobbyists influence arts policy. Public choice theory may be thought of as offering another approach to welfare economics. Welfare economics takes the choice of policies as given, whereas public choice theory looks at how policies are made. Principal, agent analysis is relevant here. It considers the kind of policies or incentive structures that the principal, for example, the grant giver, can offer the agent, the arts organization in receipt of the grant, to fulfill the principal's intentions. Public choice theory has been applied in cultural economics to the heritage, Chapter 9, and it also crops up in various other places in the book. Principal, agent analysis and asymmetric information. Fundamental to public choice theory are two concepts that interact: principal agent analysis and asymmetric information. In the political arena, the principal is the voter or taxpayer on whose behalf a certain policy is being put into practice by the agent, say a cultural organization. Asymmetric information is the situation in which those on one side of a bargain have more information than the other parties to it, and they are likely to use that for their own advantage. Generally speaking, voters and politicians have less information than the enterprises, arts organizations or for-profit producers of cultural products they are trying to influence about what can be achieved. So, for example, voters may support a policy of evening opening of museums, but managers of museums can see many reasons why that is not possible, at least without more funding. It is an important economic insight to realize that, if people have an advantage they can exploit, whether in the private or the public sector, they are likely to do so, and this will affect the way resources are used. This is called opportunistic behavior, and it is important in transaction cost economics. Transaction cost economics. Transaction cost economics provides an alternative way of understanding the way RMS and industries are organized to the neoclassical approach. Instead of being governed entirely by relative prices, the transaction cost approach dwells on the costs of using the market economy, because that involves various 24 kinds of costs, such as the costs of ending information, making deals, and enforcing contracts, and so on. This is where opportunistic behavior can become relevant, because it increases transaction costs. Transaction cost economics explains the role of RMS as reducing these costs. This topic is explained in Chapter 5 and in Box 5.4. Property rights approach, contract theory. The property rights approach is loosely connected to transaction cost economics and looks at the transfer of property rights when transactions take place. It may also be called contract theory, because it analyzes the type of contracts that occur between the parties concerned so that the incentives exist for each to complete the deal satisfactorily. Property rights include intellectual property rights, such as copyright, which exist in almost every cultural good. Information problems also exist here, and the transaction costs are what prevent the perfect contract from being feasible. Caves uses contract theory and the property rights approach in his theory of the economic organization of the creative industries, see chapters 5 and 14. 25 Appendix, Economic Theories in Cultural Economics. 2. Economic Pro-LE of the Cultural Sector. This chapter investigates various aspects of building an economic pro-LE of the cultural economy and introduces a theme that is taken up, one way or another, in every chapter of the book, namely the role of the private and public sectors in the provision of cultural or creative goods and services. Though the term creative economy has become increasingly used, it nevertheless typically covers a broader scope of industries than the arts, heritage, and cultural industries as studied in cultural economics, including, as in the Creative Economy Report 2008 published by UNCTAD, 2008, scientific and technical, even economic, creativity. This is still emerging terminology and there is as yet no one settled definition of the scope of the term. To make matters more specific, therefore, the term cultural sector is used here and less specifically talking about the creative industries. The chapter also introduces the use of empirical data to present a description of the cultural sector, data sources and descriptive statistics, and how the size of the sector is measured. In the chapter, we look at several related topics that provide an economic pro-LE of the sector, the role of public and private ownership, cultural policy and public finance, statistics on the cultural sector, and, finally, measuring the size of the cultural sector in countries using published data and national income accounting, international trade in cultural products and international comparisons of the cultural sectors in several countries, rounding off with a discussion of the use and abuse of statistics. The emphasis is on the practicalities of drawing up a pro-LE of the cultural economy. Public and private ownership in the cultural sector. One of the main features that shapes the cultural sector is the fact that both public institutions and private organizations are involved to a greater or lesser extent in the production of cultural goods and services. Every country in the world has some form of public broadcasting, radio and television, and, usually, there is public ownership of some heritage items, such as archaeological remains or national edifices, for example royal palaces. Many countries have publicly owned museums even when other parts of the cultural sector, such as the performing arts, music, theater, opera, dance, and so on, the visual arts, literature, and film, are privately supplied. It is not uncommon in European countries to own performing arts facilities, such as orchestras, opera, and theaters, being wholly financed by the state and staffed by management and technical employees as well as by singers and players with civil servant status. This happens in Austria, Germany, France, the Netherlands, and Sweden to name a few, and it is quite hard to grasp for people from Australia, Canada, Japan, the United Kingdom and the United States. The typical model that we deal with in cultural economics, and in this book, however, is that of a mixed economy of public and private ownership and supply, in which many arts and heritage suppliers are non-profit organizations supported to a greater or lesser extent by public expenditure. This is the model that characterizes the cultural sector of all developed countries, and of many developing countries too. What differs between countries is the balance of public and private ownership, how much public finance is devoted to the cultural sector and how that is provided. Various types of government intervention. Modes of finance of cultural facilities vary between countries. Some are owned outright by the state and managed by the public administration, others are supported by direct grants of financial subsidy and or by indirect financial means, such as reduced taxation. Regulation, the use of rules and laws, is also used to steer the way the private market works. Regulation is widely used in preserving built heritage while copyright and other intellectual property laws apply in all the creative industries. These differences make it difficult to generalize about how the arts and culture are financed and organized, but it also means that there is a rich source of experience that can be compared and evaluated, and international comparison is one of the ways in which cultural economists have studied the cultural sector. Public and private goods. True public goods have a combination of two necessary conditions, non-rivalry and non-excludability. Private goods are ones that are used up in 27. Consumption, rival, and where the owner, or buyer, can capture all the benefits by excluding others. Non-rivalry means that the enjoyment of a good by one person does not reduce what is there for others to enjoy, and non-excludability means it is not possible, at least without excessive expense and difficulty, to stop people gaining access to them. These features make it unlikely that private for-profit RMS will produce public goods, because free riding by consumers makes it impossible for producers to charge for them. By contrast, suppliers of private goods can control the sale of the goods and services they produce and obtain revenue from selling them at the market price. Some goods are quasi-public goods that have one or other feature of a pure public good. For example, a radio signal is non-rival, but it can be made excludable and charged for directly, or a charge can be made for use of the receiver, such as a license fee. One of the problems that digitalization has given rise to is that many information goods are effectively public goods once they are available on the internet, and property rights, mostly copyright, cannot be protected easily. Because of these features, public goods are mostly produced collectively, often by the government but also by non-profit organizations. Some properties of the arts and culture are true public goods in the economic sense, such as shared history, cultural heritage, and language, but far and away the majority of goods and services in the cultural sector are not public goods. They are rival, the more for you, the less for me, and access to them can be limited to those who have paid an entry charge or subscription. They are excludable. Of course, a cultural organization can choose to let some people in for free, say children, or to give their product away, such as a free newspaper. Even if free goods and services are supplied by a public organization, though, they are nevertheless private goods in the economic sense unless they have the specific combination of non-rivalry and non-excludability, and it is important to distinguish publicly supplied goods from public goods. Conversely, some privately owned items, such as buildings and gardens, provide external benefit to the public because viewing them cannot always be prevented. Even pure public goods do not necessarily have to be publicly owned. However, they can be provided by non-governmental organizations or private clubs. In the United Kingdom, a great deal of the built heritage is owned and managed by the National Trust, which is a private membership organization, see Box 2.1. In the Netherlands, there is a similar model of 28 membership organizations that manage public service broadcasting licenses, see Chapter 17. Why ownership matters. One question economists are interested in is the different incentives and outcomes resulting from public and private ownership. There are several reasons why it matters whether a cultural good is provided by a public body or by a private enterprise, such as a non-profit organization or a private RM, see Box 2.1 for an example. Publicly owned organizations are financed through public funds, usually generated by taxes paid by the population of a state or country, or maybe through a supranational body, such as the European Union. This usually means that there must be public policy about how taxes are spent and rules about what the arts organization has to achieve with public funding. This is also the case when private cultural organizations get subsidies from public sources. Much of this book is devoted to the public finance of the arts and culture and to the economic aspects of cultural policy that determine how public expenditure is allocated, see below and chapters 7 and 10. One area in which ownership has been very important is in the media industries, broadcasting and the press. Television and radio originated in public ownership in many countries but have now been privatized. This has had an impact on cultural content, as commercial practices produce a vary. Box 2.1 The National Trust in the United Kingdom. The National Trust in England, Wales, and Northern Ireland, there is also a National Trust for Scotland, is a private, non-pro-T membership organization that has existed for over 100 years and that performs a significant role in preserving heritage, built and natural. It buys and renovates properties, opens them to the public and provides a range of visitor services. It owns over 300 historic properties. In terms of built heritage, it specializes in great houses, stately homes, castles and other buildings of historic and architectural interest, and it also owns gardens and parks and areas of outstanding natural beauty. Its finance comes from the membership fees of its over 3 million members, from entrance fees and from its trading activities, car parks, restaurants, shops, publishing, rental of properties, and so on. The National Trust is therefore a private organization providing heritage services that in many countries would be provided by the state. This is an example of the private provision of goods with public goods characteristics by a non-pro-T membership organization. 29. Different constellation of broadcast material from what the state monopoly public service broadcasters used to. The ownership of media, especially newspapers and television stations, is also a matter of concern when the market becomes highly concentrated. This is discussed in detail in Chapter 17. Property rights and ownership. It is worth considering what is actually meant by ownership. When you own something, you may do what you like with it, subject sometimes to restrictions imposed by public authorities, but you can also acquire property rights to use certain items without owning them. For example, you do not own the copyright to a song by Madonna, but you can purchase a license that allows you to listen to it, but that is all. You may not play it in public or do a host of other things with it. Read the license conditions. When you buy a painting or a photograph, you own the object but you do not own the copyright, that stays with the artist. Many cultural goods and services, especially with digitalization, are controlled by licenses rather than by ownership, and people pay a rental fee for them for a limited period of time instead of a price that entitles the purchaser to own the item outright with no time limit. Ownership and control are therefore very different things. Ownership and control. In general, the greater the proportion of public funding an organization receives, the less control it will have over its management decisions regarding what it produces, its pricing policy and even perhaps where it is located. In many European countries, however, the so-called policy of privatization of cultural facilities has taken place, whereby a facility that was owned by the state is reorganized into a non-pro-T organization with managerial control, while it still owns the capital elements, such as the building and, in the case of museums and art galleries, the collection. For example, the collections of formerly state-managed museums in the Netherlands and the United Kingdom are still owned and financed by the state but are now managed by specially created autonomous non-pro-T organizations. Non-pro-T and for pro-T organizations. Non-pro-T organizations are enterprises whose main objective is to provide financial support or to provide goods and services for non-commercial 30. Purposes. They are managed by people who may not own or have an economic interest in the enterprise. Any pro-T, that is, the excess of revenues over costs, must be reinvested in the organization in accordance with its mission. This is in contrast to for-profit enterprises, usually called RMS in economics, which seek to make maximum profit and distribute profits to owners and shareholders or reinvest them in order to make higher profits in the future. Non-profit organizations, which in some contexts could include government-owned providers, tend to dominate the high arts, where profits are not made and where foundations and charitable organizations, often financed by private philanthropists or contributions by members and other supporters, seek to spread the enjoyment and execution of the arts or to support ventures that need financial assistance to promote less popular or high-quality work. Chapter 5 analyzes the different pricing and output decisions of for-profit and non-profit enterprises. Charitable status. Some countries, notably the United Kingdom and the United States, have a history of involvement of non-profit organizations in the provision of the arts and culture that, for items such as libraries and museums, goes back 200 years or so, and for schools and hospitals far longer than that. Charitable status, which means that they fall under charity law, confers tax advantages to the organizations and requires that they appoint responsible persons to sit on the board of management who are held accountable for financial rectitude. Public choice issues. Public choice theory analyzes the incentives to politicians and bureaucrats to behave in certain ways. It explains why public employees act in their own interests rather than those of the public they are supposed to be serving. The public ownership and control of cultural provision, the granting of public subsidies and regulatory controls all enable politicians and bureaucrats to exercise their power and influence. This can explain some otherwise seemingly anomalous behavior. For example, public museums all over Europe close on Mondays to suit the needs of the employees rather than those of visitors. An interesting contrast is the privately owned Royal Academy of Arts in London, which stayed open throughout the night during its extremely popular Monet exhibition a few years ago. 31. Summary. This section has shown that ownership and control are likely to shape the profile of the cultural sector. Typically, both public and private enterprises and for-profit and non-profit organizations coexist in a mixed economy. Cultural economists expect to see different incentives and outcomes at play when comparing publicly owned and managed arts and heritage organizations with the private sector. Different institutional arrangements and practices therefore have to be taken into account, and, accordingly, we would expect these arrangements, and cultural policy as well, to vary from country to country. Cultural policy. Cultural policy plays a fundamental role in shaping the economic profile of the cultural sector, and cultural economists have had a considerable interest in how cultural policy works. Cultural policy seeks to achieve certain goals by guiding the direction of the cultural sector, often by counteracting market outcomes. Governments can do this by public expenditure and by regulation. Governments may finance cultural organizations either because they can achieve policy goals that way or because private finance is deemed to be insufficient or, perhaps, inappropriate. Policy goals and evaluation. The goals of cultural policy are determined by politicians, and the role of economics in policy making is connected to providing an analysis of possible outcomes, such as the projected costs and benefits of various policy options, rather than advising on what the policy goals should be. That is, they give positive as opposed to normative advice. Another important role for cultural economists is the evaluation of the success or otherwise of policies, and this has to be carried out in relation to the goals of the policy. Frequently this is difficult to do, either because goals are not clearly stated or because there are multiple goals, such as raising the quality and increasing access to a particular art form. The goals of cultural policy in many countries are quite general, such as promoting interest in the arts and heritage or enabling young people and those with disadvantages to participate in cultural experiences. Cultural economists have therefore attempted to encourage governments to be more explicit in their policy making. In particular, they have had an influence on 32. The generation of statistics that can be used to evaluate policies. This may seem obvious now, but 20 VE years ago it was very difficult to ND out even the most basic information about, for example, the amount of public expenditure on the subsidized arts or which sections of the population were benefiting from it. Later on in this chapter, I investigate cultural statistics and discuss how they can be used, and misused. Policy measures. Governments have a range of policy measures at their disposal. They can levy taxes on incomes, goods and services, property and THIRD. They can have discriminatory taxes with lower or zero rates of taxation on certain items. For example, in the United Kingdom, books are exempt from VAT, value-added tax on sales. They can give subsidies directly to private, almost always non-profit, cultural organizations by giving them sums of money, or they can subsidize them indirectly by waiving the tax on gifts that individuals or business sponsors give them. Nally, they can directly own and finance arts and heritage organizations. These are all economic measures. Some can be used only by national governments while others can be applied by regional or local governments. Regulation as a policy measure is discussed later on. Public finance. Public finance is the area of economics that specializes in analyzing government taxation and expenditure. Taxation. Governments raise taxes in order to finance their public spending commitments. Taxes meant that consumers and business shaveless to spend, so, for example, income tax, a direct tax, reduces the amount a taxpayer can spend on the arts and entertainment. Taxes on goods and services, indirect taxes, make them more expensive, which reduces people's ability to consume them, and they therefore also reduce the revenue that the supplier receives. Economists study the effects of taxation on the distribution of income between people in the population, the incidence of taxes on richer and 33. Poorer people is both a matter of the efficiency of taxes and of their equity or fairness. It is generally agreed, at least in developed countries, that taxes should be proportional to income and that the very well-off should pay proportionately more than the less well-off through progressive tax rates. Similarly, there is broad consensus that indirect taxation should not fall on necessities, thus penalizing poor people more than richer ones. Redistribution of income. The same type of thinking applies to the recipients of public expenditure. Many societies redistribute tax revenues from rich to poor. We want certain goods and services to be available to everyone because, as a society, we believe they are important. These are called merit goods. Education is a good example. We believe that a society functions better when everyone has a minimum level of education. Educated people commit less crime and are more likely to vote in elections, for instance. Some people regard the arts and heritage as merit goods and believe that a cultured society is a better one. Other economists object to the idea of merit goods on the grounds that their provision overrides consumer sovereignty. See Box 2.2. These beliefs may be based on altruism, wanting things for others for their own benefit, but it may also be in a person's self-interest to live in a well-ordered society. Other broad policy objectives for government expenditure are equality of opportunity, and provision of the arts and heritage, either directly or by subsidy, may be intended to give everyone access to them. Subsidies in the cultural sector. One of the questions that economists study in public finance is what the most effective ways are of distributing government expenditures, and this has been an important topic in the public finance of the arts and heritage. As things stand in most countries, subsidies are typically granted to cultural organizations rather than given to consumers, see Chapter 6. Subsidies to cultural organizations are also mostly given for general purposes, such as to provide high-quality programs, instead of specifying target outcomes, such as the proportion of new visitors, though that approach is now being used in cultural policy in some countries, see Chapters 8 and 10. Therefore, cultural economists look at the socio-economic characteristics of people who benefit from public expenditure on the arts and heritage and at the redistributive effects of subsidy. 34. Chapter 6 goes into participation in the arts, and the subject is also analyzed in relation to each of the cultural sectors in parts 2 and 3 of the book. Chapter 7 goes into detail on public lands. Regulation. Governments use regulation as a means of implementing policies either to prevent some undesirable outcome or to encourage a positive one. Regulation may be combined with economic measures, such as a for non-compliance or a grant to promote compliance. Regulation can therefore shape the pro-le of the cultural sector. Some regulations, such as health and safety rules at work and competition laws, affect all sectors of the economy, and they raise the costs of production. For instance, the requirement to have an attendant at every exit of a theater adds to Box 2.2 Richard Musgrave and merit goods. The concept of merit goods was introduced by Richard Musgrave, 1910 to 2007, in the late 1950s. Like a number of other economists who made significant careers in U.S. universities, Musgrave was born in Europe, Germany, and moved to the United States, where he became professor of political economy at Harvard University. He is regarded as having revolutionized the study of public finance with the publication of his book The Theory of Public Finance, 1959, and his book co-authored with his wife, Peggy Brewer Musgrave, Public Finance in Theory and Practice, 1973, was for many years the standard textbook in the field. Musgrave saw merit, or demerit, goods as cutting across the traditional distinction between private, rival, and public, non-rival, goods because they stem from the acceptance by individuals of community values even if they differ from personal preferences. He cited concern for the maintenance of historical sites, respect for national holidays and regard for the environment, learning and the arts as cases of merit goods. In such cases, he believed consumer sovereignty should be replaced by the norm of community preferences. This would involve the state in redistributive activity using public finance, but Musgrave also recognized that private donorship was, essentially, the attempt of the donor to impose his or her values on the donee. Despite Musgrave's significant opinions on public finance, far from all public finance economists accept this concept, notably Alan Peacock, whose work on cultural economics has repeatedly rejected merit goods, while, however, recognizing the role of public goods in heritage preservation. Nevertheless, the notion of the arts as merit goods often crops up in cultural economics and it is far from dead. Source: Musgrave, 1987. 35. The costs of running theaters. The media industries are subject to SPCC regulation over ownership, along with rules about the concentration of ownership within one subsector, such as newspapers. There are also cross-media ownership rules, for example, the ownership of newspapers and television. These rules are discussed in Chapter 17. Other regulations target the cultural sector directly, such as restrictions on altering heritage buildings, see Chapter 9, or copyright laws that have an impact on the supply and consumption of cultural goods as well as on the distribution of revenues to rights holders, Chapter 13. Regulations therefore have economic effects without being specifically economic in nature. Lately, cultural economists have started to look more and more at regulatory measures in the cultural sector, often in the context of public choice theory. Statistics on the cultural sector. For the remainder of this chapter, statistics relating to the cultural sector and the ways they are used to build up its pro-le are discussed in detail. One of the main themes of cultural economics since its inception has been the call for greater clarity in policy making and the development of cultural statistics to aid the evaluation of policy measures. Particularly when public expenditure from taxes is involved, there has to be accountability to taxpayers and voters in a democracy as to how public money is spent and how effectively policies have been carried out. In order to study these various aspects of public finance, statistics on public expenditure are needed, and, in the case of the cultural sector, they have not always been easy to enter. In the past there has been a certain resistance to treating the arts and heritage like other goods, and arts bureaucrats and arts organizations have tended to take the view that they know best, see Chapter 10. The tide has now turned, as the creative industries are regarded as a high-growth sector of the economy, and this view has led to a considerable effort to coordinate data gathering and categorization, in part to make that case. These efforts have taken place at the national level for internal policy purposes, but also at the international level. The European Union has stimulated a lot of inter-country comparison of cultural statistics for various purposes, both economic and cultural, and UNESCO, the International Organization of the United Nations for Education, Science, and Culture, has done the same on a worldwide basis. Therefore, far more information on the economic pro-le of the cultural sector is now available than when Baumol and Bowen set out to obtain it, as shown in box 1.1. 36. Although considerable progress has been made in assembling data, the picture is by no means complete. However, even in countries where cultural policy is regarded as important, and, as policies and cultural practices vary between countries, it has proved difficult to end common definitions and categories. Data on important subsections of the cultural sector, notably artists' labor markets, are still far from satisfactory even in countries that have a good cultural statistics, and data on the private for-profit cultural industries have proved difficult to obtain. The purpose here is to lay out some of the issues surrounding statistics on the cultural sector and look at the data themselves and their interpretation. Throughout the following chapters, data on the various aspects of the production and consumption of cultural goods and services are presented, and, as a cultural economist, I place great emphasis on fact-ending and interpretation. It should always be borne in mind that facts do not speak for themselves and data can be misused as well as used to good purpose. The correct use of data in conjunction with well-specified hypotheses is the ideal goal of empirical economic analysis. Statistics on what? Statistics on the cultural sector may be divided into two basic types, those on culture and those on the cultural or creative economy. In terms of culture, data on the provision of the arts and heritage, the diversity of cultural products available, the location of cultural facilities, information about artists, and so on are collected. Economic data include the economic size of and employment in the whole sector and its component parts, private consumer spending and government expenditure. In addition to the data themselves, trends in these categories over time are needed to be able to see, for example, if audiences have increased or if the sector has grown. For evaluation purposes, it is necessary to combine different pieces of information, for example, expressing the amount of government expenditure per head of the population or per region enables comparisons to be made. Sources of data. During the 1970s, considerable efforts were made in Europe to obtain consistent and comparable data on the NANs of the cultural sector and cultural provision in the different countries. That proved to be a slow process, but now. 37. The Council of Europe maintains an excellent website, www.culturalpolicies.net, that gives a detailed overview of the cultural sector for many, though not all, European countries and for Canada, using compilations of national government statistics. As discussed below, it is still difficult to make denied international comparisons within Europe, as countries have different concepts and practices, and some countries have their own currencies, necessitating awkward calculations of value. For those with the euro as their currency, however, the direct comparison of national data is now possible. In 2007, Eurostat, the official statistics of CE of the European Union, produced a pocketbook on comparable European statistics for the 27 member states. This does not supersede the Council of Europe's efforts, which are more detailed, but it is a very useful addition to it. One for the United States, the National Endowment for the Arts, NEA, provides data and research reports drawing on other government statistical sources, available at www.nea.gov. These data relate to the creative and performing arts and to some heritage facilities, particularly museums. For Australia, data on the cultural sector are published by the Australian Bureau of Statistics, available at www.abs.gov.au, and by the Australia Council for the Arts, available at www.ausco.gov.au. The data in this book have been chosen to illustrate the various points made throughout rather than to give a complete overall picture. That would in any case not be possible, as, inevitably, only some countries produce comprehensive cultural statistics. As far as possible, the intention is to avoid comparative financial data that require converting currencies, something that is in any case a specialized operation, see below. Some conversion is necessary to give a rounded view, however, and, for that, data on the arts and heritage in Australia, the United Kingdom and the United States are also included despite the problems of different currencies. Data sources on each of the cultural industries are analyzed separately in Part 4. UNESCO has a division on culture with a website, www.unesco.org Culture, that has several subdivisions dealing with cultural diversity, world heritage, tangible and intangible heritage, the arts, museums and cultural industries and cultural tourism, as well as a communication and information division, one of whose remits is the media. Both research and publish reports on all these topics from time to time, as does the UNESCO Institute for Statistics. UNCTAD also published its RST Creative Economy Report in 2008, which is a collaborative effort between several UN agencies for 1 Eurostat, 2007. 38. Trade, Economic Development and Intellectual Property, containing detailed worldwide data on a broad range of themes, including the size and growth of creative economies and international trade in cultural goods and services. 2. Despite these and several other data sources, the hope that comprehensive and comparable data on international cultural facilities, production, and consumption can be assembled is still a vain one. Much can be done using partial data, however, as this book tries to do. In what follows, some of the most serious problems of describing and analyzing the cultural sector that are generally encountered are discussed. Measuring the size of the cultural sector. There are several aspects to measuring the size of the cultural, or any other, sector of the economy. One is what to include. Second, activities have to be allocated to a classification so as to avoid double counting an item more than once. Then a method of measurement has to be adopted. National income accounting is the method used for all of CHAIL economic statistics. It avoids double counting by using the concept of value added. Each of these terms is explained in what follows. Though they sound daunting, it will be seen that they are really no different in principle from ordinary household accounts. What to include? The RST step is to draw up a list of what is deemed to constitute the cultural sector, and this may be controversial. The areas of the arts and heritage that have been mentioned in previous sections are obvious candidates: literature, the visual arts, the performing arts, museums, and built heritage. Then there are the cultural industries. According to the UNESCO web page on cultural industries, it is generally agreed that this term applies to those industries that combine the creation, production, and commercialization of contents which are intangible and cultural in nature. These contents are typically protected by copyright and they can take the form of goods or services. The notion of cultural industries generally includes printing, publishing, and multimedia, audiovisual, phonographic and cinematographic productions, as well as crafts and design. 3. With the publication of the Creative Economy Report in 2008, however, matters have moved on somewhat, and the report has 3 pages discussing different conceptualizations and definitions of the creative industries and of the creative economy. The UNCTAD definition of the creative industries is more all-encompassing. The creative industries are the cycles of creation, production, and distribution of goods and service that use creativity and intellectual capital as primary inputs, constitute a set of knowledge-based activities, focused but not limited to arts, potentially generating revenues from trade and intellectual property rights, comprise tangible products and intangible intellectual or artistic services with creative content, economic value, and market objectives, are at the crossroads among the artisan, services, and industrial sectors, constitute a new dynamic sector in world trade. UNCTAD, 2008, 13. This clearly goes well beyond the previous conceptualization and could include a far broader range of goods and services. The danger is that too broad a definition cannot be operationalized and lends itself to different interpretations. thus weakening the main reason for adopting a standardist version in the RST place. Chapter 14 looks at the problems specific cultural industries of ending a workable list. In the end, however, any list has to be arbitrary. One point is obvious, though, and that is that the broader the classification and the more items that are included in it, the bigger the size of the cultural sector. Standard classification of industries. Governments get the raw data from tax returns and from surveys of enterprises, asking the respondent to itemize their economic activities. This is the starting point for measuring the size or total output of the whole economy. Each economic activity is put into a standardist classification that avoids the problem of double counting, and the production of goods and services is designated into industry groupings according to what they produce. This is done by a system of standard industrial classification, SIC, operated by national governments that is now standardized worldwide by the United Nations Statistics Division 4 as the International Standard Industrial Classification, ISIC, of all economic activities. All economic activities are put into one ISIC or another, and their output and contribution to national income, the sum of all incomes within a national boundary, are then calculated. See national income accounting below. Broad categories are used for convenience, such as the service industries, manufacturing, agriculture, mining, and so on. The cultural sector does not tie into one of these broad categories. However, for example, live music performances are services while the production of CDs is manufacturing. As we see in Chapter 12, many artists are not easily classified into one activity because they do several types of work. In addition, new products and processes can also make it difficult to use old classifications, and this has been a problem for the classification of activities in the cultural sector. ISIC classifications for cultural goods and services. There are several tiers of classifying industries, however, and every economic activity, large and small, must be pigeonholed into one or another at the most detailed level of classification. These levels are identified as 1-digit, 2-digit, 3-digit, and 4-digit levels, and at each level there is greater detail. It is not unlike the system used by libraries for classifying books and journals, which every student is familiar with. Box 2.3 illustrates how it works. National income accounting. Having eliminated the possible double counting of economic activities by allocating them to a specific classification, the process of adding up the contribution each makes to the economy as a whole can then begin. The aim is to measure national income in value terms, and it may be done by the income method, the expenditure method, or the output method, and they should all produce the same result. The income method measures national income by adding up all sources of income, wages and salaries, THIRD-WORLDISM, interest, and rent. The expenditure method measures national income by adding up all expenditures by households, RMS, and government departments. The output method measures the value of the output of every economic activity by individual producers to large corporations. This is called gross domestic product, GDP. When income earned abroad from exports is added to it, it then becomes gross national product, GNP. 41. Of course, whichever of the three methods is used, the result should be the same. This is because, in accounting terms, income and expenditure must be equal. Avoidance of double counting is achieved by measuring gross value added, GVA, a term that means the value in monetary terms added by an activity to the production process. How measurement by value added works. There is a chain of production in every production process that starts from zero, so that the whole value of RST stage of the production process is the value added. Then, at the next stage, the value of the output is converted into value added by deducting the value added at the RST stage from the value of the output at the second stage, and so on until the NAL product reaches the retail. Box 2.3 ISIC classification of performing arts. Say you want to look up the classification of theater, you have to start by looking down the list for the most likely sectoral grouping. ISIC classification, Section 04 Other Community, Social and Personal Service Activities. This includes the two-digit level, division, 92, recreational, cultural, and sporting activities. This is further broken down at the three-digit level into 1921 motion picture, radio, television, and other entertainment activities, 2922 news agency activities, 3923 library, archives, museums, and other cultural activities, and 4924 sporting and other recreational activities. 921 has as a four-digit level classification 9214, dramatic arts, music, and other arts activities. Further breakdown yields, production of live theatrical presentations, concerts, and opera or dance productions and other stage productions, activities of groups or companies, orchestras, or bands, activities of individual artists such as actors, directors, musicians, authors, lecturers, or speakers, sculptors, painters, cartoonists, engravers, etchers, stage set designers and builders etc., operation of concert and theater halls and other arts facilities, operation of ticket agencies, restoring of works of art such as paintings etc. Nonetheless, it specifically does not include, for example, casting activities, which is 9249, therefore, that activity in a theater would have to be classified separately from its other functions. Source: http://unstats.un.org/UNSD/reg/CS.ASP?mark CL=1:7 Accessed December 15, 2008. 42. Price and the consumer. So, to give an example, an author writes a manuscript for a novel as the RST stage in a chain of production. All the payment to the author is the value added at the RST stage of creation. Then the novel is printed and marketed as a book. The value added of these activities is the value of the wholesale price of the sale of the book by the publisher to a bookshop minus the payment to the author and the costs of the printing and marketing. The bookshop sells the book at a retail price and its value added is the difference between the retail and wholesale prices. Once the gross value added of an industry or sector of the economy has been measured, its percentage contribution to GDP can easily be calculated. Moreover, once there are data for several years, the growth of the sector can be calculated and compared with the growth of GDP for the whole economy. Some data for Europe are presented in Box 2.4. Problems of measuring the cultural sector. As mentioned above, measuring the cultural sector requires a great deal of manipulation of data from different ISICs, for individual artists and for enterprises producing cultural goods and services. Industrial classification is slow to respond to new industries. Sectors such as agriculture and mining that were once the mainstays of a developed country's economy nowadays contribute very low percentages to GDP, but they are still detailed categories in national income accounts. Service industries now exceed manufacturing in value added, but their breakdown is not so detailed. The current interest in the economic pro-le of the cultural sector and in data on the creative economy is part of the recognition of the changing nature of the economy. One of the problems that beset early measures of the economic contribution of the arts and cultural industries was that there were no of-scale data on value added and, instead, turnover figures were used, often supplied by trade associations that had an interest in exaggerating the importance of their sector by inaiding the data. Turnover simply measures the value of output without removing the double counting of production costs. It is an indicator of the level of economic activity, but value added is by far preferable as a true measure of the contribution to the economy. National income accounting cannot be used in some situations, however. It requires circumstances in which economic activity is organized formally, with workers being paid a wage and goods being traded at a price. It also relies on producers cooperating. 43. With the government to provide the necessary information. Many activities in developing countries are produced in the informal economy, such as crafts, and may well not get into the national accounts. There are numerous similar examples and circumstances that may obstruct a meaningful measure of the size of the cultural sector. Other methods than national income accounting can be used to get a measure of the economic importance of a sector of the economy, for example, how many people are employed in it, or even just how many people work in it. In Box 2.4, data for the European Union in 2003-5 are presented, using turnover GERS as well as value added and employment data. Turnover is measured by the value of total sales. 5 Americans for the Arts, a non-profit organization, has provided data on the economic pro-le of the cultural sector of the United States, including both. Box 2.4 Contribution of the cultural and creative sector to the European economy, growth and employment, 2003-5. Turnover in 2003, €654.3 billion. Value added to European GDP in 2005, 2.6%. Growth of cultural and creative sector from 1999 to 2003, 19.7%. That was 12.3 percentage points higher than growth in the general economy over the 4-year period. Employment in 2004, a minimum of 5.8 million people worked in the cultural and creative sector, including cultural tourism, equivalent to 3.1% of the active employed population in the EU 25 countries. The sectors analyzed, the arts ELD, including visual arts, crafts, painting, sculpture, photography and performing arts, theater, dance, circus, heritage, museums, arts and antiques market, libraries, archaeological activities, archives, cultural industries including film and video, radio and television broadcasting, video games, book and press publishing and music, and creative sectors, including design, fashion design, interior design, graphic design, architecture and advertising. Sources: Kia European Affairs, 2006, and UNCTAD, 2008. 44. For pro-T enterprises and non-pro-T cultural organizations, in a report for the U.S. Congress. 6. The categories are very similar to the European ones in Box 2.4, with the addition of art schools and services, though the report uses a far more detailed 8-digit SIC classification. The focus is on the number of enterprises and employees in art-centric businesses, however, not on value added, and therefore the data are not directly comparable to the European data in Box 2.4. Using that definition, it was found that the creative industries constitute 4.4% of all businesses and account for 2.2% of all employment in the United States, making them, as the report says, a formidable industry in the US. Exports and imports of creative goods and services. The creative industry's contribution to the domestic economy is measured in terms of value added to GDP. In international trade, income also flows into and out of national income via exports and imports. International trade is measured in terms of both the balance of trade between countries, the volume of products imported and exported, and the balance of payments, the revenue flows from imports and exports. The balance of payments measures the value of exports and imports between countries. When the value of exports is equal to the value of imports, the balance of payments is zero. Net exports of goods and services, meaning that the value of exports is greater than the value of imports, so the balance of payments is positive, contribute to national income. International trade figures are collected and analyzed by several organizations, namely UNCTAD, UNDP, UN Development Programme, and UNESCO, and data from these sources are now combined in UNCTAD's Creative Economy Report 2008. Data on international trade in cultural goods and cultural services are divided into two components. Cultural goods include items such as sound recording equipment and TV sets. International trade in cultural services, such as films and sound recordings, appear as services, and payments for them are royalties and license fees. This topic is discussed in detail in Chapter 14. International trade data are denominated in US dollars, which make comparisons between countries easy. Over the last 20 years or so, world trade in cultural goods has grown significantly. Between 1980 and 1998, annual world trade of printed matter, literature, music, visual arts, cinema, photography, radio, television, games, and sporting goods grew fourfold. This trade essentially took place between a very few trading partners. However, Japan, the United States, Germany, and the United Kingdom were the biggest exporters, with 55% of total exports. Imports were also highly concentrated, with the United States, Germany, the United Kingdom and France accounting for nearly a half of all imports. The high concentration of exports and imports of cultural goods among a few countries did not change substantially in the 1990s, though, by 1998, China was the third most important exporter, and the new Big VE were the source of 53% of cultural exports and 57% of imports. 7. This may seem strange, but it is a normal pattern in world trade that developed countries are both importers and exporters of the same goods. When it comes to trade in cultural services, however, the only net exporters are the United States and the United Kingdom. See tables 14.2 and 14.3 for detailed statistics. How to use statistics. Data on the creative industries are becoming increasingly available from national governments and international sources, and that means they are likely to be as accurate as possible. Nevertheless, when it comes to using the data, researchers have to check up on what definitions and categories were used in their collection and classification in order to be sure the data are relevant for the purpose to which they are going to be put. It is also possible that even if child data are massaged to create an impression, there has been a considerable amount of hype surrounding the creative industries, and data have been used to make striking claims. The Americans for the arts data cited earlier are presented in those terms, and the United Kingdom's Department for Culture, Media, and Sport has the same tendency to crow over the size and growth of the creative industries. Apart from that, some data are collected on items that cannot be precisely defined, such as art and artists, and, as Chapter 12 shows, it is particularly important to know how the data on artists are collected in order to interpret them. Having data is one thing and knowing how to use them is another. One of the most common operations with data is to look at trends over time. Rst of all, the researcher needs to make sure that the data are collected in the same way year on year. Then a choice has to be made as to which years to select for making the comparison, and that can be manipulated to get a desired result. For example, the Ministry of Culture wants to know if museum visits are rising. Imagine a situation in which visits to a museum are the same every year except one, in which they rise, say, because there is a special exhibition that year. An illustration can demonstrate how data can be manipulated. Say that in year 1 there are 100 visits, year 2 there are 100, year 3 there are 110, year 4 there are 100. If you compare year 4 and year 1, there was no change. If you compare year 3 and year 1, visits have risen. If you compare year 4 and year 3, they have fallen. That is how data can be used for strategic reasons. Another elementary error that can also be misleading is to report financial figures in monetary rather than real terms, that is, taking inflation into account. If expenditure increases by 5% but the inflation rate is also 5%, there has been no real increase. If the rate of inflation were higher, real expenditure would have fallen. This elementary mistake is often made by non-economists, and to correct it you need to know exactly which years the data are for and use an index of prices to take account of inflation. The accounting year can also vary between organizations and countries, so, again, this information is needed to make a fair comparison. These are a few of the problems of using statistics, and it is important to be aware of them. 8. One of the ways in which statistics have been used and misused is in international comparisons of cultural data. International comparisons. International comparisons of data on the arts suffer from all these, and even more, problems. One way they have frequently been used is to compare public expenditure in different countries to prove that one country is somehow decent. The comparison is far from straightforward, however, and is probably never fully meaningful, as is explained in what follows. Outside a common currency area, such as the Eurozone, exchange rates have to be used to convert financial data into commensurable units. The correct way of doing this is to use the purchasing power parity, PPP, exchange rate, which takes into account differences in income levels and prices in different countries. 9. This is also known as the purchasing power standard, PPS, and is used by Eurostat. 10. For example, a ticket for a pop concert that costs €30 in Finland would be more expensive in real terms in Romania, because average incomes are lower there, so the ticket represents a higher proportion of expenditure out of income. It is such differences that the PPS evens out. One of the most obvious differences between countries is their size, and population size has an enormous impact on the size of national income and expenditure. That can easily be dealt with by expressing statistics in per capita, per head of population, terms, because that standardizes the data. Table 2.1 shows public expenditure per capita for a few countries. Note the different years and currencies, those in euros are not in PPS terms. The figures in Table 2.1 differ considerably, but what are we to make of that? Can we conclude that one country does the right thing and others do not? Some arts lobbyists have used such data to prove to their governments that they are not spending enough on the arts. Similarly, we need to ask what league tables of large economic size and high growth mean. To answer these questions, we have to look at what a society perceives the benefits of the arts, heritage, and creative industries to be. If creativity and novelty are valued very highly, then it would not matter if they lead to high or low economic growth. Conclusion. This chapter has covered two broad topics in an introductory way: various features that influence institutional arrangements, such as the proportion of public and private finance in the cultural sector, and the use of data to provide a pro-le of the cultural economy. Institutional arrangements include patterns. Table 2.1 Public cultural expenditure per capita in selected countries. Country amount, year, currency. Germany 99 2003 euro. Italy 118,2000 euro. Netherlands 163,2004 euro. Spain 109,2003 euro. Canada 234,2003 Canadian dollar. Australia 276,2005 Australian dollar. Sources: Council of Europe/Eric Arts, 2008, and Australian Bureau of Statistics, 2008. 10. See Eurostat, 2007. 48. Of ownership, government intervention through public finance and regulation, and the cultural policy they are intended to promote. One way of evaluating that policy is through the collection and analysis of data on the creative economy. It has taken a long time to develop reliable cultural data, and that has made it possible to use them to esh out a pro-le of the main economic features of the cultural sector in a country and to make comparisons between countries. It is important that cultural economists know how to access data and assess the pitfalls of how they are used, especially when they are being used for advocacy. It is all too easy to slip between the positive statement about, say, how many people are employed in the arts and the normative one of whether or not this is good for the economy. There is considerable interest in inter-country comparisons, particularly within the European Union, and it is important to ask oneself what is really gained by this. Can the economic pro-le of one country's cultural sector ever be fully comparable to another's? Data may be collected and correctly analyzed, but the fact remains that each country has a different set of cultural institutions and values, and data can never take those into account. It is important that cultural economists know how to draw up a pro-le of the cultural sector, and it is also important that they recognize the limitations of what may be inferred from it. Further reading. Using a dictionary of economic terms can be very helpful when you come across technical terms for the first time, and even the second time. There are a number on the market that can be bought in bookshops or second-hand, and there are also online dictionaries. In addition, introductory textbooks in economics deal with topics such as public goods and national income accounting, Take a look at the one by William Baumol and Alan Blinder, 2006, Essentials of Economics, Principles and Policy, with Applications for the U.S. Economy. Also on the United States, Tyler Cowen's 2006 book Good and Plenty is a good read. A Handbook of Cultural Economics, THIRD-WORLDISM, 2003a, has 2 chapters that relate to the material here, chapters 20 on Cultural Industries, THIRD-WORLDISM, 2003b, and 21 on Cultural Statistics, Goldstone, 2003, cover these topics. Having read this chapter, though, you should be able to tackle the professional literature, and 2 sources come to mind. First, the UNCTAD publication Creative Economy Report 2008, which I used for this chapter, is very informative on 49 economic concepts and statistics and is thorough and readable. Second, the website www.culturalpolicies.net, which is maintained by experts from all over Europe under the auspices of the Council of Europe/Eric Arts, their Compendium of Cultural Policies and Trends in Europe, on its 10th edition in 2009, has country pro Liesender Variations with descriptions of cultural policy and a host of data on everything from nance to participation. As you will see, I have used it frequently for my own research in writing this book. 53. In this chapter, we are studying the operations of the market economy for cultural products, what economists mean by markets, how markets work in theory and the role of the price mechanism. Few markets in any sector of the economy work entirely without some form of regulation, however, and intervention in the market is widespread. This is especially true of the cultural sector, and it is another aspect of the mixed economy model mentioned in the previous chapter. The second part of the chapter goes on to consider the historical development of markets for various cultural products. This shows the emergence of the role of markets, some of which continue to function in much the same way today. Finally, the main features are outlined of the industries that make up the present-day cultural sector, which are analyzed in detail in Part 4 of the book. This chapter also paves the way for chapters 5 and 6, which go in depth into the theory of supply and demand in the context of the creative industries, and for chapters 7 and 10, in which intervention in the working of the market economy by government is discussed. The market economy. Why look at markets for cultural products? One of the chief topics in cultural economics is whether the market economy can meet the demands of society for cultural products. Should it fail to do so, the government may intervene to try to ensure that the aims of cultural policy are met. This may be achieved by financial subsidies to producers and/or consumers, by regulating markets to alter the way they work through economic incentives, or by replacing the market altogether with state-run institutions. As we saw in Chapter 1, however, this point of view is that of present-day cultural economics, and it was developed only during the last half of the 20th century. Even now it is not accepted by some cultural economists, who believe markets can be left to work in the cultural sector as they do in other sectors of the economy. Tyler Cowen is one such economist, see Box 3.1. What all economists do agree on is that cultural goods and services are economic goods, in the sense that they use resources, land, labor, capital and other inputs, that have alternative uses, and therefore there is always an opportunity cost to producing them. Equally, consumers have limited means, income and wealth, in relation to all their wants, and therefore have to make choices about which goods and services to buy and in what quantity. These considerations alone make the case for an economic analysis of the production and consumption of cultural products, and naturally lead to questions about what determines supply, demand, and prices. In other words, we need to understand how market forces operate in the cultural sector before deciding if they can meet private and social aspirations and requirements. The market economy and the price mechanism. The market economy can be defined simply as a social system in which goods and services are bought and sold, sellers offer goods and services in return for a payment, and buyers purchase the items they want by paying for them. Trade takes place when sellers who have produced goods or who own items that they. Box 3.1 Tyler Cowen. In praise of commercial culture. Tyler Cowen is professor of economics at George Mason University, Virginia, where he is also director of the Mercatus Center and of the James M. Buchanan Center for Political Economy. He has written VE books, in which he examines different aspects of the power of markets to supply cultural products of all kinds. In praise of commercial culture, What Price Fame, Creative Destruction, How Globalization is Changing the World's Cultures, Good and Plenty, The Creative Successes of American Arts Funding and Markets and Culture Voices, Liberty vs. Power in the Lives of the Mexican Amati Painters. His latest book is an offbeat introductory text in economics entitled Discover Your Inner Economist, Use Incentives to Fall in Love, Survive Your Next Meeting, and Motivate Your Dentist. He also runs a daily blog, The Marginal Revolution. He likes the following description of himself sufficiently to put it on his website. Tyler Cowen is an economist, culture vulture, restaurant critic, and the best blogger in the world. His books do not use what might be called conventional cultural economics. Instead, he uses his wealth of knowledge about cultural production worldwide, both historically and in the present, combined with his insights as an economist, to offer a broad picture of the role of markets in national and international trade in cultural products. Source: www.gmu.edu/jbc/Tyler. 52. Want to sell, and buyers who need or want the goods on offer are able to agree on a price. The price need not be an amount of money, it could be some agreed amount of another good or service, like a swap or barter, but, in most societies, money is used because it is an easy way of establishing the relative prices of different goods in a common unit of value. Money itself is significant only for what it can buy. Prices are determined by a combination of the quantities of goods that sellers have to offer and the strength of buyers' willingness and ability to pay for them. Some goods and services are provided free at the point of consumption. Entry to museums is free in some places, for instance, but there is still an underlying shadow price, meaning the amount that is spent by the government or other organization to finance production of the good or service that represents the equivalent of a price for untreated goods. Supply and demand and the equilibrium price. The price mechanism is fundamental to the market economy, and it is no surprise that the analysis of supply and demand is the RST formal economic theory that people learn. Figure 3.1 represents the market for a particular good or service. Here the example is of concert tickets, and so the horizontal axis, labeled Q, refers to the number, quantity, of concert tickets available at any one time. Suppliers are expected to supply more of their products as the market price goes up, the line S in GUR 3.1a, and consumers are expected to buy less of a good as the price goes up, the line D in GUR 3.1a. The market price is where the quantity of tickets offered for sale, the quantity supplied, is taken up by buyers demanding them, the quantity demanded, at the same price. That is the equilibrium price, PE, and, at that price, QE is the quantity bought and sold. The market is said to be in equilibrium at the point where the supply schedule, S, crosses the demand schedule, D, with the subscript E denoting the equilibrium position in which there is no impetus for change. Excess demand and excess supply. Changes do occur, however. Equilibrium would be disturbed if, for example, fans hear a rumor that this could be the last concert by a band. Ticket sellers would raise prices because they know fans will offer more for tickets. The supply of tickets is limited, however, therefore, there is excess demand, and prices go up until they get so high that fans stop buying the tickets. This is pictured in GUR 3.1 as an outward shift of the demand schedule, D to D0. A new equilibrium comes about when PE rises to P0E, at which the new quantity sold is Q0E. Noticeth how many more tickets are bought and sold, and how much the price rises are determined by the slopes of the D and S schedules. In chapters 5 and 6 the significance of this is discussed in detail, as the elasticity or responsiveness of supply and demand to price changes. It is easy to see, however, that if S were XED in amount, the number of tickets is limited by the number of seats at the venue, the shift in D to D0 could cause only greater excess demand and a higher price. In GUR 3.1a there is some increase in the supply of concert tickets, for example, from adding more seating or standing room. Supply could shift too, if it shifted out to the right, from S to S0. That would indicate that sellers are willing to supply more of a good or service at every price, see GUR 3.1b. This is very important in cultural economics, because subsidy to an arts organization is intended to do just that. As sellers offer a greater quantity for sale, there is excess supply at the equilibrium price and price has to fall to the new, lower, equilibrium price, P0e, to induce buyers to buy the extra quantity supplied, Q0e in GUR 3.1b. Again, notice that how much price falls and quantity rises depends upon the size of the shift in S but, crucially, also on the slope of D, the responsiveness of demand to price changes. Price signals. Prices play a crucial role in sending signals to buyers and sellers about how plentiful or scarce supplies are in relation to demand. When there is a glut of a good on the market, its price will fall and suppliers will stop producing the good. When there is a shortage, its price will rise and induce suppliers to produce more of the good. The price therefore moderates the quantity supplied and the quantity demanded. Market forces work in this way when there is competition between buyers and sellers for relatively scarce goods and services. Besides rationing goods via prices, the price system also governs the use of resources, and determines how they are used to produce goods and services and which goods and services enterprises would do well to supply. The market mechanism works for inputs as well as for output. Chapters 11 and 12 of this book are about the labor market for artists. One of the main conclusions of work by cultural economists on artists' labor markets is that they are characterized by excess supply, too many artists chasing too few work opportunities and pay, see GUR 11.1. The allocation of resources. The term used by economists to signify the amount and types of resources that are used to produce particular products and which products are produced is the allocation of resources, meaning how resources are apportioned. The mix of inputs and the mix of output are both determined by market incentives, the desire of sellers to get the highest possible return, (Pro-T), for their investment in production and the desire of buyers to use their income or budget in the most effective way to achieve the greatest satisfaction or utility, depending upon their likes and dislikes, tastes. Chapters 5 and 6 explain these aspects of the theories of supply and demand in more detail. Specialization and market exchange. Trading in markets is as old as the hills, and there is archaeological evidence of trade in both necessities, such as in tools, and in ornaments, beads, shells, and so on, taking place thousands of years ago. Trade allows people to specialize and to use resources more efficiently than would be the case if each were self-sufficient. This gives rise to the division of labor or specialization of tasks, famously written about by Adam Smith, see Box 3.2. Smith emphasized the spontaneity of the market and of the division of labor, which he saw as mutually intertwined, and the wealth-enhancing power of trade. Not all trade is spontaneous, though, and not all is just for the sake of improving wealth. Ritual trade and gift-giving take place in many societies, and custom often influences where and how goods are traded. Some cultural economists have applied these motives to the production of art. 55. What, or where, is a market? At one time a market was, and, indeed, may still be, a physical place in which traders congregated to attract buyers. A sale or auction is an example of that type of market, and, in such a situation, buyers make their offers of price and compete directly with each other with the items going to the highest bidder. The present-day eBay works the same way, except that buyers and sellers do not meet in a real place or in real time, but that serves to demonstrate that markets can be organized virtually. In some markets, mostly nowadays in less developed countries, each price is arrived at by higgling and haggling in the market, that is, there are no posted prices that you can see to guide you as you decide whether or not to buy. Even so, there is bargaining over many prices or payments. Artists often have to bargain over prices and fees. though they may prefer to leave it to an agent, and we all instinctively understand that the greater the competition there is between buyers for a good, the greater the bargaining power of the seller and the higher the price will be, whereas, if there is competition between sellers, prices are likely to be lower. For the last 100 or so years, people in developed countries have become accustomed to buying the goods they want in shops and supermarkets at XED prices. They are also markets in which exchange of money for goods takes place. Economists' use of the term the market. Economists use the term the market in several of the senses mentioned above. We still use the term marketplace on occasion, even if there is no physical place where trade takes place. When we speak of the role of the markets in the arts, that means the market economy in a generic sense as compared, say, to state provision. When we speak of the contemporary art. Box 3.2 from Adam Smith. The wealth of nations. This division of labor, from which so many advantages are derived, is not originally the effect of any human wisdom, which foresees and intends that general opulence to which it gives occasion. It is the necessary, though very slow and gradual consequence of a certain propensity in human nature, which has in view no such extensive utility, the propensity to truck, barter, and exchange one thing for another, BK1, ch. 25. As it is the power of exchanging that gives occasion to the division of labor, so the extent of this division must always be limited by the extent of that power, or, in other words, by the extent of the market, BK1, ch. 3, 31. Source, Smith, 1776/1976. 56. Market. What is meant is the network of buyers and sellers throughout the world who are in contact with each other and who exchange physical works of art and information about them, including about prices. When we speak of the market for singers, we mean the virtual market in which the services of singers, for operas and musicals, concerts, sound recording work, choirs, TV shows, etc., are supplied and demanded, and fees or wage rates are arranged. For some singers, this could be an international market, such as the one for top stars. For others, it could be supply and demand in their local area market. Thick and thin markets. Adam Smith recognized that the degree of specialization, the division of labor, was limited by the extent of the market, box 3.2. While this statement has been interpreted in several ways, it obviously implies that there are markets of differing density. An example from the world of the arts is provided by theaters. Many small towns do not have a theater, and unless there is a large population of theater goers, the one theater in a larger town has to offer a range of productions. In major centers, however, such as Broadway and the West End of London, a large number of theaters can coexist and even specialize in one type of drama or other entertainment. This also allows specialization to develop for actors and other cultural workers, and independent trades, such as costume hire. The thick market for musicians has also developed in these major centers, with ample opportunities for short-term contracts for singers and players in recording sessions and with scratch orchestras. These activities are serviced by ancillary specialist facilities, such as booking agents and diary services. Market makers. In highly developed markets, there is a great deal of information and a strong organizational structure of market makers, people and institutions that match up buyers and sellers with each other. In the world of opera singers, for instance, there are well-organized systems of agents, who look for work for the singers they have taken on and who arrange their fees and performance schedules. In the art world, there is a hierarchy of dealers and gallery owners representing and marketing artists' work to the public and to museums, who negotiate prices for the sale of artists' works. In the world of book publishing, there are literary agents who negotiate deals with publishers on behalf of authors. The more developed the market is, the greater the specialization that can develop. Thus the bigger the market. 57. The thicker it is in terms of specialized tasks within it, and the better it functions in terms of competitive pricing and product differentiation. Globalization of trade maximizes specialization. A less developed thin market means that there is less scope for specialization and prices may be higher and productivity lower. The law of one price. In a competitive thick market, price differences between suppliers will be eroded because some entrepreneur has the incentive to make a profit by buying cheap and selling dear, an activity known as arbitrage. International money markets in currencies are among the most highly organized markets there are, and it is possible to make profits through arbitrage by playing on tiny differences in exchange rates at different times of the day and night in different centers, New York, London, Singapore, and so on. This is easy to do with money, because there is no need to move it around physically. Even when the movement of goods or people is necessary for trade to take place, however, arbitrage can still pay if there are significant price differences between markets for the same or similar goods and services. Arbitrage therefore brings about what the classical economists used to call the law of one price, that effective competition forces prices to be the same everywhere. As we shall see later on, entrepreneurship often consists of ending opportunities for trade where price differentials exist. The market economy works through competition, that is, rivalry, and the incentive of making a gain gets prices down to the lowest possible level. This process works in the cultural economy too, especially in the private sector. Price discrimination. By contrast to the competitive price, a monopoly seller who is the sole supplier in a market may be able to sell the same good or service at different prices in order to increase revenue and profit. This is price discrimination, and it will be worthwhile when consumers have different responses to price. The supplier must be able to control to whom the good is sold, and it must also be possible to keep different segments of the market apart so that arbitrage cannot take place. There are several standard ways of doing this that are widely used by arts and heritage organizations, charging lower prices to young people or senior citizens based on age, which can be varied by an identity card, charging different prices for different parts of a theater by having numbered seats and tickets and preventing movement between seats, and charging 58 different prices, including free entry, for different days of the week, which is done by some museums. Price discrimination can also be easily used for online sales when the seller can differentiate between buyers, say, by identifying who are enthusiasts and charging them more. Because price discrimination can be practiced only by monopolists, it has been regarded as undesirable, but it can also improve welfare by enabling people who are willing to pay a higher price to do so. The ultimate example of the use of price discrimination is, of course, an auction, at which each item is sold separately and for a different price. Willingness to pay is investigated further in Chapter 6, and the use of price discrimination is discussed in a number of places throughout the book. Regulated markets. The notion of the market economy governed by only the price mechanism conjures up an image of an economic free-for-all. There are many circumstances and situations in which markets are not left to work freely, however, and, instead, market forces are controlled or regulated. Indeed, historically, marketplaces themselves were controlled by the state. In England in medieval times, only towns and cities with a royal charter conferred as a privilege by the king were allowed to hold produce markets, and markets for valuable metals such as gold and silver were highly regulated to ensure the quality of the metals and to protect their prices. Many economists support the regulation of markets, while believing that private incentives working through the price mechanism and the market economy are the best way to achieve maximum economic growth and welfare. There are, needless to say, differing views on the strength and extent of regulation and its economic effects. A current battleground concerns the appropriate strength of copyright law. See Chapter 13 for a full analysis. Types of regulation. Governments use regulation as a means of implementing policies either to prevent some undesirable outcome or to encourage a positive one. Regulation may be combined with economic measures, such as a need for non-compliance or a grant to promote compliance. Some regulations affect all sectors of the economy, though they can have different impacts in different sectors, and other regulations target specific sectors. Here only a suggestive list of 59 regulations that impact on the cultural sector is given. Regulation in specie C industries is dealt with in the relevant chapter. Health and safety rules at work affect the whole economy. Minimum wage legislation affects the whole economy. Training qualifications, there may be specie C requirements for different sectors. Censorship and decency laws mostly affect cultural sector, film, live performance. Some cultures have tighter control and a narrower sense of what is decent. Media ownership rules affect newspapers and television. Cultural content rules mostly affect radio and television. Protection of heritage affects built heritage and international trade in artifacts. Protection of intellectual property affects the whole economy. Copyright law is most relevant to the cultural sector. Competition laws affect the whole economy but have specie C effects in the cultural sector. Some of these laws and regulations have been in place for centuries and they have shaped the way that the market for cultural products worked in the past, with a continued influence on the present. As may be seen, some were designed to protect the state and others to protect its citizens. Regulatory institutions. Guilds. The medieval guild system was strictly regulated to ensure that the supply of specie C products was produced by properly trained craftsmen and so was of a certain quality, but it also enabled guilds to control prices. The apprenticeship system controlled the number of trained master craftsmen coming onto the market so that there was little competition on the supply side that would threaten the incomes of the craftsmen by lowering prices. It also protected trade secrets and acted as a type of control of the use of intellectual property. The guild system applied to artists and craftsmen of all kinds: painters, sculptors, tile painters, stained glass makers, printers, map makers. The Stationers' Company in England controlled the publishing of books and almanacs, the latter being generally more pro-table. The Guild of St. Luke was the guild to which painters belonged. Box 3.3 reports on research by John Michael Montius on the 17th century Dutch painter Vermeer's membership of the guild in Delft. 60. The guild system lasted in some countries well into the 18th century. In Italy, for example, there were over 1,000 guilds in 1700. Guilds were one of the objects of Smith's antagonism in 1776, along with state monopolies. It is perhaps somewhat surprising to realize that traditional guilds still exist in some places. Performers of Japanese no and kabuki theater and bunraku puppet players are still required to be guild members and belong to one of the guild families. There are also other guilds that still have some influence. For example, the Screen Actors Guild of America and the Writers Guild operate strict rules for members and impose them on the film and television industry, though they do not have full monopoly control of the market. Monopolies. Besides the monopolies of the guilds, other monopolies existed through crown or state grants that controlled national and international trade. A monopoly was a license or privilege allowed by the crown, for a fee, to an individual or organization for the sole production or buying and selling of a specie C good or service. Monopolies also protected international trade. For example, the Dutch East India Company, founded in 1602, was granted a monopoly by the Dutch state to control the spice trade. Monopolies reached a peak in England in the reign of Elizabeth I, 1558 to 1603, and thereafter were. Box 3.3 John Michael Montius and the Guild of St. Luke. John Michael Montius, 1928 to 2005, was a professor of economics at Yale University who collected Dutch art of the Golden Age, in the 17th century. He pioneered the economic history of art markets and made a particular study of the Guild of St. Luke in Delft, to which the painter Johannes Vermeer belonged. His research into Dutch and Flemish archives revealed details of Vermeer's life and parentage that were previously unknown. Studying the records of the guild, he found that its members included painters, glass makers, book printers and sellers, art dealers, who were often also painters, embroiderers, faïencers, and sculptors. In addition, Montius was one of the RST scholars to estimate the number and output of Dutch master paintings in the 17th century, perhaps as many as 100,000, of which only a few thousand survive, and to research the economic and social status of artists. He published Artists and Artisans in Delft, a socio-economic study of the 17th century in 1982, and Vermeer and his milieu, a web of social history in 1989. Montia's work was widely recognized beyond cultural economics and was cited as a source for the novel by Tracy Chevalier, Girl with a Pearl Earring, 1999, on which the film with the same title was based. 61. Controlled by the 1623 Statute of Monopolies, which formed the basis eventually of intellectual property law, see below. Monopoly is nowadays regulated through competition law, see below. Theatres and companies of actors needed state-granted licenses to perform in Elizabethan England, one company being the King's Men, to which Shakespeare belonged. These grants of monopoly did not necessarily inhibit competition if enough of them were issued, and the license also had a role of censorship. Elizabethan theatre was, in fact, quite a competitive business, see below. Theatres and many other places of entertainment still need licenses for public performances, which are mostly issued by local authorities, mainly to ensure safety standards for workers and audiences. It is an interesting question in cultural economics as to the extent to which local theatres, orchestras, museums, and so on are monopolies today in the economic sense of being a sole supplier of a particular good or service in their locality. Trade unions and professional associations. In some respects, trade unions and professional associations are the modern equivalent of guilds. They exist to protect their members from excessive exploitation in terms of payment and conditions of work. In some countries, particularly those in Europe in which artists are employed in state-run arts organizations, trade unions and professional associations are integrated into the process of setting payments to artists. In the cultural sector, there are trade unions for performers, actors, singers, dancers, musicians, radio and TV announcers, stuntmen, and so on, for technical personnel, cameramen and other film crew, theater technicians and the like, and for creative artists, writers, composers, visual artists. These organizations typically negotiate agreements on conditions of work and minimum payments with employers, such as theater management, film companies, and recording studios, that prevent competition from beating fees and wages down. A significant aspect of trade unions is the extent to which they are able to control the supply of specific skills. In some countries, there have been formal closed shop agreements with employers whereby only members are accepted for employment. This practice may be outlawed as anti-competitive, but it often persists by tacit agreement. Like guilds, some trade unions and professional associations accept as members only those who have already some professional level training or work experience, and they therefore offer some degree of reassurance that their members are professionally competent. 62. Certification. One of the economic functions of the guilds was to ensure the quality of the products their members produced, as well as regulating prices. A master craftsman had to have completed a long apprenticeship and received the requisite training, and also had to demonstrate his, and, rarely, her, skill before admittance to membership of the guild. This kind of certification solved the information problem for the consumer, who lacked the knowledge to assess the quality and price of a work, and therefore fulfilled the role of certifying value for money. One of the biggest problems for producers and consumers alike in the world of the arts is information about quality. Buyers do not want to buy fake art or hire an architect who is not professionally competent, and record labels do not want to hire unskilled studio musicians. Certification of quality can be achieved in many ways. The most widespread is probably educational qualifications, such as a diploma or degree, showing that a worker has completed a training course, but this is a far cry from the type of guaranteed quality offered by the guild system. Regulation by the state in cultural professions is very weak compared, say, to that in medicine and teaching, and even self-regulation is not common. These points are discussed further in chapters 11 and 12. The need on the part of consumers and employers for some form of certification of quality gives rise to the presence of middlemen and intermediaries in the markets for art and artists, mentioned above, to overcome the problem of asymmetric information, the situation in which the one party to a deal, say the supplier, knows more about the quality of the product than the other, say the customer. This topic is a prevalent problem in the arts, and is discussed throughout the book in one or another context. Copyright and other intellectual property law that establishes and protects copyrights, patents and trademarks has considerable influence on markets for cultural products. What are recognized as the RST patents were issued in Venice in the 15th century. The English Statute of N. 1710, is regarded as the RST copyright legislation. In general, IP law grants the creator, the author, the exclusive right to control his or her works and reputation. In that sense, IP rights confer monopoly control to the author or inventor. The degree of control over the relevant market that the IP makes possible varies, however, and, in the case of copyright in works of art, that monopoly is limited. Copyright applies work by work, so anyone writing a love poem or photographing a view has the copyright on his or her work, but, equally, anyone else writing a very similar love poem and photographing the 63. Identical view has copyright on his or her work too. The only requirement is that the work was not copied. Copyright law is used to protect the owners of works in copyright, and its purpose is to ensure that the owner is paid for his or her work. Probably the most familiar restriction nowadays is that copyright law makes it illegal to play music and films in public or make them available to others without the permission of the copyright holder. The role of trademarks is somewhat different. They offer consumers some form of quality assurance as they give the holder of the trademark an incentive to maintain the quality of their output. Trademarks and trade names are used by many businesses in the creative industries, especially fashion. In addition, film companies and pop groups also use copyright and trademarks to protect merchandise associated with their images. Droit de suite, artists' resale right, specifically targets visual artists and awards them a share of the increase in the price of a work of art sold by an artist to a buyer when it is resold, usually in a public sale. Copyright and droit de suite are dealt with at length in Chapter 13 of this book. Antitrust/competition law. Monopoly is nowadays regulated through competition law, known as antitrust law in the United States, in most developed countries, and the law has been evoked to control the mergers of RMS that would give them too great a share of the market and to prevent price seeing. The so-called Paramount case in 1948 is probably one of the best-known examples of the control of monopoly in the cultural sector, whereby the U.S. antitrust authorities forced the movie studios to divest themselves of their cinemas on the ground that they used their ownership to prevent competition from independent movie makers. See Box 4.3. Competition law has also been applied in the present century to control mergers in the music business and to control the activities of copyright collecting societies. See Chapters 13 and 15. The above topics are all types of regulation that control the outcomes of a free market economy. It can be seen that most limit the effect of unbridled competition. Competition law does the opposite, however, it tries to promote competition in the face of monopoly as a market outcome. Monopoly and competition are discussed at length from the theoretical point of view in Chapter 5 and then later on in Part 4 of the book. Regulations that affect markets for cultural products are also discussed later in the book in specific contexts. For example, ownership rules for media companies preventing the monopolization of television channels and newspapers are discussed in Chapters 14 and 17, and film regulation is to be found in Chapter 16. 64. Economic history of the arts. As the work of Montius has demonstrated, Box 3.3, much can be learned from studying the economic history of markets for cultural products, and there is a body of work in cultural economics on the economic development of various art forms over the last few centuries. Besides being interesting and informative in its own right, the study of economic history reminds us that our present-day economic organization of cultural production, varied though it is throughout the world, has historical origins that have influenced it, and that gives us a perspective on alternative models and ways of doing things. Patronage. It is worth reminding ourselves that state support for the arts and other cultural production is both an old and a new phenomenon. In its older version, it took the form of private patronage by royalty and the rich that financed the production of works of art, museum collections, and the performing arts for their own enjoyment, and access to these works was limited to the court and upper echelons of society. The wealthy and aristocratic also collected works of art and curiosities and showed them to others of their social milieu, but access to museums by the public is relatively recent. When the British Museum opened, in 1753, the entry price was made high enough to keep out ordinary people as there were fears that they would break the items. Present-day state patronage of the arts and culture is dedicated to enhancing and preserving our cultural heritage and making it available to the whole society. Throughout history, however, what we now call the performing arts in the form of music, song, dance, puppetry, drama, and storytelling were available via the market to people of all walks of life. Private enterprise in cultural production. It is interesting to consider that the production of many cultural goods and services has always been dependent upon the market, and they are still entirely produced by private enterprise in the cultural industries, except perhaps in countries with totalitarian regimes. Examples are art markets, book and newspaper publishing and music publishing. The performing arts and museums also have a long history of being supported by the market, and, indeed, commercial theater and musicals are still run by private enterprise, as are circuses and popular entertainment. 65. The art market. The art market flourished in the Low Countries, Flanders and Holland, as the increasingly wealthy middle class of the 17th century Golden Age bought paintings and etchings, hand-painted tiles and books with engravings for their homes. Works of art were created for sale on the market as well as being commissioned, and the significance of this demand is that it had nothing to do with court or aristocratic patronage. Some artists were very entrepreneurial and not only ran workshops producing a huge output of works of art but also were dealers in other artists' works. Rembrandt ran a workshop and was an art dealer, as was Rubens. Rubens went one further. His workshop in Antwerp, now in Belgium, had assistants doing all the routine work, not only of mixing the paints but also of applying them as background in an early form of mass production. In addition, he built his studio so that the public could view him at work, a privilege for which he charged. Moreover, many paintings were only based on his compositions and were made entirely by his assistants, with Rubens giving the paintings no more than a nail touch. Interestingly, these paintings sold at lower prices. The art market was global, with considerable trade and movement of artists between the Low Countries, Italy, and Germany. Artists followed the money. In the 17th century that was in Holland, by the 18th century England, and by the 19th and 20th centuries France and the United States were the leading markets for art. Museums. Museums, or cabinets of curiosities or Wunderkammer, as they were known, began as private collections assembled by individual men of science, travelers and explorers or on behalf of a monarch, starting from around the 1600s. Some of these collectors were neither rich nor royal, some collected for their own interest, but there was already a market in antiques and curiosities by the end of the 16th century. Collections consisted of all sorts of items designed to cause wonder and amazement: books, coins, weapons, costumes, taxidermy, minerals, and so on, as well as botanical specimens. The Tradescant collection of natural and man-made objects, dating from the 1620s and located in a building known as the Ark, became the Museum Tradescantianum, the RST Public Museum in England. Later, the collection was passed on to the Ashmolean Museum at Oxford University, the world's RST University Museum, built in 1677. Botanical collections started around the 66. Middle of the 16th century and were attached to the universities of Pisa, Padua, Florence, and Bologna, and later to many others throughout Europe. Later collectors, such as Peter Tiller, the 18th century cloth merchant and banker who lived in Haarlem, Holland, and founded the Tiller Museum, also included works of art, old master prints and drawings, others collected musical instruments, clocks, furniture, sculpture, and so forth. The Grand Tour, whereby young men from wealthy families from Northern Europe toured France and Italy and, for the bolder, Greece, in search of classical antiquity and enlightenment, was the source of many items for the family collection, many of which have ended up in museums. Museums, of course, have always bought private collections and items on the open market to add to their existing collection. The new rich could also buy a whole collection, just as they bought books by the yard for their libraries. Collecting and buying art continued into the 20th century, and several famous private American museums were founded that way. Over the centuries, museums have become more specialized, though universal collections are still very important. Special collections include archaeology, anthropology, crafts, natural history, science, space, maritime, military history, and children's museums. Art galleries, may also be housed separately. The RST Public Museum is acknowledged to be the Kunstmuseum in Basel, which the city founded in 1671 based on the purchase of the Amerbach cabinet. Other early public museums include the Uffizi Gallery in Florence, founded by Cosimo I, Grand Duke of Tuscany in the mid-16th century. The gallery had been open to visitors by request beforehand, but in 1765 it was gifted to the government of Tuscany and of Chailly open to the public. By the middle of the 18th century, the royal collections began to be transferred to public museums and made widely available for the edification of, at least, the middle class, if not, yet, the masses. Book publishing. There was already a trade in books in ancient Greece and Rome, and the rich had private libraries. The ancient library of Alexandria was founded around 300 BC. The so-called Islamic Golden Age, which stretched from the 8th to the 13th centuries, encouraged copying, selling and dealing in books throughout the Islamic world, with centers in Baghdad, Damascus, and Córdoba, in Spain. The market for books developed in Northern Europe, especially Burgundy and Flanders, before the advent of printing in the mid-15th century. Illuminated manuscripts were produced by entrepreneurial 67 master craftsmen on spec and were bought by rich families and by the church, individual churches, monasteries, and nunneries. The trade was highly organized and specialized, with some craftsmen specializing in lettering, others in gold inlay, others in hour painting, and so on. Book publishing and bookselling became industrialized with the introduction to Europe of the metal movable printing press, for printing on vellum and paper, by Johannes Gutenberg, a goldsmith by training, born in Mainz, Germany. The so-called Gutenberg Bible, the RST printed book in Europe, was published in Vulgate Latin in an estimated 180 copies in 1455. Though movable type printing had been invented 400 years earlier in China and was in use in Korea in the mid-13th century, the techniques had not been exported to Europe. The main location of the early printing industry, however, was in Venice, where the city authorities encouraged the import of printing presses and the immigration of printers by issuing letters patent. It is not known how many people in Europe at the time were able to read. Muslims and Jews did so because of their need to read holy scriptures, but the tradition of individual reading in Christian Europe developed only when the Bible was translated into vernacular languages, English in 1526, by William Tyndale, who was burnt at the stake for heresy for so doing, German in 1534, with the publication of the Luther Bible, and eventually into many other languages. Reading literacy was relatively high in Northern Europe by the middle of the 17th century. With universal primary education nowadays in developed countries, literacy, meaning the ability to read and write, is widespread, though far from 100%. UNESCO estimates present-day literacy to be 80% worldwide. Nevertheless, there is a considerable difference between the ability to read and write a simple sentence and the functional literacy needed to read books and other printed matter. Booksellers were both printers and publishers and were the focus of censorship in England in the 16th century, mainly for religious reasons. The Worshipful Company of Stationers and Newspaper Makers, usually known as the Stationers' Company, which had been founded in 1403, received a royal charter in 1557, according to which the company was legally empowered to seize books that were offensive to the church and to the crown. It was the Stationers' Company that petitioned for the RST copyright law, the Statute of N, which was passed in 1709 and came into force the following year, when it had lost its earlier monopoly. In 1666, when Samuel Pepys observed the Great Fire of London, he reported the considerable loss of books in the as it reached St. Paul's Cathedral Yard, where all the booksellers had stalls, and he also reported that many harpsichords and other large musical instruments 68 were hastily removed from homes at risk from the As the market for published material grew, the functions of printing and bookselling had become separate by the 19th century. Printing and book publishing was also well established in the Low Countries by the 1600s, Antwerp, Leiden, and Utrecht being centers. Printing was introduced into the United States in the 17th century, but even by the mid-1850s half the authors of published books were British. The U.S. Constitution of 1787 authorized the introduction of patents and copyright to promote the progress of science and useful arts, by securing for limited times to authors and inventors the exclusive right to their respective writings and discoveries. In the United States, copyright applied only to works by American authors, however, and there was widespread piracy by American publishers because they did not have to pay a royalty to British authors. Nonetheless, some publishers did pay a fee. For example, Dickens was paid well for a tour of the United States to promote his works in the 1860s, a fact that was at one time used by economists to argue that copyright law is not necessary as payment can be arranged by contract. Piracy was in fact beneficial to some authors. When Part 1 of Cervantes' Don Quixote, often regarded as the RST modern novel, was published in 1605, it was immediately pirated and thereby gained hugely in popularity, leading to VE printings in its RST year of publication, a clear case of what economists call network effects. Newspapers and periodicals. Though there is some debate about it, the RST modern newspaper is believed to have been the Couranti Italian, Duitsland, N.C., published in 1618 in Amsterdam. There were news pamphlets of various kinds in England, but the Daily Courant, founded in 1702, is credited as the RST regular daily newspaper. In 1704 the Boston Newsletter was the RST continuously published newspaper in the United States. The Halifax Gazette, started in 1751, was the RST newspaper in Canada. The Pennsylvania Evening Post became the RST American Daily in 1783, the Times of London began publication in 1785 and Le Figaro was founded in France in 1826. Broadsheet newspapers might have begun in the 18th century, but it was not until the early 19th century that advances in printing newspapers facilitated daily mass circulation. By 1814 the Times of London was able to make 1,100 impressions per minute using new printing technology. The 18th century also saw the founding of a host of periodicals that were published monthly, weekly, or even several times a week. The Spectator. 69. Magazine was founded in 1711 and published daily in London. Even though it was not a newspaper, the Gentleman's Magazine was a monthly magazine started in Britain in 1731 that eventually had a worldwide circulation until its demise in 1907. In the United States, the Atlantic Monthly was started in 1851, and published contemporary literature until 2005, when it stopped doing so in regular issues. It now publishes as an annual issue. Since 2008 it has been freely accessible online. Music publishing. Music printing and publishing developed somewhat later than the printing of books and did not entirely replace hand copying. The RST music printing and publishing benefited from the Venetian patent in the 16th century. In England, William Byrd and Thomas Tallis were granted a crown monopoly in 1575 to print music, and volumes of both sacred and secular music were published. These were sold for household music making, consort playing and singing, and also for dancing. By the 17th century the German publisher Breitkopf was publisher to the Bach family. The company Breitkopf and Hartel continues to publish music by most of the leading German and Viennese composers, such as Mozart, Beethoven, Schumann, Liszt, Wagner, and Brahms. See Box 5.3. Sales of sheet music for performance in the home throughout Europe and in America remained an important source of revenue right up to the spread of radio in the early 20th century and reached bestseller proportions, with up to 1 million copies being sold worldwide of very popular works. Large-scale instrumental and choral music were initially performed only in royal courts or chapels, but during the 19th century public concerts gradually began to be organized by private concert societies. Beethoven's famous Ninth Symphony was commissioned in 1817 by the privately run membership organization, the Philharmonic Society of London, and published by Breitkopf and Hartel. Copyright in printed music gradually became established throughout Europe during the 19th century, but piracy was a serious threat. It was a financial threat to the authorized publisher rather than to the composer, however, who, like a literary author, was usually paid an upfront fee. Composers worried more about the quality of pirated published music, which was often badly edited and printed. Some copying was in fact an established perk of the printer or copyist. Enforcing copyright in music required collective action, and copyright collecting societies were established by the music profession to collect royalties, see Chapter 13. 70. Opera and ballet. Composers made their living either producing music for the church or in opera, and there was no problem about doing both in Italy, where, for instance, Vivaldi composed more than 40 operas and produced over 500 concertos. Mozart followed a similar path in Austria. Well into the 19th century it was the convention that the composer also conducted or led the orchestra and coached the lead singers for the RST performances. The organization of opera in Italy, and, indeed, worldwide, as Italian opera was exported to Russia and Argentina and all countries in between, is in fact an object lesson in the spontaneous role of the market. The impresarii, those cultural entrepreneurs par excellence, supplied operatic works newly composed to a specially commissioned libretto, along with the singers, costumes, and scenery, to every Italian opera house for the two main performing seasons of the year, Lent and Michaelmas. Dealing with different states, currencies, customs, and appalling transport conditions, all on market principles, for a period of nearly 200 years. The opera theaters themselves were usually financed by the rental of boxes to personages who spent practically every evening there during the performing seasons, being served dinner there by their servants and entertaining. Gambling at the theater was a common activity, and the concession was a lucrative additional source of finance for the opera theater. When there was a financial deficit, it was made up by gifts from wealthy patrons. In some cases, opera theaters were owned by the city or state. Nevertheless, the impresarii bore the financial risk and financed the whole cost of the production until the opera had been performed, when they were paid the fee. In the 18th and early 19th centuries Italian opera dominated courts in London, Paris, Vienna, and St. Petersburg. In France, Lully developed opera at the court of Louis XIV, but, elsewhere, national traditions of opera took a long time to emerge. Opera also changed as an art form over the centuries, from masques in which royal patrons, such as Louis XIV in France and Charles II in England, danced alongside professional dancers to the mainly vocal art it is today. Ballet developed within this framework and only really became an independent art form in the late 19th century, and often it is tied to the same theater as the opera. The Imperial Russian Ballet, the Royal Danish Ballet and the Royal Swedish Ballet were also founded under royal patronage in the 18th century. In 1909 the Ballets Russes was established as a private company in Paris by the Russian Sergei Diaghilev with Russian dancers. Later it moved. 71. To Monte Carlo. It became one of the most famous contemporary ballet companies, with choreography by Petipa, Faucon, and Massin, music by Debussy, Ravel, Satie, Prokofiev and Stravinsky and sets by Braque, Matisse, Miro and Picasso, to name but a few of the now famous artists whose work Diaghilev commissioned. Balanchine also worked with the ballets Russes before moving to New York as co-founder and ballet master of the New York City Ballet Theatre. There was a market in plays and performances in England from the 16th century on. Even before theatre buildings were built in London in the last quarter of the century, several notable theatres were built, only one of which was the Globe, so famously associated with Shakespeare. Part owner, manager and resident playwright, and sometime actor, at the Globe, Shakespeare had quite a few rivals in all these capacities. There was a significant number of competing theatre buildings, companies of actors and playwrights. Elizabethan theatre was popular with all levels of society and was nanced by the box of ce until, in 1642, the Puritans closed the theatres for religious reasons. Their popularity resumed when they were reopened in 1660 with the restoration of the monarchy. In the following century John Gay's Beggar's Opera, which opened in 1728, ran for 62 nights and was one of the most successful plays of all time, though that gore pales into insignificance in comparison with The Mousetrap by Agatha Christie, which had had over 23,000 performances in the course of its nearly 6-year run in London's West End by August 2008. The theatre tradition of satire and comic opera continued with vaudeville and music hall until it was displaced by cinema in the 1930s. Similar trends were to be found in other countries. In mid-17th century France, Molière, both a playwright and an actor, founded his own theatre company, and, in 18th century Italy, Goldoni created both plays and opera libretti in the tradition of Molière's Comedy of Manners. Both were hugely popular. The Italian tradition of traveling players of the Commedia dell'arte only narrowly ended with the advent of cinema. Other popular performing arts with long histories are the circus, which is still popular in Russia and in many developing countries, and Chinese opera, which flourished in China until the Cultural Revolution in the 1960s, when over 5,000 troops were disbanded. 72. What do we learn from studying the economic history of the arts? The brief and very partial summaries above give a view of the economic history of some of the creative industries. They present a picture of the development of markets in the Renaissance emerging from the control of guilds and a system of monopolies. This took longer in some countries than others, but it was a universal trend. In some of the creative industries, private markets survive with little institutional change, and, even in the performing arts, which rely to a greater or lesser extent on state support, vestiges of their economic histories are still to be seen today. See Chapter 4. What the study of the economic history of the arts shows can be equally briefly summarized. The market economy was a major supplier of a range of cultural goods and services, the production and consumption of which thrived in centers of wealth. Specialization has taken place as markets grew, production and consumption were globalized. Even from an early period, there was a big divide between the entertainment of royal and princely courts, not only in access but also in the art forms themselves. This is most apparent in the performing arts, notably opera and ballet, and regulation in the form of censorship and intellectual property law has very long roots in history. The study of the economic history of cultural production can prove very instructive to contemporary art lovers who think that adequate levels of cultural provision can be achieved only with considerable state intervention. It is a reminder that this is essentially a post-Second World War outlook that went hand in hand with the growth of the welfare state. Economic history raises another important question for economists, however: is it just market forces that have molded the historical development of the production and consumption of cultural goods and services, or have the institutions and regulatory regimes played a determining role? This is known as path dependency, and it has been a major dispute within economics and economic history. As an instance, think of the development of copyright. The roots of copyright law in England, and thereby to many other countries, including the United States, are in the guild system. As that broke down, the economic monopoly of printers and publishers of books and the control the state was able to exercise over what was published began to wane, until, eventually, the publishers, but not the authors of the day, who apparently 73. Foresaw the consequences and resisted the change, lobbied Parliament for legislation to protect their property, and that is the basis of the law we have today. In Europe, however, the development of authors' rights was very different and emphasized the creativity of the author rather than the commercial interest of the publishers. Perhaps path dependency in arts provision is nowhere more apparent than in Germany, where the many states and principalities had their own court theaters, now owned and managed by the state or city authorities. Present-day Berlin is an extreme example of this, with no fewer than 4 opera companies, each with its own theater, now maintained by the city. Conclusion. This chapter has introduced the way economists use the notion of the market economy and the basic analytics of supply and demand in a market. The role of the price mechanism was explained in terms of the way prices act both as signals to producers and consumers and as a source of revenue to producers. It was pointed out that there are, in practice, few totally free markets, and many operate under regulations of various kinds. This is true of the cultural economy, which, in addition, has its own set of regulations. The chapter ended with brief economic histories of a selection of the creative industries. It demonstrated that, both now and in the past, cultural products high and low alike have been supplied both through the market, enhanced by revenues from sales, and by the state provision of facilities and/or enhance. In fact, like most other goods in developed countries, cultural products are traded in a mixed economy, meaning that there is a combination of provision by state-owned organizations, state-subsidized private non-pro-T organizations and private enterprise pro-T making RMS, and these markets were in the past, and are often in the present, regulated. The combination of these variously enhanced sources of supply is different in different countries and in different art forms, however. The modern welfare state in Europe, as well as in Australia, Canada, and to a certain extent also in the United States, includes provision of the arts and heritage as part of its service to its citizens. That was also the case in communist countries, and some of the former Soviet bloc countries are still in the process of ending a balance between state and market provision. The next chapter takes up the same theme for the present-day economic organization of the creative industries. 74. Further reading. The best book to read in connection with this chapter is Tyler Cowen's In Praise of Commercial Culture, 1998. It is a deliberately provocative book that argues for the strength of the market and uses much fascinating economic history to show how markets for the arts developed. For those with special interests, John Michael Montia's 1989 book Vermeer and His Milieu, A Web of Social History is recommended on the history of art markets. For music markets, F.M. Scherer's chapter in the 2006 Ginsberg and Throsby Handbook of the Economics of Art and Culture, Chapter 4, is recommended. On books, I found Mark Rose's book Authors and Owners, The Invention of Copyright fascinating. For film, John Sedgwick's book Popular Film Going in 1930s Britain, 2000, can be recommended. In the performing arts, John Rosselli's work on the economic history of markets in opera is especially interesting. See his article From Princely States to the Open Market, Singers of Italian Opera and Their Patrons 1600-1850, reprinted in Towse, 1997, and Mary Oates and William Baumol's article in the same volume on Renaissance Theatre in London. 75. For economic organization of the creative industries. In this chapter, the present-day economic organization of production in the creative industries is briefly described using the concepts introduced in the previous chapters: public or private finance, for pro-T and non-pro-T enterprise, pricing policy, free or regulated markets, specialization and integration in the chain of production. The chapter provides a background for the detailed analysis of the industries in parts 2 and 4. It does not aim to cover all the creative industries, only the ones that are included in this book, and the focus is on the topics that have been dealt with in cultural economics: the art market, museums, publishing, the music industry, the performing arts and film. Economic organization refers to the way that RMS and industries are structured and to the effect this has on markets. For example, whether there is monopoly or competition in the market, which in turn influences the price at which goods and services are supplied. Supply to a market involves a chain of production from the creation of the content through the production process, marketing, and delivery to consumers. In some industries these activities are vertically integrated, while in others there is less integration and more specialization in markets for particular goods and services. Some industries have been subject to considerable technological change while others have not. Following on from Chapter 3 and the economic history of cultural production, it can be seen that the past has had an influence on present-day economic organization, although that influence is stronger in some industries than in others. The art market. In many ways, the art market has changed very little over the centuries, though it has become more globalist. Artists produce works of art that are sold on the market for a price that the market will bear. Artists nowadays typically work alone, though they may share studio space with others, some do their own marketing and organize their own outlets, such as fairs, at which they sell their work direct to buyers. By and large, though, artists rely on the services of private galleries or art dealers to sell their work. Galleries and dealers are private for pro-T enterprises, though many of them make very little pro-T despite charging artists very high commission on sales, and there is a considerable turnover of entry and exit in art dealing. Prices of works of art in this market depend upon a number of features, including the reputation of the artist, the type of medium and the subject. The revenue from the sale of their work is a source of income, though few artists are able to support themselves just from their artwork and many do other jobs to make a living, see Chapter 12. In some countries, state grants are available to individual artists for limited periods of time or for specific projects. In the Netherlands, for instance, there is long-term income support, see box 11.5. The art market, for all the cultural importance of the works of art that are bought and sold in it by private individuals and public institutions, including museums, is a private for pro-T institution. How the art market works has been of considerable interest to cultural economists, especially over recent years. Works of art are extremely heterogeneous, they vary by the artist, its provenance, the genre, when they were created, what the subject is, what the condition of the work is, and many other features. This diversity alone would make the art market different from the market for other more homogeneous goods, in which substitutability between one item and another in that market is relatively easy. For homogeneous goods, economists expect one price to be charged in a competitive market, the law of one price. For diverse works of art, though, buyers need a great deal of information in order to make a satisfactory purchase, and sellers want to reach as many buyers as possible to get the best price for the sale of their unique work. Primary and secondary markets. A distinction is made between the primary and secondary markets for works of visual art, paintings, drawings, etchings, and lithographs, sculpture, photographs, and so forth. The primary market is where work by living artists is bought and sold, and market supply depends upon the number of artists and the individual artist's current output. It is the market for the RST sale of newly created works of art, and works are sold mostly through private art dealers or direct by the artist to a buyer. There is often excess supply even at low prices. 77. The secondary market deals with works of art, almost always by deceased artists, although that trend has changed recently, for example with auctions of works by Damien Hirst, that are being sold on by an owner through a sale or auction or by a private dealer. In this market, the stock of works is more or less XED, but high prices may attract a out of supply as people offer works they own for sale. Sales are often organized as auctions, but private dealers also work in the secondary market, selling to private buyers, to business organizations and to art museums and galleries. Prices depend upon the willingness to pay of buyers in what is a highly organized, thick international market. Museums also buy on this market to enhance their collections, and they have to compete with each other and with wealthy private individuals for high quality and rare works. What has interested cultural economists most has been the operation of art auctions. Items sold include many other types of work, including prints and photographs and other collectibles and antiques in addition to paintings, drawings, and so on. The auction market is dominated by a few houses in the art world. The two leading international auction houses are Christie's and Sotheby's, and they form a duopoly, a 2RM monopoly, whose independence in terms of their willingness to compete with each other, especially over fees, has been questioned. Art auctions. Auctions are interesting to economists because they are a particular type of market. Sellers bring their items for sale to the auction house on a specific date and buyers gather to buy them or bid through intermediaries, including by telephone, and now by internet, with the process coordinated by an auctioneer. Art auctions utilize the English auction method of taking the highest bid offered by buyers as the NAL price, the hammer price, as the auctioneer bangs a surface with his gavel, or small hammer, to indicate that the sale of the item is over. English auctions are used for many goods, such as farm animals, land, and property. Auctions for some goods, sh and hours, for example, are sold by the Dutch auction method, whereby the auctioneer starts at a high price and lowers it until a buyer accepts the price being indicated by shouting mine and the sale is concluded. Economists have been interested in the question of whether these methods yield the same prices and, in the case of the art market, whether it is efficient in setting prices for works of art, i.e. satisfactory to both buyer and seller. 78. Auction prices. Sellers of works of art often set a minimum price with the auctioneer below which they will not sell, and this is called the reserve price. For obvious reasons, this is not made known, and the auctioneer goes to lengths not to reveal it by his starting price. The reserve price protects sellers from having to sell at a low price if there is insufficient interest among buyers. With the stock of works of art available at a sale being exceeded, the hammer price depends upon the strength of demand for the works being sold at any one time. Auction houses make their income from the premium paid by the buyer, typically 10% of the sale price, and from a commission paid by the seller, 5% as well. Auction houses therefore have an incentive to see prices rise. Besides the big international houses, there are also national auction houses, and, with private dealers also acting as intermediaries, sellers have some choice where to sell their works of art. It is estimated that about a quarter of works of art are sold at auction. Cultural economists have concentrated on the auction market, however. The main art markets are in London, Paris, and New York. Dealers tend to specialize in certain types of works of art, and auctions are arranged for specific groupings of artworks, such as European or American works, impressionists, landscapes, and so on. Some studies have shown that where a work is sold enhances the price obtained for it, suggesting that the international market is not fully efficient. Is buying art a good investment? A question that has interested cultural economists is whether works of art are a good investment compared to financial assets. Does the rate of return on a work of art match that on, say, government bonds? This has led to a great deal of complex econometric work analyzing trends in art prices, and one reason for the focus on auctions is that auction prices are published whereas those of private sales are not. It is an interesting question as to whether private sale prices and auction prices are comparable for similar works of art, and there is some disagreement among cultural economists on the answer. Using what are called repeat sales data for individual works that have been repeatedly sold over a period of years, or even centuries, an index of prices can be constructed. Alternatively, the so-called hedonic method is used, in which the price depends upon the characteristics of 79. Specific works. The rate of return on these works of art can then be calculated and compared with rates of return from stocks and shares as financial assets. In general, the results seem to show that investment in art produces a lower rate of return than financial assets. This is in part because artworks are not as liquid as financial assets, which can be sold quickly and easily. In addition, there are the transaction costs of selling, such as commission fees, that are relatively high, and there are other expenses, such as insurance. It may also be, however, because works of art are enjoyed for consumption reasons, and owners want the pleasure of owning works of art as well as a financial return from them. Finally, although the art market itself is unregulated, many countries have laws that control the movement of works of art of national importance, and owners of heritage art are not free to sell without some restriction. In the United Kingdom, that means that, before such a work can be exported, it must obtain a license and show that a domestic buyer cannot meet the market price. This reflects the fact that many important works of art and other collectible items, such as furniture, are owned by private owners in what are called stately homes, the country houses of the former landowning nobility and other wealthy people. These are an important part of the built heritage in all European countries, most of which have similar regulation of the export of works of art. Other laws that relate specifically to art markets are artists' resale rights, or droit de suite, as they are known in Europe. These are intended to enable artists to gain a share of the proceeds from rising prices of their work when it is sold by another owner. This is related to copyright law, and is dealt with in Chapter 13. Craftwork. Craftwork of all kinds: furniture, pottery, decoration, jewelry, embroidery, cloth, leather, fancy goods, and many other hand-worked items, is often sold in very much the same way as works of art, with shops, craft centers, and fairs selling the ongoing supply produced by living craftspeople in the primary market, and the secondary market dealing in antiques. Designers and makers of high-quality goods are given state support in some countries, and a state-run body may gather information about works produced and also assist with marketing. In general, craftspeople rely on the marketplace and on revenues for sales as income from their work. Artisanal products are promoted by UNESCO for developing and transitional countries through prizes and aiding support for trade fairs, and the skills of craftspeople are recognized as part of the intangible heritage. UNESCO has adopted this definition. Artisanal products are those produced by artisans, either completely by hand, or with the help of hand tools or even mechanical means, as long as the direct manual contribution of the artisan remains the most substantial component of the niched product. These are produced without restriction in terms of quantity and using raw materials from sustainable resources. The special nature of artisanal products derives from their distinctive features, which can be utilitarian, aesthetic, artistic, creative, culturally attached, decorative, functional, traditional, religiously and socially symbolic, and significant. Many countries have museums devoted to craftwork and to design whose collection has been bought on the open market or donated. Craftspeople are included in work by cultural economists on artists' labor markets, chapters 11 and 12, but otherwise there has been little research specifically on the economics of crafts. Crafts are protected to some extent by intellectual property law, copyright and design rights, trade names and trademarks, but the extent of coverage is controversial, nor do crafts tie into standard industrial classification systems, and international trade in craft products is believed to be hampered thereby. 2. Museums. Types of museums. Museums or art galleries are where the most highly prized works of art and craft eventually end up. One thing to be noted about museums, though, is that they are very disparate. Cultural economists have been mostly concerned with art and other cultural museums. It is worth mentioning, however, that many countries do not distinguish in their policies or financial data between types of museums. The website Museums USA lists over 20 types of museums ranging from anthropological museums to zoos. In Australia, where natural and built heritage are reported together, many of these museums are parks or nature centers and so seem to be part of the natural heritage. Others, art museums, children's museums, culture museums, are more easily associated with the cultural sector. Historic houses and the like belong more to what we call the built heritage. Besides the architectural importance of the building, they often house important collections of works of art and craft. Museums devoted to science, planetaria and space, natural history, the military, maritime and other special interests all form part of the museum sector, and often many of these categories form part of the collection of a mixed museum typical of the National Museum. Distribution of museums and their collections. The used data demonstrate the uneven geographical distribution of museums. For example, there are 228 art museums in Illinois and VE in Kansas. In other countries, the concentration of museums, or, at least, of the major ones, is often in the capital city with much less on offer in the provinces. Some countries have a policy of distributing museums and parts of the national collection around the country, however. The Netherlands is an example of this. There are national museums, Rijksmuseum, distributed between various cities, and museums can be required to transfer items from their collection to other museums, a policy of decessioning 3 within the country. Another model is the branch museum, whereby a museum in one part of the country, say the capital, has regional extensions. The Tate Gallery in England has 2 regional branches, one in Liverpool and the other in St. Ives in Cornwall. The Solomon R. Guggenheim Museum in New York has a Soho extension in New York City. This policy is beginning to cross national borders with branches and franchises. The Guggenheim has branches in Berlin, Bilbao, and Venice. France's National Louvre has an agreement to open a satellite museum in Abu Dhabi, and the St. Petersburg Hermitage has branches in Amsterdam and London. Another development that extends the scope of the museum is the online museum, using digitalization of the layout of the building and the collection that is available on the Internet. The United Kingdom even has a 24-hour virtual museum that exists only online. These developments are likely to be more widely adopted, and they raise problems of intellectual property ownership. They are difficult to charge for and are typical public goods, being non-excludable and non-rival, and are mostly publicly financed. These remarks apply with equal force to archives and National Library collections. Ownership of the museum and its collection. Many museums, or at any rate their collections, are state-owned by national, regional, and local government, and in many countries they may also be managed by state bureaucracies. World-famous national museums such as the Louvre, the British Museum, the Prado, and the Berlin Museum's Island are all state-owned. There are some prominent museums that are both privately financed and privately owned. However, famous private museums include the San-Borja Museum in Madrid, housed in a building given by the Spanish state, the Musicalist Gulbenkian in Lisbon, and the Royal Academy in London. There are many privately owned and financed museums in the United States, some of the more famous being the Solomon R. Guggenheim Museum and the Frick Collection in New York, the Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum in Boston, and the J. Paul Getty Museum in Malibu, California. Accordingly, within the museum sector, there is a mixture of private and public finance for non-profit organizations and direct provision for state-owned and managed museums. Museums usually charge entry fees, though the price may not be cost-covering. In some countries there is a free entry day, or entry to national collections is free, as in the United Kingdom. Prices are often reduced for young people and for senior citizens. Price discrimination. Many publicly financed museums now hold what have come to be called blockbuster exhibitions, with special exhibits, often assembled from other museums and private collections that are put on for a limited period of time. These have become very popular with the public, and museums can charge very much higher prices for entry than are charged for visiting the regular collection. A novel feature of these exhibitions is selling time tickets, which limit entry according to a timetable. Such exhibitions have become a basis for cultural tourism nationally and internationally, see chapters 9 and 19. 83. The collections of museums, however, typically remain in state ownership, and often restrictions are placed on what may be done with them, regulating or preventing sales, particularly abroad. The state also assists in the acquisition of items by accepting works of art in lieu of death duties, tax on estates of the deceased. Decessioning. One of the topics in the economics of museums that has particularly attracted attention is decessioning, the sale of items from the museum collection. Cultural economists have long argued that museums do not act rationally in managing their collections because they do not, and do not have to, place a financial value on them. Montias, Box 3.3, was a prominent proponent of decessioning. While it is understood that it may not be possible to place a meaningful valuation on a whole collection, it is nevertheless possible to value individual items, for example by comparing them to similar items that have been sold on the market. There are two results from this stance. Museum managers do not perceive the opportunity cost of the items in their collections, and they deprive the public of the chance to view many items in the collection for which there is not exhibition space and which then remain in the vaults unseen by visitors. Decessioning may not be an option for publicly owned collections, however, because the state may not allow items to be sold, on the grounds that they belong to the nation. Nor is it only state-owned museums that have these restrictions. Some private museums are also unwilling, or even unable by the terms of the bequest, to sell or alter the collection. For example, the Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum in Boston, Massachusetts, cannot alter any aspect of the museum. That is also the case with the private Baylor Museum in Basel, Switzerland, which has been studied by Frey and Meyer, see Box 4.1, as a case study in the significance of the particular institutional arrangement, the combination of mainly private lands with some public support. Other topics that have been studied in the economics of museums are the multi-product nature of the output of a museum and pricing. Chapter 9 explores these topics further. 84. Box 4.1 Professor Bruno Frey on the institutional culture of museums. Bruno Frey is Professor of Economics at the University of Zurich and Research Director of the Center for Research in Economics, Management, and the Arts, Switzerland. He is one of the most prominent and extensively cited economists working in Europe and has published on an extraordinarily broad range of topics, applying his view of economics to them. As he says on his webpage, he seeks to extend economics beyond standard neoclassics by including insights from other disciplines, including political science, psychology, and sociology. His recent work has been on the economics of happiness, terrorism, awards and honors, and democracy and federalism. It would be hard to find another economist writing with expertise on so many seemingly unrelated topics. The common thread running through them all is his belief in the importance of institutions and incentives and a behavioral approach. Nevertheless, he retains the outlook of an economist in terms of applying rational maximizing behavior. He has applied this approach to various topics in the economics of the arts and culture and, in the present context, to museums. Frey is one of the most important contributors to cultural economics, and several of his books and many of his articles are required reading in the subject. Frey has been a critic of museum culture for some time, pointing out that museums are often run for the convenience of the employees instead of the public. For example, every continental European museum closes on Mondays and has opening times that suit museum staff, not visitors. Moreover, the laws and rules in Switzerland, as elsewhere in Europe, governing state-owned museums, examples of institutional arrangements, prevent decessioning and encourage the hoarding of works of art in the vaults. Public museums have no incentive to increase their earned income by providing better visitor facilities, such as shops or cafes, because the bureaucracy that manages them would just absorb any profit and, equally, would nance any deceit. In a recent working paper entitled Museums Between Private and Public, the case of the Baylor Museum in Basel, Frey and co-author Stefan Meyer investigate as a case study the difference it made to the way the museum behaves with respect to decessioning, special exhibitions and visitor amenities that it is a privately funded museum, albeit with some state support, estimated to be 14% of the total budget. Their analysis uses Frey's favored institutional approach to cultural economics. The Baylor Museum opened in 1997 and since then has become the most visited museum in Switzerland. It has an important modern art collection donated by art gallery owners Hilde and Ernst Baylor, who also financed the building, designed by Renzo Piano. It is acknowledged to be the most successful museum in Switzerland in terms of numbers of visitors. As Frey and Meyer expected, the museum offered improved visitor amenities, such as more flexible opening hours and an excellent restaurant, and devoted much time, effort, and attention to continuous special blockbuster exhibitions with the focus on the number of visitors. Its collection policy does not differ from that of a public museum, however, there is no de-sessioning, the collection is not valued in monetary terms, and any borrowing and lending takes place by barter. Sources: Frey, 2000, www.bsfrey.ch/index.html and http://papers.ssrn.com/sol3/papers.cfm?abstract_id =$316698. 85. The publishing industry. Moving now to the world of literature, this is discussed in cultural economics in the context of literary publishing. The publishing industry consists of the production of books, newspapers, and magazines. Traditionally, publishing referred to the printing and distribution of works such as books, newspapers, magazines, and other such matter on paper, such as maps. With digitization and the Internet, however, publishing has expanded beyond paper to include electronic sources, such as the electronic versions of all these items, and electronically generated content, such as blogs, websites, and so on. Publishing is mostly a private enterprise and attracts little subsidy, with the exception of some literary magazines, though there are schemes in some countries, especially in Northern Europe, for supporting authors and translators of books and providing grants to assist them with publication. Sweden has had subsidized newspaper publishing and distribution since the 1970s, however. There is considerable international trade in published material, especially books, and unsurprisingly, the United States and the United Kingdom dominate the industry worldwide, see Chapter 18. This creates concern about domestic production in countries with relatively small populations and minority languages, for which the preservation of cultural diversity in publishing is a sine qua non aspect of cultural policy. Apart from the AXED book price that exists in many European countries, but not the United Kingdom or Ireland, and in Japan, there is no specie regulation of book or magazine publishing, unless for the purposes of censorship in those countries that have it. Copyright is very important in the publishing industry, however, for authors of books, for journalists, and for publishers. In addition, libel, defamation, decency, and invasion of privacy laws apply in particular to newspapers, and there is sufficient concern in the United States about freedom of expression for there to be a Freedom to Read Committee of the Association of American Publishers. In the United Kingdom, the Press Council is a system of voluntary regulation by the industry. Regulation regarding media ownership applies to newspapers but not to magazines and books, and is discussed in detail in Chapter 18. Book publishing. Like the art market, the market for books has changed little in the way it works, despite considerable technological progress, though the ownership of 86 publishing houses has become a great deal more concentrated over the last century. There is a tremendous supply of titles by potential authors, and the market for new book production is very well organized, with literary agents acting as intermediaries in contact with editors in publishing houses. Their role is to sift out potentially marketable work by assessing its merit. Books that are thought to have very high potential as bestsellers are auctioned by agents to publishers. Books are mostly written by freelance authors who have a royalty contract with a publisher. The publisher edits and has the book printed and markets it. Books are sold through bookshops or online retailers and book clubs, but also in supermarkets and other retail outlets. The book market is very diverse, consisting of both literary and commercial works. The book trade therefore deals with a huge and heterogeneous array of output. This is illustrated in Box 4.2 for the book trade in the United Kingdom. Box 4.2 Pro LE of the UK book market. UK publishers produced 119 million titles in 2001, of which 11% were adulttion, 9% were children's, 26% were non-gen, and the remainder academic, scientific and technical books and school textbooks. The United Kingdom produced 45% of all books published in the English language. There were 2,280 publishers in 2006. UK publishers sold an estimated 787 million books in 2006, with an invoiced value of £2.81 billion. Of these, 60% were sold on the home market and 40% are exported. In 2006 the value of the UK home book market was £1814 million and the export market value was £999 million. The United Kingdom is both the second largest exporter and importer of books in the world, according to UNESCO statistics. The United States is the single largest destination for UK book exports, with sales of £215.6 million. The Republic of Ireland was the second largest destination, £133.3 million, followed by Germany, £92.2 million, and Australia and the Netherlands, £80 million each. The United Kingdom imported books worth $1,273 million in 2002. Consumers aged 12 to 74 spent an estimated £2.3 billion on books in 2006 and libraries, the British Library and University, public and school libraries, spent £160.7 million. Public expenditure on libraries, all, was £441 million. The Booksellers Association in the United Kingdom had 4,410 outlets in membership in 2006, an increase of 34% compared to April 1997. In contrast, the number of independent booksellers in membership had declined by 22.6%, from 1,839 in 1997 to 1,424 in 2007, with a decline of 4% in the last 10 months due mainly to stores ceasing trading. Sources: Publishers Association, 2006, and UNESCO Institute for Statistics, 2005. 87. The market is almost all private, though there is subsidy for special categories of books, such as poetry, and, in countries that have a policy of promoting their language, grants are made to authors as mentioned above, sometimes for very long periods, to support the writing of new books. The XED book price system, which allows publishers to X the price of books with booksellers, is intended to promote diversity of titles and access by consumers to bookshops, though it raises the price for book buyers, see Chapter 18. Besides the market for new books, there is also a thriving second-hand market, which is well organized through shops, dealers, and online selling. E-books are developing rapidly at the time of writing, with access to online delivery becoming possible for a wide selection of titles. Newspapers and magazines. Individual newspapers have come and gone, but most countries have a selection of national and regional or local titles that reflect different political and other interests. Circulation figures are regarded as the measure of output and success, helping to attract advertising, which is a vital source of NANS. The New York Times has a daily circulation of 1.2 million, 1.6 million on Sundays, USA Today has 2.3 million, while the popular UK national newspaper The Sun has 3.2 million and it has strong competitors. Most major newspapers now have an online version. 5 present-day magazines are an offshoot of periodicals, some of which are learned journals and the rest are publications supplying information and comment on a wide range of topics, from high-quality literary magazines down to TV listings. For example, The Economist, founded in 1843 and still running, had an international circulation of 1.2 million in 2007, Entertainment Weekly has a circulation of 1.7 million, the German magazine Der Spiegel has a circulation of over 1 million. Periodicals and magazines have over the years been very important in literary publishing and were a source of income to many famous authors. To give some famous examples, Dickens published sketches by Boz in the Morning Chronicle, for which he worked as a reporter, and several of his most famous novels were published in monthly installments before being made into books. Conan Doyle published many Sherlock Holmes stories in the Strand magazine. Edgar Allan Poe, reputedly the first American author to Live by writing alone, also worked for and published in a succession of periodicals and magazines. Periodicals and magazines now, as in the past, offer employment to a host of correspondents, reporters, and general writers as well as to editors, and an enormous number are published worldwide. Many newspapers, periodicals, and magazines were founded and owned by individual entrepreneurs. All parts of the publishing industry now, however, are highly concentrated and owned by large international corporations. For instance, see Box 14.3 on Rupert Murdoch's News Corporation. Newspapers and magazines in the United States get a significant part of their NANS from advertising, 80 and 56% respectively, and that leads in the case of newspapers to 2/3 of their content being advertisements, 6 though they also raise revenue from sales and subscriptions. In recent years free newspapers, financed by advertising, have become a serious threat to the established newspaper market. The Internet is also a strong competitor for advertising revenues, and the resulting fall in income to newspapers is causing smaller ones to close down. The economics of newspapers and magazine publishing falls more into the field of media than of cultural economics. What little work there is in cultural economics on publishing has concentrated on books, see Chapter 18. The music industry. In contrast to publishing, all aspects of the music industry have been studied in cultural economics. The music industry is complex and varied. It consists of musical composition and publishing, live performance, and sound recording. It is both an old industry and a new industry, and has experienced many changes of taste, technique, and technology, from the troubadours of medieval Europe to the iPod. Current catalogues of recorded music and of live performance include world music of peoples from Australia to Zaire, Asian classical music, European music for the church, the courts and concert halls from the devotional music of 12th century Hildegard of Bingen and the dances of the Renaissance Duchy of Burgundy, to the whole canon of Baroque, classical, jazz, contemporary classical and popular music from Europe, North and South America, in other words, serious and popular music of every genre, past and present. Some of this music was composed and published, some exists only in sound recordings, some pieces require huge forces of performers and instruments while other music calls for only one performer, and electronic music requires neither. Therefore, it is necessary to consider many aspects of this industry, starting from the creation of music by composers, songwriters, lyricists, and performers, and moving through the chain of production to music publishing, performance organizations, and venues, the production of musical instruments, the sound recording industry and, finally, the distribution of music in all these branches of the industry through sales outlets and downloading services. It is not difficult to see that there are many different economic aspects of this varied cultural output. On the one hand, there are the individuals who create and perform it, whether for payment or love. On the other, the industry, meaning the record or sound recording industry, is large, concentrated, vertically integrated and globalist. It has been in the forefront of demands for protection by copyright law and has been subject to several technological revolutions, some initiated within the industry itself and others from outside it, especially digitization and the Internet, which have so profoundly altered the production of music. There are many stages in the chain of production of music. Musical composition is a creative activity of individual composers and songwriters. Music publishing is a specialist task undertaken by private enterprise. The live performance of pop and classical music, in clubs, concerts, festivals, theaters, and so on, may be financed privately or with public subsidy. Sound recording used to be a specialist task, but now it is easy to produce good quality recordings without a dedicated sound studio and trained sound engineers. Distribution takes place via sales of CDs and other sound carriers, DVD, cassette, through specialized record shops and other high street retail outlets and, increasingly, through the online supply of tracks as downloads, legal and illegal. These production and distribution activities are in the hands of different types of economic agents. Though there is vertical integration, ownership of the different stages in the chain of production, in the music business, particularly between music publishing and sound recording, which has become increasingly concentrated in the last few decades. Musical composition. Musical composition is done by composers and songwriters. When words are involved, they are created by lyricists, and sometimes a partnership between composer and lyricist is vital to artistic success. Think of Gilbert and Sullivan and Rodgers and Hammerstein, while other composers write their own lyrics. 90. Wagner, Bob Dylan, The Beatles, or set existing words to music. Composition is a very broad field and includes musicals and opera, classical song and pop music of all kinds, music for film and TV programs, jingles for advertising and ringtones for mobile phones. In some circumstances, the composer is commissioned or hired by an organization or RM that is going to use his or her work. In other cases, the composer may perform the works him or herself. There is also a range of possibilities as to who owns the copyright and all the rights to use the music. The copyright rests in the RST instance with the composer unless the work was undertaken during employment, called work made for hire, when it belongs to the employer. For some commercial purposes, however, composers are required as part of a contract to transfer the copyright. See chapters 13 and 15 for more detail. Composers often have an agent who manages negotiations with buyers. For contemporary classical music, there are grants for composers, either to the individual or through the organization commissioning the work, say a symphony or set of songs. Music publishing. Like book publishing, music publishing is almost always a private enterprise, and nowadays it is often an arm of a private corporation whose other activities include sound recording and maybe film production. There are still famous old RMS in music publishing that go back centuries, however, for example, in Germany, Breitkopf and Hartl, mentioned in Chapter 3, and, in Italy, Ricordi, Verdi's publisher and, to some extent, mentor. Music publishers perform a range of tasks. They print the notes and lyrics on paper for sale as sheet music or for hiring out to performing organizations, such as orchestras and music theaters. They license the performing and mechanical, recording, rights to performers and record companies, and they negotiate the use of the works they publish for use in films, TV programs, and such like. They also commission recordings of some works and hire them out in a sound library to advertisers or filmmakers who want a spicy sound. Much of the role of the music publisher has moved from being responsible for the printing of music to managing musical rights for composers and songwriters. Publishers with a roster of composers on whose works copyright has expired can still control their use in two ways: RST, by the old established system whereby the music is printed in orchestral parts for the different instruments with the only full score being that used by the conductor, though pocket scores are also sold to the public, and, second, by commissioning new. 91. Performing editions of a work or of a composer's output, thereby creating a new copyrightable version. Copyright collection societies are particularly important in the music industry for managing some aspects of copyright, such as public performance rights of composers and publishers. Music publishing continues to be a pro-table area of the music industry, despite the decline in sound recording revenues. Music shops are the outlet to consumers of sheet music, and they are often owned by the publishers or are small privately owned enterprises selling items such as musical instruments. Sound recording. Sound recording is a for-profit part of the music business, with 80% of the world's sound recording market in the hands of 4 international corporations: Universal Music Group, Sony BMG, EMI, and Warner Music Group. They represent the trend over the 20th century of frequent mergers and takeovers of record labels. Sound recordings in the form of CDs, DVDs, and cassettes are produced and sold under the name of the record label and cover the whole range of world music. Record sales of popular works run into the millions. Only about 1 in 10 sound recordings is pro-table, however. Although originally record companies ran their own sound studios, such as the EMI Abbey Road studio in London, of Beatles fame, Most recording studios are now separate enterprises, and the recording process is managed by a sound engineer selected by the group of musicians. In terms of copyright, record companies have to acquire the right to make the sound recording from the composer, and they then control the rights in the sound recording. The signed performers have a royalty contract with the record label, and the backing performers are paid a studio fee for the time they spent in recording. Recently, all performers have acquired new rights in their performances, something that is discussed in detail in Chapter 13. Many instrumental musicians and singers work in scratch bands and choruses on short-term contracts, often just for a 3-hour session, hence the term sessions musicians. In order to help the musicians obtain the maximum amount of work, there are diary services in the busiest markets for recorded music that keep a performer's diary and book his or her recording sessions. You can't answer the phone during a recording. This is another example of specialist market making in a thick market. Top performers are all represented by agents, and many also have a manager. There is considerable excess supply of potential performers, and the market is very well organized, with 92 managers and agents acting as middlemen in contact with record labels. They also act as gatekeepers to identify potentially marketable work in AL that is dominated by the star system, as we see in Chapter 15. Distribution of sound recordings. Sound recordings are sold direct to the public in a variety of outlets, including supermarkets, petrol stations, and bookshops, as well as in music stores dedicated to their sale, some of which are owned by record labels. Increasingly, there are online sales of records of commercial sound recordings produced by the majors or the indies, independent record labels, and also direct sales from the performers themselves, including orchestras and other groups and ensembles that now market their own sound recordings. The online distribution of music is not in the hands of the record industry but with specialized companies, iTunes, PressPlay, and so forth, which are middlemen for the rights and provide the technical facilities for downloading tracks made by record labels. Radio and TV stations are extremely important in the public performance and dissemination of recorded music, and they have to pay composers, performers, and record labels for the use of their work in broadcasts. The same is true for the use of recorded music in film and other uses, such as advertising or ringtones. Music videos have become an important offshoot of sound recording and are used both as promotion of the band and as entertainment in their own right on TV. Performing arts. The previous chapter gave a brief economic history of the performing arts, from which it could be seen that, as Baumol has claimed in the context of the cost disease, see box 1.1, little has changed in economic terms. Live performance of music, opera, dance, and spoken theater has indeed changed little in some respects, and some considerable proportion of performances are of works that have been in the repertoire going as far back as the times of Shakespeare and Johann Sebastian Bach. The repertoire is being added to, however, with newer works being produced, and technological developments have enabled performances to larger audiences. Of these, perhaps the amplification of sound and the use of sound recording have had the greatest economic impact. The former has enabled concerts to take place in large auditoria, and the latter has reduced reliance on large forces of live players. 93. Live performance of music. Orchestras, chamber ensembles, choirs, musical theater and opera companies, ensembles, bands, groups and individual soloists perform every sort of music for live audiences in a host of venues, from theaters and churches to cafes and ships to football stadia. Groups vary from the several hundred singers and orchestral players on a regular contract with an established performing arts organization to individual instrumentalists and singers who work on short-term contracts moving from band to band. Many small groups in all genres have no formal organization. Concerts are promoted by many different types of publicly and privately financed organizations, and audiences vary very much in size. There is usually price discrimination in concert and music theater tickets, and prices can range from very high to very low, with some members of the audience willing to pay considerable amounts for tickets, for example, for top festival tickets or for top performers. Festivals are important in offering live performances and are increasingly popular. Bands often go on live tours to promote a new recording or even to sell reissues, and these are increasingly organized by the record label or, as a recent trend, by concert promoters who deal with merchandising as well as concert promotion. Many small ensembles, however, from string trios to jazz bands, promote their own concerts and rely on the revenues from ticket sales for finance and to get by in the private market. Radio and TV also play a role in broadcasting live performances, and many of the bigger publicly financed radio stations employ their own orchestras. The larger classical orchestras usually are in receipt of state subsidies, grants from foundations, business sponsorship, and gifts from private patrons. In many European countries, a city or state owns and manages an orchestra, employing the musicians more or less as civil servants. Live performance of music is therefore a mixture of those performers who rely on the market for making a living and those who are financed publicly. Opera. Nowadays, Germany probably supports more opera companies than any other country, with over 150 publicly owned theater companies. The leading companies operate in their own theaters while the others share the city's theater with spoken drama and other uses. The typical German opera company tends to offer a broader repertoire than would be found in opera houses in other countries, regularly performing operetta and musicals with their classically trained singers. 94. All salaried performers, principals, chorus, and orchestral musicians are employed by either the state or the city, and enjoy the same job protection and conditions of work as other state employees. This model is typical of a number of European countries. By contrast, opera houses in the United States and the United Kingdom have developed as private non-profit organizations that are in receipt of a mixture of public subsidy, patronage, and sponsorship. In these countries, there is an active marketplace for singers, conductors, directors, and set designers working freelance with contracts relating to a specific production. There are two basic systems by which opera performances are organized: stagione or repertory. The stagione, meaning literally the season, is the classic Italian system, whereby one opera is given a certain number of performances, usually 6 to 10, over several weeks, followed by a rehearsal period for the next opera, during which the theater may also be used for ballet, orchestral performances, and chamber music, after which that opera is performed for its run, and so on. Over the performing season from late autumn to the end of spring, perhaps 6 or 8 operas are produced sequentially. This system is still followed in most of the 13 opera houses in Italy, at least, those that are still open. Under the stagione system, principal singers are hired by the opera for the rehearsal period and the run of performances, usually 3 or 4 performances of the opera per week, which enables the singers to rest the voice in between performances. This is costly, because it results in many dark nights in the opera house, and also the resident orchestra is not used much during the rehearsal period, other than for ballet or concerts. The repertory system of opera performance, like its spoken theater equivalent, see below, has nightly alternating performances of several operatic works in the repertory over the performing season or year. This system is to be found in most German opera houses. It demands either a great deal from the company of singers or a larger company. It facilitates more performances, of each opera and, probably, of more operas, some portion being revivals from previous performing seasons. Many opera houses in fact operate a mixed system of stagione and repertory, meaning that an opera enters the repertoire for a season and is performed alternately with several others over a period of time. This calls for a greater use of guest artists to supplement company principal singers, and possibly also a much larger chorus. Though thousands of operas have been written, many of which are even in performing editions, only a very small fraction of them is performed at all, and of those there is a canon of the most commonly performed operas that are the mainstay of opera houses. La Bohème, Madame Butterfly, La Traviata. 95. Carmen, Il Barbiere di Siviglia and Le Nozze di Figaro are regularly to be found in the performance schedule of every opera house in the world. When a modern work is performed, audience size drops dramatically. Nowadays, very few opera companies survive without sine-qua state support, though even in this most expensive of art forms it does happen, typically in the form of the Opera Festival. Examples are the Bayreuth Festspiele, Glyndebourne Festival Opera, a private company in the United Kingdom, the Arena di Verona, the Rossini Festival in Pesaro, the Santa Fe Opera Festival and the Wexford Opera Festival, in Ireland. Festivals run for a short period of the year, often the summer. Even if they do not receive direct public funding, however, they rely on sponsorship and gifts that in some countries, at least, are tax deductible, see Chapter 7, and on recording deals and broadcasting fees. Dance. The story with dance is rather different. Ballet, like opera, rarely survives on the market, but, on the other hand, other dance forms part of popular performing arts that do. Musicals often employ choreographers and dancers, including dancers who can sing. Musicals such as Cats or West Side Story could not exist without them, and musicals, at least in New York and London, are entirely dependent upon the market. A ballet company is often tied to an opera company, sharing the use of the stage and orchestra. When choreographers create the structure of a ballet or modern dance, it can be set down in notation or recorded on video and used for teaching dancers their moves. If anything, ballet is even more tied than opera to war horses, the standard repertoire that is repeatedly performed, such as Swan Lake and the Nutcracker. Choreographers are also involved in a range of other art forms that require structured performances by people, such as music videos and ice shows. Choreographers may be employed or work as freelancers. They are usually paid a fee and they have copyright on their work, so they are paid royalties for a work's performance. Choreographers are also frequently working dancers. The copyright of a ballet rests with the choreographer, unless he or she was employed by the dance company to create the work. Dance is promoted in a range of venues, mostly theaters. Dance companies vary quite a lot in size and type, from subsidized national ballet companies with a large corps de ballet, with the dancers on long-term contracts, to the many small groups of independent dancers who work together when nances allow it. Dance companies specialize in various types of dance, including various schools of contemporary dance and ethnic dance. 96. Ticket prices for ballet and modern dance performances tend to be lower than for opera, but they may also be raised when there is a star performer. In some countries dance is very popular, and features in film, especially in India, and on television. In Russia, ballet is often televised. Amateur dance competitions have become a popular television format. The economic aspects of opera and dance are discussed at length in Chapter 8. Theater. The word theater has two meanings. It can be the building in which performances of several art forms take place, and it can be the art form of spoken drama itself. Theater ownership is an interesting topic that has received almost no attention from cultural economists. The theater as a building. Theater buildings in most continental European countries are owned by the state, either the national or state government, if the theater was originally part of the court, or the municipality. By contrast, in the United Kingdom and the United States, theater ownership was and still is to a remarkable degree a private enterprise, and this is crucial to the flourishing New York Broadway and London's West End theater systems, because there are theaters for almost every type of performance, ranging from large ones with an orchestra pit to small ones with very limited facilities, that can be hired for long or short runs of plays, musicals, dance, operas, and so on. The theater building provides a range of front-of-house and backstage facilities, as well as the stage and the auditorium and the personnel who deal with them. The technicians and stage hands, ushers, ticket sellers and the rest are employed by the theater itself. Their services are typically hired along with the theater. Theater as drama. Spoken theater or drama is the performance of plays created by playwrights, who have copyright in their work and are paid a royalty or fee for its use in a public performance. New plays are sometimes commissioned, but, perhaps more typically, most performances are of existing plays. Plays may be published and put on sale to the public. Theatrical companies are a mixture of publicly supported and privately financed organizations dependent upon the market. For Pro-T, theater exists in larger cities with a cast hired for the planned run of the play. If the play is a success, other actors may have to be hired to replace those leaving. In London's West End, the same play is 97. Performed up to 8 times a week, 6 days a week with 2 performances on Saturdays and Wednesdays. Reliance on the market means that prices have to cover the costs of putting on the play. All theaters price discriminate according to seating in the theater in order to increase revenues. An interesting difference between customs regarding prices for theatrical performances in different countries, particularly for the publicly financed provincial theaters, is that, in many, an abonnement system is the norm, whereby the regular audience member buys a ticket for the whole performing season, and for a range of performing art forms playing in the same building, either for every performance or for a selection. This system has never caught on in the United Kingdom, however, where tickets are sold individually per performance. As with music and dance performing companies, the non-Pro-T theatrical company may be either a permanent company of actors on long-term contracts. In Europe, as mentioned earlier, they may be employed by the state, or an ensemble of actors on short-term contracts gathered together for the run of the production of a specie play. Some theater is repertory, meaning that the same company of actors performs in a different play throughout the performance season. A famous example of a repertory company is the United Kingdom's Royal Shakespeare Company, which offers productions of 4 or different plays per season. The number of performances of a play in the typical theater in a provincial city depends on how the stage is shared out between other performing organizations, such as resident opera and dance companies and visiting performing groups. The film industry. Film production is similar to theatrical performance, in that it requires directors, actors, and technical personnel working together at appointed times, and film exhibition also takes place at specie times, as with live performance. The market for film is highly complex and consists of film production, film distribution, theatrical exhibition in cinemas and transmission on television. Films are also shown in private clubs and can be bought or rented in DVD or video format by consumers, and, with digitization, films can be downloaded from legal and illegal sources on the internet, causing the film industry the same concerns over copyright protection as the music industry. All these activities are now undertaken by different enterprises, though in the early days of the film industry they were all done by the same studio under 98. What was known as the Hollywood studio system, see box 4.3. Markets for film tend to be differentiated by language, but the market area for different languages varies substantially. English, Spanish, and Arabic are languages with large market areas. Dubbing and subtitles can expand the market, and there is considerable international trade in films. Filmmaking is now a worldwide industry, with many countries producing films. Even though the industry is mostly in private ownership and seeks to make Pro-T, many governments support their film industries with various types of state intervention, including state subsidy. Commercial film production is concentrated in Hollywood and Bollywood. The Indian film industry in Mumbai, the city formerly called Bombay, and China and Russia have growing film industries. At the start of the 20th century, half the world's production of films was in Asia. Europe produced 28%, the United States produced 15%, South America produced 3%, Canada under 2%, and the remainder originated in the Middle East and Africa. 7 Hollywood films nevertheless still dominate markets everywhere. Besides cinema exhibition, showing films on television is an important source of revenue. Box 4.3 The Hollywood Studio System. The Hollywood studio system is the name given to the fully integrated mode of production and distribution in the film industry that operated in Hollywood from the 1920s, the so-called Golden Age, until a stop was put to it by the U.S. antitrust authorities in 1948 under the Sherman Act. With the studio system, a film company combined ownership of a production studio with a distribution division and ownership of a cinema, movie theater, chain, and, in addition, had performers and film-making personnel on strict long-term contracts requiring them to work exclusively for that company. The Hollywood majors were fully vertically integrated corporations, including Paramount Pictures, against which the antitrust case was brought, leading to it sometimes being called the Paramount case. The case was about the restrictive practices of the distribution arm, which did not allow independent film producers access to theatrical exhibition due to the practice of the exclusive booking by movie theaters of their own films, and the result was that, by decree of the Supreme Court, film companies were required to cease these exclusive dealing arrangements. This led the studios to sell their cinema chains, an example of disintegration in economic organization. 7 Korean Film Council, cited in Choi, 2006. 99. Films are the target of regulations to protect the national or regional industry, as in Canada and the European Union, by having quotas on the television exhibition of foreign films, which in practice mean that showing U.S. films is restricted. Exhibition in cinemas, movie theaters, is regulated only by censorship, rating, however, to protect the public, especially, but not only, children. Film production. Getting nans is the RST stage of film production, and that in itself is a specialized occupation. Production starts with a film script, which then leads on to the choice of directors, location and scenery, designer and cameraman. One indication of how complex all this is can be deduced from reading the credits at the end of the film. Not surprisingly, there is a great deal of specialization in the film business, with agencies and other companies dealing with searches for location, hiring the cast and extras. Editing the film is done post-production and has become a highly specialized process, which digitization has to some extent altered. There has been a constant stream of technological advance in filmmaking and exhibition over the years, of which digitization is the latest step. Special effects and stunts are also highly specialized, as are the composition, performance, and dubbing of the music for the film, which is usually specially composed. The director has the copyright as an author of the film and, in some countries, the producer also has copyright. Film distribution and cinema. The niched version of the film is distributed to cinemas and/or formatted into videos and DVD for retail distribution for sale or for rental. Commercially organized distribution of film over the internet has not yet become widespread, and there is plenty of illegal copying, but, as broadband develops, it is expected that the downloading of film will increase. Distribution to cinemas is a specialized activity and is done on a country-by-country basis, since copyright, distribution, and exhibition rights are nationally based. Cinemas pay a rental fee for the film. Multiplex cinemas may show the same film at different times as well as several films over the same period. Multiplexes are now far more common than the grand old cinemas of the mid-20th century. Cinemas are mostly privately owned and operated on a for-profit basis, though film clubs and art cinemas operating on a non-profit basis coexist with private enterprise. Prices for cinema showings vary by release. 100. Date and the location of the cinema, but there is no longer price discrimination within theaters. Broadcasting. Broadcasting by radio and television is a means of distributing culture in a wide sense. Both media offer programs on the arts and entertainment as well as news and other information. Over-the-air broadcasting signals that audiences access through radio receivers and TV sets constituted the RST technology for distributing broadcast programs, and this is still an important means of delivery. Later came cable and satellite distribution, and now the internet is also a means of access. Although it is not strictly correct to call all these technologies broadcasting, it is a common way of referring to the industry. Both radio and television distribution have changed very considerably in line with technical developments over the last 20 years or so. Until the 1980s, the typical ownership of radio and, later, of TV stations was by a national, state-run broadcasting monopoly, and that continues to be the case in many less developed countries. Commercial radio and TV, enhanced by advertising, developed in competition with public service broadcasting, PSB, and that is the typical position in most countries at present. Consumers do not have to pay for advertiser-enhanced broadcasts, but they do pay by taxes or a license fee for PSB. The state owns the electromagnetic spectrum, which it licenses in bands to broadcasters, public and private. Mobile phones also use part of the spectrum but do not compete with broadcasters for it, though they do compete as platforms for the delivery of broadcasts. Consumers mostly access broadcasts by radio and TV sets, which they buy as ordinary consumer goods in shops. Increasingly, broadcasts are streamed over the internet and can be accessed without a license. The price of the traditional over-the-air broadcasting is a combination of the cost of the license fee or tax paid to the broadcaster and the cost of the set to its owner. Cable and satellite services are sold as subscriptions for a period of time. Pay-per-view television enables the supplier to charge per program by means of a set-top box. Whatever system is used, there is a combination of public and private provision, the public service broadcasts being nowadays for reasons of policy more than of economic necessity, as was the case when the only transmission was that of the state monopoly. There is now considerable competition in what is essentially a private market that is state-regulated. 101. Digitization has now made reception of radio and television possible on a host of platforms besides the traditional sets, the Internet, mobile phones, Blackberries, and so on. The switch over to digital broadcasting imposes costs on listeners, who have to buy new sets to receive it. Chapter 17 goes into detail on the enhancing of TV and radio, with the focus on PSB. Internet. The Internet is the newest medium for the dissemination of cultural goods and services. It has been enabled by digital production technology and the spread of cheap personal computers. Apart from blogs, amateur sites such as Facebook and YouTube and some online newspapers, at the time of writing the Internet was only beginning to create new cultural material, although it has been extremely important in its ability to advertise and provide online consumption. Wikipedia as a free resource is breaking new ground. However, no doubt this will be out of date by the time this book is published. Digitization and the effect of the Internet are discussed in relation to each chapter in Part 4, but there is not yet sufficient research in cultural economics to form the basis of a dedicated chapter. The same is true of the ever-growing games industry. Conclusion. These sketches of the present-day economic organization of the creative industries provide an introduction to the way economists analyze the production and consumption of cultural products. These topics now constitute the next two chapters of the book. Chapter 5 provides the analytical basis for understanding the economics of production, the supply side of the market, and Chapter 6 does the same for consumption, the demand side of the market. One of the trends that this chapter demonstrated is the increasing intervention in the creative industries by the state through subsidy and regulation. The older industries, particularly the performing arts and museums, have more and more come to be publicly financed, though the public institutions coexist with some notable private ones. The newer media, such as recorded music and film, were developed as and still are private enterprises. Though some types of film are increasingly subsidized in many countries, television and radio have a mixed economy, with public service and private enterprise commercial channels coexisting and competing. The Internet has developed through the market. 102. Though with an initial boost from government, it is privately financed and remains largely unregulated. Further reading. My Handbook of Cultural Economics, TOWse, 2003a, comes into its own for further reading on this chapter, as there are quite a few chapters that provide good introductions to the economic organization of the various markets and industries. First, the art market. There are several different topics here: the organization of the market, how auction sales work and what determines dealer prices. On the organization of the market and dealers, see Olav Veltuis, Chapter 60 on Visual Arts, Martin Shubik, Chapter 24, Dealers in Art, and Dominique Saget-Devoru, Chapter 5 on Art Prices, on the Mechanism and Conduct of Art Auctions, the Chapter 3, Art Auctions, by Orly Aschenfelter, who is the leading expert on this subject, is An excellent introduction for the uninitiated. On museums, there is a chapter by Peter Johnson in the same handbook on the economics of museums, chapter 41, Museums, and Bruno Frey has two highly readable essays in his book Arts and Economics, 2000, chapter 3, For Art's Sake, Open Up the Vaults, and chapter 4, Superstar Museums, an Economic Analysis. On the Performing Arts and Back to a Handbook of Cultural Economics, there are chapters by Jörg Schmelpfennig, chapter 10, on ballet, Bill Luxettic, chapter 42 on orchestras, and by myself on opera, chapter 41. For film and music and books, see Darlene Chisholm, chapter 40, Motion Pictures, Andrew Burke, chapter 42, on music business, and Marja Appelman, chapter 29, Fixed Book Price. Finally, chapter 8 of Kung, Picard, and Towse The Internet and the Mass Media, by Alafasi, Backer, Elian and et.al., 2008, provides short sketches of the impact of the Internet on the media industries, newspapers, broadcasting and publishing. That completes a rather long reading list. 103. 5. Production, costs, and supply of cultural goods. This chapter deals with the supply of cultural goods and services and with the economic aspects of their production. The RST stage of production in the creative industries is creativity, and that may be generated by individuals or by enterprises. In economic terms, though, we can also regard artists and others involved in primary creative activity as producers. Supply to the market is made up of individual producers deciding how much to supply at different prices. What influences their decisions affects supply. The most important economic factor affecting supply is the cost of production, and, in the chapter, various types of costs are analyzed. Some producers are motivated only by pro-T, others are non-pro-T RMS with other objectives, some have a monopoly position in the market while others operate in a competitive market. All these factors affect supply, the prices of cultural goods, which goods and services are produced, RMS revenues, and, ultimately, how creators are rewarded. Creativity. The starting point for all cultural supply is something we can call creativity. The people who create new work can be called artists as a general term. One, creativity may be defined in many ways, and much has been written about it by social psychologists, philosophers, art historians, musicologists, critics, and so on, and lately by the authors of the UNCTAD, 2008, Creative Economy Report 2008. They adopt a broad definition that covers artistic, scientific and economic creativity with technological creativity at the core. Artistic creativity involves imagination and a capacity to generate original ideas and novel ways of interpreting the world, expressed in sound, text and image. Scientific creativity involves curiosity and a willingness to experiment and make new connections in problem solving, and economic creativity is a dynamic process leading towards innovation in technology, business practices, marketing, etc., and is closely linked to gaining competitive advantages in the economy. UNCTAD, 2008:9. This is a very broad definition that recognizes the interaction of both the artistic and the commercial, the latter being more or less the definition of entrepreneurship in economics, see below, and, as the report notes, however creativity is defined, it is fundamental to defining the scope of the creative economy. As we saw in Chapter 2, the broader the scope, the larger the size of the cultural sector, or the creative economy, as the UN now calls it. Creativity has thus come to be seen as the contemporary equivalent of innovation in the industrial age, and in the so-called post-industrial economy or information age, knowledge economy, even weightless economy, all titles that convey the increased economic role of ideas. Copyright now plays the role that patents were supposed to have had in encouraging the technological progress that drove manufacturing industry. The motivation of creative supply. Two aspects of creative activity that are of interest to cultural economics are, RST, what motivates artistic creativity, and, second, how artists get their work to market, that is, how it reaches the audience. Cultural economists believe the way to understand these industries is to study the motivation and organization of the individual artists, RMS, and organizations whose business it is to supply creative goods and services. Accordingly, the industrial organization of the creative industries is analyzed using the same economic tools as would be applied to any industry. That analysis has to take into account the specific features of creative goods and services, however, which differ in some respects from other products, and this is particularly true of those information goods and services that have been created digitally. Supplying the market requires there to be coordination of resources and management of marketing and/or production by commercial entrepreneurs. How artists fare in this process will determine the supply of new work upon which the creative industries depend, and that has led cultural economists to 105 efficient. Study artists' labor markets, the subject of chapters 11 and 12. This chapter, however, deals with the economic factors influencing the supply of cultural products from the point of view of the theory of the RM and the factors that affect the size of enterprises in the creative industries. Entrepreneurship. The starting point of the organization of production is the entrepreneur. The entrepreneur may be a single individual or the top level of management of a large corporation. The entrepreneur sees and seizes an opportunity to bring a new good to the market or to squeeze in with a new way of doing things. Entrepreneurship is therefore essential to both the working of markets and to competition. The motivation for entrepreneurship in the capitalist economy is economic success, either in terms of short-run progress or the long-run growth of the enterprise. Entrepreneurship need not be connected to pro-T making, though. A non-pro-T organization is entrepreneurial if it introduces new ways of doing things. The essential features of entrepreneurship are therefore imagination, the ability to perceive and seize opportunities, and the ability to coordinate the finance and management of the production and distribution of goods. Entrepreneurship may be thought of as the creative end in the world of business, and that is clearly what is recognized in the definition of creativity cited above. Cultural entrepreneurship is currently much touted as a concept in arts organizations, and it is therefore important to understand exactly what is meant by the term. What it should not be confused with, however, is good management. In economics, these are distinct functions. Nor is the entrepreneur the supplier of capital, though he or she may be so in a small organization. Typically, entrepreneurs take risks with other people's investment. Box 5.1 catalogs just a few of the long list of famous cultural entrepreneurs. Sources of finance. Where do entrepreneurs in the arts and entertainment or in any other business get their finance from? Like artists, at the start they often have to finance themselves by working for nothing or doing other jobs to pay the rent and rely on family gifts for support. Once they have managed to establish themselves and set up a legally constituted company, they may be able to get a bank loan, sell shares on the stock exchange, or attract venture capital. Loans are at an agreed rate of interest and repayment must be made over a specified 106 period of time. Shares, however, are an entitlement to a share in the progress made by the company, and it is this feature that causes economists to think that the pursuit of profit is the motive of commercial for profit organizations. Profit is the excess of revenue from sales over the costs of the operation, of which the interest on any loan is 1. For profit, RMS are assumed by economists to aim for the maximum possible rate of profit so as to ensure their continued ability to raise financial capital on the stock exchange, where they have to compete for funds with all the other RMS in all the other industries that are also seeking finance. They publicize their profitability in order to attract shareholders. So, for instance, the Dutch-founded International Entertainment Corporation Endemol NV is owned by a consortium consisting of Goldman Sachs Capital Partners, Mediaset Group, and CERT Group. Its financial results for the first half of 2007 are posted on its website. Net income attributable to the shareholders €56.6 million, 8.8% of. Box 5.1 Entrepreneurs in the arts. Entrepreneurship in the arts is hardly something new, and the list is very long indeed. especially if you include entertainment industry entrepreneurs such as Walt Disney and Rupert Murdoch. Here are just a few. Shakespeare could be considered one of them. He built and owned a theater and managed a company of actors while, of course, writing plays for them to perform. Later actor-managers in English theatre were David Garrick and Henry Irving. Garrick can even lay claim to having started cultural tourism to Stratford-upon-Avon and the Shakespeare industry there. Stratford had completely ignored its most famous son until Garrick's arrival there in 1745 with a crowd of worshippers from London. Richard D. Olycart not only founded an opera company and commissioned Gilbert and Sullivan to write operettas for it, he also ran a concert agency, representing the singer Patti and the author Oscar Wilde, and with the towse, financed the building of the Savoy Theatre and Hotel. Sergei Diaghilev, creator of the ballets Russes, is undoubtedly an entrepreneur by any standard. Not only did he create the company and organize its tours, he commissioned a roster of composers, Debussy, Ravel, Satie, Prokofiev and most famously Stravinsky, hired Fokine as choreographer and legendary dancers, Nijinsky, Pavlova, and kept the company going until his death. In our own day, Andrew Lloyd Webber, Baron Lloyd Webber of Sidmonton, was listed as the 87th richest Briton in 2006 based on his musicals and the Really Useful Theatre Company, which owns a number of West End theatres in London, as well as companies holding the musical rights, publishing and making recordings and films of his theatrical productions. In the Netherlands, Joop van den Ende is a Dutch billionaire theatre producer and media tycoon, co-founder of Endemol, and owner of the TV rights to Batman, and with John de Mol he has the distinction of having invented the Big Brother reality TV format. 107 efficient. Turnover, 13.6% growth compared to the RST half-year of 2006, earnings per share 45 cents. Two non-pro-T organizations may also make pro-Ts but they are not allowed to distribute them and therefore cannot issue shares on the stock exchange. They may borrow money in the form of loans but they mostly rely on grants, gifts, and other such nance that is not motivated by the desire for financial gain. Like for pro-T organizations, they finance themselves internally from sales receipts and other sources of revenue, but they do not set prices so as to make the maximum pro-T. The Angel System. As a footnote to this section, a system for financing private theatre in the United Kingdom is worth a mention. People known as angels, be an angel, darling, put up finance for productions without much expectation of a return on their money, apparently because they get pleasure from so doing. These are not gifts, it is a business-like and well-organized system that just happens not to pay. A scheme to encourage the public to make small investments is organized by the Theatre Investment Fund. The UK tax authorities even have special instructions on the taxation of angels pro-Ts and losses. 3. Organizational goals. While the motives of for pro-T RMS are assumed to be the maximization of pro-T and the survival and growth of the RM, the motives of non-pro-T organizations are less easy to generalize. All organizations have goals and they are embodied in their articles of incorporation. For non-pro-T organizations these goals are usually the pursuit of high-quality provision of a specific good or service, and the mission to increase access to it by the public or a particular group of people. In the arts, this would include a statement of artistic goals. For example, a museum would have the preservation, research on and display of its collection as its goals and a desire to offer the public the best possible opportunity for enjoying and learning from it as its mission. Management is concerned with the implementation of these goals and with strategies for future development. The relevance for economics of these goals is that they determine decisions about prices and the size of the output to be supplied, on the one hand, and, on the other, how to evaluate the success of the enterprise. For pro-T RMS, their policy is to set a pro-T maximizing price, and the valuation of the RM, its profitability and growth are all measures of success. Non-pro-T organizations set prices and output in accordance with the objectives for which they were set up and their ability to achieve those objectives can be evaluated in many ways. one of which is the ability to attract donations and voluntary support. Those in receipt of public subsidy or expenditure are evaluated in accordance with the conditions for which the grant was awarded, for example to attract more visitors. The evaluation of success in the arts and cultural industries is discussed in detail in chapters 7, 10, and 14. For the rest of this chapter, I concentrate on the microeconomics of supply and the analysis of economic organization of the creative industries. Theory of supply. Price takers and price makers. The theory of supply was developed in its neoclassical form by Alfred Marshall at the end of the 19th century. Supply forms one of the scissors of the standard picture of the market, with demand as the other. The interaction of supply and demand determines what price will come about in the market for a particular good or service. This was explained in Chapter 3. In a competitive market, all the RMS supplying the same or very similar goods will be forced to charge a similar price, or their customers will move to another supplier. A monopoly as the sole supplier of a good can set its own price, however, as long as there is some demand for its product. Thus a RM in a competitive market is a price taker and a monopoly or oligopoly is a price maker. An oligopoly is a situation in which a few RMS dominate the market. In between is monopolistic competition, where there is competition but the RM has some freedom to set its price, depending upon how easy it is to substitute one supplier's product for that of another. So, prices and the type of market structure or economic organization of an industry are very much interrelated. The supply schedule. The RMS supply schedule represents its willingness to offer different quantities of a good for sale at various prices and, typically, the higher the price the 109 efficient, greater the quantity it will be prepared to offer. The market supply schedule is the combined quantities of a good that all RMS in an industry are willing to supply at various prices. As the price rises, RMS expand to produce a greater level of output and new, less efficient RMS enter the market. When the market price falls, RMS contract their output and less efficient RMS make losses and leave the market. In general, the willingness to supply depends upon the cost of producing the good or service that increases with output. Costs are explained in detail below. The supply schedule can be written as QS equals F, C, P, where QS is the quantity of the good supplied, C are costs and P is the price of the good. The F represents the functional relation, which is typically drawn as a straight line in diagrams. A supply schedule has both an intercept, its starting point, and a slope. The intercept could be just above the origin of the schedule at point 0, this indicates that the good can be produced at very low prices. When there are high XED costs of production, the intercept of the supply schedule is significantly above point 0. Shifts and movement along the supply schedule. A change in the cost of production would result in a shift in the supply schedule. If costs rise, say because wages rise, the supply schedule would shift up to the left, indicating that QS is lower at every price, and that a given level of QS requires a higher price. However, if a cost-saving technology is introduced, the supply schedule would shift down to the right, or, as depicted in GUR 3.1b, in Chapter 3, a subsidy to production was shown to shift the supply schedule down to the right. A change in the market for the good, due, say, to a shift in demand, would cause the price to change, and that causes a movement along the supply schedule. If the price rises with an upward shift in demand, to PE in GUR 3.1a, a greater QS would be offered on the market. Elasticity of supply. The slope of the supply schedule shows the response of QS to the change in price, and this is measured by the elasticity of supply. The elasticity of supply is d net as the percentage change of the quantity supplied due to a percentage change in the price. So, for example, if a 10% rise in price leads to a 20% increase in supply, then elasticity of supply is 2, and that shows a strong response to the price rise, and supply is set to 110. Be elastic, if, by contrast, the quantity supplied rises only by 5%, or elasticity of supply is 0.5 and supply is not very responsive, and it is said to be inelastic. Elasticity varies along the supply schedule and therefore has to be measured at specific points along it. Elasticity can be measured for the RMS supply schedule and for the market supply schedule, though the latter is more usual. Knowing the elasticity of supply is fundamental to many aspects of the creative industries. We would like to know what will induce a greater supply of creative output, but, unless producers, artists, organizations, and so forth, respond to price incentives, policies such as subsidy to arts organizations and copyright law are not likely to work. At present there is insufficient understanding of the elasticity of supply of creative work by artists to be confident that, for example, changing the terms of copyright encourages them to produce more. An estimate of the response of the supply of artists' labor to the wage rate was made by David Throsby and is presented in Box 5.2, as explained in Chapter 11. Markets apply to labor just as they do to goods. The wage rate is the price of an hour of labor and workers supply hours of work. Box 5.2 David Throsby's research on the supply of artists' labor. David Throsby is Professor of Economics at Macquarie University in Sydney. He has worked on cultural economics for over 30 years and has published several books and many articles on the subject. His RST book on cultural economics, with Glenn Withers, The Economics of the Performing Arts, was published in 1979, and it is a model of rigorous theoretical and empirical research in cultural economics. His 2001 book Economics and Culture has been both popular and influential and has been translated into several languages. It summarizes his view that the pursuit of cultural value must be taken into account in understanding markets for art and the labor market for artists. Throsby has carried out a number of surveys of artists' labor markets in Australia, and he has consistently found that artists of all kinds typically do both arts and non-arts work. Using data from his survey of Australian artists, see Box 11.2, he estimated the hours of labor supplied as a function of earnings from both arts and non-arts sources, such as teaching. He found that the supply of artistic labor rose with earnings from both sources, indicating both an own elasticity of supply due to income from arts work and a positive cross-elasticity. When artists earn more from non-arts work, they devote more time to arts work. Chapters 11 and 12 go into this in detail. 111 Efficient stocks and towse of supply. A stock is the total quantity of a particular good in existence at a given moment in time. The towse of supply takes place over a period of time, such as a month or year. When the stock of the good is exceeded, as is the case, for example, with back catalog sound recordings, old master paintings and other heritage items, historic buildings, ancient objects, and so forth, the elasticity of supply is very low. Even when the stock is exceeded in quantity, however, high prices may encourage owners to sell, so that there is a towse of items onto the market and elasticity is not zero. The towse of supply, by contrast, is when new work or adaptations of older work that responds to changes in prices are produced. There have been reissues of a number of works, sound recordings, films, books, and, in the heritage sector, renovation or excavation may increase the supply. The balance between the stock and towse of supply in some areas is very important in the market, and new technologies, such as digitization, are changing the relation of the stock and towse of supply of goods in many areas of the arts. Short-run and long-run supply. A standard way in which economists think about the world is in terms of short-run and long-run tendencies. What is rather irritating about this distinction is that it is never exact. Keynes jokingly once said, "In the long run we are all dead." However, there is a clear definition in the theory of the RM. The short run is the period in which the capital, equipment and land of an enterprise cannot be changed, while, in the long run, all inputs to the production process for all output can be expanded or contracted. The long run and the short run also impact on elasticity. Elasticity of supply is expected to be greater in the long run, when the producer has been able to adjust the scale of the enterprise to output that is appropriate to market conditions, than it is in the short run with a XED scale for the operation. As we see below, This ties up with the structure of costs. Measuring output. Though it is easy to lay down general rules about measuring responsiveness to price, it is not always so easy in practice to gore out exactly what the quantities are in which output should be measured. In some of the creative industries, there are standard measures of output, for example, the number of film or record titles or hours of broadcasting, but, even here, there may well be ambiguity and 112. For some purposes another measure might be more appropriate, say the number of CDs or the size of the audience for a TV program. A producer of CDs might think in terms of the number of CDs produced per year and, if we wish to measure the effect of downloading on the output of the record industry, changes in the number of CDs produced per year would be the GUR to use. If the issue is, say, the effect of mergers in the record industry, however, a competition authority might take the number of titles or tracks into account, and that would certainly be relevant to achieving cultural diversity. Moreover, what is the output of, say, an orchestra? Is it the number of performances per year or the number of people attending? If the same people regularly attend the performances of a particular orchestra, the number of tickets sold does not accurately measure the number of people attending. This is discussed in more detail in Chapter 6. For some purposes, it could be more interesting to know what type of works the orchestra is performing. Sometimes, a composite measure of output is used, such as the number of attendances per performance or the proportion of new works performed per year. It is obvious from this that the measurement of output is very much tied up with performance indicators, a topic dealt with in Chapter 10. Multi-product RMS and organizations. An even greater complication is the fact that many suppliers, private enterprise RMS and non-pro-T organizations alike, often do not produce a single product. A film is accompanied by a website and, maybe, the sale of the soundtrack on CD, a game and other merchandise, such as toys. These are joint products and they are likely to be protected by trademarks and copyright law. Other cultural suppliers produce several products. A museum produces a service for the public, education, entertainment, as well as maintaining its collection for future generations. It may also research special aspects of its collection and restoration. In the theory of supply, economists simplify these details by speaking of a single product in order to lay down general rules about supply. These are useful tools of analysis, but, when they are put into practice, details like these cannot be ignored. Costs and the theory of supply. The most important determinant of the entrepreneur's willingness to supply various quantities of a good or service at particular price is the cost of producing the output. Any production process requires some combination of inputs to 113 efficient produce the output, and the amount and the unit costs of those inputs determine the total costs. Most production requires the input of labor, and in the cultural sector labor costs are likely to be higher than in, say, manufacturing industry, especially for the performing arts. Input requirements for producing a particular good or service are seen by economists in terms of the production function. The production function is then matched up with the prices of inputs, and results in the cost function. These concepts are explained in turn. The production function. The entrepreneur combines different factors of production, capital, labor, materials, and other inputs, in order to produce various quantities of output. So, for example, a potter needs capital equipment in the form of a wheel, a kiln, a drying rack and various tools, clay as a material and his or her labor time in order to produce pots of one type or another. Some processes, such as making pottery, are very old and have not fundamentally changed with technical developments, but, for many other production processes, the relationship of inputs and output depends upon the technology at the time, and that changes over the years. An example of frequent technological change is that of the materials used in producing a sound recording. The RST gramophone records were on wax, followed by shellac, 78 RPM, then vinyl, singles and long players, then CDs, and now using digital technology, which enables anyone to produce a reasonable quality of recorded sound in his or her home, in the garage, while 20 years ago a fully equipped recording studio and engineer were needed. On the other hand, some production techniques do not lend themselves to technological development, such as playing the violin. Indeed, most great violinists prefer to play a Stradivarius violin made in the 18th century. The production function can be written simply as Q equals F, K, L, M, T, summarizing the points made above. Q is the output of a particular good or service, K is capital, L is labor hours, M is the quantity of material, and T means the level of technology. The F represents the functional relationship, stating that the level of output depends upon the quantities of inputs utilized. Most production functions assume that there is complementarity between K, M, and L, that is, that some capital equipment, some materials, and some labor are needed for production to take place. The ratio of one to the others depends upon the ease of substitutability between them, however. Once the possible input or factor combinations have been ascertained, the NAL decision is determined by the relative prices of each item. 114. Substitutability of factors of production. The production function lays out the technically possible combinations of inputs that can be used in the production process for a given state of technical knowledge. Before the invention of sound recording or radio, every cafe and hotel had a live band playing, but now canned music has been substituted for live, though in the United States one does hear a piano player in shops and hotel bars. In many production processes, improved technology enables capital machines to do what people's labor once had to do, and this is also true to some extent in the arts and heritage. Theater scenery no longer has to be hauled up and down by hand with ropes, instead, it is controlled by computer. Museums use surveillance cameras instead of security guards. There are many such examples of substituting capital for labor. Although substitution between factors of production may be technologically possible, however, whether it is economically desirable will, of course, depend upon costs and prices. If labor is very cheap and capital equipment very dear, then it will not be worth a theater's while to computerize its sets. Therefore, the extent of factor substitutability depends upon both the state of technology and the relative prices of factors of production. Prices of factors of production. All production requires the use of resources that could be employed in producing many different types of goods. Therefore, the price for factors of production, the wage rate for labor, the rate of interest on capital, and the prices of materials and other inputs, are determined by demand and supply in their respective markets. So, for instance, an electrician could work with a pop group or for a film company or in a theater, or for a construction company that has nothing to do with the cultural sector. The wage rate for electricians will depend upon demand and supply in the market for electricians as a whole. Thus, when a theater wants to hire an electrician, it has to compete with other potential employers and pay a wage in line with what the others would pay. It is a price taker in the market for factors of production. The same goes for capital. As mentioned earlier, RMS have to compete for financial capital with all other RMS in all other industries, both nationally and internationally. If the enterprise has a bank loan, the rate of interest it must pay is the same as other competing users, the going rate charged by the bank, and all banks are likely to charge similar rates of interest. Capital equipment, however, is less flexible than labor, and once it is in place it will have to last. 115. Efficient. For the period over which the return on it was planned, any investment in capital, whether your computer or a theater's computerized lighting system, has to pay for itself over its planned lifetime. Total, average, and marginal costs. In this section, the cost structure of the individual RM is analyzed. It should be noted that the analysis does not distinguish between for pro-T and non-pro-T enterprises, because costs are determined by technology and the market for factors of production, and these are the same for all types of enterprise. Total cost. Total cost is simply the price per unit of the factor of production times the quantity of the factors that are utilized in producing a given level of output of a good or service. Thus, the wage rate, W, times the number of hours of labor, L, plus the price per unit of materials, PM, times their quantity, M, plus the payment, R, for the capital equipment, K, is total cost, TC. This can simply be written as: in formal terms, total cost is a function of factor prices and the quantities of the factors of production, inputs, and when the cost function is drawn in diagrammatic form it is called the cost curve. From total cost are derived two much used concepts in economics: average cost, AC, and marginal cost, MC. Average total cost, ATC, is, quite simply, total cost averaged over the output, Q, or TC/Q, this is also called the unit cost. Box 5.3 presents what seems to be the earliest use of the concept of average total cost, not by an economist but by the music publisher Gottfried Hartl, somewhere around 1800. Variable and marginal cost. Average total cost includes the XED costs incurred in setting up the production process before any units of output are produced, the capital equipment, land and building, and variable costs. Variable cost means all those items that vary with the level of output. There can be total variable and average variable costs. If K is XED, then the variable costs consist of WL plus PM in the equation above. Marginal cost is the increase in variable cost due to the production of one more unit of output. So, to return to the example of the 116 pottery, the marginal cost is the cost of labor and materials used in producing one more pot. What is more difficult to grasp is the relationship between average and marginal costs. When average cost is falling, marginal cost is below average cost, and, when AC is rising, MC is greater than AC. For figure 5.1a shows short-run average costs, SAC, and short-run marginal costs, SMC, and figure 5.1b shows long-run average costs, LAC, and long-run marginal costs, LMC. To make things easier, consider a situation in which every unit of output of a production process costs exactly the same to produce, then MC equals AC and, instead of a cost curve, there would just be a horizontal line with the intercept on the vertical axis at that particular amount. As explained later in the context of competitive markets, the level of output at which AC equals MC at output level Y in GUR 5.1 is the optimal one in the short run for the RM in. Box 5.3 Average total cost in music publishing, the choice of technology. FM. Mike Scurrer, Professor of Public Policy and Corporate Management at the Harvard Kennedy School, is a widely acknowledged expert on industrial economics and the economics of technological change. He is also an expert on the history of the music business. See Scurrer, 2006. In the course of his research on music publishing, he discovered what he believes to be the RST calculations, dating from around 1800, that compared average total cost for the two technologies then used in printing sheet music, engraving and typeset. In 1796 Gottfried Hartl bought the German music publishing RM Breitkopf, which thereafter became known, and to this day, as Breitkopf and Hartl, publishers of music by Beethoven, Haydn, Mendelssohn, Schumann, Liszt, Wagner, and Brahms, among others. In order to ensure a Pro-T, Hartl calculated the average costs per sheet of music of engraving and typesetting, ending that typesetting had, overall, lower unit costs. Using Hartl's data for engraving and typesetting, Scurrer constructed ATC curves, and found they followed the familiar shape, falling sharply for the RST 200 sheets and then more gradually up to 1000 sheets. Typesetting had higher XED setup costs, 900 pfennigs per sheet, and constant marginal and average costs of 5 pfennigs per sheet. Engraving he calculated to have XED costs of 750 pfennigs and marginal costs that were 4.25 pfennigs for the RST 100 to 1200 sheets and 2.50 for the range of 800 to 1000 sheets. Source, Schurer, 2001. For the following example may help to understand the relation between average and marginal. Take the average height of all the people in a room. Let us say it is 1.75 meters. Now a new person comes into the room who is 1.8 meters tall. This marginal person is taller than the average, so he or she raises the average. The average is rising and the marginal is higher than the average. 117 Efficient. Perfect competition, and point X in GUR 5.1b is the optimal output in long-run perfect competition. In long-run equilibrium, points Y and X would coincide. There are reasons to believe, however, that AC is not equal to MC except where they cross, because of two sets of circumstances. In the short run, the law of diminishing returns to a factor can be expected to come into force, and, in the long run, economies of scale are present. The law of diminishing returns to a factor. As stated above, in the short run, when the amount of capital equipment and space are XED so the scale of production cannot be changed, output can be altered only by varying the amount of labor and materials used in the production process. There are limits to how great an increase in output more workers or hours of work can produce, however, and this is expressed in economics as the law of diminishing returns to a factor. This law states that the rate of increase in the productivity of labor, the output per unit of labor, 0, will decline as more of it is employed to work with the XED factors of production. This is because workers need capital equipment and space to work in, and the extra output they can produce without an increase in that equipment is limited. Under these conditions, the increase in the output they produce will get smaller and smaller. If a small pottery with 1 kiln for ring the pots hires more potters, it will at some point get more and more congested, and the contribution each extra potter can make to increasing output will decline. This is what is meant by diminishing returns to labor as a factor of production. Bearing in mind that every extra hour of labor has to be paid for, either at the same wage or even at a higher wage rate, at some level of output, such as point Y in GUR 5.1a, it becomes uneconomic to increase the hours of labor time as labor productivity or output per person falls. Short-run costs. Initially, as the variable factors of production are increased, the short-run average cost of producing the good or service falls, but it will even out and eventually begin to rise as the capital constraint holds back the ability to produce ever more output with more labor and materials. This is why short-run average cost curves are drawn with a U-shape. As explained above, MCAC when AC is rising. At the bottom of the U, there is a level of output at which SMC equals SAC, at point Y in GUR 5.1a. In GUR 5.1a, the example of the pottery is represented. Output is the number of pots produced, capital, the kiln and so on, is XED in the short run, and labor is the only variable factor of production. In accordance with the law of diminishing returns, in this case, to labor, SAC begins by falling as more labor, the number of potters working in the pottery, is added, reaches a minimum point Y and then starts to rise as congestion in the use of the capital, the kiln, sets in. At point Y, SAC is at a minimum, and so that represents the output at which the pottery is most efficient in the short run. At that point, that is the lowest SAC or unit cost for producing pots. Economies of scale, returns to scale. By contrast, in the long run, the scale of the whole enterprise, the RM, can be changed by adding or reducing the amount of space and capital equipment, say by investing in another kiln and expanding the workspace of the pottery, and there will be a long-run optimal size for the enterprise such that the potters can work efficiently. While the size of the pottery is small, it could 119 efficient. Become more efficient if it expanded, but it is also likely that, eventually, it could become unmanageably big. This phenomenon is referred to as economies of scale and diseconomies of scale. When the scale of the operation increases and output increases more than in proportion to the increase in the quantity of factors used, we say there are increasing returns to scale. Conversely, when the output grows at a lower rate than the factors used, there are decreasing returns to scale. In between is what in many circumstances would be the optimally efficient level of output, when an increase in inputs is matched by an equal increase in output, so-called constant returns to scale. This occurs at point X in GUR 5.1b. Returns to scale and costs. Returns to scale are reacted in the long-run average cost curve. When there are economies of scale, increasing returns, LAC falls. When there are diseconomies of scale, decreasing returns, LAC rises. Point X in figure 5.1b is the minimum LAC at which the RM is deemed to be operating at its most efficient level of output, and the RM would therefore plan to produce that output in the long run. Short run, long run, and elasticity of supply. Short and long run costs also affect the supply price and therefore the elasticity of supply. The short run elasticity of supply is lower, less responsive to price changes, than the long run elasticity of supply. This is, simply, because the increase in output is limited by the capital and space constraint in the short run. Fixed costs, sunk and historic costs. In economics, a distinction is made between XED and sunk costs. Sunk costs are the cost of capital equipment that cannot be amortized, meaning that there is no possibility of recouping the outlay on the investment by selling it to another user if the RM has to close down or cut back hard on production. A film set built for a particular film is a big investment that is very unlikely to be usable for another film, though the studio could be. Therefore, the cost of the film set is a sunk cost, but that of the studio a XED cost. Sunk costs are thought to be increasingly important in the production of information goods and feature prominently in theories about the size of RMS, dealt with later on in the chapter. The significance of all this is that 120. Economists hold that XED or sunk costs incurred in the past, called historic costs, should not be taken into account in calculating the cost of supplying a good. This doctrine of historic costs is very different from the way accountants think about costs, and it becomes important in thinking about the price at which the individual producer is willing to supply the market. As we see in what follows, it is marginal costs that determine supply, and marginal cost pricing is held to be the most efficient rule for setting the price and output of an enterprise. Structure of the market, industrial organization. In neoclassical economics, the emphasis is on how the price and output decisions of an individual enterprise are modified by the market it supplies through the price mechanism. The presence or absence of competition determines the economic structure of the industry. The theory is developed for pro-T maximizing enterprises and may not be relevant for non-pro-T organizations. I consider that later. The monopolist RM. It seems reasonable to assume that all entrepreneurs would like to have a monopoly of the market so that they can control the market and set the price they wish to, though they are constrained in that by consumers' demand. What prevents RMS from maintaining a monopoly position in the market is effective competition from other suppliers producing the same product. A RM supplying a new product that is RST to the market may have a short-term monopoly before other competitors catch up. This is called RST mover advantage or lead time in the market. At one time this could be sufficient to prevent effective competition. For example, printing a book required setting up the type, and that was a considerable sunk cost that acted as a deterrent to anyone copying the book. This has been used as an argument against the need for protection by copyright law, but, as the lead time has been considerably shortened with new copying technologies, the argument no longer carries the same conviction. Therefore, the question is not whether there is any element of monopoly but how persistent it is. Can it be competed away by rival RMS? The neoclassical theory of monopoly can be summed up in a diagram. The RMS costs are depicted as AC and MC curves, as in GUR 5.1 above. As the sole supplier to the market for this particular good, say of brand name 121 efficient designer pottery, the market demand and the RMS demand schedule are the same thing, DIN GUR 5.2. Related to demand is marginal revenue, MR, which is the increase in total revenue as one more unit of output is sold. The RM has the objective of maximizing Pro-T, where Pro-T is the excess of revenue over costs, and it therefore chooses the output at which the difference between total revenue and total cost is greatest. This is where marginal cost, MC, is equal to marginal revenue, and, in GUR 5.2, that corresponds to output QB. At QB, we can see from D that the price at which QB will sell is PB. If the market consisted of competing RMS, say ones producing identical pots, instead of a monopoly supplier of designer pots, point E would be the result, with a market price PE and market supply of QE. At point E, the MC equals Mr. rule also applies to competitive RMS, but now marginal revenue is the price per item because each pot sells at the same price. See the explanation for the competitive RM below. This comparison of the two positions shows that the price, PE, would be lower and the output, QE, greater in a competitive market than in a monopoly, and it is used to show the social cost of monopoly. In this case, the monopoly is due to brand names of designer pots, but it could be due to a copyright or trademark or to other barriers to entry. The demonstration that consumers are worse off with monopoly is the basis for the promotion of competition by economists, and this is achieved by the regulation of monopoly, antitrust, by competition law, as in the Paramount case, see box 4.3. Contestable markets. A contestable market is one in which the monopoly of one RM can be challenged by new entrants when there is free entry, meaning that there are no barriers to entry. The factors that might prevent freedom of entry are very high XED costs or some legal impediment, such as patents and copyrights that constitute barriers to entry. As long as a market is contestable, the monopolist will not be able to exploit the consumer for long by charging a higher price, and that may be sufficient guarantee of protection for the consumer without the need for state regulation. The RM in a competitive market. The neoclassical ideal is the competitive market, in which the forces of competition work freely to achieve the best use of resources and enable consumers to exercise the maximum choice of goods and services. Consumer sovereignty will rule as entrepreneurs seek to satisfy consumer tastes and demand. This ideal situation comes about because competition forces high-cost RMS out of the market, leaving only low-cost, price-taking producers that are able to supply the market at the going equilibrium price. The price is the lowest possible that allows RMS to survive and make sufficient Pro to stay in production and meet market demand. The RM can adjust its level of output according to the market price in both the short and long run, and the overall result is that the Pro to maximizing RM achieves its own equilibrium position at its most efficient level of production. This is illustrated in GUR 5.3. Figure 5.3 shows the long-run equilibrium position for a Pro-T maximizing RM in a competitive market where the market price is PE. The RM is a pre-staker and can sell any amount of its pots at the market price PE but nothing if its price is higher than the market price. This is because it is producing gas standard product and consumers do not see a difference between one RM spots or another's. In those circumstances, the marginal revenue is the same as price or average revenue. Thus P equals MR. Pro-T maximization indicates that therm will choose the output at which MC equals MR, and this also means that MC equals P. In GUR 5.3 in long-run equilibrium, the RM supplies QX number of pots at price PE. Total revenue, TR, equals QXX PE and total cost, TC, equals QXX a cat point QX. Therefore TR equals TC and RM breaks even, making what is called normal Pro-T. At output QX, average cost, LAC, is at its minimum, and this is where marginal cost, LMC, is equal to LAC. This is also the point where the RM experiences constant returns to scale, at point X in GUR 5.1b. Therefore, everything comes conveniently together, and the market price PE covers not only the cost of producing an extra unit, LMC, but also the average costs, LAC, so the outcome is mutually beneficial for consumer and producer. If the market price were to rise above PE, the RM would make supernormal pro T, because TR would be greater than TC, but that would encourage entry by other RMS, and so the market supply schedule would shift down to the right, as in GUR 3.1b, and cause the market price to fall back until all RMS are just making normal pro tat PE. If the price falls below PE, the RM would make a loss, as TR would be less than TC, and so it would have to exit, the market. With all RMS in the market in long-run equilibrium, the sum of the output of each one constitutes the market supply. With the RM setting P equals MC, the RMS MC curve is effectively its supply schedule. So, to be clear, GUR 5.2 represents the market in which a single monopoly RM charging PB can be compared to hat would be the case if the market consisted instead of competing RMS, in which case the long-run equilibrium price would be PE. Figure 5.3 analyzes the output by a RM in a competitive market that is a price taker at PE, the long-run equilibrium price in the competitive market. Marginal cost pricing. Marginal cost pricing, where the RM sets price equal to marginal cost as above, is crucial to much of neoclassical economics, including welfare economics. Marginal cost pricing is held by economists to be the best outcome for consumers, because setting price at marginal cost represents the lowest possible price at which enterprises can supply the market, and when P equals MC equals AC, that is, in long-run equilibrium, competitive RMS cover costs and make normal pro T. This is not always feasible, however, and the case of natural monopoly is particularly important in the creative industries, as most enterprises are believed to be natural monopolies because of their high XED costs. Natural monopoly. It was argued earlier that there is a limit both in the short and long run to the efficient size and output capacity of the RM, and that the cost of production per 124 unit eventually rises, even in the long run, as in GUR 5.1b. This is not the case in a certain category of enterprise known as a natural monopoly, the situation in which there are economies of scale, increasing returns, and decreasing costs, falling lack, over all conceivable levels of output. Such enterprises are expected to have very high Z costs but also very low marginal costs. An natural monopoly was traditionally associated with industries in which there are networks, such as electricity and water utilities and cable TV. Many of the creative industries and other information industries are now believed to share these characteristics, however, especially with digitization, which has typically reduced marginal costs to almost zero, see Chapter 14. This has significant implications for the regulation of these industries by competition authorities, and, as explained in what follows, for subsidy to cultural organizations. The monopoly is natural as there is no possibility of contestability through the market, for two basic reasons. 1. The high XED, or sunk, costs act as a barrier to entry, and, second, competitive RMS would have to set P equals MC, but that would not allow them to recoup the high XED costs, since MC is less than ATC, see GUR 5.4. Moreover, breaking up a natural monopoly by a regulator would increase unit costs, because economies of scale would not be fully exploited and therefore the consumer would have to pay a higher price. The best outcome for a regulated natural monopoly is marginal cost pricing combined with some method of covering XED costs. However, this may have to be imposed by government intervention. One such solution is to subsidize the XED costs, another is to charge a certain amount to cover the XED cost, the so-called two-part tariff with two prices, one stat marginal cost and netto cover the XED cost. A water or cable connection charge is a classic example of such a charge for a private for-pro T utility. Subsidy is common for non-pro T organizations in the arts and heritage, as illustrated in GUR 5.4. This is discussed further in Chapter 7. Figure 5.4 illustrates the situation in which a natural monopolist, say a theater, is encouraged to use marginal cost pricing. With increasing returns to scale, MC is always below average total cost since it is falling, and so setting P equals MC at E and producing output QE will not cover total costs. However, a subsidy of F per unit would cover the XED cost element in ATC and enable marginal cost pricing at output QE and price PE to be used to raise the revenue 0 PEEQE from sales. Total revenue would therefore be 0 PEEQE plus FXQE. Subsidy would be paid only to a non-pro TRM, but, in fact, exactly the same analysis applies to a for pro TRM, such as a cable television company. In this case, FXQE could be enhanced by advertising and each program would have a price according to MC. The point about a regulated natural monopoly is that consumers are better off because they pay the marginal cost of the item they use as they would if there were a competitive market, but, if the natural monopoly were broken up into smaller competing RMS, they would not have such low costs as with the increasing return/falling costs case, and so prices would be higher. Comparison of a pro-T maximizing, for pro-T, and a non-pro-T monopoly. It has been suggested several times in this chapter that the supply and pricing policy of a non-pro-T organization would be different from that of a for pro-T RM. In order to make the contrast, assume that both the for pro-T and the non-pro-T RM are natural monopolies and that they face the same costs of production. ATC, average total cost, falls as the output Q increases, thus MC is below ATC, as in GUR 5.4. Figure 5.5 contrasts these two types of price setting behavior. B is a for pro-T theater and N is a non-pro-T theater. The only difference between them is that the pro-T maximizing enterprise B, commercial theater, filmmaker, and so on, sets its price and output so as to get the maximum pro-T at output QB by choosing the level of output at which equates MC equals MR, as in GUR 5.2. By contrast, it is expected that the non-pro-T theater N aims to reach as great an audience as possible, and that can be achieved by setting the price so that average cost is just covered by average revenue, the price per unit, which is represented by D, the demand schedule. Thus output is chosen where ATC equals D, at output QN. Figure 5.5 shows that the pro-T maximizing theater would set its output at QB and charge price PB. The non-pro-T theater chooses QN and PN. Theater B will play to much smaller audiences than theater N and its prices are much higher, so it can be assumed that only better off people go to that theater. Notice, however, that neither theater would produce at point E, where P equals MC, without either public subsidy or private donations or sponsorship. Therefore, subsidy to a non-pro-T organization would achieve a lower price, PE, than the enterprise could achieve itself. This is explained in Chapter 7, see GUR 7.4. Other forms of industrial structure. Between the extremes of monopoly and perfect competition lie two other market forms, monopolistic competition and oligopoly. These are more likely to be found in practice in the cultural sector than in the economy at large. Monopolistic competition combines the downward-sloping demand schedule of monopoly with the presence of competition. The monopoly is not very strong because there is the possibility for the consumer of substituting between suppliers of a similar but not identical good or service. Thus a local theater or cinema has a local monopoly, but, if one charges a much higher price than the neighboring theater or cinema, consumers would switch to that instead. Monopolistic competition also applies to products such as book, film, and record titles. Each is different, but consumers may find it easy to substitute between film or books of the same genre. For example, economists treat the copyright monopoly in terms of monopolistic competition because copyright does not prevent competition with similar items, just the copying of one particular item. Oligopoly is a situation in which there are only a few RMS in the market. They behave like monopolists in terms of being price makers but are restricted by the policies of their rivals, with which they compete for a share of the market. They are believed to act in such a way as to avoid an all-out price war by mimicking each other in terms of the price and quality of their products. The sound recording industry is a prominent example in the cultural sector of an oligopoly as the four majors dominate the industry. See Chapter 15. 127 Efficient Price collusion, agreeing to charge the same price, for instance, is illegal, being contrary to competition law, but it can be hard to prove, and the fact that different RMS charge the same or very similar prices for similar goods is, in itself, no proof of collusive behavior. Summing up on the neoclassical theory of supply, the apparently simple law of supply that the quantity supplied by the market rises as price increases turns out to be a complex story at the level of the individual RM. It involves the interaction of the underlying conditions of production and technological constraints, as determined by the production function, the costs of production, as determined by supply and demand in the markets for factors of production, the objectives of the RM as to making and the quantity stability of the market by competitors. The neoclassical theory of the RM assumes that market pressures working through the price mechanism are the most important influence on the RMS decision-taking, and that this is what determines the structure of the industry. The neoclassical view of the RM has been challenged on various grounds, as we now go on to discuss. Nevertheless, there are prominent economists who believe it is relevant for understanding the cultural sector and the creative or information economy, and most economists, whatever their persuasion, use the essential notions of economies of scale and the law of diminishing returns to a factor. In addition, some of the results associated with the neoclassical paradigm, in particular marginal cost pricing, are fundamental to the broader view of the market economy that is taken in welfare economics and in many other applications, such as the economics of copyright and competition law. It therefore has a wider significance than just as a theory of RM behavior. Other approaches to industrial organization. The main criticism of the neoclassical economic theory of the RM is that it has nothing to say about management decisions of RMS or the internal organization of RMS, that is, about how real RMS behave. It stresses instead the influence of market prices, to which the RM can only respond but cannot control, and the constraints of the production function. It also assumes that entrepreneurs are fully and costlessly informed about all market prices and transactions. Thus, in that theory, the role of the entrepreneur is extremely limited. Managerial economics, developed early on by William Baumol. 128. See Box 1.1, and Transaction Cost Theory, associated with Ronald Coase and Oliver Williamson, see Box 5.4, seek to remedy the absence of an economic theory of RM behavior. Two aspects are dealt with here, the so-called make or buy decision and transaction costs. Bear in mind that what all these different theories are getting at is to explain the size of RMS in an industry and therefore the extent of competition in the market, that is, the economic organization of industries. This in turn determines the choice of products available to consumers, their prices, and the size of RM in which workers are employed. Integration of RMS. The size of an enterprise is influenced not only by its costs of production and technology but also by the management choices it makes with respect to integration with other RMS. Integration is achieved through mutually agreed mergers but also by acquisitions, when one RM buys another, possibly in a hostile takeover. The purpose of integration is typically to expand operations by economies of scale and scope and to increase profitability. There are two basic types of integration, horizontal and vertical. Horizontal integration is when RMS merge with or acquire competitors, an example being mergers between record labels in the music industry, see Chapter 15. In vertical integration, an upstream RM supplies to a downstream RM. This reflects the fact that most goods go through various stages of production, the chain of production, discussed in Chapter 4, before they are sold to the NAL consumer. An example is integration between music publishers and record labels. Mergers and acquisitions can result in very large dominant RMS and therefore may be subject to regulation by competition authorities. Integration is an important aspect of the creative industries, and it is discussed in Part 4. Make or buy. One big decision the RM has to make is whether to make all the component parts in its chain of production itself or to buy them in from independent suppliers via the market. If it makes all components, It can control the process, delivery dates, quality, and so forth, but it may sacrifice the efficiency gains from specialization. It may also become large and unwieldy and suffer from diseconomies of scale in management. If instead the enterprise buys in its component parts, inputs, however, it puts itself in the hands of the suppliers, which might exploit its dependence on them by threatening to hold up 129 efficient production, increase their prices or reduce the quality of their product. On the other hand, buying inputs on the open market means that there are benefits of specialization in terms of lower costs that even a large integrated RM could not achieve internally. It is also less likely that a large enterprise is able to adopt new technologies speedily. The make or buy decision is regarded by economists as one of the most important problems to be tackled by the manager of an enterprise, and it is one of the main determinants of the structure of an industry, since the degree of integration determines the size of the RM. The decision is faced by non-pro-T as well as for pro-T RMS. For example, a museum must decide whether to undertake its own restoration work or whether to buy in the services from another museum or specialist restorer. It might also decide to organize its own shop and print its own posters and other merchandise rather than get an outside RM to do so. As we see in what follows, the make or buy decision has significant implications for the cost of the transactions involved as well as for the management structure of the RM. Transaction cost theory of the RM. When the enterprise buys in its inputs from other RMS on the open market, it must have a contract with them that lays down the conditions of sale, the agreed price, quantity, quality, delivery date, and so on. Negotiating contracts takes time and the expenditure of resources and therefore has costs. Such costs are called transaction costs, and the importance of these costs in the strategic decisions of the RM has given rise to the so-called transaction cost theory of the RM, RST, introduced by Ronald Coase and developed by Oliver Williamson, see box 5.4. According to this theory, the RM seeks to minimize transaction costs in taking its make or buy decision, and this is what determines the size of the enterprise. Transaction costs include various kinds of costs that arise because entrepreneurs do not have full information about conditions in the market and about the intentions of those with whom they make contracts. They need to search out possible suppliers and buyers and obtain information about prices in the market. There are also bargaining costs involved in drawing up and agreeing contracts with their workers and with suppliers of other inputs and in monitoring the costs of enforcing contracts, checking the quality of materials supplied, and so on. Box 5.4 explains this in more detail. 130. Box 5.4 Transaction Cost Theories of Ronald Coase and Oliver Williamson. Ronald Coase, 1910, a British-born economist who spent much of his career in the United States, is the Clifton R. Musser Professor Emeritus of Economics at the University of Chicago Law School. He won the Nobel Prize in Economics in 1991 for, essentially, two path-breaking articles, both of which have had a profound effect on the development of economics over the last 50 years or so. His RST article, The Nature of the RM, published in 1937, barely attracted notice until much later. It asked the seemingly strange question, why are there RMS at all? As anyone can in principle assemble the necessary inputs to produce the goods they want, why do RMS exist? Coase's answer, unlike Adam Smith's on specialization, was that the cost of using the market, searching out sources of inputs, comparing prices, and so on, uses up resources, and when these activities are coordinated by a hierarchical organization with an internal command structure, that is, ARM, transaction costs are minimized. Coase's second article, The Problem of Social Cost, 1960, revolutionized thinking about market failure situations in which the legitimate actions of one person impose costs upon others. Coase put forward the proposition that market failure need not be corrected by government intervention through taxes and subsidies, as was at the time believed, and, to some extent, still is, see Chapter 7 of this book, as long as property rights were fully specified and clearly assigned. When that is so, Any dispute over damage can be negotiated or, if necessary, resolved through the courts. What prevents that in practice is the presence of the transaction costs of so doing. Therefore, in what has come to be called the Coase theorem, it is transaction costs that prevent property rights from solving such problems. If transaction costs were zero, the initial assignment of property rights would not matter, as they could be traded on the market costlessly and would go to the owner who could make best use of them. With this analysis, Coase also laid the foundation of the discipline of law and economics. He also did the earliest work on the economics of broadcasting, a 1950 book on the United Kingdom's BBC and a famous article criticizing the operation of the U.S. Federal Communications Commission in its policy of licensing the electromagnetic spectrum, putting forward the sale of property rights as a more efficient method of allocating spectrum to users. Oliver Williamson, 1932, was a student of Ronald Coase and is now the Edgar F. Kaiser Professor Emeritus at the Haas School of Business at the University of California at Berkeley. His contribution to the theory of the RM was to extend transaction cost theory by arguing that the existence of the RM is due to its having specie assets that are unique to it and that have much lower value outside the context of that room. An example from the world of the arts is a string quartet. When one member leaves, it can be very difficult to find a replacement, but, equally, that member's value is higher with that quartet than playing with other musicians. If these specie assets are separately owned, there will be opportunities for costly hold-ups and even cheating, so that combining ownership overcomes such problems of what Williamson called opportunism, hence the existence of the RM. Williamson was a Nobel laureate in 2009. These transaction costs have given rise to a whole theory of the RM, transaction cost economics, that explains the existence of the RM as a means of reducing those costs that would arise if producers had to contract with each other for every input. Within the RM, managers can order actions to be taken rather than having to negotiate agreement on every transaction. Thus the RM is managed or governed within in a different way in this theoretical framework. The property rights approach. In a similar vein, the scope and size of the RM can also be analyzed in terms of what is called the property rights approach. In this approach, the RM is understood to be a bundle of property rights. Recognition of the role of property rights has swept through economics, and especially law and economics, over the last 20 years, largely thanks to Coase and the Coase theorem, see box 5.4. In the information economy, property rights are especially important in relation to non-tangible goods and to services. If a RM supplies tangible goods, it can control their use by withholding them from the market. If you do not pay for a bicycle, the supplier does not let you take it away. If someone is not paid for the work he or she has done, he or she does not work for the employer again, and the law will support his or her claim for recovering payment. With intangible goods, such as the creation of a novel or a song, copyright law establishes the property right, hence the term intellectual property, without which the rights owner would easily lose control of the work and the payment due to it. The main point about property rights is that the ownership of the power to control something can be divorced from the physical control of it. So, for example, the video formatting of a film is done by the transfer of a specie set of rights in a film to the video RM. It is these rights that are transacted in contracts, and the problem of specifying them in sufficient detail so as to avoid the possibility of misunderstanding is what lies at the back of transaction costs. The widespread use of contracts has led to this branch of theory being also called contract theory by some economists. This is used by Richard Caves in his important book on the economics of the creative industries, which is discussed at length in Chapter 14. Summary and conclusion. This chapter has provided an overview of the theory of supply and the role that costs play in it. Supply to the market for a product is the quantity of the good or 132. Service that all enterprises in the market are willing to supply at various prices. A number of factors influence the individual RMS supply decisions, in particular costs of production and transaction costs. Furthermore, the decision of the individual enterprise, for pro-T and non-pro-T, whether or not to integrate and control the whole chain of production and distribution, upstream and downstream, is what determines the structure of the market, that is, if the industry is competitive or a monopoly or oligopoly. In fact, as we shall see in Chapter 14, there is a strong tendency in some of the creative industries towards oligopoly, and, given the unique nature of most cultural products, monopolistic competition predominates in others. Antitrust and competition authorities, however, may break up RMS that become too dominant in the market to protect consumers from being exploited. Two schools of thought on the factors influencing the RMS supply were presented: neoclassical theory, which emphasizes the constraints of technology and the pressure of the market on the RM via price, while the transaction cost and property rights theories look for managerial explanations for the size of the RM and analyze its structure via theories of contracting. Contract theory is developed fully in Chapter 14. As a conclusion, it can be said that there is not necessarily any incompatibility between these theories of RM behavior and the theory of supply. Each stresses a different feature of the RMS experience. Considerable technological change or turbulence can alter the structure of property rights and even make some unenforceable. This has happened with the advent of digital technologies. Monopolies can develop and then be quickly destroyed in the process of capitalistic creative destruction that comes with dynamic growth and innovation. Small RMS with clever entrepreneurs can end gaps in the market that they can exploit with little or no external nans. Most go to the wall, but some grow to become giants. In the NAL analysis, that is the way the market economy works. Further reading. The neoclassical theory of supply is to be found in any elementary textbook of economics, such as chapters 7 to 10 of the Baumol and Blinder, 2006, textbook mentioned earlier. My preference in elementary textbooks is John Sloman S., 2006, Economics, which has its own workbook and editions for various countries as well as its own website. Chapters 5, 6, and 8 cover the material of this chapter. An article that students have often found useful is by 133 Efficient. Oliver Hart, 1989, which contrasts the neoclassical, transaction cost and property rights approaches. A simple exposition of transaction cost economics is on Wikipedia under transaction cost. For those interested in a more detailed treatment, the article by Matthias Claes, 2008, in the New Palgrave Dictionary of Economics is worth reading and accessible. This dictionary can be found in the reference section of the library. Not every article is easy to read, but it is interesting to browse in it a bit. 134. 6. Consumption of cultural goods and services. This chapter deals with the demand side of the market, the consumption of cultural goods and services. In economic terms, the buyers, audiences, visitors, and viewers of the whole range of cultural products of the creative industries can be thought of as consumers when they buy an item such as a ticket to go to a concert or to visit a monument, or when they buy a book. Two aspects of the consumption of cultural products are analyzed: patterns of consumption as revealed by consumers' purchases of cultural goods and services, and the theory of demand, which seeks to explain the choices consumers make. Consumer spending is the source of revenue for producers, for pro-T suppliers it is their sole source, and for subsidized non-pro-T organizations it represents some proportion of their income. Understanding consumer behavior is also achieved by analyzing participation in cultural activities by looking at the socio-economic profile of consumers. Participation and demand. Participation in the arts and heritage may take place with or without payment for admission, and the characteristics of participants, such as age and family background, are important information for policymakers. The theory of demand seeks to explain consumer behavior in terms of the economic factors that affect consumer decision-making, in particular price and income. Studies of participation are complementary to the theory of demand because they provide a picture of consumers that economic variables alone cannot. Studies of demand for and participation in cultural activities form the basis for marketing cultural products for both pro-T and non-pro-T suppliers. Participation and cultural policy. Cultural policy aims to broaden participation in the arts and culture, and one of the main means of implementing policy is by subsidizing arts organizations, so that they can charge lower prices. It is important to know if this policy works. If, say, it transpired that all participants in an art form were well off and willing to pay a price that covered the full cost of producing it, not only would there be little point to subsidy but, to make matters worse, less well-off taxpayers would be financing the consumption of the better off. The question, though, is whether people can be persuaded by lower prices to participate. If people do not have the taste for something, no matter how low the price, they may not want to consume it whether they are rich or poor. The theory of demand studies the interaction of consumers' tastes and economic variables, and, even though we cannot observe people's tastes, consumption behavior is an indicator of their tastes and preferences. Data on consumption are typically gathered by National Statistical of CES and published on a regular basis. They include the consumption of cultural goods and services. Different categories are used by the various National of CES. Table 6.1 shows average consumer spending in the United States on a selection of items. Notice that they include goods and services, hardware, and software. Analysis of trends in the consumption of these items from 2001 to 2005 showed that total consumer expenditure in real terms, i.e. taking inflation into account, on the performing arts had risen less than the increase in both GDP and spending on recreation. Spending on movies had fallen, however, see Table 6.2. Table 6.1 Average consumer spending in the United States, 2004, US dollars. All entertainment $2,218. Admissions to movies, theater, opera, ballet 92 video game hardware and software 18 video cassettes and discs 43 radios and sound equipment 135 all reading 130 books 50 newspaper subscriptions 42 magazine subscriptions 15. Source, U.S. Department of Labor, Bureau of Labor Statistics, Consumer Expenditure Survey, Selected Entertainment Categories. 136. European data on consumption expenditure on cultural goods and services cover similar but not the same items and they are expressed both in terms of euros and PPS, the purchasing power standard that reflects the differing levels of GDP and prices within the European community, explained in Chapter 2. In 1999 the share of cultural expenditure in total expenditure was 4.5% for the EU 15, Sweden and Denmark had the highest, with 5.6%, and Greece and Lithuania the lowest, at 2.7%. In 2003/4 Australian households spent 4% of their total expenditure on cultural goods and services. 3 Table 6.3 shows average weekly expenditure by Australians on the arts and culture. Like the US data, they include items such as musical instruments and television sets. Table 6.2 Percentage change in real GDP and consumer spending on cultural goods and services, 2001-5. GDP 11.7. Personal consumption spending 13.5. Recreation consumption spending 31.1. Admissions to performing arts events 1.9. Admissions to movie theaters 6.9. Books and maps 19.6. Magazines, newspapers, and sheet music 14.0. Video and audio goods 52.1. Commercial amusements 21.6. Source, U.S. Department of Commerce, Bureau of Economic Analysis. Table 6.3 Average weekly household expenditure on cultural goods and services in Australia, 2003/4, Australian dollars. Literature 8.43. Music 1.65. Performing arts 1.59. Visual arts and crafts 1.66. Broadcasting, electronic media and film 7.87. Other arts 1.86. Heritage 0.39. Other culture 12.94. Total 36.40. Source, Australian Bureau of Statistics, 2008. 2 Eurostat, 2007. 3. Australian Bureau of Statistics, 2008. In 2003/4 the Australian dollar was roughly equivalent to $1.30. 137. Participation studies. Participation in the arts and culture is usually measured through surveys that collect data on attendance at a range of cultural activities and also amateur participation in them, such as acting in plays, playing a musical instrument, taking photographs, reading books, and so on. Some of these studies are carried out by organizations that exist to promote the arts, but they are also done as part of wider social surveys of consumption patterns of goods and services by government statistical of CES and people's use of time. See time budget surveys below. Respondents to the surveys are asked what types of items they participated in over a set period, usually a year, and how often they undertook the activity, how many visits they made to the theater, a museum, how many books they bought or read, and so forth. As with previous data, countries adopt different categories and may also survey different age groups. Ireland has a particularly detailed survey on attendance, see Table 6.4. In addition, 19% of those surveyed said they had taken part in at least one type of arts activity in the last year. Socio-economic characteristics. Participation surveys may also include questions on socio-economic variables, such as income, occupation, family size, age, gender, ethnic origin, and so on, that provide a profile of the typical participant. Eurostat collects such data for the 27 countries of the European Union, EU 27, and presents them in terms of gender, age, and level of education and by 8 socio-economic occupational groupings: managers, other white-collar, self-employed, manual, students, unemployed, house persons, retired. Table 6.5 shows the percentage of the population of the EU 27 participating in cultural activities at least once a year for some groups: women, manual workers, and retired persons. Participation and consumption. Participation in the arts and heritage is sometimes inferred from attendances or ticket sales. Not every attendee has to buy a ticket. Some people may also have access without paying, perhaps because they are eligible for free entry, children, senior citizens, or even because entry is free to all, as in some national museums. Thus the total of attendances may exceed the number of consumers. Conversely, a frequently made mistake in the context of using participation data is to make claims about the popularity of the arts by 138. Table 6.4 Attendance at arts activities in Ireland, 2006, percentage of population that attended. Category of event 2006. Mainstream film 57. A play 30. Rock or popular music 28. Open air street theater / spectacle 19. Traditional Irish or folk music 19. Stand-up comedy 18. Musical 17. Variety show / pantomime 16. Art exhibitions 15. Circus 13. Country and Western music 10. Traditional / folk dance 8. Jazz / blues music 7. Classical music concert or recital 7. Arthur's film 5. World music 5. Readings, e.g. literature / poetry, 5. Opera 4. Contemporary dance 3. Ballet 2. Other live music performance 17. Other dance performance 7. Source, Council of Europe / Eric Arts, 2008 Ireland. Table 6.5 EU 27 Participation in cultural activities, 2007, percentage. All women manual workers retired. Visited historical monuments, palaces, castles, churches, gardens, etc. 54, 53, 53, 42. Been to the cinema 51, 50, 57, 20. Visited museums or galleries 41, 41, 35, 31. Been to a concert 37, 36, 35, 25. Visited a public library 35, 37, 28, 23. Been to the theater 32 34 24 25. Seen a ballet, a dance performance or an opera 18 19 13 15. Source, Eurostat, 2007. 139. Inferring the number of people participating from the number of tickets sold by arts organizations over a period of time. Many people who attend one thing, a concert, for instance, are strongly disposed to visit another, say a museum. If it is the same people going to everything, the number of attendances overestimates the number of people involved. Participation surveys may also ask respondents about multiple omnivore attendances and analyze the combination of cultural products that they buy. Time budget studies. Time budget studies provide data on how people from a given population, such as a national state, spend their time. They are now carried out by many countries and can be very detailed. They measure in hours the use of time spent on a range of activities, including the arts and culture. For instance, data for Canada show that, for persons aged 15 and older participating at least once a year in cultural activities, average daily cultural activity time use in 2005 was 135 minutes watching television, 13.5 minutes reading books, 9.8 minutes reading newspapers, 3.2 minutes surfing the internet, 2.3 minutes going to a movie, and 2.2 minutes reading magazines. 4. Audience/visitor surveys. The above data relate to national average participation in a range of cultural activities. Audience surveys are surveys undertaken by individual arts organizations in order to understand the characteristics of their audiences and visitors for purposes such as marketing and making a case for financial support. Museums seem to have been most diligent in this, and there are multitudes of surveys of museum visitors. For example, London's Tate Modern, which opened in May 2000, had 21.5 million visitors in its RSTVE years. Surveys found that the most popular visiting hour at the Tate Modern was Saturday between 2 p.m. and 3 p.m., with over 2,000 visitors. Visitors typically stayed 1¾ hours, just over a half of all visitors were male and 60% of visitors were under 30 VE years of age, 40%. For Council of Europe/Eric Arts, 2008. 140. Were repeat visitors and 40% came from abroad. 5. This information is obviously important for the organization's marketing and planning purposes. Demand and revenue. All the above data represent people's choices, but they do not tell us what economic factors influence their decisions to consume one item or another. Demand theory analyses consumers' choices in terms of the relative prices of goods and services, consumers' incomes, and their tastes and preferences. The demand schedule may be drawn up for an individual or for the market. Market demand was shown in GUR 3.1 as the relation between the quantities of a good that would be bought at various prices. When the price is high, fewer consumers will buy the good, and, when it is low, more will buy it. The revenue to the enterprise from sales of the good is the other side of the coin. In Chapter 5, the demand schedule was shown also to represent the average revenue to the seller. In the cultural sector, sales revenues are not necessarily the only source of income, and a private enterprise supplier is likely to be far more reliant on sales than a non-profit organization that also has income from grants and donations. Consumers are not just a source of income, however, they are also participants who are signaling their satisfaction with a product or a visit. Their participation is an indicator of the success of a product. Economists are able to go further than the mere fact of participation and look at the degree of satisfaction as evidenced by the willingness to pay for it, the sensitivity of demand to prices. Understanding consumers' demand decisions, therefore, is an important aspect of cultural economics. This is especially so for policy purposes, since the main thrust of subsidy to the arts is to reduce prices to consumers. We shall also see that the standard economic theory of consumer behavior needs to be extended to deal with cultural products, and that demand as expressed in the marketplace falls short of the full extent of society's willingness to support the arts and heritage and some elements of other creative industries. Sales and revenue. As with supply, it is necessary to measure the units of the quantity demanded of the good or service in question, such as the number of books or CDs or the 5 Tate, 2005. 141. Number of tickets to a museum or performance. Sales are the number of items sold, and total revenue is simply the quantity sold times the price that is paid. When there is price discrimination, there is demand at the different prices for the same good or service, say a seat in a theater, and then the demand for the performance would be the number of tickets sold at each price and total revenue that number times the price paid. Price discrimination is dealt with in more detail below. Demand schedule. The quantity demanded, QD, can be expressed as a function of the price of the good, P, the price of other goods, PZ, the consumer's income, Y, and tastes and preferences, T. Later on, each of these variables is discussed in turn. This can be written as follows. QD 1/4 F. P, PZ, Y, T. The relation between QD and P is negative and, accordingly, the demand schedule, D, which shows the relation between them, slopes down. Movements along and shifts in the demand schedule as P changes, QD changes, and this is a movement along the demand schedule. The other variables cause a shift in the demand schedule. The relation between QD and PZ, the price of other goods, is complex. Some goods and services are complements, meaning that the consumer likes to consume both goods together, for example, an iPod and iTunes. Then, if the price of the complement goes up, QD goes down, and that is represented as a shift to the left of the demand schedule. On the other hand, when goods are substitutes, say CDs and online music services, and their prices rise, QD would increase as consumers switch to the cheaper option, causing a shift to the right of the demand schedule. D income is assumed to have a positive effect on QD and people will consume more as Y increases, and if people's tastes, T, change in favor of the good they will buy more at each price, both these effects would shift the demand schedule out to the right. A shift in the demand schedule can be read in two equivalent ways, that more of the good will be bought at each price or that consumers are willing to pay a higher price for each quantity of the good. 142. A numerical example. We can use some figures involving an imaginary demand schedule for theater tickets to illustrate. Figure 6.1 plots the data in Table 6.6 as a diagram. In Figure 6.1, starting with the highest price of €40, 100 tickets are demanded. At price €35, 200 tickets are demanded. At a price of €30, the quantity demanded is 300, and so on. This results in the demand schedule marked D, the demand facing the theater. Demand is also the same as average revenue, AR, that is, total revenue, TR, averaged over the quantity bought. Individual demand and willingness to pay, WTP, the demand schedule can represent an individual person's demand, showing how much he or she is willing to pay for various quantities of a good, thereby 500. 0. P. D equals AR. MR. B. 5. 15. 25. 35. 40. 100 400 600 700 Number of tickets. 20. 10. 30. 200 300. 20. 10 5. 15. A. Q. 45. Figure 6.1 Demand, average revenue, and marginal revenue. Table 6.6 Imaginary demand for theater tickets. Q. Number of tickets. P. Price in euros. 140. 235. 330. 425. 520. 615. 710. 143. Reacting the satisfaction or utility he or she has for the good. If someone has a very strong preference for a particular good, he or she would be willing to pay more and maybe give up something else in order to be able to afford it. The strength of an individual's preferences cannot be directly observed, however. All we know from the demand function is that QD is the result of the interaction between all the variables in the equation, and the demand schedule maps the invariance of the price of the good, P, holding the other variables constant. This is interpreted as willingness to pay, a concept that is very important in cultural economics. Consumer surplus. Figure 6.1 can also be used to explain WTP and the concept of consumer surplus. One of the contributions of economics is to point out that, if a single price is set below the WTP of some consumers, potential revenue is lost to the enterprise, the theater in the above example. This is called consumer surplus, and it is the area under the demand schedule above the price that is being charged. For instance, in GUR 6.1, let us say the theater decided to charge a single price of €30, corresponding to point A. Consumer surplus is then the triangle above the horizontal line at A. Anyone willing to pay more than €30 is better off, that is the consumer surplus. It is possible to calculate by how much they are better off in terms of WTP. Each of the people willing to pay €40 are better off by €10 and those willing to pay €35 are better off by €5. So the theater has lost 10x 100 equals €1,000 plus 5x 200 equals €1,000, a total of €2,000 that it could have taken in revenue if it had charged those prices. Price discrimination. We can now be more precise about the advantages to an enterprise of price discrimination as compared to charging a single price. Notice that, by the same logic as the above, buyers whose WTP is less than €30 do not buy a ticket at that price, therefore, potential buyers to the right of point A on the demand schedule drop out of the market. If, however, the theater is able to set a range of prices that perfectly matches WTP, it could eliminate the consumer surplus and capture it as its revenue. With the same demand data as Table 6.6, we can compare total revenue with and without price discrimination. With a single price of €30, the number of tickets sold is 300 and total revenue is €9,000. If the theater were to divide up its seats into sections with 100 seats in each and sell 100 tickets at €40, 100 at €35 and 100 at €30, it would 144. Generate revenues of €10,500, 4,000 plus 3,500 plus 3,000. This price discrimination taps the different willingness to pay and maximizes revenue. Compare that to the total revenue of €9,000 at a price of €30. Notice that, even if it charges a lower single price of €25, it would still not achieve the maximum revenue and would just increase consumer surplus. Price discrimination is possible, however, only if the enterprise is a price maker with monopoly power in the market. If the market is perfectly competitive, that would result in a single equilibrium price ruling the market, and each enterprise would have to supply at that price or lose all trade to competitors. There will always be some consumer surplus and lost potential revenue in a competitive market. In the case of a theater, it seems likely that it would have some degree of monopoly, because it presents a different play with different actors. If its prices are far out of line with those of other theaters, however, it could lose audiences to them. Price discrimination is not worthwhile unless the buyers can be separated so that there is no arbitrage. In a theater there are numbered seats, and there also has to be a different elasticity of demand for each group. This is explained below. Marginal revenue, MR. Before turning to elasticity of demand, we need to define marginal revenue. MR is the increase in revenue to an enterprise that results from the sale of one more unit of output, in this example a theater ticket. When the price is the same for each unit sold, as in perfect competition, then marginal revenue and price are the same, see GUR 5.3. When the demand schedule is downward sloping, however, indicating that the quantity demanded rises as the price falls, marginal revenue is different at every point. So, referring to Table 6.7. Table 6.7 Total revenue and marginal revenue. Q. Number of tickets. P. Price in euros, equals AR. TR. Total revenue. MR. Marginal revenue. 144,235 7,033,339,425 10,010 520 10,000 615 9,010 710 7,020 145. When the number of tickets demanded rises from 300 to 400, corresponding to a fall in price from €30 to €25, total revenue rises by €1,000. Marginal revenue is the change in total revenue divided by the change in quantity, which is 100 tickets. So, as the price falls from €30 to €25 and TR rises by €1,000, MR equals 1,000/100 equals 10. This is illustrated in Table 6.7, which uses the data from Table 6.6 along with the GERs for TR and MR. The fourth column in Table 6.7 shows MR as QD and P change, and this is illustrated in GER 6.1. Price elasticity of demand. Like elasticity of supply, elasticity of demand measures the percentage change in quantity due to a change in price, but this time it is quantity demanded. Moreover, since there is a negative relationship between price and demand, elasticity of demand is a negative number. The important thing, however, is the actual number in absolute terms. If the GER is greater than 1, then demand is elastic. Greater than 1, this means that a reduction in the price will result in a more than proportionate increase in the quantity demanded. The formula for calculating elasticity of demand is percentage, proportionate, change in QD divided by percentage, proportionate, change in P. A numerical example of how to calculate this using the GERs in Table 6.7 is as follows. Starting from the point P equals 30 and QD equals 300, let price fall to €25. As P falls from €30 to €25, QD rises from 300 to 400. At P equals 30, the proportionate change, fall, in price is 5/30 equals 1/6. At QD equals 300, the proportionate change in quantity demanded is 100/300 equals 1/3. Therefore the elasticity of demand is 1/3/1/6 equals 2. This shows that the demand schedule at that point is elastic. Notice that this is calculated at one point on the demand schedule. In fact, elasticity of demand varies at every point on the demand schedule. As a quick calculation using Table 6.7 data will prove, it is important therefore to calculate the elasticity of demand around a particular P and QD point. Relation of elasticity of demand to revenue. There is a straightforward mathematical relation between elasticity of demand and revenue that can be explained fairly easily from the starting. 146. Point of what is called unit elasticity of demand, that is, when elasticity of demand is equal to 1. When the percentage, proportionate, change in QD is equal to percentage, proportionate, change in P, elasticity of demand is equal to 1, unit elasticity. At that point, there is no change in the total revenue and so marginal revenue equals 0. This is shown at point B in GER 6.1. So, if a 10% reduction in P results in a 10% increase in the number of tickets demanded, TR is unchanged. This provides a very useful benchmark for a general rule about the relation between elasticity of demand and revenue. When demand is elastic, 1, a reduction in the price will result in an increase in TR, MR 0, and an increase in price will reduce it, thus P and TR move in opposite directions. If demand is inelastic, 1, a reduction in price reduces TR and an increase in price increases TR, so P and TR move in the same direction. Point B in GER 6.1 corresponds to the point on the horizontal axis, measuring Q, at which MR equals 0, the point at which TR is at its maximum. Thus anywhere to the left of point B on the demand schedule is relatively elastic. This rather technical seeming point has considerable implications for both the management of an enterprise and for cultural policy, because once the elasticity of demand is known, we can see what the effect of a change in price will be. For the enterprise, it tells the management if reducing prices is going to result in more or less revenue. For a pro TRM, that would affect its pro T, and, for a non-pro TRM, revenue is important as a source of income. For a government using subsidy to an enterprise to help it reduce prices, it is also vital information on two counts. RST, if consumers are not sensitive to price changes, then a policy of reducing prices to encourage greater participation will not achieve its goal. Second, if consumers are sensitive to price changes, the enterprise can increase its earned income by reducing prices, thus reducing the amount of subsidy a non-pro T organization would need to encourage greater participation. This explains why economists are so keen on the subject of price elasticity of demand. Income elasticity of demand. Things are never that simple, unfortunately, and price is not the only economic variable that influences consumers' demand decisions. Income is also a factor, and in the case of cultural products it has a strong influence. Box 18.2 provides a numerical example of the relative effects of price and income elasticities. Income elasticity of demand is simply to net as the percentage change in quantity demanded due to a percentage change in consumer income, and it is 147. Positive. The question is, how great is the effect? As we see in the later part of this chapter, cultural economists have attempted to measure both price and income elasticities for precisely the reasons given above. Cross-elasticity of demand. As explained earlier, when considering the demand for one good or service, the consumer also takes into account his or her preferences and the prices of other goods and services PZ, some of which are complements and some substitutes. A complementary good enhances the satisfaction from consuming the good in question, while a substitute offers an alternative. Some items are close substitutes, one film rather than another film, and others are not so close, going to the cinema instead of watching TV. Economists analyze these choices in terms of prices using the notion of cross-elasticity, the effect on the quantity demanded of one good of a change in the price of another good, the percentage change in the quantity of good M that is demanded due to the percentage change in the price of good N. If M and N are complements, such as iPods and iTunes, cross-elasticity is negative. If the price of iPods goes down, you buy more tracks from iTunes, and if they are substitutes, the cross-elasticity is positive. If the price of CDs goes down, you buy less online music. The size of the cross-elasticity tells you the strength of the complementarity or substitutability between the goods. Tastes and preferences in demand theory. Economists do not think that prices and incomes are the only influence on demand. As the demand function showed earlier, the strength of the consumer's taste for a good or service and preference for one item over another obviously play a significant role. Economists are not good at dealing with how tastes are formed. However, why do some people like one thing and not another? Traditionally, that problem has been left to social psychologists and marketing experts to analyze. Cultural economists have attempted to go further into the matter, however, because changing people's tastes is often a goal of cultural policy. An example can illustrate how tastes and economic variables interact. You go to the opera and pay €100 for the seat, and so does the person sitting next to you. All we know about you both is that you have paid €100 to go to the opera. In fact, you are a struggling PhD student, but you just had to see this great performance once in your lifetime. You have a very strong taste and very little income, and you saved up all year for it. What about 148? The person next to you. Is she an opera buff like you, or just a rich person who goes to see her friends at the opera and does not care that much about it? The point is that willingness to pay a particular price is consistent with both of these possibilities. We reveal our preferences by our consumption patterns and demand behavior, but no one can tell from it the strength of our taste from economic variables alone. Shifts in the demand schedule. Going back to the demand function QD equals F, P, PZ, Y, T, we can now see that a change in PZ, Y, and T will shift the demand schedule. An increase in Y, a rise in the price of a substitute or a fall in the price of a complement, and a change in T in favor of the good being analyzed will all shift the demand schedule out to the right and vice versa. Vouchers for the arts. One way in which cultural economists have advocated increasing participation in the arts is by means of vouchers distributed to less well-off people and/or to specific groups of people in the population, such as students. A voucher entitles the holder to a ticket for a performance or museum either without payment or with a reduced ticket price. The voucher encourages consumption by effectively increasing the holder's real income, thus shifting the market demand schedule out to the right. These enables the supplier to move up the supply schedule, supply more and charge a higher price. How much depends upon both the amount of the voucher and on the elasticity of supply, the responsiveness of the producer to a change in price. See GUR 3.1a. Vouchers empower the consumer to make more effective choices by increasing the ability to pay. Economists favor this way of increasing participation in the arts because it allows the consumer to signal which art form and which arts organization he or she wants to attend. The voucher makes the consumer sovereign. Demand-side subsidy channels the subsidy through the consumer to the arts organization of his or her choice. By contrast, supply-side subsidy, whereby the arts organization gets the subsidy, puts the arts organization in the position of deciding what to offer consumers. With a voucher scheme, the arts organization can turn in the vouchers it receives to the government of CE responsible and collect the value of the voucher as revenue. Proponents of vouchers believe that arts organizations 149 therefore have to respond to consumers' tastes in order to have access to the subsidy, while, on the demand side, people issued with vouchers will inform themselves about the arts, and so vouchers lead to the cultivation of tastes. See Box 6.1 on Alan Peacock and Vouchers for the Arts. Box 6.1 Professor Sir Alan Peacock and Vouchers for the Arts. Professor Sir Alan Peacock, 1922, has worked in cultural economics for nearly 40 years, and it was he who pioneered much of what is now the core subject matter of the ELD. Given his considerable output of academic work and practical participation in cultural economics, it is amazing to realize that it was essentially a sideline to a long and distinguished career as Professor of Economics in 4 UK universities, specialising in public finance, welfare economics, and public choice theory. He was appointed chairman of the Committee on Financing the BBC, for which he was knighted in 1987, and was chairman of the Scottish Arts Council from 1986 to 1992, and a member of the Arts Council of Great Britain. His 1993 book Paying the Piper provides a unique insight into the tensions between economics and the complexities of distributing grants to arts organizations. As early as 1969, Peacock had argued for the use of vouchers in the arts, as a way of overcoming problems of access for poorer consumers, as had Baumol and Bowen. The economic rationale for vouchers is that they achieve a redistribution of spending power without altering the allocation of resources, as is the case with subsidies to producers. Vouchers as a way of delivering art subsidy have several advantages for a classical liberal, such as Peacock. In particular, they put the power of deciding what art is in the hands of consumers rather than in those of a paternalistic cultural monopoly, such as the Arts Council, partly overcoming a persistent problem with subsidy to the arts, which is that the high culture arts appeal to better-off consumers, who therefore benefit more from tax transfers than do poorer taxpayers. In addition, arts organizations are freed from having to please the funding body in order to qualify for a grant, because vouchers enable them to charge consumers a commercial price. The organization at which the voucher is spent cashes in the value of the voucher from the issuing agency and thus obtains its subsidy. As a result, arts organizations become viable only if their product is appealing to the consumer. The voucher scheme can be restricted to a list of certified arts organizations, the certification being a mark of recognition that aids the consumer. The issue of vouchers can be restricted to a target group, for example young people or senior citizens. This has been done for school children in the Netherlands via schools. Peacock came to accept that there are serious problems with the administration of vouchers for the arts, especially with transferability. If consumers do not want to go to arts events at any price, even for nothing, they can sell their vouchers, contravening their purpose. Peacock also came to realize from his contact with arts councils and the like, however, that their main objection to vouchers essentially arises from their loss of power to dispense patronage to arts organizations directly. Peacock, 1993:128, 30, an observation entirely consistent with his interest in public choice theory. Sources: Peacock, 1993, and Towse, 2005. 150. Limitations of demand theory in cultural economics. The demand analysis presented in the previous section is neoclassical theory that makes several assumptions. Consumers are able to order their preferences for goods and services rationally, tastes are given and constant, consumers are fully and costlessly informed about the market, and relative prices are the main determinant of consumption choices, subject to the constraint of income. These assumptions do not tie up fully with observed behavior in cultural markets, and, in addition, the theory needs modification in order to apply to cultural goods and services, which in some respects differ from ordinary goods. What is different about the arts and culture is that they deal with novelty and new experiences, about which consumers cannot be fully informed, and people do not rely just on their own judgment but listen to experts and or follow the crowd. There is also the question as to how tastes for new products are formed. Rational individual behavior. In cultural economics, the emphasis on individual choice has been questioned on several grounds. One is that people do not think everything out for themselves but are strongly influenced by what other people choose. This creates a snowball or bandwagon effect, see below, whereby, once a product has caught on, more and more people want to buy it. Some writers believe there is a tendency in the cultural sector to conspicuous consumption, that is, buying an item to show off, e.g. going to the theater to be seen there, or wearing the clothes of certain fashion houses. Another more serious point is that culture is a shared good and therefore re-ex common values. I come back to the implications of this point in more detail in Chapter 7. Experience goods. The term experience goods is often used in connection with cultural goods and services, especially the so-called high arts. Unfortunately, there is some confusion about what the term means, and it seems to be used differently by different analysts. It can be interpreted to mean, 1. That enjoyment increases with experience, 2. That you need to experience the good in order to have. 151. Information about it and judge its quality, and 3. That you buy the good for the experience it gives you. The last mentioned is not how the term is used in cultural economics, though it is used with that meaning in marketing. The RST interpretation is uncontroversial. It implies that people's willingness to pay for cultural products increases with age and experience. Some cultural economists have made this point even more strongly, by calling a growing taste for the arts rational addiction. The more you have, the more you want. The second interpretation is more controversial and, in my opinion, can be taken too far. Not all art is too difficult for a consumer to fathom, though some may be. Once people have read a book or been to a film, they surely know what to expect in general terms. They understand the experience of reading a book and watching a film. Knowing whether they will like a particular book or film is a different matter, but they can judge that for themselves based on their experience and tastes. In this respect, cultural consumption is no different from trying a new exotic fruit or going on holiday to a new country. People do not have to be certain about everything they purchase, just able to judge whether they will like it, or not, when they have done so. Some writers have suggested that a reason for state involvement in the arts is to overcome consumers' lack of experience of quality. That is valid up to a point, but it cannot justify subsidy for established art forms and ordinary cultural products. Of course, the more information consumers have, the more likely they are to be satisfied with their purchases. Consumption capital. Experience in consuming builds up what has been called consumption capital, meaning the consumer invests in knowledge about culture and develops his or her taste so that he or she becomes more and more adroit at making good decisions. As with all capital, this investment costs time and money and is therefore treated with care. It also lasts, but requires renewing so as not to be outdated. Some authors have referred to this as learning by consuming. Tastes and taste formation. The question of taste and taste formation is a controversial one in neoclassical economics. The phrase de gustibus non est disputandum, roughly translated as there is no accounting for tastes, has been evoked by economists to make the point that tastes are not an economic phenomenon. Tastes are given and preferences are stable and constant, and choices about which goods to consume and a willingness to pay for them are based only on relative prices and income. See box 6.2. 152. Cultural economists and the approach outlined in box 6.2 problematic for a more pragmatic reason. Where does it leave policies adopted by governments either to encourage consumption of the arts and culture or to overcome the limitations of the market by providing public goods? In fact, cultural economists have investigated taste formation for the arts and found that the strongest predictor of later consumption is childhood participation, especially outside the school. Tastes form over a lifetime and build up into adulthood. Taste formation is therefore what economists call a dynamic process, meaning that it takes place over time. Of course, income also increases with age, and so does the ability to spend time on cultural pursuits. As older people have more leisure time and less responsibility for children, so all these factors come. Box 6.2 The dispute over de gustibus non est disputandum. The 1977 article De gustibus non est disputandum by George Stigler, 1911-91, and Gary Becker, 1930, has been a source of dispute ever since it was written. Both Stigler and Becker are Nobel Prize-winning economists from the University of Chicago. The article states the proposition that one may usefully treat tastes as stable over time and similar among people. Further, they state, we take categories of behavior commonly held to demonstrate changes in tastes or to be explicable only in terms of such changes, and show both that they are reconcilable with our assumption of stable preferences and that the reformulation is illuminating. Stigler and Becker, 1977, 77. They do so using what has come to be called the household production function, in which households maximize a utility function of commodities that they can produce themselves or buy on the market, analogous to the make or buy decision of RMS explained in Chapter 5. This has formed the basis of the economics of the family, which has been very contentious, especially with feminist economists. The household has a real full income that consists of both money income and the value of the time that it can devote to producing goods and services for its consumption, for instance, making music at home rather than going out to a concert or buying a record. Stigler and Becker use this approach to analyze the addictive consumption of music, that the more good music one hears, the greater one's appreciation of it, in terms of the time that is devoted to consuming music and building consumption capital, that is, knowledge about music. They explain it in terms of the lower time cost that results from the investment that has previously been made. This theory has been criticized on the grounds that it does not make propositions that can be tested empirically and, in addition, that all it does is push the explanation of the development of taste or addiction to music one stage further back. It is essentially dogmatic and seeks to show that economics can explain everything. In doing so, it suggests that people respond robotically to changes in prices over which they have no control. Source: Stigler and Becker, 1977. 153. Into play and Indians' demand and participation in cultural activities. These factors are important for marketing cultural products as well as for understanding economic behavior. Search and information costs. As we saw in Chapter 5, using the market is not costless and has transaction costs for producers. This is also the case for consumers, who have to spend time and other resources obtaining information about products and learning if they enjoy them. This was referred to above as building consumption capital. As with transaction costs, consumers try to reduce these costs, and they are able to do so in various ways: by experience, by learning, by getting expert opinion, and by observing the choices of others. Nobody knows extreme information problems about creative, especially new, products not only lead to uncertainty on the part of the producer as to the reception of the product, they also cause problems for consumers. The statement "nobody knows" reflects the inherent uncertainty in the consumption as well as in the production of novelty. Supplier-induced demand. Lack of information is a serious problem when the ordinary consumer simply cannot acquire sufficient knowledge to make an informed decision and requires expert assistance to do so. Cultural economists have applied this notion to the arts, where it puts the professional art expert to the fore in informing people what great art is and what is worth consuming. If the expert is in a position to control resources, such as grants of public lands, he or she may impose his or her choices on others and reduce consumer sovereignty. Note that this is not the same idea as merit goods. It is not saying that people should experience the arts, but that, if they want to, then they need expert help in so doing. Gatekeepers and critics. One way that people obtain information about cultural products, and other goods too, is through intermediaries. Magazines, newspapers, and radio programs and the like give accounts of the content of films, records, books, plays, and so on, and publish reviews by experts. Critics assess the quality of performers and performances, TV programs, and so on. All these are what? 154. Are called gatekeepers, and they perform an important role in providing information and forming consumers' tastes for all sorts of cultural products. They sift out items from a huge potential stock of products that consumers choose from. Consumers therefore have to end an intermediary they trust to make a selection that suits them. Shops can perform that function. You might go to a certain shop, say to get clothes that suit your taste, because you know you like the selection it stocks. Particular critics or blogs whose opinions you share are also gatekeepers you can rely on. Bandwagon and snowball effects. The terms bandwagon effects and snowball effects essentially mean that consumers follow the crowd and make choices that are influenced by those of others. They do not make individualistic decisions, as envisaged by neoclassical demand theory. Fads, crazes, and fashions tie into this category and are easily observable in connection with the sudden popularity of pop stars, bestsellers, and the like. This behavior may be rational, as it reduces the individual arch costs. Network effects. Not unrelated to the underlying idea of the snowball or bandwagon effect is the concept of network effects. Again, this is a term that can mean different things in a different context. In relation to consumption, what it refers to is that some goods and services are more valuable to the consumer the more people there are using them, that is, the bigger the network, the greater each individual's utility. Email and SMS, short message service, are examples, as are P2P, peer-to-peer, sites. The more people use them, the better the service for each user. The theory what economists call external effects of the individual's behavior. It is not that the individual seeks to improve the service for others, just that others benefit from his or her self-interested behavior. We see in Chapter 7 how externalities are very important in discussions about public policy for the arts and heritage. Judging quality by price. One aspect of consumer behavior that is very problematic for economics is if people use the decision rule that the higher the price, the better the quality. This is something people do when they have no other information. It is obviously common knowledge that this rule usually works. If you want to know which the best tickets are for a concert, buy the most expensive ones. This could lead to people demanding more at higher prices, the reversal of the usual negative demand relation of quantity and price. Ultimately, incomes constrain this from happening on a large scale. 155. Willingness to pay and non-market demand. The theory of demand in combination with the theory of supply provides an explanation of how trade takes place in a market. A good is supplied to the market by a producer, consumers buy it at the price that is determined in the market by the interaction of buyers and sellers, and the revenue from the sales provides income for the seller. Buyers have expressed their desire for the good by their willingness to pay and in purchasing the good. It is this scenario that leads economists to conclude that the price paid for a good expresses both WTP and the satisfaction or utility that the consumer gets from it. Standard economic theory of demand therefore tells us that consumers reveal their wants via market prices and signal to the supplier what goods and services to produce. The main exception to this rule is public goods, for which there is no functioning market. In cultural economics, however, while it is recognized that market demand is a significant expression of consumers' wishes, there are other circumstances in which market demand falls short of total WTP for cultural products, for which people are willing to contribute taxes to enhance their production without actually taking part in the market themselves. In addition, unborn generations are not able to express their WTP via the market, but it is believed that they will value certain goods and services in the future. These sources of WTP are called, respectively, option demand and demand by future generations, and they are relevant to decisions about the amount of subsidy that is appropriate for supporting the provision of some goods and services. Later in the book, this is applied to the preservation of the built heritage and to public service broadcasting. They are also discussed in the context of welfare economics in Chapter 7, and option demand is discussed below in relation to contingent valuation studies. Applications of demand theory. I now turn to two of the main ways that demand theory can be applied in practice in cultural economics: empirical estimates of elasticities and contingent valuation, CV, studies. Estimates of elasticity of demand. Estimating elasticity is a complex econometric task that requires demand data on numbers of tickets sold, for example, at various prices in 156. Combination with information about consumers' income and other factors that affect demand. It is not easy to obtain the necessary data, though arts organizations have data on daily ticket sales, and they may also have carried out audience surveys that include a question on attendees' income. They would not be likely to have information on the purchase and prices of other complementary or substitute goods, which would have to be found from other sources, such as participation surveys and published price data. As a result, not many reliable studies have been done and there is no consensus on the results. The jury is still out on the question as to whether the demand for the performing arts, demand for ballet, theater, and orchestral concerts have all been studied in various countries. See Chapter 8, is elastic or inelastic with respect to the price. Income elasticity is always positive, though it has not always been found to be very great. Recent studies of price and income elasticities of demand for books have found that demand is price elastic and income elasticity is high, suggesting that they are a luxury good. A few studies have also considered the cross elasticity of demand, for instance between theater and cinema prices. Research estimating elasticities is discussed in subsequent chapters in the book in relation to specific cultural products. Implications of measures of elasticity. As argued above, these estimates of elasticity are important because they can tell a cultural enterprise if it could increase its sales revenue by altering its prices. Sensitivity to prices as measured by elasticity also indicates to government whether policies to reduce prices can achieve their purpose of attracting greater participation. If price elasticity of demand for the arts is low, other policies should be adopted. Countries that have a policy of exceeding book prices in an attempt to ensure the survival of small bookshops could be damaging readership and revenues by making books more expensive. Contingent valuation. Contingent valuation is a method used for estimating demand when market demand is not the only indication of willingness to pay, as with option demand and provision for future generations, which cannot be expressed directly through entry prices. In these circumstances, WTP has to be measured indirectly, and CV methods and CV studies are used because the only 157 way that the strength of this demand can be expressed is via surveys. 6. CV can also be used to measure a population's WTP for a good that is not provided through the market. either because it has not yet been offered for sale or because it is a public good provided without charge by the community. In the latter case, CV measures what people would pay in taxes to have the good or service. CV was RST developed for use in valuing natural heritage and damage to wilderness, and it continues to be used widely in environmental economics. In cultural economics, it has been used in connection with the built heritage, for example, the restoration and maintenance of individual buildings or groups of buildings, even a whole city, to discover the willingness to pay for items that are not priced in the marketplace either by users or non-users. CV studies can be used as part of the planning process in order to decide how much to spend on a particular project. The study is typically carried out by the use of questionnaires and interviews of visitors at the site, while others, the non-users, are sampled by various means, such as random telephone interviews. Some economists have questioned the accuracy of CV as a way of measuring WTP. People are asked to reply to a questionnaire with the researcher informing them about the proposal and how much it will cost. Despite all the care that researchers take in presenting surveys, there is still the worry that it is hard to get respondents to assess their WTP accurately in an abstract setting. It can be counter-argued, though, that having an indication of the public's WTP gives policymakers information they would otherwise not have, and that is bound to improve decision-making. For policy purposes, however, it has to be taken into account that good quality CV surveys are expensive to conduct. Conclusion: the consumption of cultural goods and services has several dimensions to it. Aggregate expenditure data indicate the amount of spending by consumers and the proportion of income they have chosen to spend on cultural products. Participation studies provide information about the type of culture people choose and on their socio-economic characteristics, without indicating their expenditure or willingness to pay, and demand studies analyze consumers. 158. Choice with respect to price and WTP. Demand translates into revenue for producers, and elasticity of demand shows how that is affected by consumers' sensitivity to prices. Price alone does not tell the whole story, however. Incomes, level of education, age, and so on, as well as the consumption choices of others, can also influence demand. This chapter has exposed both the strengths and weaknesses of economics when analyzing consumer behavior in the cultural sector, and it has shown that cultural economists are trying to adapt these models to the special features of the arts and culture. What we have seen is that demand is complex, and studies of participation and attendance are also useful in establishing patterns of consumption of cultural products. Some cultural economists regard the arts as having such strong public goods characteristics that price alone cannot measure value. Some also believe that individual preferences do not express the value of creative goods because they have meaning only in a communal context, and what people pay is not a true measure of the cultural value they experience. Contingent valuation studies have been widely used in cultural economics to try to overcome some of these problems, though they have also been regarded with a certain amount of suspicion. In the chapters that follow, all these ideas are explored further in the context of the different creative industries. Further reading. I recommend for a start that you look at some of the data sources listed as sources to the tables in this chapter. If you are interested in U.S. arts participation and consumer spending, look at NIA, 2003, and NIA, 2006, both are available online. Also online is the NIA report number 36, Effects of Arts Education on Participation in the Arts, NIA, 1995. The Bureau of Labor Statistics compiles time budget studies with the American Time Use Survey, available online at www.bls.gov/THIRD-WORLDISM number sign related. For European data, see the Eurostat Pocketbook Cultural Statistics, 2007 edition, Eurostat, 2007, which explains data sources, and www.culturalpolicies.net for country-by-country data and sources, including Canada. Also on Europe, Rick van der Ploeg's chapter The Making of Cultural Policy, A European Perspective, in the Ginsberg and Throsby Handbook of the Economics of Art and Culture, 2006, discusses participation and demand. The Australia Bureau of Statistics, 2008, and the Australia Council produce copious data online, the latter at www.australiacouncil.gov.au/research. 159. dan/fax_ger/attendance_at_performing_arts_events and www.australiacouncil.government/arts_funding/fax_an_government_funding. Finally, for a discussion of contingent valuation and the concept of value in culture, see Throsby, 2001, ch. 2. Tiziana Cuccia's chapter in the TOWSE, 2003a, Handbook of Cultural Economics, Contingent Valuation, Chapter 14, provides a clear account of methods and problems. 160. 7. Welfare economics and public finance. Welfare economics has been referred to in several places earlier in the book, and in this chapter its general principles are explained in the context of the economic rationale for government intervention in the cultural sector. The application of welfare economics to cost-benefit analysis and to economic impact studies is outlined and its use in cultural economics illustrated. The second part of the chapter then turns to the application of the principles of public finance to the arts and heritage and an analysis of the way subsidy works at the level of the individual arts organization. The material in this chapter draws on the theories of production and of consumer behavior in chapters 5 and 6, while they focused on the decision-making of individuals in the market. Welfare economics and public finance examine societal decision-making. Chapter 2 introduced some of the basic points about cultural policy, and these are developed further here. The chapter therefore provides the theoretical basis for the evaluation of cultural policy that is presented in Chapter 10. Some clarification is needed about the use of terms. Although cultural policy and government spending vary a great deal as to how centralized or devolved they are in different countries, this chapter ignores these differences and concentrates on general principles. Therefore, the words government and state are used in a general way, meaning any level of public administration, and the term public finance applies to any level of taxation and public expenditure. Why do governments have a policy for culture? Culture and creativity are believed to have public good characteristics that improve the quality of life. Governments at all levels also wish to promote a certain image for their citizens, and ensuring the provision of a range of arts and heritage institutions is an obvious way of projecting that image to the rest of the country or to the world. See Chapter 19. Motivations vary. The desire to promote pride in local or national identity or to form that identity and develop a sense of community are often held to be important. Sometimes policy is motivated by economic considerations, such as attracting tourists, and it may also be motivated by less laudable reasons, such as the promotion of political power for a regime or for individuals. These public objectives are unlikely to be achieved by individual means or through the agency of the market and require concerted action by the community. Apart from public benefits, though, there are uncovenant private benefits, such as option demand and demand by future generations, referred to in Chapter 6, that may not be met by the market, and these also require concerted action. When this is called for, established government bodies are able to supply the necessary administrative facility at a lower level of transaction costs than ad hoc bodies, and that in itself justifies government intervention. The presence of public and uncovenant private benefits justifies state intervention and public expenditure enhanced by taxation. Private sources of finance, such as funds from private non-profit foundations and business sponsorship, also ensure the provision of cultural facilities and thus provide external benefits for audiences. The concept of economic welfare is a very general term and can, obviously, be interpreted in several ways. Broadly, as used in economics, it means a sense of well-being or satisfaction with one's physical and mental state and quality of life. This comes from the utility that an individual obtains from his or her goods and services and from benefits that the community provides, thus, possessions, health, education, stimulation, freedom, security, and so on are productive of this broad sense of welfare. It is easy to see that some of these are collective or public goods and others are private ones that can be obtained through the market. An easy assumption to make is that greater wealth and higher personal incomes enable people and societies to enjoy more of these pleasures, and, therefore, economic welfare is a possible proxy for the broader meaning of well-being. Economic welfare can then be quantified in terms of measures of income and wealth, and their growth can be said to increase welfare. While this is convenient, it has its limitations, and economists, among others, have been critical of the 162. Illusion of material wealth and welfare. In particular, the use of national income as a measure of a society's welfare has been criticized for failing to take into account untraded goods that are not priced by the market, such as external benefits, including those from the arts and heritage, and costs, such as pollution, or concepts that have little to do with money, such as people's sense of achieving their potential as individuals, or simply happiness. Welfare economics. Welfare economics starts with the premise that the aim of society is the maximization of welfare and that the welfare of a society is the additive function of the satisfaction or utility of each individual member of that society, thus the state itself is supposed to have no aims or objectives that are independent of those of its members. A second premise is that the individual is the best judge of his or her welfare. Pareto optimality and Pareto improvements. Maximum welfare is achieved when there is no change possible that can make someone in a society better off without making someone else worse off. That is the definition of Pareto optimality, adopting the name of Vilfredo Pareto, the economist who introduced the rule, and it indicates that the economy is socially efficient. When a change could be made that would increase the welfare of society, that is called a Pareto improvement, PI. These concepts provide rules for social decision-making for a government whose objective is the improvement of welfare for its citizens. The difficulty is that nearly every policy that could lead to an improvement is likely to make someone worse off and therefore be inadmissible as an unambiguous Pareto improvement, but see box 7.1. This is because government policies mostly involve expenditure that has to be financed by taxes from citizens, who are thereby made worse off. It will be noticed that this is a very strict rule, stricter, for example, than a majority vote in which the losers accept the decision of the winners. While none of this may seem very helpful, it serves to show just how difficult societal decisions really are. By contrast, the majority voting rule is simple, as it requires only that a society accept the choice of the majority. 163. The Hicks-Calder compensation principle. One way out of the problem that some people may be made worse off in a situation in which potential welfare gains can be made is to get potential losers to agree to accept compensation. The concept of compensating losers towse was stand to gain, and the converse, how much the losers would pay to prevent the action, was developed by two economists, Sir John Hicks and Nicholas, Lord, Calder, and it is called after them, the Hicks-Calder compensation principle. If there is a policy that would enable the achievement of net benefit, where the gain in welfare to some people is greater than the welfare loss to others, a potential Pareto improvement, PPI, the Hicks-Calder principle can be applied. According to this principle, the gainers could potentially compensate the losers because there is sufficient net benefit to society in doing so, either by actually giving them financial or other compensation, an actual Pareto improvement, or, and this was the main contribution of Hicks and Calder, without in fact going through the business of compensating the losers. Box 7.1 Pareto improvements and honors in the arts. Vilfredo Pareto, 1848–1923, was an Italian born in France and educated in Italy, where he worked for 20 years for Italian railway companies. He began to study economics only in 1890, and by 1893 he was appointed professor at the University of Lausanne in Switzerland. He is famous for both his statistical work on income distribution, developing the so-called Pareto distribution, and, of course, for the now well-known concept of optimal economic welfare. The concept of Pareto optimality did not enter English-speaking economics until the late 1930s, however. Generally speaking, it is very difficult to ND unambiguous Pareto improvements, since almost any change that improves one person's welfare imposes some cost, in terms of either the use of resources or a psychic cost, on another member of the society. Most policies require nance, and that means that taxes are levied to pay for them, making some people worse off even though others may be much better off as a result. Nevertheless, the award of honors to artists, being made a living treasure, Kammersang in Chevalier d'Honneur, Commendator, Knight, or Lord, is an unambiguous pie, since it is costless and, presumably, adds utility to the individual, thus improving welfare, though, if other colleagues are jealous, then there is no pie. Prizes that are voluntarily given by philanthropists for achievements in the arts are also pies but would not qualify if there are tax breaks for the donor, since that would mean that taxes have to be raised from others to meet public expenditure commitments. 164. Cost, Bainity analysis. In practice, the calculation of net Bainity is done through cost, Bainity analysis. CBA involves measuring the Bainities of a possible policy and weighing them up against the costs. It is used at the planning stage to establish if there is a PPI, a potential welfare gain to society. This gain need not be only financial, and the Bainities include non-pecuniary public good Bainities, such as a sense of local or national pride. A form of CBA that has been much used in the arts is the so-called economic impact study, which considers, for instance, if there is a net Bainity to be found from the building of a new museum or theater that would bring in new audiences to a city and generate employment and other quantiable economic gains, as well as providing unquantiable cultural Bainities and a sense of civic pride. CBA and economic impact studies are discussed in detail later on. The theorems of welfare economics. Although there are difficulties with operationalizing Pareto optimality, economists believe the concept is useful in providing an ideal type decision rule. Not only that, but the conditions under which Pareto optimality can be achieved have been analyzed and can be formally stated as theorems. 1. A perfectly competitive economy in which all markets are in equilibrium and in which there are no externalities or public goods will be Pareto optimal, and 2. The theorem can be stated the other way round to say that Pareto optimality requires a perfectly competitive economy. Under these conditions, there is both private and social efficiency in the economy. This is similar to Adam Smith's notion of the invisible hand, the idea that an individual pursuing his or her own self-interest tends to promote the good of society as well. Nonetheless, the list of assumptions about the economy that must hold for these theorems of Pareto optimality to be valid makes it clear that this can only ever be an ideal type economy. Competitive suppliers in perfectly competitive markets set the prices of their goods according to marginal cost. Suppliers of all inputs set input prices according to marginal cost, which, in the case of labor, is the marginal disutility of work. All production takes place in the most technically efficient way, and substitution of inputs and products produced takes place when relative prices change. There are no externalities or public goods. Consumers make choices of what to buy based on the relative prices of goods and services, constrained by their income and in line with their in. 165. Built tastes, so that the marginal utility of the item bought is equal to the price, and all economic agents, buyers and sellers, are fully informed about prices both now and in the future. Violation of these conditions can therefore point to the sources of inefficiency in the economy and points to where improvements could be made, judged by the criterion of perfect competition. For example, it immediately suggests that monopoly is socially inefficient and that competition law aimed at controlling monopoly would be welfare improving. This is the viewpoint from which many policies and much lawmaking are judged. Welfare economics and market failure. When the conditions laid out above are not met, the market is said to fail, that is, it fails to maximize social welfare. Market failure is therefore taken as the main argument for government intervention. When the RST best Pareto optimum cannot be reached, corrective action will produce only the so-called second best outcome. This sort of action, a subsidy, tax, or other regulation, inevitably prevents the attainment of Pareto optimality, as it interferes with marginal cost pricing and the allocation of resources and therefore violates the theorems of welfare economics. Copyright law provides a good example of a second best policy, see box 7.2. These interventions may improve overall social efficiency and lead to a second best solution, but it is inadmissible to claim that they can lead to the achievement of RST best. Box 7.2 Second best and copyright law. One of the economic arguments used to justify copyright law is that it prevents free riding, without there being an exclusive property right for works of literature, music, art, and so on that allows authors to control the use of their work. Anyone could copy it, and authors would not be able to charge cost covering price. Unless they get a return on the investment of the time and opportunity cost of creating the work, authors would not have an economic incentive to create, and so society would be worse off. The exclusive property right is a grant of monopoly that prevents a competitor from copying another's work. However, having the monopoly, however weak, enables the copyright owner to set the price above marginal cost, which reduces welfare. Copyright law has to trade off the positive benefits against their cost to society and is therefore a second best policy. Look at box 13.2 for another way of putting this argument. 166. Monopoly has long been regarded by economists as one of the chief violations of the conditions for Pareto optimality, though, as is discussed elsewhere in the book, there is a case for monopoly, made by Schumpeter, see box 14.4, as a creative force. In the case of the arts and culture, it is the presence of unpriced public goods and external benefits that has mostly been seen as the cause of market failure, and it is their presence that justifies cultural policy measures, such as subsidies to arts organizations, to overcome market failure. Pigovian welfare economics. In the 1930s, the English economist A.C. Pigou developed what has come to be called Pigovian welfare economics, which offers a market-by-market rule for social efficiency and provides a solution for market failure in a market. Pigovian welfare economics therefore avoids the demanding requirements of perfect competition and general equilibrium throughout the whole economy, as summarized in the conditions for Pareto optimality listed above, by concentrating on one market only. The rule is simply that the socially efficient, welfare-maximizing, level of output of a particular good occurs at the point where the marginal social benefit, MSB, is equal to the marginal social cost, MSC, of producing it. MSB is the private benefit or utility to consumers plus the external benefit to others that is generated by the consumption of a good or service. MSC is the private cost of producing a good or service plus any external cost that is generated by its production. The welfare maximizing output in the market for a good is where MSB equals MSC. In cultural economics, there has been much more emphasis on social benefits than on social costs, though congestion at very popular tourist sites and museums is a social cost, because one visitor imposes a cost on another, see chapters 9 and 19. In the absence of external costs, only the marginal private cost, MPC, which is the supply schedule of a competitive RM, is relevant, and this is equated to MSB to identify the socially efficient output. In GUR 7.1, output QS is the socially efficient level of output at point B, where MSB equals MPC and that is greater than output QP at point A, where S equals D, which is what the private market would produce. At point A there is market failure, with the market underproducing films by the quantity QS, QP. In GUR 7.1, the market for films is depicted. There is a market demand schedule, D, showing the level of private utility that consumers get from films, because there are external benefits to people seeing films. However, MSB is greater than demand, marginal private benefit, MPB, and it increases as the quantity demanded increases. The market supply, S, is determined by the 167 MPC of producing films. The socially optimum number of films produced in the market is QS, and, at that level of output, MSB exceeds D, the amount consumers are willing to pay, by the amount BC. Producers will produce only QP at price PP, however, because their revenue is 0 PPA QP. Therefore, the market fails to produce the welfare maximizing output of films, and there is a case for subsidizing film producers to increase output to QS. MPC is rising, however, indicating that it costs more to supply more films, and the price at which film producers wish to supply QS at B is higher than the equilibrium price the unsubsidized market would charge. Pages. In order to encourage producers to produce QS, subsidy is needed to add to their sales revenue and allow them to supply at a point in the private demand scheduled at a lower price. The lower price PS is necessary to encourage take-up on the part of consumers of the extra output because D is downward sloping. The subsidy to encourage QS should be sufficient to shift the aggregate supply S down to the right to the notional S plus subsidy, so that the socially efficient price PS at point C is charged. The area of that subsidy is the area PPACPS, and this is the increase in revenue needed to achieve the welfare maximizing output as denoted by PIGU. Later in this chapter, we look at the impact of different types of subsidy at the level of the individual producer. Whatever form the subsidy takes, however, the principle is the same. It has to increase output to the welfare maximizing level of output in the market to the point where MSB equals MSC. Sources of market failure in the cultural sector. The main source of market failure that has been written about in cultural economics is external consumption ts of one sort or another unpriced or uncovenant ts, and information problems, usually about the quality of cultural goods. Market failure in the form of monopoly or oligopoly is also present in the cultural industries. The so-called social cost of monopoly was demonstrated in GUR 5.2 and is discussed further in Chapter 14. Unpriced ts, unpriced or uncovenant external ts, introduced in Chapter 6, are a source of demand-side market failure. In terms of GUR 7.1, these are the gap between the demand D and MSB schedules. The presence of external ts just DES subsidy according to the extent of the unpriced T, also called unexpressed ts. We therefore need to know what these sources of external T are, in order, in principle at least, to calculate the amount of subsidy needed to achieve the socially optimal level of output and, in a wider sense, to improve social welfare. External ts of consumption. In general, the idea of external ts is that there are some goods and services that give private utility to the person who consumes them but, in addition, others benefit from that consumption. Reading books and going to see films and plays that deal with social problems, for instance, makes people understand them better, and that is good for the functioning of a society. The term external means that third parties benefit from a private transaction on the part of the buyer that is motivated by the consumer's private satisfaction, others benefit willy-nilly. Public goods. The significance of public goods has already been referred to in chapters 2 and 6, and this chapter explores it further in the context of subsidy to the arts and heritage. Public goods in this context are just a stronger version of external ts of consumption. Being non-rival and non-excludable, they can be shared by all, and this means that they would be underproduced or not produced at all via the market. Public goods such as shared culture strengthen ties within society, though they can also be used to exclude minorities. Such goods are a source of unpriced, or underpriced, ts to all members of a society and are subject to free riding, meaning that they would be overconsumed by people who avoid paying for them. Note that a difference between public goods and externalities of consumption here is that individuals pay for the goods that spill over external ts to others, because they get private 169 benefit from them. They pay a price equal to the marginal utility or social benefit that they get from the good, whereas they have the incentive to free ride and avoid paying for public goods. Option demand. One of the most frequently cited sources of unpriced vanity is option demand. This means that the public are willing to pay for the existence of goods and services that they may not themselves wish to consume at present, but they want them to be available for when they should wish to, a self-interested motive, and they may also want them to be available to others in the society, an altruistic motive. The point is that they are willing to pay for this option but cannot do so via the prices in the market. Therefore, public expenditure from taxes is mandated to enhance option demand. Surveys and contingent valuation studies can establish how much people are willing to contribute through taxation to maintain option demand, as explained in Chapter 6. Demand by future generations. Unborn generations of people cannot express their willingness to pay via the market, and so it is incumbent upon the present generation to express it on their behalf. This demand by future generations applies particularly to the heritage as an argument for maintaining the heritage of the arts for their future use, and this has to be done through non-market sources of finance, such as donations or subsidy. The benefits to future generations are also unknown, however, and cannot be measured. Information problems. Lack of information. The absence of sufficient information on the part of the consumer to judge experience goods means that demand cannot truly react the utility the consumer could potentially have if he or she knew more about the cultural good or service in question. Indeed, all arts lobbyists RMLY believe that, if people could only be persuaded to step inside a theater or museum, they would acquire the information needed to develop the taste and knowledge, consumption capital, that would turn them into avid cultural consumers. A taste for and knowledge of the arts and heritage, as for other things, such as sports, are often cultivated in schools as part of the compulsory syllabus. While education up to the school-leaving age is compulsory, however, attending cultural events in later life is not. 170. And so audiences have to be coaxed to take part by policies that encourage demand. Public subsidy is justified according to this argument on the grounds of enhancing the provision of the necessary information. Asymmetric information and supplier-induced demand. Another aspect of information problems is asymmetric information, the situation in which consumers and producers do not both possess the same information about the goods they are buying and selling. In a number of circumstances, the supplier has more information about the product than the buyer, and the buyer has to rely on that source of information in order to make his or her demand decisions, and the seller may well exploit that situation to his or her own advantage. The example of second-hand car dealers has frequently been invoked in this context. Arts and heritage experts obviously know more than audiences, and they may be able to persuade a funding organization that subsidy is necessary to persuade potential visitors of the benefits of the arts as they see them. Merit goods are an extreme example of this way of thinking, see Box 2.2. Information problems also have to do with uncertainty about the quality of cultural products that affects demand, as discussed in Chapter 6. Gatekeepers, such as critics, have a role to play here in providing information for consumers so they do not have to rely only on experts. Nevertheless, there are areas in the cultural sector in which supplier-induced demand is an important factor. This is discussed at length in relation to the heritage in Chapter 9. Market failure and consumer sovereignty. The analysis of demand-side market failure provides a rationale for government intervention in the market and calls for policy to increase production beyond the level of output that results from private market signals alone. Taking steps to overcome market failure increases social welfare. The problem for welfare economics with notions such as supplier-induced demand and merit goods is that they coincide with the notion of consumer sovereignty and the fundamental basis of social welfare as being based solely on individual welfare and voluntary exchange. They refute the ability of consumers to judge their own welfare, although that is fundamental to the notion of social welfare in the RST place. While there is general agreement among cultural economists about market failure, they differ somewhat in their interpretation of the implications, as Box 7.3 shows. Box 7.3 shows a range of views on market failure. It is worth noting. 171. Box 7.3 Leading Cultural Economists' Views on Market Failure. Lionel, Lord, Robbins, 1971:3, 4. Why should the taxpayer provide money for the arts? Why should not the whole business be left to consumer demand? If people want art, they will buy it; if not, why should it be produced? Now clearly this is not a question that can be answered by reference to scientific economics. It is a question of ultimate values, a question of what you think to be the purpose and function of the state as the authoritarian element in society, a question of political philosophy. Economics comes in only when you want to know the implications of your decisions in this respect, implications as regards proportions, incentives, and machinery. On this plane therefore of political objectives, I personally have never had any difficulty in regarding some cultivation of the arts and higher learning as part of my conception of the state obligation. Sir Alan Peacock, 1969, 323. Subsidizing the arts involves the same kind of issues as subsidizing particular industries or services in the economy, however distasteful this may seem to those who are conditioned to think in terms of a moral hierarchy in the ordering of consumption expenditure. In the analysis, attention is connected to two arguments for subsidization which are derived from the existence of market failure, i.e. the recognition that the strict Peirtian assumptions of divisibility of goods and absence of externalities of production and consumption are not met with in practical life. A particular aspect of indivisibility which is relevant to the subsidization of the arts is taking account of the welfare of future generations, that is to say of the welfare of those whose interests cannot be directly expressed at present through the exercise of their own preferences in the market. Cultural paternalism, which might be justified on the grounds that the community does not know what is good for it, is ruled out. Apart from any predisposition of the author to oppose paternalism, the assertion of imposed value judgments is too easy a way of deriving support for public intervention designed to give the public not what it wants but what it ought to have. Bruno Frey, 2000:9, 10. Each scholar has his or her basic values, even when undertaking scientific research. Consonant to the view of most modern economists, I see the advantages of using markets. They tend to be efficient and allow the different artistic preferences of the population to be met. Art is not only what, often self-denied, art experts call art. Art experts have often been unable to grasp new art movements, the market has often been much quicker to respond. But I also see the limits of markets. In my view, relevant external effects and other market failures exist. These cannot simply be overcome by bargaining between the actors involved, not least because consumers are unorganized. But I do not agree that market failures in the arts necessarily mean that the government must intervene. As a political economist, I clearly see the limits of state activity, also with respect to culture. 172. That all four of these prominent economists support the case for government intervention in the arts and heritage, though, obviously, to different extents. Robbins accedes to the merit goods argument, while Peacock has a strong objection to overriding consumer sovereignty, though he sees the case in terms of the protection of future generations. Frey displays caution over undue attention to experts and over state involvement, though he does recognize market failure, and Throwspy tries to show that the merit goods argument is in fact an extension of externalities if people take pleasure in the enjoyment of the arts by others. How much subsidy? It is one thing to accept the case for government intervention, but there remains a serious problems of how much subsidy, or other non-market nance, is called for. It is all very well to draw a diagram showing the gap between private demand and marginal social benefit, but how big are external effects in practice in each market? That can in principle be estimated by cost-benefit analysis or by contingent valuation of the public good/external benefit, but such studies are difficult and expensive to undertake and subject to AWS, see below. There are also moral hazard and principal, agent problems that accompany negotiations with arts organizations about how much subsidy they should receive, and it is necessary to consider how the government can offer the right incentives to the arts or heritage organization to fulfill its policy goals. All told, Therefore, merely having the rationale for interventionist cultural, or any other, policy that welfare economics propounds through the analysis of David Throsby, 2001, 140. Moving beyond standard efficiency considerations raises the possibility that the arts might be deemed a merit good, and that, if so, this would provide normative grounds for collective action. At first glance, the arts would seem to tee the merit-want description rather closely. Society apparently sees the arts as meritorious, yet people do not demand them in private markets to the extent that such a view would suggest, providing a presumptive case for corrective intervention. Closer examination, however, suggests that a number of characteristics that might be ascribed to the arts as merit goods can actually be explained as generalist externalities or social goods. For instance, a belief that the arts are socially beneficial when held by people who do not themselves consume the arts directly, or an acceptance by some individuals of others' consumption, can be accounted for as cases of interdependent utility functions and hence explicable according to the standard theory of externalities. In such cases, what appears at RST side to be imposed choice turns out to be ultimately consistent with the principle of consumer sovereignty. 173. Market failure is a far cry from formulating specific policy measures designed to meet policy objectives. I return to this topic in Chapter 10. Cost, benefit analysis. As its name implies, cost, benefit analysis measures the costs and benefits of a specific project, and this information can then be used by the policymaker as a guide to deciding whether or not to undertake the project. By calculating the rate of return to the project, it can be compared to the rate of return on other competing projects. A dramatic example would be that a city council has to make the choice between building a new museum or a sports stadium, or maybe a school. The general principle of CBA is to estimate the future benefits, private and social, and to compare them with the cost of the initial outlay on the project plus the ongoing maintenance costs over its projected lifetime. It can readily be seen that all the benefits and some of the costs arise in the future, whereas the initial outlay has to be paid in the present and in advance of the project's completion. Therefore, for decision purposes, the valuation of future benefits and costs must be made in present value terms, so that they can be compared with the outlay or cost of undertaking the project now. Estimating the present value necessitates the use of a discount rate, which may be thought of as similar to an interest rate, and the process of discounting may be thought of as being the reverse of compounding interest into the future. An example. Let us say that a city is considering building a new museum that would cost 50 million euros, or $50 million. The benefits of the museum are planned for a FTY year period. The city council would have to borrow the 50 million euros at an interest rate of 5% per annum. It would therefore have to pay 2.5 million euros a year in interest. The museum building would also have to be maintained and repaired during its lifetime. One way of making the calculation as to whether it is worthwhile building the museum is to estimate the stream of future benefits and costs and then ask what discount rate would make them equal in the present. That notional discount rate is then compared to the actual cost of borrowing, so, in this example, if the discount rate is greater than or equal to 5%, the building should go ahead, because it would be socially efficient. Box 7.4 explains the calculations in detail. 174. Private and social costs and benefits. CBA requires the calculation of the private and social costs and benefits. As noted earlier, social costs are private costs plus external costs, and social benefits are private benefits plus external benefits. Private costs are relatively straightforward, the estimated cost of the building project over the time it takes to build plus maintenance costs over its life. External costs, such as disruption to city life and congestion caused by the construction work, can be more difficult to quantify, but they can be calculated in terms of damage done and the value of the hours of work lost. The private are anticipated revenues from visitor entrance fees and the protes from other direct expenditures by visitors, such as on catalogs and other items in the museum shop and in the restaurant projected for the FTY year period. Obviously these have estimated and evaluated for the far future. Thesishal being sorry often hard to quantify, what financial value can be given for the enhanced image of the city or sense of local cohesion. They could be estimated by a contingent valuation study, but, in fact, they do not necessarily have to be quanti-ed. It is enough to note that they would exist. This is because a social. Box 7.4 Calculating present value. You have a principal sum of $1,000 and you can get an annual rate of interest in a bank of 5%. At the end of year 1 you have $1,000 plus $50 equals $1,050. If you leave the interest and the initial deposit in the bank, at the end of year 2 you have $1,050 plus $52.50 equals $1,102.50, and so on. The interest compounds at the rate of 5% of an increasing amount of money over the number of years you leave the principal and the accumulated interest in the bank. We could also ask the question the other way round: how much would you need to deposit in the bank at an interest rate of 5% to earn $50 by the end of year 1? Answer: $1,000, and this is called the present value, V1. We can write this as a formula: V1, 1 plus 0.05, equals $1,050. Therefore V1 equals $1,050 slash 1.05 equals $1,000 is the present value. After 2 years, the total value is $1,102.50, then V2 equals $1,102.50 slash 1.052 equals $1,000. So, this can be generalized into a present value, PV, formula, where T runs from 1 to n, and n is the number of years, I is the interest rate and x is the principal sum. Sigma is the mathematical symbol used to mean the sum of 175. Discount rate can be used that takes into account the often unspecified nature of external THIRD and public goods characteristics. Once these data have been estimated, the following equation can be applied. The museum example again. Costs have to be incurred from the beginning, T equals 0, but revenues do not accrue until later, when the project is completed, T equals 6. Let us say the building cost of 50 million is spread evenly over the VE years it takes to build it. Then for it equals 1 to 5, CT is 10 million per year. Thereafter, the costs are the costs of any maintenance needed to the building. If the decision is only about building the museum, the costs of running the museum would not need to be taken into account. On the revenue side, there can be no revenue until the museum opens in year 6, so for T equals 1 to 5, RT equals 0, and thereafter the revenues are in. Both costs and revenues are discounted by the discount rate, or internal rate of return, R, which makes these streams of future costs and revenues equal so that the NPV is 0 at time 0, when the decision has to be made. The crucial decision variable is the value of R. If the value for R is greater than the cost of borrowing the capital outlay, then the project is pro-table. So, for our city council, the museum is a socially worthwhile investment if R equals 5% or more. This is when the social discount rate would come into the story. However, the city council, or central government, might apply a lower social discount rate for projects, such as the museum, that have high expected external benefits. The lower the social discount rate, the more likely it is that the project will be accepted. The reverse is true for private business undertakings: the greater the risk, the higher the discount rate needs to be, and then there will be fewer projects that reach that hurdle of acceptance. 176. The benefits of CBA for policymakers. Finally, it should be pointed out that why economists favor cost benefit analysis is because the estimated internal rate of return or discount rate for each project, a school, hospital, sports stadium, or museum, for example, can be compared, thus making the choice of how to spend public money much easier. Governments usually have an agreed value for the social discount rate, which means that the value for any one project can be compared to it and the decision made on that basis. Of course, such agreements do not have to be binding. If a country wants to hold the Olympic Games, it will go ahead even if the expected losses are huge, though they will probably be presented to the public as expected net benefits. Economic impact studies. The thinking behind economic impact studies is similar to that for cost-benefit studies, and both are based on welfare economics. The main difference is that the external private effects on other producers, also called production spillovers, are taken into account as well as the external benefits to consumers. When a museum opens next to a cafe, the cafe owner protests from extra customers with no effort or expenditure of his or her own, a clear case of an externality in production. This cafe owner benefits, but it also has to be considered if these customers have been diverted from other cafes in the city or if they are additional ones brought in by increased tourism due to the museum. It is only from the latter that the city gets net benefits. In fact, as is discussed in Chapter 19, if the museum were to be financed by the national government, instead of by the city, there may be no net gain nationally, even if there is gain locally if it simply diverts expenditure from other parts of the national economy. Therefore, it has to be taken into consideration in doing economic impact studies how localized the planning is, who will benefit and what level of government will bear the cost of the project. Direct and indirect expenditures. Economic impact studies measure the private benefits to visitors by their direct expenditures on the new facility as well as what they spend indirectly on goods and services, such as restaurants, hotels, and shops in the vicinity. They may also pay local taxes on their expenditures. These calculations may 177 also be done in terms of extra incomes to those employed directly in the project itself, such as people working in a new museum, as well as the extra employment due to indirect spending. The important word to note in this is extra, because, as pointed out above, if the new project merely displaces other expenditures, there is no net welfare increase. In relation to employment, the question is whether or not the project leads to employment of previously unemployed people, because if it just competes for workers already employed in other jobs, it will bid up wages and could simply cause inactivity instead of leading to an overall increase in welfare. Problems with economic impact studies. An important difference between CBA and economic impact studies is that, in CBA, an internal rate of return for the project is found that can be compared to that of other potential projects or to the government's social discount rate. This is very important to economists because they are always conscious of opportunity cost and need to be able to make comparisons between the viability of projects. Economic impact studies do not typically do this. They look only at the feasibility of an arts project without necessarily comparing it to, say, building a new sports facility. A further problem is that non-economists often do not understand that the economic impact is supposed to be a marginal one. What would the effect be of undertaking one project, say, building a new museum? It is not valid to apply this type of study to the arts as a whole or an art form as a whole, say the whole museum sector, and it is certainly not valid to talk about its value to the national economy based on these techniques. For that, studies of value added are needed. These were discussed in Chapter 2. Unfortunately, many impact studies have not observed all the caveats that the underlying economic theory warns of, and therefore they exaggerate the net value of arts projects. There is a role for carefully constructed impact studies, and they are often used for local undertakings, such as festivals and other events that attract tourists and increase awareness of a city or region and improve its image in the world. See Chapter 19. Box 7.5 describes a study of the economic impact to a local economy of an arts event, a series of concerts by the Grateful Dead Band. Public finance. Welfare economics applied to the arts and culture makes a case for intervention in the market economy in order to increase output to a 178 level greater than the market would achieve left to private incentives. In many situations, This means that governments undertake the task of stimulating arts and heritage organizations to produce higher levels of output, which they do by means of direct and indirect subsidies enhanced by taxation. The theory of public finance deals with the analysis of taxes and subsidies and lays down rules for considering both their efficiency and equity effects. Efficiency and equity. The concepts of private and social efficiency were investigated earlier in relation to welfare economics, and they are also an important aspect of the study of public finance. Box 7.5 The economic impact of a Grateful Dead concert series in Las Vegas. The Grateful Dead pop group performed in 3 concerts in Las Vegas in 1995, bringing both benefits and costs to the local economy. Authors Ricardo Gazel and Keith Schwer, 1997, have analyzed the economic impact of the concerts. They estimated the benefits as additional expenditures from goods and services sold to non-local concert attendees plus the expected expenditures of local patrons who would have traveled elsewhere to attend the show if it had not taken place in Las Vegas. The costs included expenses for additional policing and the cost of any damage, etc. Those costs were not borne by the local economy, however, as they had been paid up front by the concert promoters. The 3 concerts attracted 46,000 visitors to Las Vegas who said they came exclusively to attend the concerts, and they contributed somewhere between $17 and $28 million of additional income to the local economy. The authors estimate that the concerts created between 346, conservative, and 589, optimistic, sustained jobs and that an additional impact of close to $10 million could be expected from future visits in 1995 of fans attending the show who otherwise would not have visited the area. Gazel and Schwer conclude that popular bands that can attract large out-of-town crowds can have a positive net economic impact in the local economy, depending on the size of the spillover effects. Moreover, the spillovers could enhance subsidies for the arts and cultural events. For that, they would have to be translated into local tax revenues, for example via higher revenues from sales taxes. Note that the Grateful Dead were unable to capture the uncovenant benefits to the local economy, so Las Vegas got a free lunch. The authors point out that such news might silence those local critics who opposed the concerts taking place on their doorstep. Source: Gazel and Schwer, 1997. 179. Allocative efficiency. Taxes alter the allocation of resources because they alter incentives. Income taxes reduce the consumer's income, taxes on specie goods and services increase their prices and so alter consumption patterns, taxes on business protests reduce protests, and so forth. Some types of taxes distort incentives less than others and therefore are considered more efficient, or less inefficient. For instance, if all goods and services are taxed at the same rate, as with value-added tax or sales tax, this is less likely to alter consumption patterns and alter the allocation of resources, allocative efficiency. Sometimes, certain items are exempted from taxation in order to make them more attractive relative to other goods. For example, books are zero-rated for VAT in the United Kingdom. Elsewhere, theater tickets are exempt from tax. Such tax breaks or tax waivers are a form of indirect subsidy, because they offer benefits to those consuming the goods and services on the one hand and, on the other, the government has to raise the waived taxes elsewhere. Subsidy is subject to the same efficiency criteria as taxation, and as they are so important to the economic analysis of the cultural sector, I devote a section below to them. Equity. Equity can be used in several contexts in economics, in relation to taxation, in relation to the distribution of income and wealth, and also in relation to the distribution of benefits from public expenditure. Many policies are motivated by equity concerns, including cultural policy, in which equity or fairness is mostly connected to the distribution of resources that enable or prevent people from having access to the arts and other cultural goods and services. People on low incomes, students, the unemployed and senior citizens living on pensions, are often regarded as worthy of financial help to access the arts and are eligible for concessionary lower entry prices. Since variable costs are the same for all consumers, arts organizations offering these price concessions need subsidy to compensate for the loss of revenue due to the lower price. Many arts organizations regard it as their duty to use their subsidy for these purposes, and some are required to do so as a condition of subsidy. Equal access to natural resources is not the only equity issue. However, access to arts and heritage facilities can be difficult for people with disabilities, and equitable treatment for them has become an important, and often costly, aspect of cultural policy. Another issue is geographical distribution. Some countries have, or had, very marked concentration of arts and heritage organizations and facilities in the capital city, making access very expensive. 180. For people in the regions, who, of course, pay taxes for national facilities. Greater equity in geographical distribution has been a feature of cultural policy in addition to the above. Finally, there is also the question of equality of opportunity, equity, in access to arts training. This is discussed in Chapter 11. Taxation. The analysis of taxation can be looked at in terms of equity and efficiency. Equity underlies the case for progressive income taxation, whereby people on lower incomes pay proportionately lower rates of tax than the better off. It might also be said to underlie one of the most important canons of taxation, the Bainiti principle of taxation, which is that those who bainiti from public expenditure should contribute towards it, and those who pay a tax should bainiti from it. These criteria are used to evaluate equity in the distribution of taxation and subsidy in the arts. Subsidy in the arts has a regressive effect, as the people who bainiti most from it, as we saw in Chapter 6, are on average better off, while the burden of taxation is spread over all taxpayers. Direct and indirect taxation. Taxes are classified as direct or indirect. Direct taxes, income and property tax, for example, are levied directly on individual persons and businesses. Indirect taxes are those levied via third parties, such as suppliers of goods and services, who charge the taxes to consumers. There are many types of tax in use by governments at different levels of government. Besides income, and wealth and inheritance taxes, central and federal governments also levy taxes on goods and services, sales tax, such as VAT in the European Union, on imports, import duties or tariffs, and on business property tax, corporation tax. There are also specie per unit taxes on certain goods, such as tobacco or gasoline, that are designed to cut consumption. Local governments also use local income taxes, sumptuary taxes, say on hotel occupants, and property taxes. The purpose of taxation in general is to enhance the activities of government, and the greater the level of public expenditure, the more tax revenue has to be levied. Then the question of the burden of taxation arises: who pays the taxes and how are they distributed? Sales taxes and the like are paid by those who consume the goods, and if there is an uneven distribution of consumption between rich and poor, the burden of taxation is not equally borne. An example of this is the specie tax on tobacco and cigarettes, which 181. Nowadays in developed countries are consumed proportionately more by poorer than by richer people. The tax is AXED amount per packet of cigarettes, so all consumers, rich and poor, pay the same. From the efficiency point of view, a tax must not be so high as to displace consumption of the good. Therefore, goods with a low elasticity of demand are typically taxed. As noted above, however, some goods may be exempt from tax for merit reasons, and this can be a source of imputed subsidy to the cultural sector. Indirect tax and tax waivers. Indirect subsidy is common in the United States and applies to the arts and heritage as well as to many other types of non-property activities. The tax system makes concessions on income or property taxation for donations to arts or heritage organizations. Tax waivers that allow corporations to count expenditures on arts sponsorship as business expenses are a form of indirect tax expenditure. In some countries, notably the United States, Private individuals can get waivers on income tax for their gifts to arts organizations, and this policy is gradually being adopted in one form or another in other countries. This form of subsidy has an important implication for cultural policy. Indirect tax giving is not in the hands of elected policy makers but in those of the donors, the individual patrons and boardrooms of corporations. Their choice of art form or type of organization is what decides the amount of this indirect subsidy via the amount of tax waived. If, for example, they favored museums over the performing arts, their choices would alter the distribution of arts funding but without any responsibility to taxpayers. The significance of indirect funding is discussed in detail in Chapter 8 in connection with the performing arts, and the policy implications are dealt with in Chapter 10. In the United Kingdom and some other countries that have similar laws, arts and heritage organizations can register as charities, and then they benefit from a range of tax and other concessions. They also have to fulfill requirements on governance, however, and have boards of trustees with formal responsibility for financial probity and solvency. This can have considerable influence on the way the organization is run and has implications for arts management. Types of subsidy. Subsidies are the expenditure side of public finance, and they may be analyzed using the economics of public finance. In economics it is far more common to 182. Analyze the effect of various types of taxes on the markets for goods and on consumption, making a distinction between lump sum, specie and ad valorem taxes. A lump sum tax is a fixed amount of tax, like a poll tax, that every liable person pays regardless of income, and is therefore regressive. A specie or excise tax, as outlined above, is a fixed payment per unit of a good, and so tax revenues increase with the number of units sold. An ad valorem tax depends upon the value of sales and so depends not only on the amount sold but also on the price. Value-added tax is a certain percentage, say 17% of the amount spent on a purchase. Public finance theory analyzes the effects of these different taxes on economic behavior in the market, and at the level of the individual consumer or producer, and their ability to raise revenue for the government. What is less common is to apply the same kind of analysis to subsidy, but that is needed in cultural economics in order to understand the effect of direct public expenditure on arts organizations and how particular types of policy measure work. In countries in which grants are made to private non-profit arts and heritage organizations, the funding body has the problem of inducing them to comply with the policy. This is a principal-agent problem, and the funding body may use different types of subsidy to encourage compliance with its policy aims. The funding body, the principal, must set up the right incentives to the arts or heritage organization, the agent. In a number of European countries, subsidy is in fact direct finance through central, regional, or local government, or possibly all three, and is typically in the form of a regular lump sum grant. One problem with such lump sum subsidy is that arts and heritage organizations become accustomed to receiving them and complain bitterly and publicly when they receive less than they expect, and they can force the government to restore their former level of funding by creating a lot of adverse publicity, for example by accusing the government of dirigisme and interference in the arts. One result of this kind of behavior, which is widely reported, is that new arts organizations and art forms that have not yet got their foot in the door and it difficult to get a share of the funds available. The result is often that the well-established organizations doing more traditional work get disproportionately subsidized. This topic is discussed in Chapter 10. Lump sum grant. Lump sum grants to arts and heritage organizations would appear to be the most common form of both public subsidy and private giving. While lump sum taxes are rejected as regressive on equity grounds, a lump sum 183 subsidy is regarded as having benefit efficiency grounds that it distorts incentives the least. Lump sum monetary welfare payments to redistribute income are regarded as being neutral with respect to the allocation of resources, so, for example, food stamps are not neutral, as they increase the consumption of food and therefore alter relative prices. The same logic applies to a lump sum subsidy to an organization producing arts or heritage services. A payment of a XED amount regardless of the level of output or size of the organization would not alter the mix of services offered. That may or may not be a good thing, however, depending upon what the policy objectives of subsidy are, whether they are to maintain the status quo or to alter the output decisions of the recipient. Per unit subsidy. It may well be that the purpose of intervention by a private sponsor or the government is to achieve a specific aim. In that case, the subsidy would be that a certain amount was given to the organization based on its achieving the target, for example a target number of visitors or of particular categories of visitor, such as new audiences. To get the subsidy, the arts organization would have to show the funding body that the goal of the policy, say to bring in more people under the age of 21 or people from an ethnic minority, had worked and that the subsidy should be paid accordingly. Then the subsidy is awarded per unit of the chosen target. Ad valorem subsidy. With an ad valorem subsidy, the amount would depend upon the value of the targeted item, so, for instance, the subsidy might be aimed at reducing ticket prices, and the loss of income from sales at the lower prices would determine the amount of subsidy. A policy of matched funding, in which the government funding body matches the amount of private grants raised by the organization from gifts and sponsorship, would also be an ad valorem type of subsidy. Notice that the per unit and ad valorem types of subsidy involve a particular policy goal, unlike the lump sum subsidy, which just keeps the organization AOT. One instance of the use of an ad valorem subsidy to achieve a specific target is given in box 7.6, taken from the policy statement for the Netherlands for the period 2001-4 by the then Secretary of State for Culture, Rick van der Ploeg. 184. Economic analysis of subsidy. The impact of different types of subsidy may be formally analyzed for its effect on the market for a cultural good and for how it affects the behavior of the individual organization, or RM. The effect is analyzed by comparing a before and after situation and the changes that are predicted for the quantity of output produced and consumed and the change in the price of the good or service. Effect of subsidy on the market for a good or service. Taking the market for theater performances as an example, market demand depends upon their price. On the supply side, there could be many theaters. Box 7.6 New Audiences Policy in the Netherlands, 2001-4, under Frederik van der Ploeg, Secretary of State for Culture. Professor Rick van der Ploeg is an economist who entered the Dutch Parliament and became Secretary of State for Culture in the Netherlands between 1998 and 2002. During that time he formulated cultural policy for the period 2001 to 2004, introducing several national incentive schemes aimed at increasing the demand for culture and reducing the dependence of Dutch performing arts organizations and museums on government subsidy. The main thrust of his policy was directed at getting new audiences to the arts, especially young people and ethnic minorities, the confrontation of cultures. Accordingly, he required cultural organizations to set aside at least 3% of their grant income for new audiences, to be placed in a fund to which the organization had to apply and demonstrate its success in meeting this target in order to have access to the money. In addition, each organization was asked to ensure that its individual policy plans included a separate statement of how in practical terms it intended to take account of cultural diversity, both in its provision and in its relations with the public. These projects could either be activities in the field of arts education or projects run for and by young people, targeted activities in inner city areas, special tours of local theaters or introductory programs for cultural minorities. Such activities were not to be part of the institution's mainstream activities, and the 3% could include only the variable costs of provision and not the institution's normal overheads. Institutions that refused to meet this requirement or failed to do so would have 3% of their subsidies withheld. Van der Ploeg also introduced vouchers for school children to enable them to make 6 visits to cultural organizations of their choice. Sources: Van der Ploeg, 2004a, 2006. 185. Competing for audiences, as in the West End of London or on Broadway, or there may only be a few. Either way, there is an upward sloping supply schedule, S, showing that the number of performances offered increases as the price rises. The market is in equilibrium at price P1 and number of performances Q1, the situation that would come about in an unsubsidized market. Figures 7.2a and 7.2b demonstrate shifts in supply due to subsidies in theaters. 7.2a shows the effect of a lump sum subsidy and 7.2b shows the effect of an ad valorem subsidy. A lump sum subsidy to theaters, comparable in amount to the gap between the private and social benefit modeled in GUR 7.1, either encourages them to offer more performances at every price or enables more theaters to enter the market, and so it shifts S out to S0, as pictured in GUR 7.2a. This leads to a new lower equilibrium price, P2, and a greater number of performances, Q2. What determines the increased number of performances, Q1, Q2, is two things: the amount of the subsidy that determines the size of the shift S, S0, and the elasticity of market demand that determines the slope of D, and so the response of audiences to lower ticket prices. In this context, the amount of the subsidy is that needed to overcome underproduction due to market failure. It therefore enhances a higher level of output than the market alone would achieve. An ad valorem subsidy, GUR 7.2b, is modeled in the same way, with the difference that S shifts out proportionately more to the right as the value of the supply increases with both a higher price and a greater volume of output. The 3% subsidy for new audiences in the Netherlands is an example of an ad valorem subsidy, see box 7.6. Tax reductions and vouchers. A voucher scheme or the reduction of tax on a good, such as the zero rating of VAT or a sales tax mentioned above, is modeled in GUR 7.2c, with the appropriate amount of subsidy on the demand side. D shifts out to D0. Output, the number of theatrical performances, rises to Q2 and the revenues to theaters rise from P1x Q1 to P2x Q2, giving them the incentive to produce more. The consumer pays only P3 and the voucher is worth P2, P3 at that level of output. P2, P3, XQ2 is the amount of the subsidy. Effect of subsidy on an individual arts organization. The question is, how does the organization use the subsidy? Principal, agent problems can, and do, arise when the organization receiving the subsidy does not share the objective of the policy maker. Moreover, which type of subsidy is to be used? As demonstrated above, funding bodies may use different types of subsidy to achieve different outcomes. All these possibilities mean that there are many ways of analytically modeling the effect of the subsidy on the organization's decisions about price and output. Therefore, simply shave to be made to avoid the story becoming complicated with too many diagrams. It is important that the underlying assumptions are understood, however, with respect to the way a diagram, or an algebraic model, is constructed. For example, we need to know if the organization is a monopoly, say the only theater in the region, or if it has to compete with others providing very similar performances, such as Broadway or West End musicals. In what follows, it is assumed that the arts organization is a non-profit enterprise that has a monopoly. Comparison of a non-profit monopoly with and without subsidy. Figure 5.5 provided the basis for analyzing the effect of subsidy on the non-profit theater. To recap on that choice of how to model the effect of subsidy on the theater, there is reason to believe that many enterprises in the creative industries have the features of a natural monopoly, that is, they have high XED costs and relatively low marginal costs with increasing returns to scale that result in an ever-falling average total cost curve. As a non-profit organization, the theater does not seek to make a profit, but it must cover its total costs. A lump sum subsidy can be thought of as reducing the amount of the average XED cost such that it shifts down from ATC to ATC0, as shown in GUR 7.3. If the theater sets its price equal to ATC, the subsidy would allow it to reduce its price from PN to P0N and to increase its output from QN to Q0N. Notice that, in GUR 7.3, the amount by which output is increased, the demand for extra performances, depends, as before, on the elasticity of demand and the amount of the subsidy. Subsidy and marginal costs. In the above analysis, marginal costs play no role in the price and output decisions of non-pro-T organizations. This is because it is assumed that non-pro-T organizations equate ATC to average revenue, AR, which is also the same as demand, D, and that rules marginal costs and marginal revenues out of the picture. In a natural monopoly, marginal cost pricing, though most efficient from the welfare economics point of view, would not enable the theater to make sufficient revenue to cover its XED costs. The extra cost of producing an extra theatrical performance or of an extra visitor to a museum is an important consideration for a performing arts organization or museum, however, and it is surely also important to know if that extra cost would be covered by extra revenue, if not from the entry fee, at least from the combination of earned income, TR, and subsidy. Welfare economics and natural monopoly. Natural monopoly can be socially beneficial, because average costs fall as output rises and so prices may be reduced, but if the RM is a private for-profit enterprise, the monopoly would be socially harmful, as it cannot be contested, as explained in Chapter 5. Therefore, the welfare maximizing solution is to regulate the monopoly, and there is a well-worked-out set of rules for regulation, which are routinely applied to utilities such as gas and water, a two-part tariff with marginal cost pricing for use of the good or service, that is, the lowest possible price, plus a payment of some sort that covers the average XED cost. In the present context, that would be achieved by a subsidy, recall F in GUR 5.4. Natural monopoly and subsidy. Going back to the example of subsidy to a theater discussed above, we can combine GUR 7.3 with GUR 5.4 to produce GUR 7.4. The welfare maximizing point, E, is where P equals MC, and this produces the socially optimal number of performances, QE. Subsidy F would shift ATC to ATC0 and give the theater the incentive to produce QE. Note that the subsidy does not affect MC because its effect is on XED, not variable costs, as we assumed a lump sum subsidy. The theater would then charge price PE with earned revenues from ticket sales of PEXQE and subsidy of FXQE. This is illustrated in GUR 7.4. Subsidy and objectives of arts organizations. The above analysis deals with a lump sum subsidy. The point was made earlier, however, that different subsidies can have different impacts, and they would result in different price and output combinations. Furthermore, the outcome would also depend upon the objective function of the non-pro-T organization. This kind of economic theorizing is adapted from the neoclassical treatment of for-pro-T organizations assumed to have the aim of maximizing pro-Ts, but the objective function of non-pro-T organizations is less straightforward. It was assumed here that the theater was maximizing attendance, but it could, alternatively, have the objective of maximizing the quality of its productions and decide to spend the extra revenue on more lavish sets and costumes or on producing unpopular avant-garde plays, or it may do a combination of the two. In fact, unless the arts organization is required to provide a statement of its objectives, a mission statement, and of how it intends to use the subsidy or donation, the funding body may not know what the management will do with it. The funding body may be happy to leave such decisions up to the management, or it may set a specific objective, as in box 7.6. These topics are the subject of Chapter 10. So why, the reader may ask, do we have to go through all these diagrams only to be told that they do not always work? Is it just economic pedantry? My answer is that I believe it is instructive to take an analytical approach to an issue as important to the arts and heritage as the effects of subsidy on an arts organization. Subsidy, after all, has an economic logic. Granting extra grants to arts organizations is intended to alter their decisions about the price, quantity, and quality of their output, and the rationale for granting subsidy in the RST place is that reliance on the market would not achieve maximum social welfare. Asking ourselves the question, how does it work, reveals the difficulties in getting it to work. Moreover, it is also worth contrasting non-pro-T with for-pro-T economic behavior. not because non-pro-T organizations should adopt for pro-T objectives, but because the contrast shows precisely what the benefits of subsidy are. Sources of NANS to overcome market failure. Though in many countries the extra revenue needed to encourage arts organizations to produce the socially optimal level of production is provided through publicly NANSed subsidy, it can also come from private giving from clubs and membership organizations, sponsorship, foundations and 190. Other voluntary sources. Recall Box 2.1 on the National Trust. Individuals contribute to the existence of arts organizations by voluntary giving, and that is a significant source of NANS, especially, but not only, in the United States. Private sponsorship by commercial enterprises may be motivated by self-interestedness or by philanthropy, just as private giving by individuals is. Philanthropy by attendees implies that the donors are willing to pay not only for the ticket but also for the external benefit. Box 8.2 discusses the use of price discrimination to achieve this result. Whatever the motives, though, the effect would be the same, to increase the output of the arts organization beyond what it would otherwise be if left to the incentive of private revenue alone. Conclusion. This chapter has dealt with what could be called the theoretical core of cultural economics. It showed how cultural economists have adapted the theories of welfare economics and public NANS that have been developed over the years in order to apply them to any area of public policy. It examined cultural policy in the same way as any kind of policy, and that is an important message to get over. There is sometimes a tendency among students of cultural economics to think that the arts and culture face unique problems, that the arts are exceptional. A lot of the analysis contained in this chapter is used in the fields of environmental economics and in the economics of health and of education, as well as in regulating essential utilities that may be privately owned. There are, of course, specific problems and features of the cultural sector, and they are investigated in detail in the remainder of the book. It is clear from the analysis of Pareto optimality that consensual public policies are hard, if not impossible, to achieve, at least through economic means that involve public expenditure enhanced by taxation. Voluntary giving as a form of subsidy is one way out of the problem, because any voluntary decision is consistent with the Pareto rule. It may well be that the encouragement of voluntary giving, even if it means foregoing some tax revenues due to tax waivers, is preferable to direct subsidy to arts and heritage organizations. Though that is still a second-best solution, it is almost certainly less inequitable than the use of involuntary taxation. Some economists believe wholeheartedly in the market economy, and this leads them to believe that Pareto optimality can be achieved with government policies that create the conditions for perfect competition rather than the use of subsidy. Policies such as regulation mimic what the perfectly competitive 191 market would do, for example, in the use of marginal cost pricing. Nor is increased welfare achievable only through economic means. Changes to laws could also be Pareto improvements. These are discussions about social efficiency, but it is also the case that many policies are concerned with social equity. Even if no government intervention were needed for achieving social efficiency, it can be argued that Pareto optimality is not fair because income and wealth are not evenly distributed. This can also be a problem in cost, benefit if the losers are poorer than the gainers. Particularly in the arts, moreover, it is hard to argue that there is a redistribution of welfare, because those who benefit are better off than the average taxpayer. There are many more issues that subsidy gives rise to, and they are discussed in Chapter 10. Before leaving the subject of this chapter, however, we should ask ourselves a philosophical, methodological question: is welfare economics positive economics? Is such a rule as a potential Pareto improvement, even if it could be applied, free of value judgments or not? This is indeed a controversial subject among economists. Pareto himself believed he had found a philosopher's stone that would end disputes about how to improve social welfare. Unfortunately, the world is not as simple as that, and it is now accepted that some of the fundamental tenets of Pareto optimality, such as the advocacy of perfect competition and general equilibrium, and even the principle of voluntary exchange when parties have very different endowments of income and resources, involve implicit value judgments. That may also be the case for some of the underlying assumptions of the second-best Pigovian market-by-market solutions typically adopted in cultural economics. Nevertheless, searching for a rationale for subsidy in these terms is a great deal better than accepting the so-called merit goods argument and imposing the values of the ruling cultural elite on the whole population. Applying welfare economics to the cultural sector has also shown that our analysis is different for competitive and for monopoly markets. We need more research by cultural economists on the industrial organization of the subsidized arts sector. Is there effective competition? Is it price or non-price competition, and so on, as a guide to how to think most effectively about this very important question of how an arts organization uses its subsidy. Cultural economics has had a great deal to say about the general welfare case for subsidy but much less to say about these microeconomic aspects. 192. Further reading are studied at many levels, and many textbooks in economics have good introductory explanations. Some go under the heading Public Economics. I have covered what might be called the essentials for a course in cultural economics in this chapter, but I would strongly recommend that the committed student read one of the regular textbooks to supplement the treatment here. John Sloman's Economics, 2006, has a good chapter on welfare economics that I have used a lot with UK and Dutch students. Now in its 6th edition, you do not need to buy it new. Welfare economics at this level has not changed since the FTH or 4th editions. My Handbook of Cultural Economics, TOWse, 2003a, has short chapters on the following topics that connect with this chapter: Welfare Economics, by Mark Blagg, Chapter 61, Non-Pro-T Organizations, by Dick Netzer, Chapter 43, Public Support, by Bruno Frey, Chapter 50, Tax Concessions, by J. Owen O'Hagan, Chapter 57, and Economic Impact of the Arts, by B. Rose Seaman, Chapter 27, are all eminently readable and provide a straightforward account of the issues and a short bibliography. Applied Welfare Economics, by William Baumol, Chapter 2, is a bit more difficult but worth the extra effort. B. Rose Seaman 2004, article Competition and the Non-Pro-T Arts, The Lost Industrial Organization Agenda is also recommended. Chapters 6 and 8 in Bruno Frey's book Arts and Economics, 2000, on government support for the arts, are clearly expressed and thoughtful statements of the main concerns. 193. Part 2. The Traditional Economics of the Arts and Heritage. Introduction. Part 2 consists of 3 chapters, Chapter 8 on the Performing Arts, Chapter 9 on the Economics of Museums and Built Heritage, and Chapter 10 on the Economic Evaluation of Cultural Policy as it applies to these topics. These chapters build on the previous chapters and apply the economic analysis presented there. This part of the book could be viewed as a summary of the traditional economics of the arts and heritage. There is a large literature on the topics that are discussed in these chapters, and not every topic could be included. Instead, the part draws selectively on a few topics that have been most influential in cultural economics. 8. The performing arts, live music, opera, dance, theater, occupy a special place in cultural economics for 2 reasons. They are supported by public funding in many countries and therefore attract attention and controversy, and they were the subject of the economic analysis by Baumol and Bowen introduced in Chapter 1. In the terminology of the creative industries, the performing arts occupy a position at the central core, described in Chapter 14. Their activities have been denoted in the United Kingdom as including content origination, costume design and making, and lighting, along with live performance. Many of these items are protected by intellectual property law, although live performance is not always protected per se until it is recorded or broadcast. Authors and performers have the right to authorize any reproduction. Economic characteristics of the performing arts. The performing arts, both non-pro-T and for pro-T, have some common economic characteristics. A performance is ephemeral, meaning that it is supplied at a specific moment in time and, when a performance is over, the service it supplied has disappeared. Once the curtain goes up, there is no chance of selling tickets for that performance and it has to go ahead even with a high ratio of unsold seats, though the cost of the performance is the same if the theater is full or not. Performances are supplied one at a time and the same resources must be replicated at each performance regardless of the size of the audience. There are sunk costs to each theatrical production. 1 in terms. 1 in this context, a production means the concept of the presentation of the work being performed, and is usually associated with a particular director. Of the creation of sets and costumes, preparation and rehearsal time, and these costs can be spread over the run of performances. Similarly, an orchestra has costs of obtaining the music and rehearsing it for its performance. The marginal costs of each performance are determined mostly by the labor involved, the performers and stage or backroom staff. Different art forms have a different balance of to variable costs, but all have the same characteristic: live performance at a given point in time. Later in this chapter, the main economic features of the different art forms are analyzed in turn, taking up the story from the sketches in Chapter 4. Baumol and Bowen and the Cost Disease. Baumol and Bowen's book on the economics of the performing arts was introduced in Chapter 1. It analyzes the economic implications of these characteristics of the performing arts, arguing that the high proportion of labor costs in the typical performance and the upward trend in wages would inevitably drive up the costs of production and consequently, the price of performances, at a rate exceeding the rate of inflation. This would cause the performing arts to be ever more expensive, thereby endangering access by audiences. This hypothesis, which has come to be known as Baumol's cost disease or just the cost disease, has formed the basis of a large number of studies on the economics of all the performing arts. The cost disease provides an explanation for the rise in the costs of producing the performing arts. It has also been used to argue for an increase in public subsidy to the arts, though cultural economists, including Baumol and Bowen, make the case for government intervention through welfare economics, as discussed further in Chapter 10. In many countries, the performing arts account for a significant share of direct public expenditure on the arts, especially if the expenditure per attendee is considered. It is therefore necessary to analyze the relatively high cost of the performing arts, and, in doing so, many of the economic ideas explained in the previous chapters are applied. Accordingly, topics in this chapter include the analysis of audiences for the performing arts, demand and pricing issues, the needs of the performing arts, and an evaluation of the cost disease. The chapter ends with a sector-by-sector summary of each of the performing arts in which the results of empirical work by cultural economists are presented. 200. Participation rates and consumer expenditure on the performing arts. Participation. Participation in performing arts events varies according to art form, with opera and classical ballet having the lowest rates and theaters the highest, and with classical music concerts coming somewhere in between. Table 8.1 gives participation rates for several countries. Trends in participation in different art forms and in different countries are also interesting. They are important for evaluating the success of arts policy, which in many countries aims at increasing participation and attendance. Over the last few years, theater attendance was rising in Canada, Italy, and Spain, remained more or less constant in Germany and Great Britain and FLI and the Netherlands and Russia, in the latter probably due to the reduction in supply rather than a fall in demand. Attendance at classical music concerts stayed the same in Canada, Italy, and Great Britain, rose in Spain but fell in the Netherlands and Russia. Opera attracted larger audiences in Italy and Spain while attendance at dance fell in Canada, stayed the same in Great Britain and rose in the Netherlands and Spain. 2. Table 8.1 Participation rates in the performing arts, selected countries, percentage of population that attended. Country opera dance theatre concert. EU 27, 2007, 18-32-37. Great Britain, 2003/4, 772513b. Spain, 2002/3, 35238. Italy, 2006, 20c9. United States, 2002, 361211. Australia, 2002, 16d1017-9. Opera, ballet, and dance. B. Classical. C. includes opera and ballet. D. includes musicals. Repeat attenders. As pointed out in Chapter 6, participation surveys typically ask respondents if they have attended a performance in the previous year. That does not tell us what audiences are or how often the individual attends. Audiences are usually measured by the number of seats sold, a GUR known to individual arts organizations, which also know how many free tickets were issued, and these GURs may be collected by an arts council or Ministry of Culture. Again, though, GURs on audiences do not provide accurate information about how many different individuals are attending, because many members of an audience make repeat visits. Data on repeat attendance are not often published. The Australian Bureau of Statistics does provide such GURs, however, and the 2005/6 survey results show that over 50% of attendees attended each art form twice or more in the previous 12 months, and 11% had been 6 or more times to classical concerts. 3. Private consumer expenditure on the performing arts. Private consumer expenditure by individuals and households is an indicator of how much people value the arts through their willingness to pay, and of child statistics in some countries identify consumer spending on the arts. The National Endowment for the Arts in the United States reports that in 2005 consumer expenditures on arts performances reached $12.7 billion, in real terms, adjusted for inflation. The GUR was the same as in the previous year. According to the U.S. Labor Bureau's Consumer Expenditure Survey for 2004, the average expenditure on admissions to movies, theater, opera, and ballet was $92, equivalent to 41% of all entertainment expenditure. For consumer household expenditure in Canada on the performing arts in 2003 was 1,170 cordobas, around $850. In the 15 countries of the European Union in 1999, average household expenditure on cinema, theater, concerts, museums, galleries, and so on was €140, but no data exist for performing arts alone. The data show considerable variation in this expenditure by country, reflecting not only demand but also price differences between European countries. 5. Sources of NANS for the performing arts. Performing arts organizations have earned income from ticket sales and other sales, programs, refreshments, and so on, and unearned income from public funding and private donations. In Europe, public funding is a major source of NANS, though this varies from country to country. For instance, UK arts organizations tend to get less public NANS than those in mainland Europe. In the United States, the proportion of income from public sources is relatively low, while the proportion of private giving and business sponsorship is considerably higher than in Europe. In Japan, the performing arts are more or less supported from earned income, with public subsidy going to only a few performing arts, such as No Theater and Bunraku, with the purpose of preserving the performing heritage as important intangible cultural property. The Agency for Cultural Affairs also sponsors international performing arts festivals with the policy objective of promoting international exchange. 6. There is considerable variety therefore in the NANS of the performing arts, and, as shown below, there is considerable variation in the sources of income in the non-pro-T performing arts. The for-pro-T sector relies entirely on earned income. Earned and contributed income in the non-pro-T performing arts in the United States. In 2004, non-pro-T arts organizations earned 44% of their income. Unearned income was comprised as follows: 7.43% from private sources, 31% from individuals, 9% from foundations and 3% from corporations, 13% from public sources, 3% local, 1% state and 9% federal. In 1992, roughly two-thirds of the income of a large sample of performing arts organizations, symphony orchestras, ballet, and theaters, in the United States was earned, and one-third was contributed, that is, subsidy plus gift/sponsorship, for opera and modern dance. The GERs were nearer a half-eight in Australia. 23% of the major companies' income on average came from the Australia Council, the body that supports the performing arts. Figures for 13 major performing companies in Australia supported by the Australia Council show that, in 1993, 26% of their total income came from subsidy and 9% from sponsorship, while 58% was earned income. In the Netherlands in 1997, the proportion of box of CE receipts to subsidy in the performing arts was 18% for dance, 24% for symphony orchestras, 22% for opera, and 14% for theater. 9. National, regional and local public nance. The proportion of public nance in the income of performing arts organizations also varies very considerably by art form, and even within art forms, according to whether the organization is a national, regional, or local one. In countries with an arm's-length funding body for the performing arts, the Arts Council is responsible for distributing public funds, or for advising on the distribution, and the breakdown of allocations by art form is likely to be reported by that body. It may also delegate such decisions to lower-level agencies, however. The NIA in the United States, itself an arm's-length body, allocates 40% of its funds to over 60 state and regional agencies. In Germany, where the states, Länder, and municipalities both contribute equally to 87% of total public expenditure for culture, the federal government plays only a small role. 38% of cultural expenditure was spent on the performing arts, music and theater, in 2003. In Sweden in 2005, where central government expenditure on culture was nearly half the total, its expenditure on theater, dance, and music was 19%, while county councils, 10% of government expenditure on culture, spent 41% on them. 10. A distinction may also exist between national flagship organizations, the National Theatre or National Ballet, say, that receive subsidy from the central government, and regional and local performing arts organizations that receive regional/local nance. In the United Kingdom, subsidy to the national companies is centralized, but other grants are distributed on a regional basis. Public nance for different performing arts. The distribution of public nance between art forms, ballet, opera, orchestras, music theater, spoken theater, and so on, can also be analyzed. The Australia Council allocated 50% to music, including opera, 12% to theatre, and 9% to dance in 2005/6. In Spain, a country in which the municipalities are responsible for more than half the public expenditure on culture, the performing arts accounted for 15% of public expenditure in 2003, and, of that, music and dance took up 76%. Therefore, it can be seen that there is variation in the proportion of public nance spent on the performing arts, in the source of that nance, central, regional or city, and in the amounts each spent on the various art forms in the performing arts. This variety explains why it is so difficult to generalize in connection with public nance of the arts, and therefore to make inter-country comparisons. Austria provides very detailed data on public cultural expenditures, and it is possible to see the breakdown of public nance for the performing arts both by art form and by level of government. See box 8.1. Subsidy to performing arts organizations and to venues. The distinction between the nance of the performing arts company and the nance of the venue, whether theater, concert hall, or other type of podium, is box 8.1. Federal, state, and municipal nance of the performing arts in Austria by art form. Austria is a federal country with a population of just under 8 million that supports the arts from public nance at the federal, state, land, and municipal levels. It is the home of the Vienna State Opera and to the Vienna Philharmonic Orchestra, both among the most prestigious arts organizations in the world. Opera and ballet are included in the theater/music theater category in the table below. Performing arts constituted a quarter of all public cultural expenditure. Austrian public expenditure on the performing arts by level of public expenditure, 2006. Total cult. EXP. Federal, state, land, municipal. Euro million percent Euro million percent performing arts 578 183 32 231 40 164 28 music 87 9 11 30 34 48 55 theater/music theater 393 153 39 165 42 75 19 multidisciplinary 97 21 22 31 32 45 46. The table, in which the gears have been rounded, shows that theater/music theater dominates state and federal expenditure on the performing arts, while music accounts for the highest percentage of expenditure on the performing arts by municipalities. Source: Council of Europe/ERIC Arts, 2008. 205. Not always made clear when the company that organizes the performances is also responsible for its own performance venue. A few countries report these items separately in published cultural statistics, and they are revealing. In the Netherlands, out of a total arts expenditure of €1.3 billion in 2004, €265 million was spent on performing arts and €361 million on performing arts venues, almost all of the latter being spent by municipalities. 11 Those monies typically both support the XED costs of running the venue and also include NANS for fees and other payments to the performing arts companies that perform there. Thus an arts organization that receives little or no funding can still earn fees that are NANSed out of public sources, and that is the case in the Netherlands for domestic and visiting foreign companies alike. Australia also distinguishes expenditures on performing arts and on performing arts venues. Total government expenditure on the performing arts was $256 million in 2006/7 and $132 million was allocated to performing arts venues. 12. Pricing the performing arts. Factors influencing ticket prices. A performing arts organization has to balance commercial and non-commercial factors when setting its prices. One of the main factors that determines the price of performances is the cost of supplying them, but it is also the case that there is a lot of variation in the proportion of income in performing arts organizations that is earned, when that is relatively high in arts organizations that are heavily reliant on income from ticket sales. The question of pricing policy arises. From the analysis of demand in Chapter 6 we saw that the responsiveness of attendance to prices, the elasticity of demand for tickets to the theater or concert hall, has an important influence on revenues from sales and that many arts organizations maximize their income through price discrimination. Organizations in receipt of subsidy may be constrained by the cultural policymaker to set a ceiling on prices or limit price rises to an amount that is within the reach of ordinary people. However, in other words, admission prices are in effect regulated by the funding body. 206. Another factor in pricing policy is the size and layout of the venue, the theater or concert hall. That may well depend upon the age of the building and how much it has been altered over the years. Many theaters are old buildings that are often important as built heritage in addition to their cultural importance as performing arts venues. These buildings were built with seating capacity reacting the smaller audience sizes of their day. It is hardly surprising, therefore, that the average cost of a performance is high if XED and variable costs can be spread only over a relatively small audience. Price discrimination again. The theory of price discrimination was explained in detail in Chapter 6, here some further aspects to it are considered. In the performing arts, there are various ways of segmenting the audience for the purposes of price discrimination. Different prices may be charged by location in the theater or concert hall or by time. For example, for a matinee or evening performance, discounts may also be given for bulk sales, usually of a number of different productions or programs bundled together in season tickets, abonnements, but also for group bookings. Location in the theater, how well you can hear or see the stage, or even by seat quality itself, determines the quality of the experience for different members of the audiences even though the performance is the same. Performances are scheduled to take place over a period of time with a set number of performances per week over a season or run of performances. Audiences often prefer the RST run to later performances and premieres or RST nights to subsequent performances, and higher ticket prices may be charged accordingly. Prices may be reduced when lead players are replaced in a production. One limitation on the scope of price discrimination is that performance schedules have to be planned a long time in advance, as the venue has to plan its program and the performing company has to plan its use of performers. This means that the schedule of prices also has to be posted well in advance of performances, with tickets sometimes going on sale months before the date of the performance. Where season tickets are the norm, preference is often given to customers who are willing to buy a season ticket over those wishing to buy tickets for a single performance. However, some public funding bodies require subsidized organizations to sell single tickets as a policy so that less well-off people can attend, and also to encourage attendance by new audiences. 207. Price discrimination and voluntary giving. It has been suggested by cultural economists that another aspect of price discrimination is to set prices in such a way as to attract donations from patrons, usually regular audience members, see box 8.2. Arts organizations also seek to attract members to friends of organizations to encourage loyal patrons and potential donors. One such attraction for members is that they get preferential treatment in terms of advance purchase of tickets, that is, they are able to jump the queue, and this is, of course, another aspect of price discrimination. Who sets the prices for the performing arts? Earlier in the chapter, the point was made that performing arts organizations do not necessarily own or control their performance venues. That is obviously the case for touring companies, but it is also the case for some that regularly perform in one venue. The question therefore arises as to which sets the prices for performances, the venue or the performing company. In most situations, there is likely to be an agreement between the two, something that no cultural economist to my knowledge has written on. When a national company tours to a small town venue, however, the local venue may not wish to charge a higher than normal. Box 8.2 Price discrimination and voluntary contributions in the non-pro-T arts. In 1981, an important article by Henry Hansman pointed out that non-pro-T arts organizations maximize their revenues by using price discrimination in such a way as to encourage both ticket sales and voluntary contributions, linking the setting of prices so as to encourage private donations from attendees, that is, some people buy a ticket and donate as well, adds another dimension to the theory of price discrimination. Hansman set out to explain this pricing strategy, and it sparked quite a discussion in the cultural economics literature, see TOWse, 1997. It is contended that only non-pro-T organizations can do this, as people do not voluntarily contribute to for pro-T RMS. Moreover, tax breaks and government schemes for matching private giving do not usually apply to the latter. If the ticket price is pitched below their willingness to pay, that is, consumer surplus exists, some members of the audience may thus be persuaded to make a donation. Of course, some will free ride, and it is also very difficult for the organization to identify potential donors, but the fact remains that a significant proportion of income to non-pro-T arts organizations comes from private donations. Source: Hansman, 1981. 208. Price. This raises interesting principle, agent problems that have not yet been addressed in the literature of cultural economics. Moreover, in cases in which the company owns its own venue, it may rent it out to other companies on tour, say during the summer break, thus providing a source of income. Prices of complements. The earned income of performing arts organizations comes from the sale of complementary goods and services, such as programs, food and drinks, and maybe also of recordings, as well as from ticket sales. Performing arts venues have several advantages here, they have a monopoly of information about the program and, because of the limited time of the intervals between acts, they also have an advantage in the sale of food and drinks. Performing arts organizations may use these advantages to extract maximum prots from these complementary goods and services. An irony is that some performing arts organizations claim to make more from them than from ticket sales. Demand for the performing arts. In this section, I turn to the question of demand and discuss some of the empirical studies of demand for the various performing arts. As denoted in Chapter 6, demand means the quantity of an item purchased at various prices, and the analysis of demand seeks to establish the invariance of prices and the consumer's income on demand. Empirical studies do this using econometric techniques that capture the causal relation between changes in price and income and their effect on the quantity demanded of an item, thereby estimating the elasticity of demand with respect to price and income. Demand is also influenced by taste and preferences, but they are not observable and have to be taken as given in any empirical study. Which price? One of the RST issues to be resolved in a demand study is how the price is to be measured, since most arts organizations use price discrimination. In theory, demand for tickets should be at every price, the demand for seats in the front rows, the balcony, and so on, but such data are very difficult to obtain and an average of all prices typically has to be used. Presumably, managers of arts venues would like to know what the effect of changing the designation of seating at various prices within the venue would be, the cross-elasticity of 209. Demand for tickets in different parts of the venue, as it influences revenue. In practice, most empirical studies of demand have not produced that information and have used average revenue data, but see the section below on ballet. Measuring quantity in the performing arts. Similarly, an appropriate measure of quantity has to be adopted in a demand study. In Chapter 5, the subject of measuring the output of the performing arts was raised: is it the number of performances or the number of attendees, and so forth? In relation to demand, the number of tickets sold is a measure of quantity, but, as with price, it is not only the location in the theater that is the issue but also the number sold for a particular production or performance. From the discussion in the preceding paragraphs, it is obvious that a performance has many dimensions, what are called in economics hedonic characteristics, that affect demand. Thus, in addition to the bundle of which work is performed, the location of the seat, and so on, the time element, the time of day, the day in the week, the point in the run of the production or program, should, ideally, be included. Quality. Another dimension to these hedonic characteristics that is expected to have an influence on demand is the quality of the production. This is important not only for program planning on the part of the performing arts company, but also for the public funding body, the Ministry of Culture or the Arts Council, that provides subsidy in order to raise or maintain standards of quality. A pioneering study by David Throsby has tackled the question of how to assess the influence of quality on demand. 13. He identifies several characteristics of quality: the work itself, technical factors in the production, the benefits to audiences and to society, and the benefits to the art form itself. He then analyzes these characteristics by using reviews in the press of the productions of a number of theatres in Australia in order to measure their effect on attendances and willingness to buy seats for the performances at the various prices. Another study has attempted similar measures of quality, an important analysis of German regional theatres by Susanne Krebs and Werner Pomerany NDS that the theatre director has a choice of variables that he/she can use to achieve success as perceived by his/her political bosses, the of Chales controlling the public funds that finance the theatre, typically to the tune of around 85% of total income in the early 1990s. 14. This type of theatre in Germany typically has a mixed program of opera, operetta/musical theater, spoken drama, and dance. One of the variables Krebs and Pomerany identify is highbrowness or lowbrowness, that is, a general quality characteristic of the program and productions. Specifically, they consider the interaction of quality and price so that, if the director was required to achieve a minimum attendance as a measure of success, he or she would combine price increases with a greater share of lowbrow productions in the season, or vice versa. If increased funding removed the need to increase prices, the director would plan a more highbrow program for the season and raise quality. These studies demonstrate the very complex nature of demand for the performing arts and the interaction of artistic and economic factors. I return to the implications for cultural policy later under the heading Principal, Agent Issues. Elasticity of demand. In an authoritative survey of empirical studies of demand for the performing arts, Bruce Seaman reports the results of 44 econometric investigations of elasticity of demand that have been carried out since the 1960s. 15 There are technical differences between the studies. For example, some use time series data and others use cross-section data, and different statistical techniques have also been adopted. There are also different levels of aggregation. Some studies look at data for individual arts organizations whereas others look at demand for all performing arts. Understanding all these features is a complex issue that calls for professional expertise. Nevertheless, the general results of these studies are accessible and have considerable significance for arts policy, specifically as to whether subsidy aimed at reducing prices succeeds as a way of increasing access to the arts. It is therefore somewhat depressing to report that, despite all efforts, at least so far, there is no RM consensus even as to whether the own price elasticity of demand is greater or less than 1. While earlier studies found relatively inelastic demand and that became the established view in cultural economics, later work has cast doubt on that result. The balance of opinion is that inelastic demand is still the favored model. However, there is some evidence that cross-elasticity is positive, that is, there is substitution between the performing arts and other goods, such as cinema, and that quality matters, though it is not yet obvious how it should be measured. 15 Seaman, 2006. 211. What seems no longer to be a RMLY established fact is that income elasticity is greater than 1, and that this cannot be tested without taking into account the opportunity cost of leisure time and the proportion of income that outlay on tickets represents to the consumer. In addition, the extent to which a consumer of the arts is experienced and has learned to make informed judgments about hedonic qualities has been found to enhance the elasticity of demand. The more you know, the greater the elasticity with respect to price. Clearly, there is more work to be done here, but the problem is usually, as so often in cultural economics, that the relevant data are not easy to obtain in sufficient quantity or quality for doing reliable statistical analysis. Costs of production in the performing arts. Although each art form has its own cost structure, with some having lower total costs than others, there are some general features of costs in the performing arts that can be noted. First, a performance takes place in a venue, which could be a field or park for some, and requires appropriate technical facilities, whether a stage, a sound system or a big top. The size exceed cost regardless of the number of persons who turn out for the performance, though some facilities are more durable or more flexible than others and can be altered if needed. Second, a performance uses live labor services in real time that cost the same regardless of the size of the audience. As mentioned above, this is one of the defining economic features of the performing arts, and one that makes them different from other cultural services. Performers need to coordinate with each other in order to produce the performance at the advertised time, and the performance is perishable, so that, once the performance has commenced, the size of the audience does not change. Of course people can leave, but they have had to pay to get in. Third, as with many other cultural goods, the marginal cost of supplying an extra attendee, at least up to the point of full capacity at the venue, is very low. This is the classic natural monopoly problem of high XED, often sunk, costs and very low marginal costs. Marginal cost pricing therefore does not cover the XED cost, and that has to be enhanced by charging a higher price that includes the average XED cost, usual for pro TRMS, or, typically for non-pro T arts organizations, the gap between average total cost and marginal cost, see GUR 5.4, is LLED by grants and donations from public and/or private sources. 212. Fixed and variable costs. Fixed costs do not alter with the size of the output. In the short run the advertised program and size of the venue are XED, but they may be altered in the long run. Variable costs are incurred due to the number of units of output and, as we saw above, that could be the number of performances of a program or the number of productions over a period of time, such as a year. It is also necessary to separate out the costs of operating the venue and those associated with the performing company. When the company owns or has control of its venue, it has to deal with both. As noted earlier, theaters and other venues are often owned by the state or municipality, and the arts organization has little or no responsibility for them. However, in New York's Broadway and London's West End, theaters are privately owned, and they may be rented by performing arts companies for their productions, or the theater management may hire in performing companies to offer a program of events. There has been no work by cultural economists on this topic. Some major subsidized performing arts companies, in London, the Royal Opera House, Covent Garden, English National Opera at the Coliseum and the Royal Shakespeare Company in Stratford, own their venues. The focus of work in cultural economics on costs in the performing arts has been on the company rather than the venue. However, fixed and variable costs of a performing arts company. The XED costs of a performing arts organization can be divided into those associated with the management and those with the artistic side of the enterprise. Management costs are labor costs for personnel dealing with the business side of the arts, planning, hiring, bookings, nance, and so on, and the artistic director may also be part of the management team. Of CE and other running costs belong to this category. In the short run, management costs are XED, but they vary with the total size of the artistic personnel in the long run. On the artistic side, performing arts companies operate different models. Some organizations work with a permanent roster of performers, repertory theater, dance, and opera companies, orchestras, and so on, and others form temporary companies for purposephone production or on-off performances. Membersoft permanent company are contracted for a certain period of time, while the temporary companies have short-term contracts that last for the particular run of performances. 213. Nevertheless, even where there is a permanent company, individual performers and other artists, such as conductors or choreographers, may be hired on short-term contracts for specific productions or programs. Therefore, what are XED costs and what are variable costs of the performing arts company depends upon the term and conditions of the employment contract, discussed in more detail in chapters 11 and 12, and these vary considerably between countries. In Germany, any worker who has been employed for more than 15 years has the job for life, and this applies to all performers employed in the state theaters, orchestras, and choirs. Thus all such artistic personnel labor costs can be viewed as a XED cost. In the United States, as in the United Kingdom, contracts for artistic personnel can be very short-term, even one performance, or permanent, but even the latter are likely to be renewable rather than XED for life. Fixed costs of rehearsals. Rehearsal time is a XED cost, though the amount of time that is devoted to it can be varied, because the cost of labor time and space rental must be incurred before the performance can take place. These are likely to be sunk costs, as they are specific to particular productions. A distinction can be made between a revival of an existing production and a new production of a work or works. Every new work that is performed has to be rehearsed, and, for some art forms, that requires the long-term provision of rehearsal venues with special facilities. Rehearsal periods vary according to what is going to be performed but could be 6 weeks for theatrical productions. Revivals also need rehearsal time, though how much depends on the extent of changes, say of lead performers. The discussion about quality is also relevant here. The newer the work and the more novel the production, one measure of quality, the greater the investment in the upfront costs. Safe programming of war horses may incur less preparation time and be capable of relatively cheap revivals. Other XED costs. Besides rehearsal time, Theatrical productions require considerable planning by the artistic director in conjunction with the set, lighting, and costume designers. The sets, lighting, and costumes for productions themselves require upfront investment. If they can be used for another production, they would be a XED rather than a sunk cost. Costumes can be hired, however, at least in major centers, and such higher costs are variable costs, as they depend upon the period of time for which they are hired and so vary if the run of performances is reduced or extended. Orchestral and chamber concerts also require forward. 214. Planning and research for programming, and music, orchestral parts, has to be acquired. This is usually hired from the music publisher, and is thus a variable cost. Royalty payments for performing rights for works in copyright depend upon the number of performances and on the size of audiences. Additional payments are required for recordings and broadcasts. Opera, ballet, and dance companies performing to live music also have to pay royalties for performing rights on works in copyright. All these costs, some of which can be made variable but most of which are XED, have to be incurred for the RST performance of a particular production or concert. Spreading XED costs. The next question is how they can be spread over the run of performances. There are two questions here. First, what is the appropriate output over which XED costs can be spread to arrive at average costs, and this is also relevant to marginal costs, the change in variable costs due to another unit of output? Second, which elements of the production process of a performing arts organization's output, from planning through to the run of performances, can be changed if circumstances require it and which cannot? Measures of output. Possible measures of output for the purposes of analyzing average XED cost and marginal cost are the number of performances, the number of productions, plays, opera titles, musical works, and so on, the number of attendees or the number of seats available for sale. For other purposes, for instance monitoring the use of subsidy, other measures might be used, such as cost per attendee. Grant-making bodies might also be interested in the number of new productions or commissioned works. There is no economic rule that says what the right measure is, and an arts organization could well have a composite measure in mind, say a balance of attendances and works produced. Most cultural economists appear to take the number of seats available, that is, the capacity of the venue, as the unit of output, and I do so here. Average total costs and marginal costs. With that measure in mind, the average XED cost of a performing arts organization is total XED cost divided by the number of seats in the venues in which performances will take place over a given period of time, such as a year. Average total costs are the total of XED and variable costs averaged over seating capacity, and marginal costs are the extra variable cost due to the 215. Addition of one more seat. As stated above, however, the line between XED and variable costs may not be free of institutional constraints, such as labor contracts and laws. Factors affecting exibility. Once a run of performances has been announced and tickets sold in advance, as is usual, especially with sales of season tickets, the show must go on and the same costs per performance have to be incurred even if losses are the result. On the other hand, if the show or run of concerts is a success and there is excess demand, it may be impossible in the short run to meet it by altering the number of performances from that scheduled. The ability to extend the run will depend upon the availability of other suitable performance venues and upon the availability of the performers themselves. Performing arts companies therefore face the difficult calculation of how much to spend up front on preparation and how many performances are needed over which to spread the XED or sunk costs. In revivals or extensions of production runs, they may have to substitute other lead performers for the stars of the RST run, another quality issue, and so alter the prices they charge. Performing arts companies that assemble for a short run of performances probably do not invest in high XED costs, and touring is another way of spreading the XED costs of preparing a limited repertoire of works. Nonetheless, these options do not alter the fact that a performing arts company, however small, has the same variable costs per performance whether the audience is large or small and regardless of how much box of CE revenue is brought in from the performance. Costs of the venue. A venue, a theater, concert hall, or other such performing venue, is a capital asset, and so the land and buildings have alternative uses besides catering for the performing arts. A venue needs to be maintained and serviced in order to serve its purpose, and that means having backstage and front of house facilities. Backstage requirements are expert craftspeople to make sets and costumes, computerized management of sets and lighting, dressing rooms and wardrobes, facilities for the performers, for opera, dance, and musicals, and orchestra pit, and so on. Front of house needs are a ticketing service, again computerized, bars and restaurants, cloakrooms, and other facilities for patrons. When sponsors are involved, they want a private bar for their invitees. If the venue is out of town, it needs a car park or garage. 216. All these facilities need personnel to run them, from stage managers to program sellers and waiters. Many performing arts companies have a large number of artists. An orchestra can run to 80+ players and an opera chorus to 60. They probably also need a canteen, as it is not easy to go out for a snack in costume. A concert hall needs several very high-quality pianos and secure accommodation for musical instruments, which typically cost thousands of euros. These facilities need to be in place before any performances can be mounted in them. Some of the costs are variable, for example, bar staff are not needed on dark nights, when a theater has no performance, but stage personnel may need to work to prepare the next show. Thus, as with the costs of the performing company, costs are both fixed and variable, though the theater is undoubtedly more capital intensive and therefore has higher fixed costs. Whether a theater averages its total costs over the number of performances or seats sold presumably depends upon its contract with the performing arts organization. Efficiency of performing arts organizations. One of the abiding concerns about the performing arts on the part of arts funding bodies, both public and private, has been the efficiency of the operations of arts organizations. Indeed, it was precisely this concern that prompted the research by Baumol and Bowen that resulted in their famous book. They analyzed changes in prices and costs of production over a period of time and constructed a model of unbalanced growth that compared the performing arts sector with the rest of the economy using aggregate production functions in a macroeconomic model. Other cultural economists have used a microeconomic approach and tested efficiency by looking at production and cost functions for a specific sector, such as theaters and museums. In addition to exploring this microeconomic approach, I also consider some of the later criticisms of Baumol and Bowen's work. Economies of scale. One microeconomic topic that indicates the most efficient level of output is economies of scale. GUR 5.1b shows the most efficient size of an enterprise in terms of the long-run average cost curve. In the natural monopoly model, however, there are increasing returns to scale over the whole range of output. 217. Indicating that expansion of the enterprise will lead to lower average total costs. Thus evidence of economies of scale could be empirically tested for by constructing a production function for the activity or by analyzing long-run costs. One such study on Finnish theaters is reported in Box 8.3, with interesting results. Concerns over efficiency in the use of public subsidy have led some funding bodies to develop measures of efficiency that enable them to compare the economic and cultural performance of arts organizations. Efficient use of public subsidy figures on subsidy per attendance for different art forms are analyzed by some public funding bodies. They show that subsidy is higher for some art forms than others, and also that, in some art forms, private spending per seat is higher. Either way, such GURs clearly demonstrate the cost per attendance too. Box 8.3 Efficiency and costs of production in Finnish theaters. Mervitala's study of efficiency and costs of the theater sector in Finland uses panel data, combining cross-section and time series data, for 37 theaters for the period 1985 to 1993. She tested for efficiency by examining relative price efficiency, RPE, changes in the combination of capital and labor due to changes in relative factor prices, and she analyzed production and cost data to see if economies of scale were present and to establish the shape of the long-run cost function. Data on both physical measures of input and output quantities were needed to estimate the production function, and equivalent cost data were needed for estimating the cost function. The measure of labor was the number of man-hours in full-time equivalents, and for labor costs the annual outlay on personnel. The capital costs of running the theater, front of stage and backstage facilities, were calculated on a per-seat basis. The measure of output used was the number of attendees instead of the number of seats available, because the theaters did not work to full capacity. The results show that Finnish theaters were not efficient by the RPE test, and that actual average costs exceeded the calculated minimum average cost by nearly 5%. Both capital and labor were overemployed, with excess demand for capital being greater than that for labor. Theaters were not combining inputs in economically optimal proportions in light of prevailing market prices. Towse found that, as the number of theater goers increased, theaters tended to respond by increasing the size of auditorium, rather than by arranging labor-intensive reruns, and she suggests that the reasons for this were the manager's desire for large audiences, high-quality productions, or large budgets, all of which are associated with subsidy to non-pro-T organizations. Sources: Towse, 1997, 2003. 218. The taxpayer. In the Netherlands in 1997, subsidy per visit was €48 for dance, €120 for opera and €41 for symphony orchestras. These arts organizations typically received 85% of their income from public subsidy. In England, where rates of subsidy are lower, there was also considerable difference in the subsidy per attendee by art form. See box 8.4. Performance indicators. If public subsidy to the arts is to achieve its objectives, and if the funding body is to be held accountable for its decisions, it is necessary to assess the efficiency of its grants to performing arts organizations. In this context, social efficiency is the relevant concept for non-pro-T organizations, and performance indicators are not just ways of getting arts organizations to cut costs, as some believe. Performance indicators may consist of elementary measures such as the number of seats sold and/or the percentage utilization of capacity, and few are as sophisticated as those of the Arts Council of England reported in box 8.4. However simple they are, though, performance indicators must re-ECT the purposes for which the organization is being subsidized. I return to the uses and limitations of performance indicators in Chapter 10. Box 8.4 Subsidy per attendance in the performing arts in England. The Arts Council of England, ACE, has surveyed its client organizations and analyzed GERs on subsidy per attendance in different art forms for several years running over the last decade. It distinguishes the so-called national companies, Royal Opera, English National Opera, Royal National Theatre, Royal Shakespeare Company and the South Bank Centre's concert halls and art gallery, from the other regularly funded organizations and analyses sources of income, reporting the average per attendance. The national companies in 2002/3 received public subsidy of £18.88 and earned £16.98 per attendance. For the regularly funded organizations, the GERs were £7.15 and £7, respectively. Large-scale opera, £43.01 public subsidy and £32.39 earned income per attendance. Dance, subsidy £19.16, earned income £18.60, ballet £26.48 and £25.49, respectively. Theatres, subsidy £9.67, earned income £10.48. Orchestras, subsidy £14.41, earned income £20.51. Thus, for example, an opera attendance costs £75.40 on average, to which 57% was contributed by the taxpayer and the rest from earned income, the opera goer via the ticket price and from private giving. For theatre, the GOR was 48%. Source, Joy and Skinner, 2005. 219. Baumol's cost disease. The single most widely known theory in cultural economics that has influenced policymakers the world over and has been associated with claims for greater subsidy to arts organizations is Baumol and Bowen's prediction that costs and prices in the performing arts will inevitably rise over time. The analysis of what has come to be called Baumol's cost disease was introduced earlier. Now it is time to go into it in more detail and investigate its significance 40 years later in light of all the subsequent research that has been carried out in cultural economics. The earnings gap. Baumol and Bowen set out to analyze the causes of the increasing difficulty that performing arts organizations were facing in covering their costs by earned revenues from ticket sales, particularly, though not only, non-profit organizations in receipt of private and public subsidy. The costs of production were rising more rapidly than revenues even though ticket prices were rising, and arts organizations faced an income gap, later called the earnings gap, as a result. Baumol and Bowen identified this as being due to the productivity lag, the hypothesis that technological progress that drives up productivity in the non-arts sector of the economy cannot be applied to the performing arts. It was held that labor productivity does not rise in the arts, the stagnant or unprogressive sector, while it does rise in the rest of the economy, the dynamic or progressive sector, in which technologically enhanced capital can be substituted for labor, causing the productivity of labor to rise. This effect is exacerbated by the fact that the performing arts are anyway more labor-intensive than industries in the progressive sector. The integrated labor market. The next step in the argument is that wages in the economy as a whole rise due to the increase in productivity. In the arts, the rise in labor costs is proportionately higher than in the dynamic sector, because the arts are more labor-intensive and capital cannot be substituted. The hypothesis of a XED factor production function for performing arts 16 thus costs rise, and performing. 220. Arts organizations have to put up prices by more than the rate at which the prices of other goods and incomes are rising, and this reduces demand. The artistic deceit. The NAL point made by Baumol and Bowen concerns what has been called the artistic deceit, that, unless nance from other sources is found, such as public subsidy or private donations, arts organizations will be forced to cut back on quality, and so audiences and society at large, where external effects are present, suffer. Baumol's cost disease has been used by numerous arts organizations over the last 40 years to make their case for higher subsidies, and it persists in popularity. Baumol has extended the application of the theory to other service sectors in which labor is a key input, such as libraries, education, and health, and also to the mass media, showing that the making of TV programs was also subject to the cost disease. 17. Nevertheless, cultural economists have queried almost every individual feature of the model, and the cost disease has been tested empirically in several different ways. Studies of costs in individual art forms are discussed later. Here IRST consider the theoretical objections, then turn to the empirical evidence. Objections to Baumol's cost disease. One of the RST objections to the cost disease theory was that, as the rest of the economy grows due to productivity, incomes rise, and so, even if the prices of arts performances rise above the general rate of inflation, demand can be sustained due to positive income elasticity, being greater than 1. Another objection was, and is, that the case for arts subsidy cannot and should not be made on the basis of rising costs or the earnings gap, but requires evidence of market failure. The cost disease is all too clearly a market phenomenon and is the outcome of the way markets work, not of their failure. In fact, Baumol and Bowen made the case for subsidy using welfare economic arguments of external benefits as the market failure, and did not rest the case on the earnings gap. Others have not taken heed. Output and the artistic deceit. Several assumptions underlying the model itself have been called into question. One relates to the measure of output used in the measure of productivity. A second is the assumption of XED coefficients in the production function. Another rebuffs the underlying assumption of an integrated labor market, and, nally, the concept of quality used in the artistic deceit argument has been challenged. To some extent these points overlap. It has been argued that using the number of performances as the measure of output ignores all the people who can access, say, a radio broadcast or sound recording of a concert or opera. The appropriate measure is therefore the audience size, not the performance. Moreover, the implication that only live performances count for quality purposes simply ignores changes in tastes and effectively makes a value judgment that one way of experiencing art is better than another. Sound recording and other reproduction technologies are examples of technological progress in the performing arts. Others relate to live performance too, such as the use of high-quality microphones, electronic instruments, computerized lighting consoles, and so on that facilitate a reduction of workers, on and off stage. 18. The notion of the artistic deceit has also been criticized as imposing a stereotyped view of artistic quality. There is no reason to suppose that a play with a small cast is any less artistically valuable than one with a large cast, though it may indeed have been chosen for economic reasons. Audience tastes for smaller orchestral ensembles and chamber music may have changed because the prices for these performances are lower, but we cannot conclude that quality is compromised. Styles of producing opera have changed, some would say improved, with minimalist sets and a greater use of lighting, which has reduced the cost of scenery, but the same operas are still being performed. An integrated labor market? The assumption of the integrated labor market has also been not only questioned but also disproved by studies of artists' labor markets. Artists' incomes do not match those of other workers, they are lower than average and fail to rise at the same rate as those of other workers. Baumol and Bowen had themselves reported these features of artists' earnings and were aware that they diminished the impact of the cost disease, though they pointed out that even a lower rate of growth for artists' incomes is still growth and so the disease would eventually appear, but they believed that artists' incomes were nevertheless enhanced by the growth of incomes in the progressive sector. This subject is discussed again in Chapter 11. It can readily be seen that these are matters of fact, and it was indeed due to the exemplary enhancement of Baumol and Bowen's research that cultural economists followed suit with later empirical studies. As a NAL word on the theory, it should be clear that no one disputes the logic of Baumol and Bowen's model. What has been questioned is the assumptions on which it rests and the policy implications that have been drawn from it, some erroneously. Empirical evidence of the cost disease. Evidence on the cost disease and its associated problems, the income gap and the artistic deceit, is both qualitative and quantitative. Some of the qualitative points have already been mentioned above. There have been many quantitative studies of the performing arts as a sector and of C types of arts organizations, especially orchestras, ranging from broad sectoral studies to detailed ones of individual organizations. Sectoral evidence. Towse by S. 1996b. Analysis of data on the proportion of total expenditure of 13 major subsidized performing arts companies in Australia is an example of the broad type of study. He shows that, between 1984 and 1993, expenditure on labor rose from 44 to 50%. Data were not available on the proportion of artistic and managerial or administrative workers employed by these Australian companies, however. Analysis of data for the 1970s in the United Kingdom on the proportion of total expenditures on artistic personnel showed only that, contrary to expectations, they were surprisingly low, just over half for orchestras in 1979/80, under one half for the Royal Opera House, and around 1/4 for the Royal Shakespeare Company. 19. Studies of individual organizations. The studies of the cost disease in several individual arts organizations in the United Kingdom by Alan Peacock, Eddie Shoesmith, and Geoffrey Milner, 1983, analyze trends in all categories of expenditure disaggregated to the level of the relevant SIC to which the item belonged, such as wood and paint used in scenery. An index of expenditures on capital items and rents and of artistic and other labor categories was constructed for each performing company studied and compared with the Retail Price Index, RPI, and the Average Earnings Index, AEI, the latter normally being higher than the former. that is, wages outpace prices. The result was that the source of the ination of costs could be identified and compared to these indices. The data were then aggregated by art form, and they are presented in Table 8.2. The GURES in Table 8.2 are in index for M, which FAC illustrates EASY comparison between the different art forms and with the RPI. Between 1970/1 and 198/0/1 the RPI shows THAT retail PRIC ES more than TR EBLD, they rose FROM 100 to 364, so if a good had H at a price of £10 in 1970 the price would have been £36.40 in 1980. The UPPERHLFOF the TABLE shows THAT the INDX of COST S in opera W and FROM 100 to 388, an incre ASE of nearly THREE times. T low RHAL F of the TABLE S house that OPERAPRICES went up FROM 56 to 278, an increased EASE of almost 4 times, in that decade. In other words, price increases for opera outstripped cost increases, and this evidence defeats the Baumol and Bowen earnings gap hypothesis. Theater cost TS and prices are os by more than those for opera, again, price increases exceed D cost increases. Table 8.2 also shows that, EXCEPT for music, T rat EOF incre ASE of costs exceed D the RPI, and in GTHATISE on SIS 10 TW at H Baumol SEOS DISEASE. F or comb bar ISON, THE increase in the P rises OF cinema tickets is also a report ed, those for music and dance are not. Other studies expressed the ratio of expenditure to the income or earnings gap for performing arts organizations and analyzed its trend over time, the cost disease prediction being that the ratio would tend to rise. In fact, evidence from several studies in the United States and from the United Kingdom suggested the opposite, implying that arts organizations were able to make adjustment either by reducing costs or raising prices, thus mitigating the predicted dire effects. Some of these studies are reported below in the context of the relevant art form. By the mid-1990s studies of the cost disease had dried up, and now it is no longer the talking point it used to be in art circles. Students nevertheless continue to be interested in it, and to believe in it. And Baumol and Bowen's contribution to the economic theory of the arts and in setting standards for empirical research is incontrovertible. Economic features of the performing arts by art form. The general analysis of the economics of the performing arts presented so far in this chapter sets the stage for reporting studies of the main sectors of the performing arts. The art forms included are orchestras, opera, dance and, spoken, theater. Orchestras. There is great variety with regard to orchestras. Studies by cultural economists of orchestras have focused on independent, non-profit, subsidized orchestras, however, especially the U.S. symphony orchestras, with the focus on private giving to them, the elasticity of demand for their concerts and earned income. 20 The typical size of a symphony orchestra is around 100 players, with a chamber orchestra having about 40. Orchestras tend to specialize in different repertoire, especially based on their size, though artistic trends towards early music and historically informed performance have tended to alter the relation between size and repertoire somewhat. The choice of repertoire can have an effect on the cost of performances, and this seems to have been a strategy in avoiding the cost disease. Symphony orchestras were generally expected to suffer the consequences of the cost disease to a greater extent than other performing arts due to their high labor intensity and assumed inability to alter the technical coefficients of their output. The evidence on balance seems to be that they did not do so, and the UK evidence in Table 8.2 shows that costs did not rise in UK orchestras by as much as price in Asian in the 1970s. Economic pressure on the cost side seems to have enhanced the rehearsal time of orchestras and, to some extent, their repertoire, though this is hard to interpret, as artistic reasons may also have had a part to play. Finance of orchestras. Public expenditure on orchestral concerts and classical music is not always reported separately, and may include musical education. In general, orchestras seem to get a low share of state subsidy. In Sweden, government NANS of music was 5% in 2005, in Italy, it was 2% in 2000, by contrast, in Norway, it was 10% in 2004. The GUR for Austria presented in Box 8.1 was 6% or just over a quarter of the total for the performing arts. These GURs may indicate the relatively low cost of running orchestras compared to other performing arts. Other measures are more telling, such as the proportion of orchestras' income from subsidy. In the United Kingdom, subsidized orchestras earned over half their income in 2002/3, with just over one-third coming from public NANS. Subsidy per attendance was €14.41, approximately €20. In Germany and the Netherlands, where orchestras are supported by regional and local governments, symphony orchestras typically received over 80 and 76% respectively, of their funding from subsidy. In Japan, symphony orchestras received 20% of their revenues from public funds, while those in the United States had a mere 4% in the 1990s. 21 In the United States, the considerable private support for orchestras has been fostered through price discrimination with tax breaks in encouraging private donation. See Box 8.2 and Luxetic, 2003. Costs and economies of scale. As argued earlier, which costs are XED and which are variable may depend upon labor contracts, and this would be especially important in the context of an orchestra. In European orchestras, whose musicians enjoy a civil servant-like status in terms of salary and job security, labor costs are XED costs. In other countries, a permanent orchestra might have annual contracts, but even so, if the orchestra is to be maintained at, say, 100 players, labor costs are effectively XED unless salaries can be reduced by hiring younger members. Scratch orchestras and loose ensembles of players that assemble for a short run of performances, on the other hand, are able to vary labor costs according to the chosen repertoire and venue. Besides labor costs, orchestras have XED costs of management, and of providing certain musical instruments. Incidentally, an aspect of the payment to musicians that is almost never mentioned is that, with one or two exceptions, they are expected to provide their own capital equipment in the form of their instrument, a true XED combination of factors of production. In terms of economic principles, the payment to a player is both a rent for the instrument and a wage for the labor, and as musical instruments become more expensive, as they are reported to be doing, one would expect musicians' incomes to rise. Touring orchestras also have to have special transport for larger musical instruments. The hire of music and royalties for performing rights for the chosen repertoire are also XED costs in the short run. In terms of returns to scale, again the problem of the measurement of output of an orchestra arises. Is it the number of performances, the number of attendees, or the number of works performed in a season? The answer would probably depend upon the context of the question, as argued above. A funding body might ask what the optimal number of orchestras to support is. For example, does London need 4 major orchestras in receipt of subsidy, or does every provincial capital in the Netherlands need its own orchestra? If there are too many orchestras, competition for audiences can result in higher average costs per attendee and lower average revenue. These questions have been studied by cultural economists in different countries, especially the United States. See Luxetic, 2003. In Norway, Mel Gray found that fewer orchestras would increase the efficiency of the sector and reduce costs per performance. 22. Participation and demand for concerts. Statistics on participation rates are not easy to interpret, as concerts in some countries include pop concerts with classical music. Over a third of all Europeans are reported as having attended a concert, not specie ed, according to Table 8.1, though in countries where they are reported separately the GERs are lower. The greatest problem that orchestras seem to face is declining interest on the part of audiences. In the Netherlands and Sweden, attendance at classical music concerts fell during the 1990s. Festivals may offer a counterweight to this, see Chapter 19. The presence of high-quality sound recording no doubt has had some impact on attendance at live performances, but this has not been studied. It is worth noting that, nowadays, many orchestras have their own record labels, and some concert halls do too, such as London's Wigmore Hall. Turning to the revenue side, there have been a number of studies of the elasticity of demand for orchestral concerts. The consensus is that, in the United States, demand is relatively inelastic, as orchestras tend to underprice their concerts, the implication being that they could increase revenues by raising them. The results varied with the size of the orchestra and so may be difficult to generalize, however. 23. Opera. Very similar topics to those for orchestras have also been studied by cultural economists researching opera. Opera has higher costs of production, however, because it requires the full facilities of a theater with the addition of an orchestra pit, the services of a large orchestra, chorus, and dancers and of principal artists, the lead singers, a conductor, stage designer, and producer, the person who directs the staging, and a host of backroom staff, such as repetiteurs, who coach the singers. To these are added the requirements of a theater, the makers of costumes, wigs, props, swords, and all the other paraphernalia of theatrical performance, in addition to the front-of-house staff, managers, fundraisers, etc. The result of all of this is that some of the large national opera houses have over 1,000 personnel in their employ. Theater size and performance traditions. The large opera companies, the National Opera and important regional companies, are resident in their own theaters. The Opéra de la Bastille is home to the Opéra National de Paris, the Mariinsky Theatre for the Kirov Opera in St. Petersburg, the Liceu in Barcelona, and so on. Some of these theaters are old and some new. The newer ones tend to be larger than the old ones, some of which hold fewer than 1,000 spectators. The size of the theater and the ability of singers to sing more than a few performances a week place some of the greatest technical constraints on opera companies in terms of extending their audience reach, increasing revenues, reducing costs and achieving economies of scale. Other features also have important economic implications, however. One is the performance tradition and the other is the strong preference for 19th-century operas that require large casts, a large orchestra and high-quality singers. The Italian stagione system and the repertory system favored in Germany were outlined in Chapter 4. In the former, one opera is rehearsed and performed by one cast at a time over a period of several weeks, to be followed by the next, and the principal singers are hired for the season and then move on. With the repertory system, operas and casts alternate through the week, the resident company LLS all the roles and there is little change in the roster of singers. Many opera houses now have a mixture of the two, alternating performance of several operas throughout the week over a particular performing period and reviving old productions. With a repertory system, the costs of a production may be averaged out over the total number. 228. Of performances. With a stagione system, there is a marginal cost to each performance in terms of the fees paid to the principal singers, though the orchestra and chorus are usually on long-term contracts. Touring opera companies can avoid some of the cost problems associated with these traditions by presenting just one or two pieces in different locations, but they still face the problem that principal singers cannot perform night after night in demanding repertoire without damaging their voices. Fixed and average costs. As with orchestras, how XED costs are depends upon a number of factors, including contractual arrangements. In the United Kingdom, the Arts Council of England in 2002/3 reported overheads, staff NG and other costs for large-scale opera as constituting 62% with 31% for artistic program costs, the remainder being marketing costs, 4%, and education costs, 2%. 24 artistic program costs are likely to be sunk costs. However, with sufficient performances and revivals, they can be averaged over a number of years. Using UK data, The average total cost per performance was 127,681 in 2002/3, with 2,268 seats. The cost per seat per performance was 5,625. Prices, participation, and revenue. Even with very high prices and the use of extensive price discrimination, in 2007 prices at the Royal Opera House, Covent Garden, in London ranged from 7 to 170, roughly €10 to €260, while the range was $15 to $295 at the Metropolitan Opera in 2008. It is unlikely that large-scale opera could survive without considerable support from government subsidy and private donations. One of the difficulties for state subsidy to opera is that it is one of the least popular of the performing arts and its audiences tend to come from the highest socio-economic group in society. Participation rates for opera in Great Britain were reported in Table 8.1 as 7%, though a 2006 survey points to 4% for the United Kingdom American Samoa a whole. Box 8.4 shows that, for large-scale opera in England, there was public subsidy of £43.01 per attendance, 52%, with £32.39 earned income per attendance, 39%, and with 10% contributed income. The percentage of public subsidy is likely to be higher in other European countries, though those attending are the same high-income minority. 24 Joy and Skinner, 2005. 25 My Calculations from Joy and Skinner, 2005. 229. Microeconomics of opera. Why opera seat prices are so high in opera was analyzed by Mark Blagg, 1978, in a study of the United Kingdom's Royal Opera House, RO. He calculated that, in the mid-1970s, average seat prices would have had to be raised by 150% if there had been no public subsidy, so a £10 ticket would have had to be priced at £25. Subsidy per attendee was higher in the 1970s than in the current decade. This study, which remains one of the few detailed microeconomic studies of an arts organization, tests to the complexity of these calculations due to price discrimination for different parts of the house, according to the opera being performed and according to the performers, singers, conductor, producer, whether it was a new production or a revival, and so on. Only the most popular operas the capacity of the house at each performance. Modern or less well-known operas leave many empty seats, as much as 50% of capacity. In terms of calculating how the income to CIT could be reduced by higher prices and the response of audiences to them, these factors all had to be taken into account. Moreover, as discussed below, opera must share the stage with ballet at the Royal Opera House, as is also the case in many other opera houses. Blagg's main ending was that the greatest cost saving at the RO would come from reducing the use of top international singers in opera, and the greatest contribution to the net revenue of the RO would come from reducing opera performances and switching over to more ballet performances, as ballet yielded higher revenues per outlay of expenditure than did opera. Quality and the artistic CIT. One of the predictions of the cost disease was that, without sufficient subsidy and/or contributed income, quality would suffer, leading to the so-called artistic CIT. If quality were measured in terms of the use of international singers in operatic performances, then a reduction in subsidy, or in the real growth of subsidy, would reduce quality. With an international market for opera singers, the better financed, often meaning more subsidized, houses have the advantage in that market. The artistic CIT could also be conceived in terms of the diversity of the repertoire. Studies of operatic repertoire in the United States have shown rather mixed results. On the one hand, diversity in repertoire, the number of different opera titles performed, has been found to be lower, while performances of less popular works are being encouraged by public subsidy. 26 Pears, 2000, and Heilbron, 2001. 230. Dance. Dance covers a range of genres: ballet, modern or contemporary dance and ethnic dance. While they differ in popularity and in financial support, the cost structure for each is very similar and is labor-intensive. The national ballet companies typically share the theater and orchestra with the opera company. 27 Other dance is less likely to perform with live music. A comprehensive study of dance in the United States for the National Endowment for the Arts goes into detail about the economic features of the different genres. 28. Participation. Dance is marginally more popular than opera. Figures on cultural participation in Table 8.1 indicate that, while attendance at dance performances has been rising in some countries, the Netherlands and Spain, for instance, the numbers involved are low. Less than 5% of the population attended a dance performance in Spain in 2002/3, 7% in the United Kingdom attended a ballet in 2003/4. In Australia, however, dance performances were more popular, with over 10% of the population surveyed having attended a dance performance in 2002, 2/3 being female. In the United States in 2002, 6% of Americans attended dance performances and 4% attended ballet. Earned and unearned income. In Australia, earned income accounted for 38% of revenues for dance, with 1/3 of total income coming from government funding. In the United States, 30% of the income of tax-exempt dance organizations was from the box of CE and a further 30% was from private donations, with 7% from government in 1992, 1% coming from the NIA. The NIA spent just 2.2% of its budget on dance in 2000, a drop from 3.5% in 1990, with ballet receiving more on average than other genres. In the Netherlands in 1997, the proportion of box of CE receipts to subsidy was 18:82 for dance. In the United Kingdom in 2002/3, both earned income and public subsidy per dance attendance were 1.9, for ballet the GERs were 2.5 and 2.6, respectively. Costs in England, subsidized dance had average costs of 3.6 per performance. As argued previously, marginal costs depend upon the nature of labor contract, especially in highly labor-intensive art forms. Dance companies vary considerably in size and many dancers work on short-term contracts. All dancers need to do class every day, and that requires specialized rehearsal space. In addition, choreography has to be taught live both for new works and for the classical repertoire. Ballet. Many of the features of ballet performance mirror those of opera: the need for a theater, orchestra, corps de ballet and leading artists in the form of dancers and choreographers, almost all of whom are on XED contracts. It also calls for other expenses. However, ballet shoes are very costly. The New York City Ballet, for example, apparently spent $500,000 a year on them in the 1990s. Ballet companies in England spent 34% of their total costs on artistic program costs and 61% on overheads, staff NG and other XED costs, roughly similar to opera. The only microeconomic study of a ballet company, by coincidence it seems, is of the United Kingdom's Royal Ballet, which shares the Rose stage with the opera company. It concentrated on the elasticity of demand for its summer festival, ending that demand for seating in different parts of the theater, which present different views of the stage, was relatively elastic. 29. Theater. Theaters, and theatrical traditions. The term theater is used here to mean spoken theater or drama. As with opera and ballet, some drama companies, especially the national companies, are resident in their own theaters. Alongside subsidized theater, there is also a strong unsubsidized theater sector, typically in big cities with long theatrical traditions, such as London and New York. In these cities, as noted earlier, the availability of theaters for rent makes it possible for the run of a successful production, whether subsidized or unsubsidized, to be extended as long as demand is strong enough. The move may also be accompanied by a change of cast, and that is facilitated by the presence of a pool of actors available on the open labor market in these large centers. See Chapter 11. Thus economies of scale may be achieved by spreading the XED costs over a greater number of performances and costs per performance fall. Again, like opera, a distinction can be made between theatrical productions, for which the cast is hired for the run of a show that plays continuously, and the regional repertory theater, with a company of actors on a longer-term contract, performing different plays throughout the week over the performance season. Some resident companies may have more than one performance venue, such as a studio theater, in addition to the main stage, which allows the company to put on two, or more, productions simultaneously and thus enables it to diversify its output. This may be important in a provincial setting in which the theater is a local monopoly and audiences are dependent upon its supply. A study of 40 sub-East English repertory theatres in the 1990s found that the lowest number of productions over a 3-year period was 10 and the highest was 60 VE, with the average over the sample being 30. 30. Participation and demand. In many countries, going to the theater is one of the most popular cultural activities, with attendance rates of around 20% or in Australia, Canada, Italy, Spain, and the United Kingdom, albeit lower in the United States, see Table 8.1. How responsive theater audiences have been to price rises has been studied in detail by several cultural economists. The study by Louis Lévy-Garbois and Claude Montmarquet, 1996, of participation in French theater is one of the most detailed, for two reasons. RST, it includes information on a range of economic, socio-economic, and non-economic variables, including data on the experience of theater going, and, second, the survey includes attendees and persons who had attended in the previous year, enabling the researchers to analyze the incidence of past learning experience on demand. Contrary to previous studies of the elasticity of demand, which found that in general demand was inelastic, this study, based on survey data in the 1990s, NDS that demand for theater in France was price elastic. It also NDS that there were substitution effects from televised theatrical performances and cinema. Satisfaction with previous visits to the theater, the learning and taste-forming process, played an important role in demand. The study is unusual in using detailed survey data of theater-goers. What cultural economists are more likely to have is data from theaters on sales, productions, and prices, that is, box of CE data. Quality/artistic de CIT. In another study of French theater, Daniel Arushaguer concentrated on the role of quality in enhancing demand. 31 In 1995 the 100 or so theatrical institutions in the study put on 11,158 performances that attracted 2.8 million paying visitors. Like the THIRD-WORLDISM study referred to earlier in the discussion of quality, Arushaguer considered the incidence of critics, but he also took into account the incidence of the prestigious director-cum-manager and the effect that the amount of subsidy also had on demand, since that implies approval by the experts who are responsible for grant-making, hypothesizing that some theater-goers are influenced by media opinion of quality and others are instead influenced by the quality assurance of the director-cum-manager. His results bear out that distinction, though he NDS, like Lévy-Garbois and Montmarquet, that the two strongest influences on demand were the attendance per performance in the previous year and the size of the venue. Curiously, elasticity of demand in this study was positive, suggesting possibly that audiences judge quality by price. On the question of the artistic de CIT, the study by John O'Hagan and Adriana Nelligan of English repertory theatres mentioned above analysed a conventionality index to net as the number of productions per playwright as a measure of repertoire diversity, not by title, as was reported for opera, drawing the inference that increasing the proportion of subsidy in a theatre's income would marginally increase repertoire diversity. Costs. Costs for theatre are similar to those discussed above for opera and dance. The average budget for the VE national theatres in France in 1996 was 87 million francs, around $16 million, while the budget for the regional theatres averaged 14 million francs, some $3 million. The biggest theatre in the United Kingdom, the Royal National Theatre, which has 3 stages, employs 800 people, of whom 120 are actors. However, many theater groups are small, with only a few actors hired for a run of performances and small management overheads. Overall in English theater in 2002/3, artistic program costs were 42% of total costs, with 50% for staff NG and overheads. Table 8.2 shows that costs rose more rapidly in theater in the 1970s than in the other performing arts. One explanation for this result contradicted the cost disease. What was driving up the costs of spoken theatrical performance was not the cost of actors, as they represent only a small proportion of total costs, less than in symphony orchestras, ballet, and opera, but the costs of other inputs. While costs rose by a factor of nearly 3, however, prices of theater tickets rose over 4 times. Subsidy. In the French theaters studied above, subsidy amounted to 70% of total income. In England, it was 50% in 2002/3, with subsidy per attendance being 10, the lowest of all performing arts, perhaps not surprising, as it is the most popular and therefore able to raise a higher amount of earned income from the box of CE. 32. Musical theater. There has been no study of musical theater to my knowledge, though one of the earliest studies in cultural economics was of Broadway theater. Broadway and the West End of London host many musicals in privately run theaters. In addition, subsidized theaters offer musical shows and, especially in Germany and Austria, operetta. Regional theaters in the United Kingdom would not survive without the annual pantomime that opens at Christmas and runs until February, offering a vital source of work to actors at a low season. There is a nice research project waiting to be done here. Conclusion. This chapter has applied the economic analysis laid out in earlier chapters to the performing arts as a sector of the cultural economy, and has also applied it to specific live art forms, symphonic music, opera, ballet, and spoken theater, drawing on a selection of studies by cultural economists. It can be seen that, while there are significant common economic features to all the performing arts, there are also some different conditions in each market. The analysis raises some broad questions that have been touched on but not fully investigated. Are the various art forms in the performing arts complements or substitutes, that is, do they compete with each other? If so, do they compete for audiences and/or public and private nans? Another question is the extent to which performing arts organizations compete with each other within an art form. How many orchestras or dance companies are sustainable in a country or region? A further question is, should economists treat performing arts organizations as competitive RMS, monopolies, or oligopolies? We know a lot about the performing arts sector in macroeconomic terms but far less about its microeconomics. Perhaps, though, it should be said, rather, that we know a lot about the subsidized performing arts in a relatively small selection of countries that share very similar economic and artistic cultures. No mention is made here of circus, puppetry, folk music, and dance, or of traditional drama and the many traditional performing arts that nourish or are preserved around the world. A considerable amount of information has been included in this chapter on public subsidy to the performing arts, but there has been no discussion of the rationale for public subsidy, beyond pointing out that the cost disease does not itself make that case, how public subsidy can be justified given that there are clearly strong private benefits that people are prepared to pay for. One argument that has been made is that a heritage of performance traditions, especially in ballet, would be lost without public support, but that argument is difficult to generalize to all performing arts. Chapter 10 explores these arguments in full. Further reading. There is a lot of literature cited in this chapter, but I do not necessarily recommend it to a beginner, as some of it is difficult and technical. For readers with some experience in economics and econometrics, however, it is of course worthwhile. Chapters in the THIRD-WORLDISM, 2003a, Handbook of Cultural Economics that relate to this chapter are James Heilbron on Baumol's Cost Disease, Chapter 11, and those on ballet, opera, and orchestras cited in the further reading section for Chapter 4. Alan Peacock S., 1993, Paying the Piper provides the context in the United Kingdom for the study of innovation and the arts. Bruce Seaman's chapter in the Ginsberg and Towse by 2006, Handbook of the Economics of Art and Culture, Chapter 14, is a masterful survey of the literature on demand for the performing arts that is a very useful reference source. It is long and in places pitched at a higher level than this book, but it is well worth the effort. I like to think that my article on the Royal Opera House, Covent Garden, is worth reading. Towse, 2001a. 9. Cultural heritage is a very broad term that covers archaeology, artifacts, buildings ancient and modern, museums, archives, works of art, and the like. Besides man-made items, heritage also includes intangibles, such as inherited traditions, knowledge, and skills, and the natural heritage. Cultural economics has so far mostly applied its analysis to museums and the built heritage. The principles are relevant to all aspects of heritage, however, and, indeed, cultural economists share much the same approach to built heritage as environmental economists do to natural heritage. Heritage and public goods. What cultural heritage goods and services have in common is that they create a sense of national identity, encourage respect for other cultures and for cultural diversity, foster an understanding of the past and teach aesthetic values. These cultural values of heritage are distinguished from the asset value of heritage capital, the value of the land and buildings occupied by heritage sites, monuments and buildings and the items in museums' collections, and so on, that, at least in principle, could be realized on the market. Outdoor built and natural heritage are often true public goods in the sense that they are mostly non-excludable and, unless there is congestion, non-rival. In general, it may be too costly to fence them off to exclude users, making charging for entry uneconomic. In the case of very popular sites, however, congestion causes rivalry that pricing policies can help to relieve. Some examples of heritage congestion are the excessive numbers of visitors to Stonehenge in England and to the city of Venice in Italy. Besides spoiling the pleasure of a visit, they also risk damaging the fabric of the buildings. By contrast, visitors to museums and indoor built heritage can be excluded if they do not pay, and so in the economic sense museum visits are not public goods. Thought here external beings of consumption. Rivalry in the consumption of museum services can be complex question while at object choust in museums, such as works of art and other artifacts, can be viewed by many people without diminishing their quantity. The quality of a visit can be altered by congestion, and that may be alleviated by charging. What we see later is that museums supply multiple services. As with the performing arts, cultural economists have studied museums both as RMS with costs, revenues, pricing and other such ordinary microeconomic features, and as non-pro-T cultural suppliers of public goods with the support of public subsidy. Designation as heritage. With strong public goods characteristics, it is no surprise to ND that there is considerable public intervention in the museum sector, including public ownership as well as financial support. In the case of the built heritage, important ancient sites are usually owned by the state to protect their archaeological value, though much of the built heritage is in private ownership and subject to regulation to control its architectural value and use. One of the features of museum collections and built heritage is that many items now regarded as belonging to cultural heritage were not created for that purpose but were part of everyday life. Only later were they designated as part of the heritage, by experts listing them as such. A good illustration of this point is factories that were built for utilitarian industrial purposes that have been listed as being of cultural and/or architectural importance by heritage authorities. Similarly, many items that are now in museums were made for use in their day, and it is only subsequently that they have come to be regarded as museum pieces or collectibles, through a process of certification by museum curators and other guardians of cultural value, such as UNESCO with its international listing of items of World Heritage. Moreover, what consumers view as heritage is strongly influenced by this designation, and economists call this supplier-induced demand, meaning that consumer tastes and what they demand is determined by the supplier. You may think the local former gasworks is an eyesore or that your old ballpoint pen is worth nothing, but once it has been designated by heritage experts as worthy of preservation, it is consecrated, and will be presented as a significant piece of design and preserved. This feature of regulation is discussed in the context of built heritage in the second part of this chapter. Stock and towse of supply. A further characteristic that all heritage shares is that it is non-reproducible, and therefore the stock of supply of an item at any point in time is exceding or declining due to deterioration. Fixity of supply in the presence of growing. 238. Demand is what drives up prices, and we see this in the art market. Investment in restoration and preservation can halt the decline, and, as heritage accrues over time, the demand for this type of expenditure increases. It can therefore enhance supply. Changes in the selection of items that are designated also affect the total supply. Even with a XED supply, though, the visitor's experience can be considerably enhanced by the complementary services surrounding the item, such as easy access, good information, and other visitor facilities. Digitalization and heritage. A recent and almost revolutionary change to heritage is that museums and heritage sites are able to offer a digital guide to both potential visitors and to those who are unable or do not wish to visit them. Websites offer information on the items that can be viewed on a real-time visit, and intra-websites on the premises also provide guidance and information, the latter often in far more detail than would be possible at the display point. The above points are discussed in detail in this chapter, starting with museums. One other caveat is that language varies between countries. In some, including the United Kingdom, art museums are called art galleries. They should not be confused with private galleries run by art dealers. Participation in and demand for museum services. Participation. Participation surveys provide information about museum visits. Statistics on museums have to be interpreted in the context of the way the museum sector is done, however, as explained above, and there is also variation in the population surveyed, notably with respect to age. In Australia, 35% of people over the age of 18 visited some kind of museum in 2001. In Canada, 35% of people aged 15 and over visited a museum in 2005. According to the Eurobarometer 2007 survey, Eurostat, 2007, 41% of both males and of females over the age of 15 in the 27 countries of the European Union have visited a museum once. That overall GUR disguises some considerable variations. 22% of the adult population in Italy and 44% of the population aged 9 to 79 in Sweden were reported as visiting a museum. When GURs on the type of museum are reported separately, visits to art museums or art galleries are significantly lower, 22% of Australian males and 28% of Australian females. 239. Are reported as having visited an art museum, 27% of the Canadian population aged 15 and over in 2005, and 27% of the U.S. population over the age of 18 visited an art museum or gallery in 2002, 24% of the population of Great Britain over the age of 15 in 2004, and 15% of the population over the age of 15 in Ireland in 2006 visited art museums. Age and socio-economic background. There is considerable variation in the way museum visitor profile are presented, and this makes generalization difficult. It seems clear from looking at details for several countries, however, that young people, especially school-age children, have higher participation rates than adults, and that older adults have lower participation rates. For example, in the Netherlands, 37% of the population aged 12 and over visited a museum at least once in 2003, half of whom were between the ages of 12 and 17. The implication is that school visits contribute considerably to museum participation. Nevertheless, surveys that look at children's willingness to visit again and that it falls, as children get older, from the initially huge enthusiasm of the very young. In terms of socio-economic background, the Eurobarometer 2007 survey shows that there was a marked difference between participation by managers, 68%, and manual workers, 38%. There was also a very marked difference between participation by age of completing education. In the United Kingdom, of those who attended, under a quarter were from the lowest two socio-economic groups and over a half were from the highest two groups. In the Netherlands, data on participation are also analyzed by ethnic background, while 33% of the population over the age of 12 visited a museum in 2003, the GUR for ethnic minorities was 22% or 1. Prices and participation. As we know from Chapter 6, participation studies provide prole of audiences that are useful to the policymaker, and over time they can also provide information on the outcome of policies intended to increase attendance or to include socially disadvantaged members of the population. Although they suggest characteristics that Indians demand, however, such as education and employment status, they do not explain demand behavior in the sense of willingness to pay for the cultural good or service. Some participation studies, 240, have included questions about the role of prices in enhancing participation. Again, this does not say how much a person is willing to pay for a museum visit, but it is a guide to the question of whether free entry would stimulate participation. The United Kingdom provides a useful case study in the effect of free entry on participation. The government introduced a policy of free entry to museums with the stated policy objective of reducing social exclusion. After 6 years of the policy, it claims it has been a great success. See Box 9.1. The Department for Culture, Media, and Sport reported that between 2002/3 and 2004/5 there was an increase of 16% in visitors from lower socioeconomic groups. The DCMS does not actually claim that free admission is the cause of the increase in visits, though this is strongly suggested. Research has shown that another factor was also at play, however, the increased facilities offered by many museums that had been awarded funds from the National Lottery for new buildings and projects. The additional visits were predominantly accounted for by museums and galleries with lottery-funded capital developments opening between April 2000 and March 2001, which coincided with the introduction of the free entry policy. To this important ending calls for further. Box 9.1 Impact of free entry to UK museums. The DCMS has monitored the increase in visits to museums and art galleries following the introduction of the policy of free entry in 2001. It has published the following GURs. December 1, 2007 was the end of the sixth and most successful year of the free admission policy, with 7.7 million extra visits to former charging museums in this year. In the RST 6 years of the free admission policy there were 37 million extra visits to DCM-sponsored museums and galleries that had previously charged. In London, visits to former charging museums were up by over 94%, with visits to the Victoria and Albert Museum up 151%, the Natural History Museum by 117%, and the Science Museum by 105%. In the regions, visits to these museums increased by 109%. Visits to National Museums Liverpool were up by 188%, to the Museum of Science and Industry in Manchester by 136%, and to the Natural History Museum in Traying by 87%. Source: www.culture.gov.uk/what_we_do/museums_and_galleries/3380.aspx, accessed August 25, 2008. 241. Econometric research, especially as other countries intend to institute the policy of free admission to museums. Limitations of participation studies. Participation studies generally are concerned with a broad picture of attendance at a range of cultural events and so do not go into details about the nature of that participation. Typically, they end out if a respondent has visited a museum once in a given year. Figures on the number of visits, for example, as reported by the United Kingdom's DCMS in Box 9.1, do not reveal how many visitors make repeat visits, however, or the length of their visits, With free admission, it has been claimed that people can pop in for a quick visit, whereas if they had to pay, that would deter the visit. Individual museums, however, do ask such questions in their own surveys. The Tate Gallery survey referred to in Chapter 6 found that 40% of its visitors were repeat visitors and that visitors stayed 1.75 hours on average. Demand for museum visits. Demand for museum services is defined as the number of tickets that would be purchased at various entry prices for visitors wishing to view the collection. There is likely to be discriminatory pricing with different charges for children and senior citizens. Free admission can be thought of as a zero entry price. Some museums offer season tickets to encourage repeat visits. Members of the museum friends may also have reduced entry prices to encourage them to join and to donate with money or voluntary labor services to the museum. Price discrimination may be practiced as a policy for equity reasons to encourage access, but in economic terms it is done for efficiency reasons, typically to increase revenue. Museums that normally charge for entry may have a day in the week or times of the day when entry is free. This strategy enables people with a low willingness to pay or low ability to pay to visit without charge, and it also allows the museum to charge those with a higher WTP, thus increasing revenue. Museums with free entry to the main collection charge for special exhibitions and for complimentary services such as audio services, the shop and cafe, and therefore can still earn revenue from visitors. Museums may also ask for voluntary donations either instead of or in addition to the entry charge, and, to encourage donations, prices may be set in such a way as to encourage voluntary price discrimination, as in the performing arts, see Box 8.2. 242. Measuring free entry. One matter that has often intrigued cultural economists is how museums with a free entry policy get their gears on visitor numbers. In some cases a ticket is offered, but the usual method seems to be that museum guards click a handheld counter to count the number of people in various parts of the museum. The aggregation of these estimates can be problematic, however, as illustrated in a neat piece of research by David Tanner of the Indiana University Art Museum. 3. By issuing a free ticket that was then checked upon entry to the museum, it was possible to compare the methods of measuring visitor numbers, and counting by guards was shown to be very significantly overstating visitor annual numbers. 32,000 were measured by the ticket method as compared to 56,000 by the counter method. This surely suggests at the very least that we need to have accurate counting of visitor numbers before concluding that demand increases considerably at a zero price, or, conversely, considering what the deterrent effect of imposing entry charges is. One guide to interest in a museum, however, is the number of visits to its website, which can be monitored accurately. As in so many other spheres, the Internet opens up new services and research possibilities. Elasticity of demand. When price discrimination is present, the quantity demanded, the number of visits, has to be related to the range of prices charged. This often has to be done in practice by taking an average of the prices charged. There have been several studies over the years by cultural economists to measure demand and to assess the elasticity of demand for admission to museums. Elasticity provides two pieces of useful information at the same time: 1. The responsiveness to demand to price increases or decreases, and 2. The effect that price changes will have on revenue from ticket sales. A study for the United States using data estimated from the 1989 museum survey shows that demand was inelastic in the range of 0.12 to 0.26. So, if prices were raised from $10 to $20, attendance would fall by somewhere in the region of 12 to 26%, but, even so, revenue would rise. See Chapter 6 for the relation of elasticity and revenue. Studies in the United Kingdom have also found price elasticity to be less than 1 and income elasticity greater than 1, both of which suggest that increasing prices would increase revenue. One question that has been asked is, what would a museum do with the increased revenue? It is often said that, when museums are managed as part of the government bureaucracy, they do not necessarily retain any revenues for their own use. That is not the case with private museums, however. Box 9.2 provides an illustration of how a museum can increase prices, increase its revenues and use them to improve its services. Shifting the demand for museum visits. The dramatic curves in Box 9.1 show that visitors to museums respond to price. Reducing prices is certainly not the only way to increase demand. However, demand can also be shifted out by altering the tastes of visitors and non-attenders, for example by educational and outreach programs. Here the emphasis on encouraging visits by children and providing educational projects and facilities in connection with visits to the collection is designed to increase future demand for adult visits as well as to inform and educate the children. Museums can also make visitors' experience more pleasurable by having guides, tours, virtual and in real time, and other such information to make them welcome. U.S. museums have a large force of volunteers who do just that. In the Netherlands, there is a national museum card scheme that for a lump sum annual payment entitles the holder to free entry to museums throughout the country. While this no doubt encourages the number of museum visits, however, it has the undesirable efficiency effect of destroying the signaling role of prices and revenues for the individual museum. Box 9.2 Viewing the Book of Kells. The Book of Kells is an illuminated manuscript of the four Gospels copied and illustrated by Irish monks around 800 AD, and it is regarded as the greatest example of its kind. It is housed in the Long Room of Trinity College, Dublin, Ireland. John O'Hagan, a professor of economics at the university, analyzed the effects of the introduction of entry charges to the Long Room and found that subsequent price rises did not at all deter visitor numbers. Instead, it raised revenues that enabled Trinity College to improve the facilities considerably by adding an exhibition room and refurbishing the Long Room, thus enhancing the visitor's experience and the quality of the visit. O'Hagan also observed that, as the Book of Kells is unique, the elasticity of demand to view it is likely to be very low. Moreover, many visitors are tourists whose willingness to pay is probably relatively high for such an experience. Source: O'Hagan, 1995. 244. Marginal cost pricing and congestion. Economists believe that prices play an important function not only in creating revenue that enhances an enterprise, but also in providing consumers, visitors, with a means of conveying their valuation of the good or service provided by expressing their willingness to pay, and to donate. It is believed that museums that charge have a greater incentive to offer better quality services than free museums would, especially as free museums are publicly financed and their management is enhanced by government policy. As with other enterprises with high XED costs, marginal cost pricing would not cover the XED cost, and as the marginal cost of an extra visitor to a museum is very low, at least up to the point of congestion, the price should accordingly be very low. This argument has been used in support of free entry on the assumption that the point of congestion is never reached. That may be so in many museums, but in the world's superstar museums there is certainly congestion, and it is an external diseconomy that causes disutility to visitors. Prices can therefore be used to ration entry to the museum. Congestion costs were measured by David Madison and Terry Foster, 2003, in one of the world's most visited museums, the British Museum in London, which attracts nearly 5 million visitors a year, 3/4 of whom are foreign tourists. They calculated from their survey of museum visitors that the congestion externality was £8 per person. That does not indicate that the entry price should be £8, however, for that the elasticity of demand of raising the price from £0 to £8 would have to be calculated. Congestion therefore calls not just for pricing, but for discriminatory pricing based on popular days and times of the day. Prices and demand for special exhibitions. Many museums put on special exhibitions for a limited period of time. These may be small assemblies from their own collection, based around items from the collection and including those from elsewhere, or imported works from many other museums. Some are jointly curated, and the exhibition tours to those museums involved. Large exhibitions assembling items from many sources are known as blockbusters, and they attract large numbers of visitors. The role of these exhibitions in cultural tourism is discussed in Chapter 19. Here they are mentioned because entry to these special exhibitions is usually charged for even in museums that are otherwise free. Even non-pro-T museums may charge a pro-T maximizing price for a ticket to this sort of exhibition, and visitor numbers to them suggest that high prices are no deterrent and elasticity of demand is low. 245. The cultural role of such exhibitions is dff erent from that of the permanent call ection, hover, and he just icat ion of charging f or them and they are effecton participation a redifferent f or the special exhibition from what they are f or the pe remanent collection. Despite ess demand for these exhibitions, however, at least tatcer tain tims, as wit nes said by long q used to get in and c ons either a ble congestion problems in the exhibition, museums have not yet turned to discriminatory pricing to ration entry, instead they rely on quant ity by lime iting the number of tickets sold, at the same price, f or specie centry times. This misses one of the most obvious economic solution stoess demand that also raises revenue. Museum nance. For many museums, ticket sales are a source of nance, but it is likely that XED costs have to be nanced by subsidy or donations. Free entry museums have to be nanced entirely by grants from foundations or from government. Typically, national museums are nanced either directly or indirectly via an arm's length body from central government funds, and regional and local museums are nanced by regional and local government, though possibly with central government funds made available for the purpose. Even for museums that charge entry, however, there is also demand that is uncovenant, that cannot be expressed through the price mechanism. This consists of the option and bequest demand by people who are willing to support the existence of the museum now and in the future, through taxes, even if they do not visit or donate themselves. In addition, there are external consumption ts and public good aspects of demand that call for public nance. Later in the chapter, the nance of other museum services is also considered, such as their research and preservation activities. Given the public good characteristics of museums and the importance placed on free entry for some or all visitors in order to maximize participation, a considerable amount of public nance is needed to support museums. For example, the national museums in the Netherlands charge an entry price that is usually around €8 for adults. Even so, revenue from ticket sales constituted only 30% of total income in 1997, government subsidies to museums were €408 million in 2006, 11% of total public expenditure on culture. In Spain, by contrast, museums accounted for 23% of total public expenditure on culture, €180 million, in 2005. Five figures on museum nance for England report the breakdown between revenue expenditure, ongoing expenses of running the museum, and capital expenditure €373 million, €467 million, and €63 million, €79 million, respectively, in 2003/4, with 1% for administration, thus, 14% of expenditure was on buildings. This category, however, is likely to vary widely from year to year according to the building and repair program. In the United Kingdom, there is a considerable amount of information available to the public on the nance of museums on the websites of the DCMS and the arm's length bodies for the museums and heritage about individual museums. In addition, the contracts between these various bodies, called funding agreements, are also published. Funding agreements set out how the institutions have agreed to use their financial aid and what they will do towards meeting government policy objectives. The agreement also stipulates how performance will be measured. In Box 9.3, a few points from the agreement with the British Museum are reproduced to demonstrate the nature of these agreements and their business-like style. It can be seen that the agreement seeks to solve the principal-agent problem, which is discussed in Chapter 10. Box 9.3 Funding Agreement 2005/6 to 2007/8 between the British Museum and the Department for Culture, Media and Sport. The museum's aim is to hold for the benefit and education of humanity a collection representative of world cultures and ensure that the collection is housed in safety, conserved, curated, researched and exhibited. The agreement summarizes the museum's whole mission, strategic priorities, rationale, program, planned output, as presented to DCMS in the museum's plan, sets out the contribution the museum will make to DCMS objectives, efficiency and public value, explains how the benefits of the DCMS investment will be spread geographically to the regions, RMS the commitment of DCMS to the museum in terms of funding and other support, shows how delivery will be measured and monitored. By reference to a set of key targets and performance indicators agreed with the museum and by such other quantitative and qualitative measures that the museum wishes to use to assess its performance and the achievement of public value in the context of its wider activities, provides an assessment of the risks and how they will be managed. Source: www.culture.gov.uk/images/publications/fa_bm.pdf, accessed August 27, 2008. 247. The museum as ARM. Multiple output. The RST observation that has struck all cultural economists analyzing museums is that they are multiple output RMS, meaning that they produce a combination of visitor services, education and aesthetic enjoyment, through the display of their collections and through complementary services, shop, cafes, and such like, preservation services for their own collection and expertise offered to other museums, and research on the collection and on its context. The statement of aims for the British Museum in box 9.3 above makes this clear. Only some of these services are apparent to the public and are demanded by them. Visitors evaluate their experience without being able to value the backroom activities of the museum, and so their willingness to pay relates to only part of the museum's output. The digitalization of museums' collections and information about the museum may alter that, however, as restoration work, for example, can be shown online. Though online visitors do not pay for the service, their interest in visiting the museum and willingness to pay may be increased. To my knowledge, there has not yet been work on the economic effect of digitalization on museums. The museum has a production function that enables it to produce these various outputs whose inputs are the collection, the building, containing areas for storage, preservation, research, and so on, as well as exhibition space, and labor of various types, including the curatorial and managerial staff, research and preservation experts, education and design staff, salespeople, and guards. All these inputs can be varied and combined in different quantities, and economic theory would tell us that that is done with respect to relative input prices. Substitution between some inputs is possible. For example, security can be implemented with cameras and alarms instead of having a guard in each room. The one input that is rarely reduced in size, though it is added to, is the collection. Capital value of the collection. As mentioned earlier, one aspect of museum policy that cultural economists have criticized is that museums do not treat their main asset, the collection, in 248 an efficient way, and have argued that unless a museum is willing to decession items in its collection by selling some items or transferring them to another museum, it cannot make efficient use of its resources. It is believed that the main explanation is that museum curators, who have a magpie tendency to acquire more and more items, are not required to place a capital value on the collection, and so the opportunity cost of holding onto it is not taken into account in costing the operation of a museum. If it were, the museum manager would be likely to sell some items from the vaults to finance the acquisition of others or to finance other activities. By contrast, a commercial RM would have to take the value of its capital assets into account and would alter its size to economize on its capital outlay. One reason for not doing so, of course, is that often it is the state, not the museum, that owns the collection, and it would require government policy to sanction decessioning. As mentioned above, however, museum policy in the Netherlands for the last few years has encouraged museums to share their collections, and a register of items in the collections has been drawn up to facilitate exchanges. A stern critic of museums in this respect is William Gramp, see box 9.4. Costs of production. Even without taking the value of the museum's collection into account, museums have high overheads and are capital intensive. They are often. Box 9.4. Professor William Gramp on Museum Policy. William Gramp, Emeritus Professor of Economics at the University of Illinois at Chicago, has been a scourge of art museum policy, particularly the failure to de-session items from the collection, for over 20 years, particularly in his 1989 book Pricing the Priceless, which advocates the use of prices to value works of art. In his article A Colloquy About Art Museums, Gramp argues that art museums are inefficient by any standards and that if a business RM managed its affairs as an art museum does, it would be the wonder of the Western world. But its time of wonder would be brief and come to an end in a bankruptcy court. Gramp, 1996, 221. He recognizes that the sale of items from state-owned collections is prohibited in many European countries but points out that U.S. museums behave in the same way. Moreover, he also points out that the prominent business people who act as trustees on the boards of museums, who are often major donors to the museum and stand ready to assist it in time of need, also fail to direct their museum along the path of efficiency. 253. Source, Gramp, 1996. 249. Located in buildings that are of great architectural importance, which may even be of more interest to the visitor than the collection, stunning new museum buildings, such as the Guggenheim Museum in Bilbao, designed by Frank Gehry, are now tourist sites in their own right, see Chapter 19. Besides the initial capital outlay on buildings, older heritage buildings are expensive to maintain. Therefore, like many types of cultural organization, museums have high XED costs and relatively low marginal costs. The costs of producing the various outputs are not always and perhaps cannot meaningfully be accounted for separately, though that would be what an economist would wish to see. If that were done, it would be possible to balance the costs and revenues of each activity and use the information to judge the most efficient combination of inputs and outputs. Of course, that begs the question posed previously, what unit of output is being adopted? Is it the number of visitors or the number of items on display, for example? If we take the number of visitors as the measure, then it is easy to see that the extra cost of one more visitor is low in relation to the XED cost of running the building and displaying and maintaining the collection. In the short run, more visitors might just require extra guards and more heating or dehumidification, at least up to the point of congestion. In the long run, the museum could vary the size of the building by expanding our space, or closing some rooms, and vary the size of the collection by buying or selling parts of it. The point at which the long-run average cost per visitor is at a minimum would then indicate the least cost or most efficient size of the museum. This does not take into account the other output of the museum, however. A feature of the output of visitor services that can be varied up to a point even in the short run is the opening times, and this is another topic that has attracted criticism from cultural economists, that museums do not vary their opening times according to visitor demand. Some have recently begun to do so, though the closed on Mondays rule still applies widely in Europe. Extending opening times can increase the efficient use of space and be economically efficient even if it increases the labor and other costs associated with more visitors, as long as the marginal revenues from ticket sales cover these marginal costs. This is the point of applying the theory of the RM to a museum. Efficiency of museums. With museums in many countries being in state ownership, assessing their efficiency is a problem for the government. Cultural economists have studied the costs of museums to see if they are operating at an efficient level of total output by two methods. One is to look for efficiency frontiers or best practice. 250. Frontiers, and the other is to look for economies of scale, as indicated above. Efficiency frontiers can be analyzed by ending the most technically efficient combination of inputs, that is, to ND the best practice underlying the production function among a group of non-pro-T organizations against which other museums in the group can be compared. Input combinations can be altered by substituting one for another, and the museum that uses the least quantities of the various inputs will show the best practice possible. Use of this type of analysis is assessed in more detail in Chapter 10 in connection with performance indicators. Performance indicators have been developed for museums and are used by governments. They typically include visitor data, age, home or foreign visitor, ethnic minorities, number of repeat visits, workshop attendance, etc., the number of exhibitions, learning activities, research publications, the number of objects conserved or assessed for conservation, the number and value of new acquisitions, expenditure on building maintenance, and so forth. The choice of performance indicators of course depends upon the museum's mission and on government policy for the museum sector, and performance indicators also have to take into account the practicality and cost of collecting consistent quantitative data. 6. As argued in Chapter 10, however, efficiency has to be net in relation to the wider objectives as well as narrower cost criteria. Conclusions about museums. Free entry to museums is a very interesting illustration of the distinction between positive and normative economics. What the effect of free entry is on visitor numbers to museums is a positive matter, the increase in numbers and the frequency of visits, whereas the question of whether or not this is efficient in achieving a policy objective is a normative one. Elasticities and shifts in demand and information on participation are positive data, but they can and, to an economist, should be brought to bear on the normative question too. Specifically, we can use information on the subsidy per attendee and the socio-economic pro-le of visitors to assess the cost of achieving a normative policy of making the museum more accessible to less well-off and less educated people. We might also ask whether charging the typical, better-off visitor and having vouchers for rest-time visitors, young persons, and so on might not achieve the same outcomes for a lower level of subsidy. Alternatively, we might be able to show that spending more public money would increase the 251 target audience. Policies have to be costed directly by the responsible authority or, ultimately, by their opportunity cost. These are all standard questions in cultural economics. The one topic that is unique to the economics of museums is the matter of the de-sessioning of items in the collection. Built heritage. The built heritage consists of a wide range of structures, from archaeological remains to contemporary architecture, including bridges, statues, memorials, churches, and other religious buildings, theaters, government of CES, palaces, parks and gardens, factories, even whole cities. Besides built heritage, there is also the natural heritage, areas of outstanding natural beauty, wilderness, coastlines, nature reserves, and other such areas of the natural environment that have public value and require protection. Some heritage collections, such as zoos, botanical gardens, and plant museums, seem to belong in part to both. As stated at the outset, built heritage shares many characteristics with museums. It has strong public goods characteristics, it attracts public funding, it is prone to supplier-induced demand with experts playing a significant role in directing investment in restoration and upkeep, and it has multiple outputs. Built heritage also has some specific economic features that make it somewhat different from museums, however, and therefore economic analysis of built heritage has become a specialized field within cultural economics. In particular, the widespread use of regulation and its financial implications have shown up the role of bureaucratic unions in this sector, and the difficulty of controlling it has prompted the development of a political economy approach to heritage that applies public choice theory. Visiting heritage sites is a popular activity that appeals to a broad spectrum of participants, and it forms an important component of cultural tourism. Contingent valuation studies, which constitute one of the most important recent developments in cultural economics, are frequently used as a means of valuing visitors' willingness to pay for built and natural heritage. Regulation of built heritage. Listing of heritage. A particular feature of built heritage is the significant role played by regulation by specialist authorities. The regulation of built heritage takes two forms: RST, the designation of items as worthy of protection. This is typically done by 252. Of chales of a government body, local, regional, or national, who are archaeologists, art historians, architects, and other such experts. The listing of built heritage is done individually for outstanding items, but it is also done in a blanket manner, such as designating as listed buildings all properties in a particular part of a city or town, often the old center, or just a rule of thumb may be used, as in Italy, whereby every building that is over 50 years old is listed. While this appears to be crude, there is an economic logic behind it of minimizing transaction costs. It is very costly to list each heritage building individually, and there would no doubt be costs of litigation over listing. In some countries, there is a hierarchy of listing, grade 1, 2, and so on, United Kingdom, and of designation of local or national monuments. Internationally, there is also the listing by UNESCO of World Heritage Sites. Lists of listed heritage sites and buildings are now available on the Internet and have considerably improved information for visitors. Complying with listed status. The second aspect of regulation is the law that requires owners of listed buildings to comply with requirements of style and the like laid down by the heritage authorities. These can be very detailed and require specialist treatment and therefore impose extra costs on owners. It is due to this type of regulation that cultural economists identify the majority of the NANs of built heritage as coming from the private sector, the property owners. Listing may also attract sources of public money for renovation and property maintenance, however. One might suppose that, as listing imposes expenses on owners, it reduces property prices. A study in the United Kingdom showed that this was not the case. However, listing in fact enhanced the desirability of properties. This fact raises the question of how necessary public grants are to NAN's preservation, since private individuals, or businesses, many listed buildings are occupied by businesses, have the incentive to NANs the work themselves and recoup the outlay via enhanced market prices. Listing, registration of monuments and subsidy for restoration and preservation also impose a duty on owners to show certain features of their properties to the public. In France, for instance, such buildings are supposed to be open to the public 30 days a year. It has been argued that such obligations can be viewed as altering property rights, but that the transaction costs of monitoring them probably inhibit effective enforcement. Moreover, if listing automatically ensures access to public funds, there is a moral hazard problem in that it encourages excessive expenditure on heritage preservation. 253. The French cultural economist Françoise Benhama, who has done detailed research on built heritage, has made the case for the delisting of some monuments on these grounds, and also because she foresees in heritage a situation analogous to the cost disease in the performing arts, that the requirement imposed by of-chale heritage experts to use specialized builders and materials drives up costs excessively, and these spiral ever higher as more and more buildings are listed. 7. Listing also has distributional effects, as it is a burden on present generations, to enhance the option demand of future generations, who, however, will on the one hand be richer than the present generation and, on the other, may have different tastes. The requirement to preserve and maintain internationally important listed heritage sites can be especially hard on poor countries and justice international financial support. Change of use for heritage buildings. A further issue concerns changing the use of listed buildings. Many listed buildings can be preserved effectively only if their use is changed, but often there are restrictions on this, thus adding to the burden of preservation. Religious buildings that are no longer in use for their original purpose present a particular challenge, and in some countries, such as Italy and France, they may constitute the bulk of listed monuments. For example, in France in the mid-1990s, over 40% were religious buildings. 8. Conversions for use as university buildings, concert halls, and so on that retain them in public ownership are common. Permitting a change of use of listed heritage also raises the question of whether protected monuments can be sold as private property, albeit subject to listing and the obligations that imposes on any property. Italy, with its overabundance of built heritage, accepted the principle of privatization and began the process of selling it in the 1990s. There is, however, another aspect to the extensive regulation of heritage buildings in private ownership, at least in Italy, and in particular in Sicily, which has autonomy over cultural matters and a wealth of sine can't build heritage. The heritage authorities have considerable powers to intervene to hold up alterations or renovations to a property both on the inside and outside, and this leads to uncertainty on the part of the owner that is a disincentive to private initiatives and even ownership. This has been called a form of crowding out of private expenditure by public intervention. 9. UNESCO listing. The Convention concerning the protection of world cultural and natural heritage was adopted by UNESCO in 1972. It encourages international protection of the world heritage through a system of international cooperation and assistance designed to conserve and identify heritage in participating countries. It does so through studying the artistic, scientific and technical problems associated with the protection, conservation, presentation, and rehabilitation of the cultural and natural heritage and by providing expert assistance, training and equipment. In general, the nation-state is expected to finance these activities within its territory, but loans and, exceptionally, subsidies, are awarded to countries that find it hard to supply the necessary finance. There is also a reserve fund to provide financial assistance resulting from disasters or natural calamities. In 2003, the UNESCO Convention for the Safeguarding of the Intangible Cultural Heritage extended protection to cultural expressions and practices, including endangered languages and living treasures. The UNESCO list of cultural heritage consists of a range of sites, monuments, and buildings of archaeological, art historical and architectural importance from Paleolithic art to the Sydney Opera House. It is interesting to speculate on what being on the list means in economic terms. In less developed countries, the possibility of assistance, both technical and financial, is no doubt an advantage, but, in general, countries have to finance heritage maintenance themselves, so World Heritage listing may just reinforce national policy and finance and possibly ensure that the items are given priority in the event of shortages of funds. Listing may also elicit new sources of finance, such as sponsorship, by acting as a form of certification. Another advantage may be that tourism to the listed item is stimulated. This is another topic that calls for work by cultural economists to evaluate the UNESCO World Heritage listing policy. Intangible heritage. Intangible heritage as a category is relatively new as international policy but has existed in national states for some time. Categories include oral traditions and expressions, traditional performing arts, rituals and festivals, and traditional craftsmanship. It allows recognition of living treasures, artists and bearers of craft traditions of all kinds, including performance and making, and particularly folk traditions, and requires that all listed intangible heritage be supported by the nation proposing them. In Japan, for example, this has resulted in support under the heading of heritage for its traditional 255 performing arts, no kumiodori, and kabuki theater and bunraku puppet theater, and the provision of a state-financed fund of 2 million yen for individuals designated as national living treasures. 10. Finance of built heritage. Much of the built heritage is in private owners hip and tihi for, depending upon tihi or yules for the public subsidyof costs of heritage prsa revision, some propo rti on of tihi cost tsf all o and the on rs. Figure SFROMF ran CE show WTHAT nearly a half of all list or registered buildings WERE in private ownership in the 1990s. Public expenditure goes on monuments and sites in Europe range from 2 PERC and of total cultural expenditure on historical monuments in Denmark to 62 PERC ent in Greece CE, €20 0 mil lion spent on musums, archives, monuments and sites in 2001 in a country with a population of just over 10 million. Moreover, the data may not including expenditures on it emssuchs theatre and museum buildings that MIB report D under the Z categories. In Japan, for example, the Asian-YF or Cultural Affairs, the central government Nansd body THAT-DALSW ith all SPECTS of CULTUR, reports expenditure on preserving, maintaining, and utilizing cultural properties, nearly 35 million yen in 2006, separately from building ane unati onale rtscentre and rstori ng the hiiho policy ins, nia rly 13 million yen ilion, 11 these a reach a UST higers f or direct expenditure by the central government, and in Japan the re is b. OTH considerable publici expenditure by pref ectures and municipalities as well as indirect tax expenditure from 50 PERC and tax waivers f or PRIVAT spending on a range of heritage properties. Neither do the data include enance from OTHER sources, such as trusts, private donut ions and sponsors hip. By contrast to its policy on arts nance, the U.S. federal government provides considerable public funds for the built heritage as well as providing generous tax incentives for private owners, particularly for items that are listed on the National Register of Historic Places. U.S. state and city administrations, as well as local societies, also preserve the built heritage. This is well illustrated in the case of the state of Rhode Island, see Box 9.5. Participation and built heritage. Data on visits to built heritage, monuments, sites, and heritage buildings, are not often published separately. Eurostat, 2007, reports that, for the EU 27, 54% of Europeans visited a historical monument in 2007 and, although a significantly higher percentage of managers made a visit, more than a half of every socio-economic group also did so. Some European countries publish figures on participation and there is considerable variation in the popularity of visiting built heritage. In 2006, 734% of the population of Spain visited a monument, with a similar figure for the Greek population, although there were 7.5 million visits to archaeological sites and monuments in Greece. These were in the main by foreign visitors. In Finland, in 2002, the figure was 50% for historical sites and 14% for archaeological sites. In the United Kingdom, in 2005, 69% of persons aged 16 and over attended at least one historic environment site, from a detailed list ranging from a city or town with historic character, 51%, to archaeological sites, 16%, with gardens being among the most popular items 12. Box 9.5 Rhode Island Historical Preservation and Heritage Commission. The Rhode Island Historical Preservation and Heritage Commission is the state agency for historical preservation and heritage programs. The Commission operates a statewide historical preservation program that identifies and protects historic buildings, districts, structures, and archaeological sites. The Commission also develops and carries out programs to document and celebrate the rich cultural heritage of Rhode Island's people. The Rhode Island Historical Preservation and Heritage Commission's website operates a list of 16,000 items of built heritage in Rhode Island that are listed in the National Register of Historic Places. The Commission administers a certified local government grant program for municipal historical preservation activities in communities with a historic district zoning ordinance and a historic district commission. They are eligible to apply for federal 50% or matching grants for survey and planning projects. Projects suitable for grant funding include the identification and evaluation of significant historic and archaeological properties, the nomination of eligible properties to the National Register, historic preservation plans and certain education-related activities. The state also provides state preservation grant funds for capital preservation projects for museums, cultural arts centers and public historic sites located in historic structures. Awards totaling $6 million were made in 2003-07. In addition, there are local funds for community development activities and many trusts and foundations that support Rhode Island heritage preservation projects. Source: www.rihphc.state.ri.us, Access September 22, 2008. Demand. Historic city centers and other built heritage that can be viewed in public places, the outside of buildings, public statues, and so on, are non-excludable for practical purposes. Enclosed sites make entry charges possible. Though there have been no studies of demand for entry to built heritage sites and buildings, it is worth noting that entry prices for National Trust properties in the United Kingdom, see Box 2.1, are relatively high, compared, say, to charging museums, and in 2007 an adult ticket for the bigger country houses was around £7 to £8, some €12, including the garden, and £4 to £5, €7, for the garden alone. Historic gardens are very popular with UK visitors of every socio-economic background. In some properties prices were even higher, with discriminatory prices for weekends and time tickets to reduce congestion. Congestion is evidence of rivalry in the consumption of built heritage, suggesting that, where it is present, heritage is not a public good even if it is non-excludable. Congestion at very popular heritage sites has been studied by cultural economists for some time. The city of Venice is a striking case, and, at one time, it was even suggested that there could be a charge for entering the city over the land bridge. Economic solutions for dealing with congestion caused by excessive tourism are discussed in Chapter 19. Like museums, built heritage services are varied, and visitors' willingness to pay for entry is unlikely to cover total costs even when it is feasible to charge, because the visitor's valuation of his or her experience may not take into account the work on conservation, the historical accuracy of the maintenance of the property, and so on. Perhaps most important in the case of built heritage, though, is the extent of option demand and maintaining heritage for future generations, which cannot be expressed directly through entry prices. In these circumstances, WTP has to be measured indirectly, and contingent valuation methods have come to be widely used. WTP and CV studies of built heritage. Studies of willingness to pay have been extensively used in relation to built heritage and are discussed below. CV studies measure WTP and act as a guide to the public authority as to how much people would be willing to pay out of taxes for maintaining the site or property. Visiting also involves other costs, however, and the cost of travel to a heritage site has also been used as an indication of WTP. 258. CV was RST developed for use in valuing natural heritage and damage to wilderness, and it continues to be used widely in environmental economics. In cultural economics it has been used on a wide range of built heritage settings, from the restoration and maintenance of individual buildings to valuing groups of buildings, even a whole city center, to discover the willingness to pay for items that are not priced in the marketplace on the part of both users and non-users. Thus CV studies aim to measure both what private demand would be and the value of option demand for heritage in order to produce a monetary amount that taxpayers would be willing to contribute via public grants. The study is typically carried out with the use of questionnaires and interviews of visitors at the site, while others, the non-users, are sampled by various other survey means. Participants in the survey, which may be done by telephone or face-to-face, are asked questions designed to elicit the value they place on an item or proposal. There is usually some information provided, such as a photograph or verbal description of the item, to ensure the participant understands the issue. Using a method that is called dichotomous choice, the respondent is asked if he or she would spend a stated amount of money out of taxes on the project, or have the government do so on his or her behalf, and told to give a yes or no response. A variant is to inform respondents how much the government currently spends on this or other items and to ask if they agree it is acceptable. However, this does not discover if people answering yes are willing to pay more and, if so, how much more, nor does a no reply inform the researcher how far the respondent is from the stated amount. An alternative method is to offer a range of prices, amounts of money, written on a card shown by the interviewer, say, and ask the respondent to pick one, or just to ask an open-ended question about WTP. In the latter case, checks have to be made by other questions to discover if the stated amount is feasible in terms of the person's income. Problems with CV studies. There are a number of persistent problems with CV studies. One is the free rider problem. Respondents might say what they would be willing to pay or offer an amount that they would not pay in practice, but there is no way of checking if they actually would step up to the plate, or, at the other extreme, they might avoid expressing their WTP altogether. A zero WTP may therefore just be an expression of unwillingness to answer questions or, equally, a statement that the item has no value to the respondent, and as a result values of zero are difficult to interpret. As a WTP of zero typically 259 constitutes 30% or more of responses by users and 60% from non-users, this is a serious problem. Another problem is that respondents who are willing to pay may revise their original offer, bid, if informed what the current spending on the item is. In other words, the bid would not be realized in a practical situation. Moreover, respondents may not be aware of alternative projects that would call on their tax money. There are problems also with calculating the average WTP. The distribution is likely to be skewed, with a few richer and/or better educated respondents having a high WTP and the majority having a low WTP, thus the median, 50% mark, of the distribution of WTP amounts is lower than the mean, but in order to project the total amount from the sample for the whole population, the distribution of income and other socio-economic characteristics must be known. If the heritage item in question is heavily visited by foreign tourists, this adds a further complication. Despite all these problems and, by the by, the fact that carrying out such surveys is very expensive, CV studies have made an important contribution to valuing cultural heritage and will no doubt continue to be used in planning and policy making for heritage services. Impact of digitalization and the Internet. There has been little economic research on the impact of digitalization on heritage, though it is clear that better information is likely to improve the quality of visits and the understanding of the value of heritage on the part of non-attendees. Use of the Internet for conducting surveys online also opens up the possibility of much cheaper CV studies able to reach visitors to heritage websites. The XED cost of digitalizing heritage collections is likely to have to be financed by public funding or private donations, and cultural economics certainly supports that, as the information on websites of heritage organizations is a clear example of a public good. Digital images of items in museums and on heritage sites enable their curators to propertize them, however, by copyrighting them. As a result, access to these images could be restricted and commercialized even though the items themselves are public property. There are many interesting and challenging topics for research here. Conclusion. This chapter has covered a range of topics about the economics of museums and the built heritage. A common feature of heritage is that the items it is 260 concerned with were mostly produced for private purposes, and they have been subject to the scrutiny of experts in cultural heritage to be recognized as important to society as well as to individuals. Certification by experts, whether of the cultural and symbolic significance of an everyday object, of the authenticity of a painting or of the architectural value of a building, affects the supply and possibly also the asset value of a heritage item, as well as informing the consumer, the visitor, of its social and cultural value. Expert opinion is then used to justify intervention in the market for heritage goods, and this can take the form of public ownership of museum collections and regulation of property rights to works of art and to heritage-listed buildings. Even without the particular role played in the heritage sector by experts with bureaucratic power, the considerable public good nature of heritage would justify government intervention on public lands on standard welfare grounds of market failure. With the designation of heritage at local, national, and international level leading to an ever-increasing stock of heritage items, though, the question arises as to how sustainable public and private lands is and how to protect effectively the heritage, both for the present and for future generations. This is a particular problem for built heritage of world cultural importance in poorer countries. Extensive sites such as Angkor Wat in Cambodia that have been badly damaged in war and need constant protection, restoration, and maintenance are a heavy responsibility for the country in which they are located. Without international assistance, the burden may be too onerous to prevent deterioration from natural causes and from damage and theft. International cooperation to prevent the theft of art and artifacts requires NANS in addition to the funding needed for national heritage protection. Besides listing tangible world heritage, UNESCO and national governments are also protecting intangible heritage, the bearers of performing arts, craft, and language traditions. The extensive public intervention in cultural heritage raises questions about public accountability in non-market situations. Particular topics that have been analyzed by cultural economists are the unwillingness of museums to decession items of their collection, the incentives to managers of museum heritage sites and buildings to improve visitor services, and the lack of response of bureaucrats to the public's preferences. In addition, there are other topics in the economics of heritage that are not treated here, such as the valuation of heritage as cultural capital or cost, Bainey analysis applied to heritage. This is a growing field in cultural economics and can be expected to produce more and more varied research and publications. 261. Further reading. There is no shortage of interesting and accessible literature on the economics of heritage, both museums and built heritage. Top of the list has to be the recent book The Heritage Game by Alan Peacock and Ilda Rizzo, 2008. Alan Peacock, whose name comes up frequently in this book in many contexts, pioneered the economic analysis of museums and built heritage, publishing his RST articles on the subject in the 1970s. Ilda Rizzo, professor of public NANS at the University of Catania in Sicily, has done important work on built heritage, particularly in Italy. Their book covers the broader economic context of heritage within the cultural sector as well as analyzing heritage policy, with examples of practice in Italy and the United Kingdom. Ilda Rizzo, Isidoro Mazza, Giacomo Pignataro, and Tiziana Cuccia, all at the University of Catania, have contributed chapters on various aspects relating to heritage to the THIRD-WORLDISM, 2003a, Handbook of Cultural Economics, Rizzo on Regulation, Chapter 52, Mazza on Public Choice, Chapter 49, Pignataro on Performance Indicators, Chapter 47, and Cuccia on Contingent Valuation, Chapter 14. Françoise Benhamer wrote the main chapter on heritage, Chapter 32, and Peter Johnson the one on museums, Chapter 41. Ilda Rizzo with David Throsby wrote the chapter Cultural Heritage, Economic Analysis and Public Policy in the Ginsberg and Throsby, 2006, Handbook of the Economics of Art and Culture, Chapter 28, with Bruno Frey and Stefan Meyer contributing a chapter on the economics of museums, Chapter 29. Bruno Frey has also made major contributions to the literature on the economics of museums with several chapters in his 2000 book Arts and Economics, For Art's Sake, Open Up the Vaults, Chapter 3, Superstar Museums, Chapter 4, and Special Exhibitions and Festivals, Culture's Booming Path to Glory, Chapter 5. Chapter 10, Evaluating Cultural Property, critically evaluates contingent valuation studies, recommending instead the use of referenda for political decision-making. 2 symposia in the Journal of Economics are also to be recommended, Issue 22, Volumes 22-3, in 1998 on museums and Issue 27, Volumes 3-4, in 2003 on contingent valuation. 262. 10. This chapter explores the way cultural economists approach the evaluation of cultural policy. It does not discuss cultural policy itself but, instead, presents the way economists assess policies in general, and it focuses on particular topics on which cultural economists have written concerning cultural policy or policies. Cultural policy is a broad term that covers a range of government interventions and initiatives to achieve objectives, such as increasing participation in the arts and culture and encouraging diversity of cultural supply, which may or may not involve public expenditure, when the use of taxpayers' money is involved, that calls for accountability to voters. Cultural policy for the arts and heritage typically has cultural aims, though, as Chapter 14 shows, there can also be strong economic motivations politices, especially those for the creative industries, and, moreover, policymakers and arts organizations may choose to justify projects in terms of their economic impact. Previous chapters have already discussed the way economists evaluate specific policy issues, such as charging for entry to museums. In this chapter, however, the intention is to present the analysis in general terms, using the material of all the preceding chapters. Therefore, this chapter deals with applied welfare economics, principal, agent analysis, performance indicators, and economic impact studies, and I revisit the cost disease as an underlying raison d'etre for subsidy to the arts and heritage. Cultural economics and cultural policy. It has long been the creed of economists that their role in relation to policy is to advise on ways of achieving policy objectives chosen by the political process rather than to form those objectives themselves. Many economists see economics as providing a toolbox for policy. Public choice theorists regard this as naive, however, because they consider policymakers to be self-interested and to form policies to suit their own objectives, such as getting re-elected or gaining reputation, rather than to serve the public interest. More on this later. The other side of the coin is that economists can use their tools to evaluate policies in relation to the stated objectives and feel free to criticize the way policies work from both a theoretical and practical stance. In principle, any criticisms are scientific, but if we are honest, there is also scope for some bias in any evaluation, and it should be possible to expose it. Social efficiency. Economists use several approaches to evaluation, but, essentially, the main criterion is social efficiency in maximizing welfare. That said, efficiency is a complex and misunderstood phenomenon, and the view often held in the arts world, at least in the past, that efficiency simply means cost cutting is simply incorrect. In fact, cost cutting is more likely to be the concern of managers and accountants than of economists. Economists are concerned with social costs and benefits using the ideas of welfare economics, as has been emphasized in previous chapters of this book. Externalities, the difference between private and social costs and benefits, cannot always be accurately measured, particularly when a project or policy is expected to be long-lived, and therefore there may be different views about future outcomes. Even if there were only private benefits from a policy, though, efficiency would mean using sufficient resources to produce those benefits. For example, if it is decided that a country should have an international level opera, then the costs of producing have to be set in relation to that objective, not on the grounds of comparison to other provision or that costs could be reduced by replacing international artists with local ones. In this context, cost-effectiveness analysis would be used to assess whether the policy was efficient in the sense of using the resources well for the purpose. Efficiency in economics also means that prices re-ECT consumers' willingness to pay, and that prices re-ECT the cost or opportunity cost of the resources used to produce the good. In the arts and heritage, willingness to pay may not necessarily be expressed via the market price, because some goods and services provide external benefits and may even be public goods. Cultural economists therefore use techniques such as contingent valuation to measure willingness to pay. Cultural value and economic value. One of the main bones of contention between the arts world and economists has been that the arts are too valuable to be reduced to costs and benefits, or, at least, that such calculations cannot be made in financial terms. Some cultural. 264. Economists argue that cultural and economic value should be separately identified, such as towse by 2001, while others maintain that the issue is that the arts are economic activities that use up resources and therefore should be subject to evaluation on economic grounds, such as Frey, 2000. For their part, however, arts policy makers and arts organizations from time to time have been reluctant to accept the validity of economist valuation of their activities. One way that has been devised of reconciling these problems has been the development of performance indicators that enable an arts organization to express its objectives in such a way that its success in achieving them can be evaluated. If the same performance indicators for all its clients in a particular art form are used by a funding agency, that then enables it to evaluate the efficiency or effectiveness of each in relation to the others, see below. The funding agency and its clients. A feature of policy that is well understood by economists is that, while policy is made by one organization, others execute it, and there can be difficulties of matching the aims of one with the efforts of the other. In economic theory, this calls for principal-agent analysis, and it is particularly relevant to cultural policy, for several reasons. First, many governments wish to avoid direct provision of the arts and heritage and do so by granting funds to private non-profit organizations to manage the performing arts, heritage and museum services, though they can lay down conditions for grants, and these are increasingly clearly specified in funding agreements and the like. Funding bodies cannot directly control their activities and are therefore unable to ensure that the agent fulfills the principal's objectives. Second, the central government may give the funds it devotes to culture to an intermediate body, such as an arm's length organization such as an arts council or heritage authority, to administer or make funding decisions, or the funds may go to local government for decisions about expenditure in their administrative area. In federal countries and those in which cultural funding is in the hands of regional and local government, policy making may be diffused and collaboration between levels of administration will therefore be necessary. In these situations, the principal, the central government, has to offer the right kind of incentives to or controls on the agent to try to ensure that its objectives are met. The ultimate sanction is to withdraw funds, but this could lead to accusations of political interference, and could also waste scarce funds and so be unpopular with voters. Information problems and supplier-induced demand. As we have seen in previous chapters, information problems abound in the arts and heritage because of the need for expert knowledge, and also because issues 265, such as quality, are very hard to evaluate. The problem of asymmetric information lies at the back of principal-agent problems, and can also lead to supplier-induced demand, when the buyer or the funding body has information only from the organization that supplies the good or service. Even if there were a market with competing suppliers, which would enable comparisons to be made, information problems can still make evaluation difficult for funding bodies. It can be seen that these issues are complex, and perhaps they are nowadays understood to be more so than 30 years ago, when Karen King and Mark Blagg sent out their clarion call, "Does the Arts Council know what it is doing?" See box 10.1. It also has to be recognized, however, that it is at least in part because cultural economists raised these questions that evaluation of arts and heritage policy is no longer regarded as beyond the pale by arts administrators. Box 10.1. Policy and Planning with a Purpose, or the Art of Making Choices in Arts Funding, a presentation by J. Mark Schuster. Mark Schuster, 1951–2008, former professor of urban cultural policy at Massachusetts Institute of Technology, was a public policy analyst specializing in the analysis of government policies and programs with respect to the arts, culture, and urban design. He did important work on indirect support for the arts and was also an expert in international arts policy and NANS and in international comparisons of these topics. In 2001 he gave this presentation to personnel at the Arts Council of Ireland, starting as follows. How do you know that what you are doing well? How does the Arts Council know that what it is doing well? How does the Arts Council know that what you are doing well? How do you know that what the Arts Council is doing well? And how does the government know that what the Arts Council is doing well? These words echoed the 1973 paper by King and Blagg with reference to the Arts Council of Great Britain, and Schuster pointed out that these are timeless questions. His justification for asking them was this: because we are discussing the deployment of public resources, we are obliged to be asking these questions. Just because we are discussing the arts and culture, we are relieved of neither the obligation nor the desirability of asking these questions. We would expect the same of any sector in which public resources are to be invested. Why should we expect less for the arts and culture? Sources: Schuster, 2001, and King and Blagg, 1973. 266. Theoretical underpinnings of policy and its evaluation. Applying welfare economics. As explained in chapters 1 and 7, welfare economics forms the theoretical justification for state intervention in the workings of the market economy, not only for the arts but for all sectors, and provides an underlying rationale both for the choice of policies and for their evaluation. Cultural economics makes considerable use of welfare economics as a justification for subsidy and regulation of the arts and heritage. In Chapter 7, while the basic theory of welfare economics was outlined, the difficulties of applying it in practice were not discussed nor the particular problems of applying it to the cultural sector. I begin, then, with the pros and cons of welfare economics as a means of justifying and evaluating cultural policy. The social welfare function. The underlying notion of welfare economics is that a social welfare function can be denoted in terms of the utilities or satisfaction all the members of a society derive from the whole bundle of goods and services available to them. Each person has individual tastes and preferences and chooses the best combination of goods and services that he or she can obtain, given the set of relative prices and constrained by his or her income and wealth. Almost every aspect of this conceptualization has been questioned by economists, and cultural economists have added their own list of objections. The RST objection concerns the possibility of meaningfully denying a social welfare function. By denying it over individual utilities, it is said that there is no room for the consideration of social or public values independent of those held by individual members. As a result, concepts such as civic or national pride or the aspirations of a society rather than just those of its members are not taken into account. This implies a highly individualistic notion of the state and of the public sphere, and many social scientists criticize this view. Shared Bainey TS, as with non-rival and non-excludable public goods, present problems for economists, and, as we saw in Box 2.2, many economists reject the cop-out of merit goods. Nonetheless, the concepts of option demand and future generations demand that are used in cultural economics to justify government intervention in the market are deemed to be part of the individual's preference function. We derive utility from knowing that our 267 grandchildren can enjoy our arts and culture, so they bridge the social/private preference gap. Further objection to individualism has been voiced by some cultural economists on the grounds that tastes for culture and the arts are not individual but social in nature. Culture is a social conception and culture in the anthropological sense, shared language and customs etc., is a public good, and the recognition of art is a social, not an individual, process. Other critiques by economists concern the notion of welfare itself. Some economists identify welfare just as wealth and assume that the maximization of wealth is the aim of society. Other economists define welfare in terms of people's ability to achieve their personal goals in life, while others consider happiness to be the yardstick. Even if there were agreement on the aspect of welfare that is the social goal, others reject the idea of maximization. Therefore, even before we raise the question of how applicable welfare theories are, such as Pareto optimality, there are problems with the acceptance of the notion of the maximization of social welfare. Problems with Pareto optimality and Pareto improvements. Pareto optimality has been and continues to be challenged on the grounds that the conditions necessary to achieve it cannot be found in the real world. To attain the optimum allocation of resources, there must be perfect competition, no public goods, no external effects, costs or Bainey TS, no missing markets, and there must be futures markets that anticipate and discount future prices for inputs, especially capital, and for output. All goods must be priced according to marginal cost by maximizing enterprises, and all markets for factors of production must be competitive, with workers and the owners of capital responding speedily to price changes. Unsurprisingly, this scenario has been rejected as unrealistic and therefore an unworkable guide by which to judge policy measures. According to the alternative second-best theory of welfare, every policy measure must be evaluated individually and no generalizations are possible, except that the relevant information must be assessed empirically and likely outcomes judged by their probable effects, in terms of social costs. A deeper question is a methodological one: to what extent is Peirtian welfare economics positive economics, and to what extent does it stray into value judgments? Pareto optimality and Pareto improvements are concerned with social efficiency, not with equity. Even if an unambiguous Pareto improvement could be found, that is, an act that raises welfare by benefiting some people without harming others, it would not take into account the 268 distribution of income and therefore would ignore social equity implications. Social equity is also an important motive for government intervention and may well be the predominant concern of policy, and there is often a clash between social efficiency and equity, but there is no rule in economics that can determine the balance between the two. Some economists who believe strongly in the power of market forces to achieve both tend to lean too far over the is/ought divide and say, for instance, that in order to achieve social efficiency government policy should encourage perfect competition. Radical right economists, and politicians, tend to deny the importance of public goods and external effects and believe the market can deal with everything through the workings of the price mechanism. They advocate measures to increase competition in the belief that the market will work better to promote wealth and welfare. To other economists, this seems like stepping over the line from is to ought. On the other hand, measures to promote social equity also step over the line, because there is nothing in economics that tells us what the fair distribution of income is. Most economists recognize the case for progressive taxation that makes post-tax income more equal, but few would advocate doing away with income and wage differentials, because incentives to work hard and take risks with capital would be reduced and that could lead to lower national income. Thus there is always a tug in economic policy between equity and efficiency, and the trade-off cannot be resolved theoretically. Another of the problems of the Pareto improvement, potential or actual, is that it is impossible to devise a tax system that enables a government to give subsidies to people and organizations without making taxpayers worse off. Since financial payments to improve the welfare of some members of society mostly have to be financed by funds raised from taxes, some people are going to be made worse off. Public finance analyzes the best ways of raising and spending taxation to provide benefits, but there is no escaping the dilemma. Thus there are severe limitations to Peirtian welfare economics as a practical policy instrument. Public choice critique of welfare economics. Further criticism of welfare economics is to be found in public choice theory, that welfare economics ignores the process of how and why policies are made. When applying welfare economics and public finance in policy settings, many economists would take as given the objective or aim of that policy and set about analyzing how best it can be achieved. Public choice theorists regard this as normative because the question of why a particular policy is being adopted 269 is not analyzed. They investigate questions such as who benefits from making these policy choices in political or bureaucratic terms and see the incentive to win votes or exercise power in the administration as the motives for policy that must be taken into account in its evaluation. Public choice theorists would argue that this is positive analysis because it looks at things as they are, not as what they would be in an ideal world of politicians and of chales. Research on the economics of heritage has shown that self-interested behavior on the part of heritage of chales can impact on heritage policy, for example. These are all aspects of the problem of replacing consumer sovereignty and the market by bureaucratic decision-making. Government failure. Cultural economists have made much of welfare economics as the basis for government intervention due to market failure. The counterpart of market failure is government or public policy failure, whereas in the markets consumers can signal their preferences through willingness to pay, voters signal their preferences through the ballot box. Unless there is a specifically targeted electoral process, however, such as a referendum on arts spending of the type held in Switzerland, one's choices concerning arts policy can get lost in the wider issues at general elections, particularly as the amount of public expenditure devoted to the arts and heritage is a small proportion of the government budget. Therefore clear signals are not sent to policymakers and bureaucrats are left with a free hand. Public choice theorists favor local over national control of budgets and local over national decision-making, because they think this reduces these problems. Institutional arrangements for allocating government grants to the arts are also important and affect the distribution of expenditure. An arts council that is independent of government does not have political responsibility, but it may be responsible for monitoring the use of the funds it distributes, whereas an arts council whose role is solely to advise the Ministry of Culture does not have the responsibility of monitoring the way arts organizations make use of the grants they receive. It is interesting to note the observations on this topic by Alan Peacock and Rick van der Ploeg, both economists who were responsible for arts funding, Peacock as chairman of the Scottish Arts Council and van der Ploeg as Secretary of State for Culture in the Netherlands. See Box 6.1 and Box 7.6. How much subsidy and for what purpose? How much subsidy? Though Peirtian welfare economics may offer a general justification for correcting market failure on the grounds of social efficiency, it is far from providing guidance on how much subsidy is necessary to correct underproduction of the arts and heritage. In Chapter 7, it was shown that Pigovian welfare economics provides a decision rule in a specie market in which market failure occurs due to the presence of external costs or bénéfices. Where there are external bénéfices, the socially efficient amount of the subsidy is that which would encourage producers to increase output to the point at which marginal social bénéfices equal marginal social costs. This guidance is qualitative, however, not quantitative. In order to assess the correct amount of subsidy, the value of the external bénéfice would have to be calculated. The same problem occurs with a public good for which there is no observable market demand. There is willingness to pay, but that can be found out only by indirect methods, such as contingent valuation estimates and surveys of willingness to pay for bénéfices for which there are no market prices. Efficiency and equity in cultural subsidy. Earlier in the chapter, the trade-off between social efficiency and equity was mentioned as posing difficult decisions for policy. One of the great conundrums of arts subsidy is whether unpopular arts should be supported in the attempt to form tastes and stimulate more informed future demand, or whether taxpayers should be given their money's worth by a more equitable distribution of subsidy so as to be inclusive and increase access. The conundrum takes many forms and appears in various contexts. For example, in relation to public service broadcasting, see Chapter 17. The trade-off between quality and accessibility is a very difficult topic and is essentially a political question that cultural economists cannot solve, but they can contribute to it, for example by analyzing the influence of quality on demand. Efficiency relates to anything that alters the allocation of resources by affecting demand, supply, and relative prices. Therefore, policies that aim to increase future demand by forming tastes and subsidies that increase output are classed as efficiency measures. Regulations can also alter prices, as in the listing or control of use of built heritage and copyright law, and they are also 271. Efficiency measures. Equity relates to policies that reduce inequality between members of a society and to fairness in the distribution of resources, including tax-enhanced bénéfices. Some policies may fall into both categories. For instance, arts outreach work in schools in disadvantaged areas would constitute equity policies in the RST instance, but as it may stimulate demand for the arts and encourage greater attendance, it would therefore have efficiency implications. There is a general dilemma here. When the state steps in to provide public goods or goods and services with external consumption bénéfices, thus justifying state intervention, should it mimic the market? Or is the rationale of subsidy to alter market behavior? This question applies to other areas besides the arts and heritage, but it is particularly fraught in the cultural arena. Moreover, it crosses the border between efficiency and equity, because the problem is essentially about the benefit taxpayers can expect to get from their taxes as they see it, and the improvement of tastes that would lead to changed demand patterns in the future. Of course, this improvement has to be taken up voluntarily and be reacted in consumption for there to be a welfare gain. Thus merit goods provision that is imposed is not welfare improving unless it changes consumers' choices. Access to the arts and heritage. Access to the arts is a broad concept that has several different meanings, and in some contexts it is about equity and in others efficiency. The problem of access for provincial and rural populations to centralized cultural provision was mentioned above in the context of the private demand decisions of consumers, that is, the question was posed in terms of efficiency considerations. For the policymaker, there are also equity issues about the distribution of resources and how accessible they are to taxpayers and voters throughout the nation. Countries that are geographically large with a relatively small population, Australia, New Zealand, and Norway, for instance, have to consider the costs of physical access to arts and heritage provision that do not arise in smaller and densely populated ones, such as Belgium. If outlying populations are to enjoy equal access, that may require higher subsidy per attendee. If they are to receive an equal distribution of subsidy, rural dwellers may not be able to have access to a full range of cultural provision. Of course, these issues are not connected to the arts but apply to a range of services, and the arts and sports, for example, share the same problem. A similar issue arises with the question of access by people with disability of one kind or another. Physical access, in particular to old buildings, such as theaters and museums, has had to be addressed, as well as improving acoustic provision for hearing impaired people, and heritage sites and museums have. 272. Also made provision for people with impaired sight. Governments with equal opportunity policies for the disabled have used their power over the award of subsidy to require arts and heritage organizations in receipt of subsidy to provide such facilities as a condition of obtaining the full grant. Another type of access issue is access to the arts and heritage by people from cultural backgrounds who have tastes that are not catered for by the predominant type of cultural provision. So-called minority cultures or ethnic minorities may be the target of cultural policy, and here, again, the question arises of whether people belonging to these groups should receive a share of the subsidy.